The first sword upon reaching the shore is to slay the one you hold dear. After Shen Yixiao emerged as a rising star in the business world, the first to betray him was none other than I, who had stood by him through thick and thin. At 17, he pursued me in school, sweetly calling me Little Moon. By 20, I took a knife for him, sacrificing my ability to bear children. At 24, we entered the sacred realm of marriage. The world envied my fortune. Shen Yixiao adored me, cherishing me like a precious gem. Yet, no one knew that I'd been reborn. The man who loved me dearly had long since found another woman, and soon I would be replaced, ultimately cast into an abyss, lost without a grave. He believed I would remain by his side as in my previous life, but I had already purchased a ticket to escape abroad. Eventually, I departed quietly, and upon discovering my absence, Shen Yixiao became frantic, his demeanor resembling madness. He mobilized everyone who knew me to contact me, appeared on programs pleading for my forgiveness, and spent lavishly to secure headlines across major websites, weeping as he begged for my return. I was merely toying with her. I was wrong. Please grant me another chance. Gazing at the man before me, readied and humbly pleading, I found no desire to even spare him a second glance. I'm sorry, it's too late. I took the hand of the man beside me, a distant smile gracing my lips. Yixiao, you are so wonderful. I love you. Be good. I gazed at his flushed face, the anxiety in his eyes unmistakably genuine. Over the years, we had become each other's emotional support, enduring far too much together. No one else could ever enter the world he once inhabited, only I could. I cannot bear children, and I do not wish to hold you back. I murmured, my fingers brushing against the scar on my abdomen, a remnant of the time I took a blade for Shen Yixiao. The cost was my inability to conceive. This was the eternal anguish shared between Shen Yixiao and me. In my previous life, I often fantasized that if we had a child, perhaps betrayal would never have occurred. Later, he placed his child with Lu Xiaoyan in my name, asking me to regard that child as the fruit of our love. I endeavored to treat the child as my own, caring for him from the moment he took his first breath to when he learned to run and jump. Yet, behind my back, he would call Lu Xiaoyan Mama and sneak in her bed at night, finding solace in her embrace. I watched as Shen Yixiao took them out for outings, their joyful photographs contrasting sharply with my diminishing presence in our home, gradually rendering me invisible. My dear, we can adopt a child. I love you. Regardless of whether we have children, you remain my most cherished person, Shen Yixiao insisted, enveloping me in a tight embrace, his voice thick with emotion. Having lost both parents at a young age, he was raised by his grandfather, who had passed away a few years prior, leaving me as his closest companion. If I were to leave him, he would surely be engulfed by loneliness. I understood that if I were to propose divorce now, he would vehemently oppose it. My earlier words were merely a test of his resolve. I only feel guilty for you. You wouldn't seek solace in another woman and bring home an illegitimate child, would you? I push him away, fixing my gaze on his eyes. A flicker of guilt crossed Shen Yixiao's countenance as he momentarily averted his gaze before regaining his composure. I would never do that. Don't let your thoughts wander. I could never treat you that way. Looking into those familiar eyes, I couldn't help but admire his acting skills. Just an hour ago, he had been in our first apartment with Lu Xiaoyan, and now he stood beside me, promising everlasting love while watching the anniversary fireworks. I nodded in silence, feeling utterly at a loss for words, merely witnessing his slow decay before my eyes. A direct divorce was not an option. I needed to take my time. After some moments on the terrace, Shen Yixiao took my hand and led me downstairs. Dear, you should rest. He'll take a shower, he said, his exertions with Lu Xiaoyan having left him drenched in sweat. Once he entered the bathroom, his phone rang. It was Lu Xiaoyan. I answered without hesitation, choosing silence. Mr. Shen, are you asleep? Lu Xiaoyan's voice was soft, devoid of any unusual tone. He's in the shower, I replied. Secretary Lu, is there something urgent at this hour? Upon hearing my voice, Lu Xiaoyan's tone brightened. Madam, today marks the anniversary of your marriage to Mr. Shen. He asked me to arrange a fireworks display for you. It concluded just a moment ago. A sardonic smile crept onto my lips. I saw it, Secretary Lu. Your arrangements were quite commendable. There was a brief pause before she continued. I'm glad to hear you were satisfied. I've completed my report. Please relay it to Mr. Shen. I hung up without further ado. Lu Xiaoyan had always been testing Shen Yixiao's boundaries, asserting her presence before me in my previous life. Thankfully, Shen Yixiao had always favored me in his heart, ultimately allowing me to discover their relationship without leading to our divorce. Yet, in the end, she triumphed, moving into my home with her child and gradually marginalizing me, rendering me a mere ornament. Just as I ended the call, Shen Yixiao emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, searching for something. "Are you looking for your phone?" I asked, holding it up to show him. The moment he saw the phone in my hand, his expression shifted drastically, as if I wielded a bomb. He hurried over to retrieve it. "I was just explaining," I began. "Secretary Liu called to report on work matters, and I answered for you." The mention of Liu Xiaoyan caused Shen Yixiao to tense slightly. "He probe, is that so?" "Secretary Liu is diligent. She often handles work matters, even after hours." "She didn't mention anything else, did she?" I offered a faint smile. "Nothing, just wishing us a happy anniversary." Seeing my calm demeanor, Shen Yixiao seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, likely believing I was unaware of anything untoward. He approached, wrapping his arms around me, his chin resting on my hair. "My love, I owe my success to you." "Thank you," he murmured, his voice thick with emotion as he leaned down to kiss me, his hands roaming over my body. I pressed his hands down, feeling a wave of nausea wash over me. How could he not feel exhausted? After his fervent escapades with Liu Xiaoyan, he could still touch me. Shen Yixiao looked puzzled. "What's wrong, dear?" "I've been taking medication lately, and the doctor advised against intimacy to avoid depleting my energy," I offered as an excuse. Since I confirmed I could not conceive, I had been seeking medical remedies, hoping to bear a child. Just one would suffice. Shen Yixiao believed those medications were harmful and had always opposed my use of them. However, in the past 6 months, as his relationship with Liu Xiaoyan intensified, his focus shifted away from me, allowing me more freedom to pursue treatment. Perhaps my unusual demeanor tonight sparked his concern, but he neither pressured me nor stopped me from taking the medication. Instead, he carried me to bed, holding me close. He enjoyed playing with my hair while cradling me. "Good night, my love," he whispered. After a while, he succumbed to sleep, mumbling a final good night as he drifted off. My phone chimed, revealing a message from my dear friend, Su Ying. "TSK, you're happy again, sister." Shen Yixiao is quite generous. That fireworks display and drone show must have cost a fortune. Me. "Aren't you asleep yet?" "Su Ying, sleep? I can't." Just scrolling on my phone. I knew she struggled to sleep, fueled by jealousy. In my previous life, Su Ying was well aware of Shen Yixiao's infidelity, yet urged me to give him another chance. Whenever he went to rendezvous with Liu Xiaoyan, she conveniently whisked me away to avoid interrupting them, believing I was unworthy of Shen Yixiao. No matter how he wronged me, I was expected to endure. Being Mrs. Shen was perceived as a privilege. I had witnessed her attempt to seduce him while he was intoxicated, only to be rebuffed. Perhaps her unrequited desires bred resentment. She publicly applauded our love while secretly wishing for my downfall. I chose not to respond to Su Ying, yet she relentlessly messaged me. "Your fireworks display is trending again. Everyone's praising your fortune. It's amazing." She sent several screenshots. "People spend millions on fireworks for their anniversary. I could work a lifetime and never earn that much." "Rich couples finally unite, witnessed by all." "Does that blue moon symbolize Liu?" "I suspect Mr. Shen is advertising a certain laundry detergent." Chapter 3: Dreaming of your infidelity, Su Ying. "So, how do you feel after reading these comments? Aren't you happier?" I replied coldly, "Yes. Being with him is the greatest happiness." Upon seeing my response, I could only imagine Su Ying gritting her teeth in frustration. She had harbored a secret crush on Shen Yixiao for years, yet he only acknowledged her due to her friendship with me, merely indulging her. Each time I showcased our affection, jealousy spiraled out of control. She thought I was oblivious, but I had long been aware of her feelings. I genuinely regarded her as a sister and had no intention of severing ties over a man. "Su Ying, indeed, knowing you're happy reassures me. If you could have a child, it would be absolutely perfect." She was fully aware of my inability to conceive, yet she consistently broached the subject, her tone laced with feigned sympathy, reopening my wounds. The mention of children still pierced my heart, and as I touched the scar on my abdomen, I pondered, was it worth it? I had paid such a heavy price for Shen Yixiao, only for him to betray me. I continued to respond. "It is indeed a pity not to have children, but Yixiao has said that he loves me most, and that will not change regardless of children." Su Ying, haha, yes. I set my phone down and closed my eyes to sleep, knowing that Su Ying would likely refrain from replying further. Any additional messages would be a futile pursuit. When I awoke, Shen Yixiao was already dressed. As he adjusted his cuffs, he gently inquired, "Why aren't you sleeping a little longer? You should rest more." In the past, Shen Yixiao would linger in bed, preferring to cuddle with me, But since his relationship with Lu Xiaoyan began, he had taken to leaving for work increasingly early. I understood his eagerness to meet his little lover. They had undoubtedly shared countless passionate moments in the office, which now boasted a lounge that had once contained merely a sofa and a tea table, now furnished with a large bed and a bathroom. Shen Yixiao's explanation was that sometimes he grew too tired at noon and wished to take a shower and nap there. The absurdity was that I had actually believed him until he later confessed to the affair with Lu Xiaoyan, revealing it to be their battleground. Restless, I found myself plagued by nightmares. Sitting up, I appeared listless. What nightmare? Shen Yixiao bent down to stroke my head. I replied, I dreamt you were unfaithful with Secretary Lu. Upon hearing my words, Shen Yixiao's expression shifted dramatically, as though confronted by a ghost. Fortunately, his composure was strong, and he quickly regained his usual demeanor. Laughing, wife, why are you so prone to wild imaginings? How could there be any issues between Secretary Lu and me? If you truly distrust me, I could simply fire her today and hire a male secretary instead. You wouldn't suspect me of being gay, would you? He reached for his phone, preparing to call Lu Xiaoyan. I quickly rose and grasped his hand to stop him, saying, it was just a dream. Please don't actually fire her. Everyone in the company would think I'm a jealous woman. Even if he were to dismiss her, he would surely find another way to conceal his affair, merely relocating it. Rather than that, I prefer to have it under my watchful eye, where I could see everything clearly. I knew that he would trust me in our relationship. Shen Yixiao's reassurance was genuine as he pressed a kiss to my forehead, saying, I am off to work now. You may check on me at any time. After watching him leave, I changed my clothes and tidied up before stepping outside. I drove to a villa district on the outskirts, an area filled with old mansions. Those who once resided there were either affluent or noble. And it was where I was born. From a young age, I had lived in luxury. My parents were a university professor and a high school teacher, creating a family of intellect. However, upon meeting Shen Yixiao, I transformed into a rebellious girl, leading my parents to sever ties with me. Since then, I had never returned. My mother had secretly sought me out, urging me to break up with Shen Yixiao and reconcile with my father, promising to send me abroad for my studies. They claimed that not obtaining a high school diploma would not hinder my future. They would ensure my well-being. When Shen Yixiao learned of this, he left behind a suicide note and went to the seaside alone. His extreme act, at that time, appeared to me as a profound expression of love. I rejected my mother's plea and wagered that Shen Yixiao and I would certainly succeed and find happiness together. Subsequently, my parents moved abroad, truly abandoning me. Arriving at the entrance of what was once my home, I gazed up at the peeling walls, vivid memories of our family living joyfully, there flooding my mind. And tears streamed down my face. Xiaoyu, is that you? Suddenly, a surprised voice called out from behind me, and I quickly wiped my tears and turned around. And Yang? I exclaimed in disbelief. Our families had been neighbors, and, as the years passed, I noticed the fine lines around her eyes and a few strands of gray hair. My mother had been very close to Aunt Yang, and I had often accompanied her to play at their home. It's been so long. Come, let's South Eat at my place. It's perfect timing. My son Zheng, Nan just returned from abroad today. You remember him, right? We used to do homework together and play badminton. Aunt Yang, as warm as ever, took my hand and led me toward her home, chattering away. Su Zhengnan, hearing that name again felt like a blast from the past. Before I met Shen Yixiao, Su Zhengnan and I had been childhood friends, growing up together. He was my first crush. Later, when I began my relationship with Shen Yixiao, Su Zhengnan had tried to dissuade me, but I had ignored him. Eventually, he blocked all my contact information, and we lost touch. I only heard occasional updates about him through old classmates. He had been accepted into the top university, gone abroad, and was steadily pursuing his life as a scholar. I should have walked alongside him toward a promising future, yet I had diverged onto a completely different path. Reflecting on it, I realized that I had sacrificed all my friends and family for Shen Yixiao. Those who remained around me were a collection of insincere individuals. As we reached Aunt Yang's doorstep, I suddenly felt timid and halted, unable to enter. What's wrong? Come in, Aunt Yang urged. I shook my head, saying, Aunt Yang, I'll visit you another time. I have something to attend to. Before I could finish, Aunt Yang's phone rang, and she answered. You're not coming back today? You have a gathering? I've already bought the ingredients. All right. I was just about to say that I encountered. She didn't finish her sentence before the call ended. I guess it must have been Su Zhengnan. Chapter 4, an unpleasant scene. Aunt Yang smiled at me helplessly. Zhengnan won't return today. He just got back and is busy with friends. Please, Xiaoyu, stay and have dinner with me. No, Aunt Yang. I have matters to attend to, and I need to hurry. I waved my hands, feeling relieved. I feared encountering Su Zhongnan and becoming a subject of mockery. We had once been the best of friends, promising to attend the same university. I had even joked with him that if we both got into the same school, could we try dating? Back then, he had worn a white shirt, his features sharp and clear, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, sure. In the end, I had broken my promise, devolving from a good girl into a rebellious one. I felt too ashamed to face him and dreaded him discovering the reality of my situation with Shen Yixiao. I left the place in a hurry, feeling like a rat scurrying across the street. Upon returning home, I languished in despair for the entire afternoon until Su Ying's call interrupted me. Xiaoyu, come with me to meet someone. The guy is waiting for me at the Linen Hotel. I felt exhausted and reluctant to go, immediately refusing. I don't want to go. Please accompany me. What if something happens if I go alone? It's dangerous for a woman to meet someone alone. Su Ying prattled on incessantly. Under her relentless persuasion, I reluctantly agreed. I despised her, yet I was also curious to witness the dark corners of her heart. At 7:30 in the evening, I met Su Ying at the entrance of the Linen Grand Hotel. She donned a black, strapless leather dress, exuding a fiery sensuality. And upon our meeting, she immediately linked her arm with mine, radiating intimacy. Let's go, she said, leading me to our reserved private room. While Su Ying engaged in lively conversation with her online match, I quietly slipped out of the room to catch my breath. At that moment, I heard Shen Yixiao's voice from the adjacent room. She can't hold her liquor, so don't tease her. Mr. Shen, I'm sorry. I can't even drink, came the soft, delicate voice of Lu Xiaoyan. I turned around and noticed the previously closed door of the next room now had a small crack open. I approached and peered through the gap. Inside, 7 or 8 individuals were gathered around a round table, laughing and chatting. Shen Yixiao, wearing a black shirt, wore a carefree smile on his handsome face. He had one arm around Lu Xiaoyan while he gestured with the other to stop the others from toasting. Lu Xiaoyan nestled against him, her petite face displaying a mix of panic, helplessness, and an irresistible charm. It seemed almost laughable that a secretary, accompanying her boss, would refrain from drinking. Yet, Shen Yixiao adored her innocent demeanor, reminiscent of my former self. He had once drawn me into a quagmire, then turned his guilt into compensation with other women, labeling it as a substitute. Mr. Shen is indeed a gentleman. It's well known in the industry that he cherishes his precious secretary. Unwilling to let her suffer even a little, someone teased. Shen Yixiao immediately released Lu Xiaoyan, his smile fading. Who is spreading such nonsense? I'm a married man. My refusal to let Secretary Lu drink is merely to prevent a group of men from bullying her. If this reaches my wife's ears, I will have a hard time explaining myself. The others exchanged glances, quickly realizing their misstep. Shen Yixiao's love for his wife was notorious. Of course, they wouldn't dare speak out of turn. Come on, let us drink. Lu Xiaoyan adjusted her disheveled collar, her expression slightly melancholic. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Shen Yixiao grasped her chin, tilting her head back, and kissed her passionately. The scene nearly knocked the breath out of me. He fervently claimed Lu Xiaoyan's lips, leaving those nearby in stunned silence. Lu Xiaoyan responded to his heated kiss, both of them seemingly intoxicated by more than just alcohol. Shen Yixiao's hand had even ventured beneath Lu Xiaoyan's clothing, far exceeding my imagination's limits. It turned out that the prior details he had shared concealed many repulsive elements. Everyone present held a respectable status. None would stoop low enough to divulge my predicament. Shen Yixiao reluctantly released Lu Xiaoyan's lips, a mischievous smile dancing on his face as he addressed the others. Lu Xiaoyan appeared to be stirred with desire, breathless and flushed, her eyes glistening with a captivating allure. She lowered her head, retreating like a quail back into Shen Yixiao's embrace. He affectionately stroked her hair, twirling a strand around his finger. In that moment, my stomach churned violently, and an overwhelming wave of nausea surged within me. I turned and stumbled away, the physical sickness intertwined with psychological rage, causing tears to stream down my face as I rushed to the restroom to vomit. In my mind, Shen Yixiao's intimate gesture with Lu Xiaoyan replayed in slow motion, causing me to retch until even bile escaped my throat. I lost track of time in the restroom, and when I finally emerged, exhausted, tears streaked my face as I walked, oblivious to my appearance. I longed to storm into the room and slap Shen Yixiao fiercely. Yet I knew that such an act would thwart my plans to leave him. He would undoubtedly devise ways to apologize, beg me to stay, and employ various extreme measures to keep me tethered to him. At that moment, a group approached me. Through my tear-blurred vision, I recognized Su Zhongnan. He appeared far more mature than the youthful face I remembered, his white shirt and refined features now exuding the confidence of a grown man. He conversed with those beside him as they passed by. Su Zhongnan, I instinctively called his name. He paused briefly. Someone beside him asked, Zhongnan, do you know her? He smiled and replied, no, I don't. Let us go. I turned to watch his retreating figure, a deep bitterness spreading within me, amplifying my previously painful emotions, and the tears flowed uncontrollably. I had transformed entirely. It was only natural that Su Zhongnan did not recognize me. I walked aimlessly toward the hotel exit. Just as I reached the entrance, Su Zhongnan appeared before me once more, extending a packet of tissues toward me, his demeanor distant. Is Shen Yixiao dead? You look so heartbroken. I stared at him in a daze. Thank you, I finally managed to say as I took the tissues. Su Zhongnan's gaze was penetrating as he studied my tear-streaked face for several seconds before turning away without further pleasantries. He merely offered me a pack of tissues out of old camaraderie. The tears I shed now were merely remnants of my past naivety. I returned to my car, sat in silence for a moment, then dialed Shen Yixiao's number. Wife, he answered quickly, the line quiet. Surely, the group was playing along with him. Shen Yixiao, I think I have a fever. I feel terrible, I murmured, my voice nasally. A fever? I'll be right back. Shen Yixiao responded without hesitation, ending the call abruptly. Chapter 5. Ominous signs. I steeled myself and drove back home, lying on the bed, feigning illness before Shen Yixiao returned. He indeed came back, abandoning his public display of affection with Lu Xiaoyan upon receiving my call. A wave of desolation and fear washed over me. Desolation for our love, fear of his ever-changing facade. Wife, have you taken your temperature? Why didn't you call Dr. Lin to check on you? Shen Yixiao removed his coat and leaned down to feel my forehead. Concern etched across his face. How could you fall ill? Let me check your temperature. He turned to fetch the medical kit. His busy figure would prompt anyone to commend him as a good man. After measuring my temperature, he discovered I had a slight fever, likely due to my emotional turmoil. Though Shen Yixiao remained oblivious, he prepared medicine for me, ensuring I finished it, then climbed into bed beside me, his touch gentle and attentive. Yet the mingling sense of alcohol and perfume on him made me feel repulsed. Is my scent bothering you? He soon noticed. Yes, it smells like a woman's perfume, I deliberately remarked. Shen Yixiao chuckled softly, instinctively twirling my hair around his fingers as he replied, It's just Secretary Lu. She wore perfume tonight for a social gathering. She helped me with my coat, so it picked up a bit of the fragrance. I'll go wash up. His words were a clever blend of half-truths, allowing for plausible deniability should I later discover the same scent on Lu Xiaoyan. I remained silent as Shen Yixiao headed for the shower. No sooner had he left than Suing called. Xiaoya, where are you? You've been gone so long. We've finished eating and are about to go see a movie. I caught a cold and have a slight fever, so I came back. Shen Yixiao is with me now, I replied lazily. You didn't tell me you were sick. I could have accompanied you. You didn't need to call Shen Yixiao back for a minor cold, did you? Su Ying's jealousy resurfaced, and her words inadvertently revealed something. She knew Shen Yixiao had been summoned back by me, not that he was already home. Unless she had known all along about Shen Yixiao's social engagement and the location, she had invited me over strategically. She certainly did not mean well. She sought to relish the sight of my despair upon discovering his betrayal, only to feign sympathy and urge me to endure, offering Shen Yixiao another chance. I confronted her directly. How do you know he rushed home to be with me? Suing paused briefly before quickly responding, explaining that your busy husband Shen is often caught up in numerous social engagements. Hadn't he often dropped everything to rush back because of you? This was merely a standard reaction. It was commendable how she spoke these words so casually, while deep down, she must have felt an overwhelming sense of bitterness. I chuckled, acknowledging that he truly had no equal. He was indeed the finest man in the world. Oh, you needn't flaunt your affection. Who doesn't he know you've married a remarkable man? She said emphatically, assuring me he would never betray me like others might. Su Ying had discerned Shen Yixiao's peculiar behavior long before I had, yet she refrained from directly informing me, opting instead to drop hints that left me feeling uneasy. Well, We should get some rest. You too, sleep early, I said, unaffected by her influence, and ended the call. Sleep eluded me as vivid images of the scene I had witnessed in the hotel replayed in my mind. Even after being reborn and mentally prepared for everything, the shock remained insurmountable. I clutched the blanket tightly, suppressing the urge to confront Shen Yixiao immediately, determined to remember the pain of my previous failed marriage. I recalled how Shen Yixiao had placed my important documents, such as my ID and passport, in the office safe, which required dual passwords to access. During our most tumultuous times, he had promised to retrieve my document from the office to calm me down, a promise I had not forgotten. Regrettably, I had never inquired about the password. Financially, although I appeared to be living a lavish life, all economic power rested firmly in Shen Yixiao's hands. His rise from mere street thug to his current wealth was no mere stroke of luck. He was exceedingly cautious. He was generous with me, gifting items worth millions, which evoked envy. However, upon closer examination, I realized these were not liquid assets, but rather jewelry, bags, or shares that would take time to liquidate and could easily be traced back to him. Generally, I relied on his secondary card, which meant I had little cash on hand. Perhaps he had anticipated that after achieving success, he might struggle to maintain his original intentions, fearing I would leave, thus preemptively safeguarding against my departure. Shen Yixiao's depth of cunning surpassed my imagination. Were you lost in thought about? Shen Yixiao emerged from the shower, a towel wrapped around his waist, his muscular upper body a testament to his transformation from a lean youth. His body bore numerous scars from his early days in the underworld, thankfully none of which had been fatal. Ironically, it was during one of those altercations that I had shielded him, losing my own chance at motherhood in the process. I forced a smile, contemplating whether I should return to work. Work? Shen Yixiao's surprise was evident. His brows furrowed slightly as he approached and sat on the bed. Why the sudden desire to work at the office? Have I been too busy to spend time with you, making you bored at home? Or do you still suspect something between me and Secretary Liu and wish to investigate firsthand? His playful guess came with an air of lightheartedness, as if you were teasing me. He seemed devoid of any guilt regarding infidelity. I just feel a bit idle. There's no child to look after, so I might as well work, I explained, watching his amused expression. I've heard that men grow weary of their homebound wives, becoming disconnected from society, and feeling their partners no longer match their pace. My words only deepened Shen Yixiao's laughter, and he playfully pinched my cheek. You are not a mere housewife. You are my wife. Such sweet nothings had once enchanted me. Thus, my desire to return to work was brushed aside by Shen Yixiao's light-hearted banter, and the topic vanished. As was customary, he held me close as we drifted off to sleep. This habit had persisted since our union, unwavering even when Liu Xiaoyan had invaded our lives. Even as he began to neglect me, he still sought me out at night. I gazed at his sleeping face, my eyes trailing down to the blue crescent moon tattooed beneath his left collarbone, the closest point to his heart, marking my presence. In the near future, a white cloud would appear beside that crescent, a space secretly reserved for Liu Xiaoyan. His explanation had been that one lonely moon required companionship, even in tattoo form. He couldn't bear to let me rest alone against his chest, and had added a cloud to accompany me, with a heart that loved me beside me. How could I ever feel lonely, unless that heart ceased to love me? The following day was Saturday. Shen Yixiao had no need to go to the office and lazily awoke, instinctively reaching out for me. I was already up. Wife, why have you made breakfast again? Isn't there help for that? He said, descending the stairs, but his words faltered upon seeing the two individuals at the table. Meng Zicheng was munching on a sandwich while Liang Feng sipped soy milk. Upon noticing Shen Yixiao, they greeted him in unison. Good morning, Brother Xiao. I approached with a bowl of seafood porridge, placing it on the table with a gentle smile. I'm up, have some porridge. Zicheng and Ah Feng arrived early, and I couldn't sleep, so I thought to entertain them. Meng Zicheng playfully remarked, sorry to intrude on your morning intimacy. Brother Xiao and sister-in-law, are you two beggars? Can't afford breakfast at home, so you come here for my wife to cook for you? Shen Yixiao retorted, though a smile graced his face. Liang Feng finished his last sip of soy milk and wiped his mouth. Sister-in-law's soy milk is the best. It reminds me of the good old days. Back when we shared a small courtyard, I would occasionally prepare breakfast for them, and we all enjoyed each other's company. A sardonic smile crept onto my lips. These men were not only brothers in arms with Shen Yixiao, but also dear friends of mine, whom I considered as close as brothers. Yet, during his affair with Liu Xiaoyan, They had acted as his accomplices. They fondly called me sister-in-law, reminiscing about the past while treating me like a fool in their actions. I didn't understand why, nor did I wish to. I would prepare myself to leave these scoundrels one day. Of course, my wife's culinary skills surpass anything from those establishments, Shen Yixiao boasted, wrapping an arm around my waist. Meng Zicheng looked on enviously. Sister-in-law used to be so inexperienced in the kitchen. She honed her skills just for you. How come I can't find such a good woman? I sat beside Shen Yixiao, maintaining a composed demeanor as I quietly listened to their chatter. Meng Zicheng, known for his fickleness, constantly changed girlfriends. How could he possibly find a good woman? Even if he did encounter one, he likely wouldn't appreciate her. Perhaps their carefree lifestyles rendered them unbothered by Shen Yixiao's infidelity. Viewing it as loyalty among brothers, they reminisced about past adventures, interspersed with memories of my relationship with Shen Yixiao, and for a moment, it felt as though we had returned to our early days. Until Meng Zicheng stood up and said, "Sister-in-law, today you must lend Brother Xiao to us for a gathering. We want to have a meal and chat, all right? Are you serious? Do you need to eat together every time I find a moment to spend with my wife?" Shen Yixiao's irritation was palpable. Yet, I knew they had conspired to create an opportunity for him to meet his mistress. Watching the three individuals I once trusted dearly perform this poorly scripted act before me, I could only feel disdain and mockery in my heart. Observing Shen Yixiao's reluctance to step outside, I deliberately suggested, "Since Yixiao is unwilling to go out, why don't I prepare some dishes at home? You can invite others over for a gathering." Upon uttering these words, the three of them were momentarily taken aback. In my previous life, I had placed immense trust in them. They would readily agree and even urge Shen Yixiao to join them. Their current reaction nearly provoked laughter from me. Shen Yixiao's expression shifted slightly as he glanced at Liang Feng. Liang Feng immediately interjected, "Sister-in-law, that group loves to drink, and when they indulge, they become unhygienic and unbearably noisy. It would be best not to bring them home to bother you. Rest assured, we will make sure Yixiao doesn't overindulge. Darling, let me accompany them to avoid disturbing you," Shen Yixiao said, affectionately kissing my cheek. "I will return before 7. I nudged him, "All right, go ahead." The sensation of his kiss increasingly disgusted me, akin to the slimy touch of a leech. Shen Yixiao rose and left with Meng Zicheng and Liang Feng, completely oblivious to my unusual reaction. His heart had already flown to Lu Xiaoyun. He was eager to escape from me at any opportunity, lacking the patience to notice much of anything else. I instructed the maid to clear the tableware and ascended to my bedroom. I gathered all the gold jewelry from our wedding, including a diamond ring, placing them into my bag before leaving the house. Upon finding a pawn shop, I exchanged the gold and diamond ring for cash, transferring the funds into my bank account. If I truly intended to leave, I needed to distance myself significantly and required ample funds to establish a new life. On my way home, I passed a hair salon. "Please cut my hair short and dye it brown," I instructed the stylist. "Miss, your hair is of excellent quality. Cutting it short seems such a pity," the stylist remarked. Examining my locks, gazing at my reflection, I saw the same long black hair I had at 17, yet I was no longer that 17-year-old girl. Shen Yixiao had found another to replace me. I smiled faintly, resolute, "Make it shorter just below my ears." Shen Yixiao could have strands of Lu Xiaoyun's hair entwined with his fingers, but I found it repulsive. After the haircut, I felt an unusual lightness, and my mood lifted somewhat. I settled the bill and drove to the apartment. In the parking lot, Shen Yixiao's Rolls-Royce occupied a space, adjacent to Lu Xiaoyun's frequently driven red BMW. At that moment, the two were likely indulging in their illicit affair within the apartment. This property was the first we had purchased together, witnessing our love from renting to owning. Even if we no longer resided there, I was reluctant to let it go to others. Now, it had become a prime location for his clandestine rendezvous with another woman. Hotels were easily discovered, but this place was safer and more thrilling. He had once claimed to see my reflection in Lu Xiaoyun. Was it possible that in the throes of passion, he also imagined her as me? Men truly find ways to justify their desires, cloaking infidelity in the guise of love, as if it elevates their actions to something noble and pure. I curled up in the driver's seat, reminiscing about the moments of my past life while waiting for their emergence. 1 hour later, Shen Yixiao and Lu Xiaoyun appeared, exiting in succession, their attire immaculate and maintaining a respectable distance, exhibiting no signs of impropriety. Shen Yixiao, with an air of authority, appeared to be instructing Lu Xiaoyun on something. Even if paparazzi captured this scene, their interactions would reveal no hint of ambiguity. He was a cautious man, embodying a sage demeanor post-infidelity, showcasing a performance-driven personality. After finishing his instructions, he prepared to leave, but Lu Xiaoyun called out to him. From my vantage point, I could see the elevator door to the parking lot. Lu Xiaoyun stood inside, her gaze fixated on Shen Yixiao, suddenly revealing her coat and exposing a sensual ensemble beneath. Her innocent and delicate facade juxtaposed with such provocative behavior. Shen Yixiao rushed back, eagerly embracing the enchanting figure before him, and they engaged in a passionate kiss, oblivious to the potential presence of others in the elevator. My hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, claiming I felt no pain or resentment would be a lie. After all, I had invested my youth, my prospects, my everything in loving Shen Yixiao. Yet the only thing he contributed was the destruction of my being in the name of love. After several minutes of entanglement, they reluctantly parted ways. Shen Yixiao turned back multiple times as he entered his car and drove away. Lu Xiaoyun, with a satisfied smile, entered the elevator to return. I speculated that they were not merely rendezvousing in the apartment, but that Lu Xiaoyun likely resided there now. The furniture we had chosen together, laden with my joyful memories, was now hers to enjoy. Shen Yixiao had not even noticed the absence of our cherished figurines, which symbolized our commitment. I retrieved a pack of cigarettes from the car, contemplating lighting one to ease my emotions, but ultimately placed it back. The bad habits I had acquired from Shen Yixiao needed to be discarded one by one. Upon returning home, the maid had prepared dinner. Shen Yixiao was upstairs showering, and I had no appetite, opting to ascend instead. Having indulged with Lu Xiaoyun for nearly an entire day, he needed to wash away her scent. I sat on the bed, listening to the sound of running water from the bathroom, which grated on my nerves. "Darling, you're back," the maid said, recounting how Shen Yixiao had spoken to her naturally upon leaving in the morning. His voice trailed off, his gaze fixated on my hair. I raised my hand to touch my hair, feigning innocence. "What do you think? Is it pretty?" When I first met Shen Yixiao, I always wore my hair long and black. He adored that innocent and charming look. Over time, we both changed, hairstyles shifting repeatedly, and he often reminisced about those days. Eventually, I grew my hair long and black again, hoping to please him. I transformed myself into whatever he desired. Yet we both understood that we could never return to that point. He might see my likeness in Lu Xiaoyun, but could no longer find the feelings we once shared within me. "Who told you to cut your hair?" Shen Yixiao strode over, angrily confronting me. "I did it myself. Managing long hair is quite tiring," I replied with a faint smile. "Why are you so upset?" His face darkened, his eyes blazing. "I told you that black long hair looks best on you. You know precisely what I like. Why would you cut it off?" My smile faded, and I yearned to confront him, yet I needed to secure money and documents to leave. "Yixiao, when one truly loves another, their appearance should not matter. Even if someone else resembles her, they cannot replace her," I replied, laden with double meanings. Upon hearing my words, perhaps out of guilt, Shen Yixiao's anger dissipated instantly. Did he think of Lu Xiaoyun? He controlled his emotions and apologized. "Wife, I'm sorry. I simply need time to adjust to your new style. Regardless, you are my greatest love, and that will never change." He approached, enveloping me in an embrace, his lips resting against my ear as he whispered his apologies and affection. I felt rigid, suppressing my inner aversion and disgust, and slowly wrapped my arms around his lean waist. His physique was flawless, devoid of any excess flesh, with defined abs and a physique that had earned him the title of most attractive husband on a show. Lu Xiaoyun must feel elated holding him. I thought with a surge of nausea, and I could no longer contain my revulsion. I pushed Shen Yixiao away and dashed to the bathroom. I discovered that after my rebirth, my emotions were incredibly volatile, often leading to intense bouts of nausea. Shen Yixiao followed, concern etched on his face as he knelt beside me, patting my back. "What is wrong? Why are you suddenly so sick?" After I finished vomiting, I weakly rose, assuring him, "It's nothing, just some side effects from the medication I've been taking." He didn't dwell on it further, instead urging me not to take any more random medications. He supported me as we exited the restroom, continuing his conversation. "The company's anniversary celebration is this weekend, and you must attend. You need to maintain your spirit." I nodded in agreement. Shen Yixiao had tailored a dress for me, which was delivered the following day. The fitting was conducted right at home. He possessed an exceptional understanding of my physique, never having inquired yet achieving a perfect fit. The gown, adorned with blue diamonds, was enchanting, with the hem's tassels gracefully accentuating my calves, rendering me utterly captivating. Madam Shen, your husband truly is considerate. This is our brand's latest haute couture design. He reserved it 6 months ago, and we are here to make adjustments according to your measurements. He insisted there was no need, as he remembered your dimensions perfectly. One of the brand's staff remarked, their envy evident as they praised Shen Yixiao on my behalf. I merely smiled. The world lauded him as the finest of men, while I felt fortunate to be the woman he cherished. Mr. Shen has also ordered a white evening gown for you, presumably to surprise you personally. We brought the mermaid gown first, she added. After the fitting, the staff departed. I removed the gown and cast it aside, feeling no joy or surprise. Sitting on the sofa, I fell into a reverie when my phone rang. A strange number caught me off guard. Upon answering, Aunt Yang's warm voice came through. Xiao, it's me, Aunt Yang. Last time, I invited you to dinner at my home, but you mentioned having plans. I've remembered. Are you visiting these days? Before I left previously, Aunt Yang had insisted on taking my number, yet I had not heard from her since. I was taken aback that she reached out to me, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Aunt Yang, Mom, who are you on the phone with? Suddenly, Su Zhengnin's voice resonated from the other end. Aunt Yang chuckled. Xiao, do you remember? Our former neighbor, Uncle Li and Aunt Bai's daughter? She returned a few days ago, and I got her number. I held my breath, curious as to Su Zhengnin's response. Chapter 8. At least you're his until the age of 17. Our relationship was tinged with a complexity that lingered somewhere between friendship and romance. That ambiguous sentiment was extinguished upon my encounter with Shen Yixiao. I had a faint recollection, my mind clouded by infatuation. Su Zhengnin's nonchalant tone criticized me, and even through the phone, I felt my cheeks flush. Initially like my parents, he had vehemently opposed my relationship with Shen Yixiao, yet I had brushed off his concerns, even uttering hurtful words. In retrospect, my behavior resembled that of a fool. Now, it seemed his impression of me was reduced to a mere notion that I was a envied romantic. The last time we met at the hotel, he had handed me a pack of tissues and departed, likely having exhausted all topics of conversation. Aunt Yang rebutted Su Zhengnin. What do you mean by envied romantic? Xiao is doing quite well now. Haven't you seen that program? Shen Yixiao treats her exceptionally well. Stop being sarcastic. Su Zhengnin scoffed, falling silent. I tightened my grip on the phone. Aunt Yang, I've been rather busy lately. I might not be able to visit. I'll come by when I have the time. Oh, all right. By the way, Xiao, do you know your parents are coming back? Aunt Yang inquired. My heart sank, emotions surging within me. Regret, guilt, anguish, like a tide overwhelming my heart. My voice trembled as I asked, when are they returning? In my previous life, I had nearly severed all ties with my parents, immersing myself in Shen Yixiao, fantasizing that once we achieved success, I would return to prove that our youthful impulsiveness was not in vain. However, when I returned home bearing numerous lavish gifts, the place was already deserted. I did not inquire among neighbors, but hastily departed. Aunt Yang pondered, I believe, it's in about a week. They've been residing abroad for several years, and suddenly they're coming back. They called to inform me. My heart raced, and memories of my parents' nurturing care flooded my mind. Shen Yixiao could not compare to even a single finger of theirs. How foolish I was to believe that love outweighed familial bonds. All right, I understand. Thank you for letting me know, Aunt Yang. After hanging up, I felt both elated and apprehensive, as I contemplated whether to visit my parents when they returned. Aunt Yang brought in Su-ing. Given our close friendship, she was always at ease in my home. As soon as Su-ing entered, she plopped down on the sofa, looking dejected. What's wrong? I asked casually as I always did. The guy I met last time didn't work out, Su-ing lamented. Is it really so hard to find a man who treats me well? Yeah. Can't you share a bit of your good fortune with me? She appeared to jest, yet her words rang with sincerity. She measured all potential partners against Shen Yixiao and had never succeeded. Before I could respond, Su-ing noticed the blue gown on the sofa, snatching it up with envy in her eyes. Oh my, is this your new dress? It's gorgeous. Yes, it's a dress custom-made by Shen Yixiao for the company's anniversary celebration this weekend, I replied, unable to overlook the surge of jealousy and resentment in her eyes. She caressed the gown, making an outrageous request. Could I try it on for a selfie? Come on, you wouldn't refuse your best friend, would you? I'd always been generous towards Su-ing. Until I secured my finances and identity, my intentions to leave remained concealed, for she would undoubtedly inform Shen Yixiao. Before I could agree, she had already taken the dress and headed to the guest room downstairs. I clenched my fists, suppressing the anger and disgust boiling within me. Moments later, Su Ying emerged, her fuller figure unable to zip up the gown, yet she stubbornly sucked in her stomach, forcing the zipper up. "Well, it seems that expensive doesn't always mean beautiful," she remarked after spinning around and, feeling defeated, returned to remove it. After trying on the dress, Su Ying finally revealed her purpose for visiting. She wished to attend our company's anniversary celebration again this year and hoped for an invitation. I readily agreed, as it posed no difficulty. Su Ying joyfully wrapped her arms around mine, displaying a camaraderie that caught Shen Yixiao's attention upon his return. "Oh, Mr. Shen, this busy man has time to come back?" Su Ying exclaimed, eager to seize the moment. Naturally, Shen Yixiao's gaze immediately shifted to her. I could sense her excitement growing. "I'm here to mooch dinner again. Hope you don't mind?" Shen Yixiao glanced at me, his expression softening instantly. He approached and embraced me, unperturbed by Su Ying's presence, kissing my forehead. "Of course not. My wife's friend is always welcome." I managed to smile, my heart unfazed. "Su Jing exclaimed, 'Hey, we were classmates once. Now I'm just your wife's friend?'" Shen Yixiao raised an eyebrow, his smile utterly charming. "And what of it?" Su Ying attempted to retort, but upon meeting Shen Yixiao's gaze, she shyly bit her lip, falling silent. I found the scene amusing. At that moment, my eyes fell on Shen Yixiao's cuff, where a lipstick mark was prominently displayed. "Yixiao, your shirt is stained," I pointed out, fixing my gaze intently on his face. Both Shen Yixiao and Su Ying's eyes followed the lipstick mark. The white cuff beside the golden button bore a glaring red lip print, a shade I hadn't used in quite some time. "Darling, I must have accidentally brushed against Secretary Lu's lipstick. She occasionally comes in to hand me documents and might have brushed against my sleeve," Shen Yixiao explained, concealing his momentary panic with calmness. "Secretary Lu, once again." It was Secretary Lu. Shen Yixiao's brilliance lies in his reluctance to create distance from Lu Xiaoyan too hastily, instead using their work-related interactions to subtly mask the occasional slip-ups in their facade, a blend of truth and falsehood that leaves me in a state of uncertainty. Has Secretary Lu perhaps found herself in a romantic entanglement? I inquired deliberately, noticing that she seems to have taken a greater liking to dressing up, resembling someone who might be dating. Su Ying, listening intently from the side, fixed her gaze upon me, her eyes glinting with amusement and derision. It was evident she found my naivety amusing, perceiving me as a foolish creature, akin to a circus monkey, which must have brought her some satisfaction. She interjected, "Of course, a woman adorns herself for the one she loves. I can't help but wonder what kind of boyfriend the lovely Secretary Lu has found. Shun, you ought to keep an eye on her. After all, she is under your purview." A well-phrased remark indeed. Both Shen Yixiao and I turned to her in unison. Chapter 9. A striking resemblance to me, Shen Yixiao's expression darkened. "Su Ying, if you can't speak sensibly, kindly remain silent." Su Ying quickly covered her mouth, apologizing profusely. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to offend. My point is that Secretary Lu works closely with you. She is your capable assistant. If she encounters an unsuitable partner, it could adversely affect her work, and, consequently, it would be wise to guide her." Shen Yixiao's demeanor softened slightly, yet his tone remained frosty. "It's none of my concern. She can choose whomever she pleases." Such distant words would lead anyone to believe that there exists no romantic sentiment between him and Lu Xiaoyan, merely a professional relationship. Yet, my mind conjured images of them entwined on the grand bed of his apartment, their intimacy unrestrained at the elevator entrance. Indeed, why should he be concerned with other women? He ought to focus on caring for his own wife. Su Ying shot me a knowing glance. Shen Yixiao, evidently irritated by her cryptic remarks, issued an ultimatum. "Su Ying, you won't be staying for dinner tonight. Perhaps next time." With a huff, Su Ying left, seemingly in good spirits. No sooner had she departed than Shen Yixiao sought to gauge my feelings. "Wife, are you upset about the lipstick mark?" "Not at all. I understand you must socialize, and even if it involves other women, I can accept that," I replied with feigned understanding. His hand clasped mine with a touch of emotion, his eyes sparkling with genuine affection and tenderness. His feelings for me remained, albeit somewhat diluted. I would never engage in frivolity with other women. Who would dare challenge my devotion? He declared, "Little moon, my heart belongs solely to you. It had been quite some time since Shen Yixiao had called me Little Moon. At 17, he pursued me relentlessly, never hesitating to use that endearing term both in class and on the playground. In the realm of television, scripted as it may be, his calling me Little Moon ignited a fervor of pure love among fans. Observing him now, his youthful innocence replaced by a mature grace, he had become the epitome of a dream lover for many women. I embraced him tightly, not wanting him to perceive the forced smile on my face. Shen Yixiao chose not to return to the office that afternoon, opting instead to spend rare moments with me at home. Acting as my model, he posed in the art studio for a full 2 hours. However, as I wielded my brush, I found myself repeatedly pausing, ultimately producing an image devoid of vitality. It seemed that the loss of my affection for him had drained my artistic inspiration. This was a dream I had cherished since childhood, nurtured by my parents' investment in my artistic endeavors, only to see it unravel. Shen Yixiao had meticulously crafted this studio for me, hoping to compensate for the opportunities one had missed. I adored being here, capturing each of his expressions and gestures on canvas. Does this look like me? Shen Yixiao asked, bemused after viewing the completed piece. I shook my head, not quite. My vacant expression sparked concern in him. He set aside the artwork and gently led me to the bedroom, suggesting I take a moment to rest. I did not refuse. Unable to sleep, I arose to fetch a glass of water, only to overhear Shen Yixiao's voice. You performed well this morning, but you mustn't repeat that. Going without protection is too risky. Buy some and keep them in the drawer of the break room, so you're not scrambling at the last minute. Also, you left lipstick on my sleeve, and I don't want my wife to be upset. A wave of revulsion washed over me as I listened, realizing he was unaware of my wakefulness. I swiftly retreated upstairs, burying myself under the covers, suppressing the surge of nausea. Fortunately, he remained oblivious to my descent until the evening, behaving as though nothing had transpired. The weekend arrived, and the company's anniversary celebration commenced as scheduled. The venue was the rooftop hall of the corporate building, attended by executives and management, along with various partners and associates. Rising early, I donned a shimmering mermaid gown, which sparkled under the light. Upon seeing me, Shen Yixiao's eyes brimmed with astonishment and delight. Wife, you look stunning. Mr. Shen, you and your wife are a perfect match. May I take your photograph? The makeup artist asked with envy. Shen Yixiao naturally wrapped his arm around my waist, his smile radiant, of course. After the makeup artist captured our image, she swiftly shared it online, garnering admiration and envy from many. Soon after, Shen Yixiao escorted me to the company. Upon reaching the top-floor venue, the doors opened, and, as he held my hand, we entered, instantly capturing the attention of all present, including Su Ying, who cast a dark glance my way before quickly masking it with a smile upon meeting my gaze. With our arrival, the anniversary celebration officially began. Shen Yixiao mingled effortlessly among the crowd, engaging in lively conversation, while I, losing interest after a while, sought solitude in a quiet corner. Madam, why are you here alone? Lu Xiaoyun approached, her expression laced with concern. For a fleeting moment, I believed I was gazing into a reflection of my former self. Her hair, dark and smooth, cascaded naturally over her shoulders, held back only by a clip, revealing a face as pure as lotus water, especially her strikingly bright eyes, reminiscent of my own. Clad in a white spaghetti strap gown, its silk texture shimmered under the lights, closely resembling my own attire. Hey, your dresses look quite similar, someone remarked nearby. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyun's expression shifted dramatically. Suddenly, I recalled what the staff from the gown brand had said earlier, that Shen Yixiao had ordered 2 dresses, one white to surprise me. No surprise awaited me, only a web of deceit. No, my dress is just something I bought online for a few hundred. It can't compare to the lady's gown. Lu Xiaoyun insisted, shaking her head repeatedly. It must have been that both dresses were tailored to my size. Otherwise, the ruse would have been unveiled. Hence, Lu Xiaoyun's gown fit her slightly snugly, particularly at the bust, revealing a hint of flesh. Though she bore a resemblance to me, her figure was undeniably more voluptuous, which explained Shen Yixiao's apparent fascination with her physique. As I prepared to respond, a sudden tearing sound came from behind, and I felt my gown loosen considerably, slipping downward. Swiftly, I secured the neckline, averting a wardrobe malfunction. Chapter 10. Lu Xiaoyun's boyfriend, madam. What's wrong? Lu Xiaoyun inquired, her brow furrowing in concern. Just then, Shen Yixiao noticed the unfolding situation and swiftly approached, pushing her aside with a protective demeanor. Lu Xiaoyan stumbled to the ground, her face a portrait of shock and grievance as she gazed up at him. Shen Yixiao steadied me, recognizing the issue with my dress, immediately shedding his jacket to drape it over my shoulders. He then turned to Lu Xiaoyan with a frigid glare. "What are you doing?" Lu Xiaoyan, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, bit her lip, rendered speechless. Secretary Lu was merely engaging in a light conversation with me when, to my astonishment, my dress suddenly became unstitched. "Yixiao, would you accompany me to change into another dress?" I interjected to alleviate Secretary Lu's predicament. I understood that Shen Yixiao was anxious about Secretary Lu potentially revealing their connection in my presence, which had incited his earlier irritation. Secretary Lu stood up, her expression resolute. "Mr. Shen, since the lady's dress is damaged, why not let her wear this outfit of mine? I have a spare." Her defiance was subtle. The gown had been a gift from Shen Yixiao, intended to ensure she felt no less than me, and she was determined to return it after wearing it. Was this not a way to provoke Shen Yixiao? Indeed, he appeared troubled, frowning as he replied, "No need. I will borrow Secretary Lu's dress." "Thank you." I interrupted him with a cheerful demeanor. "Secretary Lu, let us proceed to the fitting room." Secretary Lu looked momentarily stunned, likely surprised that I would accept wearing a garment she had already donned. Shen Yixiao hastily tried to dissuade me, but I was resolute, pulling Secretary Lu along. In the fitting room, after my persistent urging, Secretary Lu reluctantly removed her dress and handed it to me. I noticed the marks on her waist, my fingers tightening slightly. "Does Secretary Lu have a boyfriend?" I inquired casually. As she retrieved a spare outfit from a locker, she responded, "Yes, we've been together for over a year." She looked up at me, a hint of challenge in her smile. "Madam, perhaps I could arrange for him to join us for dinner someday." Every mistress harbors the ambition to step out from behind the shadows of a man. They bide their time until the moment is ripe to provoke the legitimate partner, inching closer to usurp their place. Secretary Lu appeared harmless, yet her ambitions loomed large. She yearned to supplant me entirely, even if it meant initially adopting a subordinate role. I nodded. "That sounds delightful. I too am curious about the gentleman who has captured Secretary Lu's heart." Secretary Lu's lips curved into a sweet smile. "He treats me with such affection. I often feel unworthy of him. He insists that I am his little princess." These were words Shen Yixiao had spoken. I envisioned the scene of him cradling Secretary Lu in his arms, whispering such endearments. It was utterly ludicrous. I couldn't suppress a laugh, tears forming in the corners of my eyes as I wiped them away nonchalantly. Secretary Lu grew flustered, cautiously asking, "Madam, what is amusing you?" "Oh, nothing. Your description simply reminded me of my own memories with Mr. Shen. It appears we are both fortunate to have found good men," I replied airily. Secretary Lu sighed in relief, her smile taking on an inscrutable quality. "Indeed, we are equally fortunate." At that moment, her phone chimed. After glancing at the message, her expression shifted and she departed hastily. Holding the dress she had discarded, I felt a chill wash over me. With a scoff, I tossed it into the trash. I then removed the brooch from the dress and tied together the unraveled section before donning Shen Yixiao's coat as I made my way back. To my dismay, Shen Yixiao and Secretary Lu had vanished. "Sister-in-law, come, let's toast to you." Meng Ziqing and Liang Feng emerged, their glasses blocking my path as I searched for Shen Yixiao. I cast a cool glance in their direction and took a sip from the offered glass. Pretending to be intoxicated, I instructed the driver to take me home first. Only then did Meng Ziqing and Liang Feng cease their attempts to hinder me. Once in the elevator, I instructed the driver to wait for me in the parking lot, as I needed to visit the restroom. The entire company had the day off, and the area outside the executive office was deserted. A faint sound of moaning drifted from within, causing my heart to race. "This is your punishment. If you provoke her again, I will make you pay." "Mr. Shen, I was wrong, sob, sob, sob." "Did I say anything out of line in the fitting room? Be honest." I mentioned I had a boyfriend and that I would introduce him to her if the opportunity arose." "Darling, you are so exceptional. I cannot help but want to show you off. Why should she garner the world's envy while I cannot? I have declared my love for her, but that does not preclude my affection for you. Our relationship depends on you not disrupting my family. Understood? Speak up." "I understand. As long as I can be with you, I am content. Earlier, you pushed me for her. I hurt myself in the fall. Does it still hurt? It must be exhilarating, no?" Although they were conversing, I felt as though I was listening to something utterly distasteful, making me feel nauseous. The anniversary celebration was only halfway through, and Shen Yixiao dared to indulge with Secretary Liu here. His audacity had reached unprecedented levels. My fingers trembled as I sent him a message. I've had a bit to drink and am feeling tipsy. I asked the driver to take me home. Half a minute later, I received a reply. Who dared apply you with drink? Darling, I was just downstairs with friends. I will return immediately and accompany you home. Reading his message, my heart felt as though it had been cleaved in two. As soon as I opened that door, his facade would shatter, and the world would witness his repugnance. But how could I leave afterward? Everyone merely watched, incapable of offering me liberation. My hand pressed against the door, desperately resisting the urge to push it open, and ultimately, I turned away without a backward glance. On the journey home, I managed to compose myself and replied to Shen Yixiao, "No need. I have requested the driver to take me back. I'm already en route." Shen Yixiao responded almost instantly. "All right, after the anniversary celebration concludes, I will return immediately. I shall ignore all social engagements. I simply want to cling to my wife." He was likely still enthralled by Secretary Liu, yet he could still divert his attention to me. I truly admired him. "Old Zhang, you may return first. I have arranged to meet a friend for tea. I will take a taxi back later." I instructed the driver to stop and stepped out of the car. Not far away, a bar had just opened its doors for the afternoon. I gazed at the vibrant new sign, my mind wandering. This was a bar Shen Yixiao and I frequented. It had now changed its name, symbolizing the shifts that had occurred, which I had overlooked. Upon entering the bar, I found it relatively empty, and the bartender prepared a drink for me, engaging me in friendly conversation. "It is quite remarkable," he mused while polishing a silver cup. "You and Mr. Shen first came here for drinks when you were merely 18 or 19. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed, and you have both become prosperous individuals." As I sipped my drink, a bitter smile crept onto my lips. My mind flooded with memories of the first time Shen Yixiao took me to a bar. I had been averse to alcohol, and he had vehemently discouraged me from drinking, deeming it unwholesome. Yet, I did not wish to be a mere observer while others indulged, so I insisted on trying. Eventually, my tolerance improved, and Shen Yixiao seldom restrained me thereafter. "Madam, you have not visited in quite some time. Why are you here alone today?" the bartender inquired. I downed my drink in one go and cheerfully replied, "He is busy. Another drink, please." The bartender familiar with Shen Yixiao had mostly departed, leaving only this one, while the others were unfamiliar. I accepted a second drink, gazing vacantly at the increasingly lively bar, feeling as though I no longer belonged. After finishing my final drink, I prepared to leave. The effects of the alcohol rendered my steps unsteady, and I stumbled toward the exit. "Miss, are you all right?" A man caught my arm, speaking in halting Mandarin. I glanced up to see a foreigner. I smiled and replied, "I'm fine, thank you, handsome." No sooner had I spoken than an upheaval in my stomach compelled me to break free from his grasp and dash toward the restroom. Though my tolerance was commendable, I could not withstand such excessive drinking. To my surprise, the foreign man lingered outside the restroom, and as I emerged, he promptly approached to assist me once more. "Are you okay? I can take you home." I was about to refuse when a chilling voice interrupted. "It seems your private life has been rather eventful over the years." Su Zhongnan stood not far away, his gaze glinting with a touch of frost, clearly mocking me. Dressed in a gray hoodie and black jeans, he appeared exceptionally handsome, softening his inherently aloof demeanor. Yet his slightly elongated phoenix eyes remained as indifferent as ever. The posture I shared with the foreign man indeed appeared intimate. I never anticipated that our second encounter would unfold under such circumstances. I hastily pushed the foreign man away, insisting, "You've misunderstood. We are not acquainted." The foreign man, perceiving the awkwardness, discreetly exited, leaving me to confront the situation alone. A one-night stand, perhaps? Su Jingnan's eyes reflected a glimmer of coldness. Does Shen Yixiao know? Mentioning Shen Yixiao conjured memories of his numerous betrayals. I had contemplated reciprocating his treachery, yet I was reluctant to tarnish my own integrity. Su Zhongnan mistakenly believed I was the one indulging in infidelity, unaware that I was the one betrayed. I had no desire to discuss Shen Yixiao in front of him. In the past, I had made harsh declarations for the sake of a so-called love, wagering that Shen Yixiao's feelings for me were genuine. If he were to learn of my current predicament, I would become a subject of ridicule, and the most humiliating part was that I could not even divorce him, even if I were to reveal the sordid details. It would have to wait until I had saved enough money and secured the necessary documents to leave Shen Yixiao for good. It's merely a misunderstanding. I have done nothing wrong to Shen Yixiao, I repeated numbly. I have no interest in your affairs. I only remind you, as a former friend, to take responsibility for your choices. Su Zhengnan furrowed his brow, coldly casting those words before turning to leave. I opened my mouth but found no words to utter. Had I not chosen Shen Yixiao, I might have had a family, friends, and a career akin to Su Zhengnan's. I pressed my dizzy head with my hands and hurriedly left the bar, my mind a tumultuous mess. Upon returning home, I retreated to the bathroom for a bath to sober up. Su Ying sent multiple messages. Where have you been again? Shen Yixiao didn't return with you? What's going on? Has he changed his mind? That Secretary Liu has been shadowing Shen Yixiao. I saw several people mistake her for you. Aren't you jealous? I read these words laced with sarcasm and provocation, fully aware of Su Ying's current mindset. Wife. Shen Yixiao's voice called from outside, imbued with deep affection. Are you in there taking a bath? Hurry out. I brought you something delicious. You must be hungry. I remained silent, submerging my head beneath the water. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open, and upon seeing me submerged, Shen Yixiao rushed over in a frenzy, shouting Liu. He gripped my arm anxiously, lifting me from the water. When I opened my eyes, I was met with his face, which was a mask of panic and fear, his eyes frighteningly red. Thank goodness, you're all right. You're all right. Upon realizing I had regained consciousness, he held me tightly, as if he wanted to crush me in his embrace. I allowed him to hold me, my hands hanging limply at my sides, offering no response. Shen Yixiao was genuinely terrified, completely oblivious to my unusual demeanor. He merely buried his head in the dampness of my neck, murmuring, I'm sorry, wife, I'm so sorry. Finally, I stirred, intrigued. Could it be that my fright had prompted him to confess his infidelity? It's my fault for spending too little time with you lately. I regret not coming back with you today. I promise I will change. It turned out I had overthought the matter. A chill swept through me. Had Shen Yixiao confessed now, I would have found solace in his honesty, grateful that he couldn't bear to deceive me any longer. I let out a cold laugh, mocking my naive, 17-year-old self. I'm fine. I just dozed off while bathing. Please don't worry about me. I reassured him, asking Shen Yixiao to set me down. How could you be so careless? You nearly scared me to death. If anything happened to you, I wouldn't know how to live. Shen Yixiao released me, his eyes still glimmering with unshed tears. He observed me cautiously. Wife, have you encountered any troubles recently? Please tell me, no matter what it is. I caught the fleeting flicker of anxiety in his gaze, testing whether I had discovered his extramarital affair. I shook my head, diverting the conversation to the topic of children, expressing my regret that we did not have one. Shen Yixiao breathed a sigh of relief, raising his hand in a vow. Wife, I swear to the heavens. You are far more important than any child. Please don't let this issue burden you. I couldn't help but laugh at his sincerity. He professed love for me in one breath while demonstrating loyalty to Liu Xiaoyan in another. The irony was that he believed my smile was a response to his comforting words. Chapter 12. The misunderstanding. Do not act foolishly. You know you're my sole pillar of support. Shen Yixiao stroked my damp hair, his eyes filled with pleading and sorrow. I took his hand, right. I was curious to see whether he would regret his habitual deceit when his only source of support eventually vanished. After changing, Shen Yixiao personally dried my hair, his gentle and meticulous actions revealing his affection for me. We embraced and fell asleep, sharing the same bed but harboring different dreams. The next morning, I was awakened by Shen Yixiao's voice. Immediately retract those articles or prepare for my lawyer's letter. I will not let you off easily. I approached him. He had his back to me, engaged in a phone call. At that moment, Su Ying sent me a message. Shen Yixiao and Secretary Liu have made headlines. Why don't you take a look? A sense of dread enveloped me as I hurried to check. At yesterday's anniversary celebration, several photos of Shen Yixiao and Liu Xiaoyan had been taken, showcasing their compatibility. Yet the headline read, the Shen couple attend the anniversary celebration together, displaying affection. Someone had mistaken Liu Xiaoyan for me. What a grand joke. Was Shen Yixiao negotiating with the media just now? A faint smirk crossed my lips. His guilt was palpable. Even a misunderstanding could render him vulnerable. I returned to the bedroom, refraining from interrupting Shen Yixiao's conversation with the media company. Before he could return, Liu Xiaoyan's call came in first. As Shen Yixiao's secretary, She had my number, but seldom reached out. Madam, I am so sorry. Upon answering, her voice trembled with emotion. Yesterday, Mr. Shen and I were photographed by some ill-intentioned individuals, and falsehoods have been spread, causing you distress. I deeply apologize. Was she preemptively trying to mitigate my potential wrath? In my previous life, such a misunderstanding had never occurred. As I had stayed with Shen Yixiao until the anniversary event concluded, and I had cut my hair, thus avoiding such confusion. Secretary Liu, it's merely a small misunderstanding. I have seen it and am not concerned. Yixiao is currently negotiating with the media. He is quite furious. I spoke calmly, suppressing my growing disdain for Liu Xiaoyan. The more jealousy I exhibited, the more satisfaction she derived. This was precisely the effect she sought. A punch thrown against cotton yields a sense of powerlessness. Liu Xiaoyan was evidently caught off guard by my calm demeanor, and Shen Yixiao, as evident anger, falling silent. Secretary Liu, it would be prudent for you to issue a statement clarifying your relationship with Yixiao. Oh, and you might as well include your boyfriend in the announcement. That would lend it more credibility. Liu Xiaoyan's boyfriend was Shen Yixiao himself. How could she possibly make such a public declaration? Unless Shen Yixiao chose to reveal it. She lacked the courage to do so. Beyond secretly competing with me, she had no other recourse. Madame, Liu Xiaoyan stammered, unable to fulfill my suggestion. What is the matter? Does Secretary Liu wish for everyone to continue their misconceptions? I interrupted her with an air of gentleness that concealed a certain assertiveness. Liu Xiaoyan found herself in a quandary, remaining silent for a moment before reluctantly replying. All right, I will clarify, but my boyfriend does not like to be exposed online. So I will explain alone. Very well, I said, ending the call. At that moment, Shen Yixiao returned, and upon witnessing my action, his expression shifted to one of anxiety. Wife, who are you on the phone with? I waved my phone. Secretary Liu called me, concerned that I might misunderstand your relationship. Weren't you two photographed together? Everyone assumed she was me. The instant he heard that Liu Xiaoyan had contacted me, Shen Yixiao's face darkened, brimming with suppressed anger. He absolutely did not want Liu Xiaoyan to reach out to me. He felt the same about any circumstance, unable to express his rage in front of me. He approached to explain, Wife, it's merely a misunderstanding. I have already contacted the media company to clarify, and I will clarify unilaterally as well. Secretary Liu cannot possibly be you. You are my one and only treasure. Is that so? I looked up at Shen Yixiao, captivated by his soulful peach blossom eyes and the charming dimple beneath his eye, traits I had previously adored. However, his demeanor was serious now, devoid of any lightheartedness. Should I discover his infidelity, he would have to confront not only my disappointment and departure, but also the collapse of his devoted husband facade, subjected to the ridicule of those familiar with our past. Well, Secretary Liu mentioned she would clarify as well. She said she has a boyfriend who treats her exceptionally well, calling her a little princess, pampering her endlessly, but he dislikes public appearances, making it impossible for her to clarify alongside him. What a pity. That would have been more effective, I stated, both intentionally and unintentionally. Shen Yixiao was seething with pent-up frustration. He desired to possess Liu Xiaoyan, but had no intention of entangling himself in her life. Nor did he wish for her to disrupt the harmonious family he had painstakingly built. He offered a few words of comfort, citing work commitments, before leaving home. 2 hours later, Liu Xiaoyan's statement of clarification was released, repeatedly asserting that the photograph was a misunderstanding and that her relationship with Shen Yixiao was strictly that of superior and subordinate. Don't you think she bears a striking resemblance to Liu? President Shen is notoriously fond of his wife. He even insists that secretaries resemble her. Someone commented, I have a friend working at Shen's company, and I heard that Shen Yixiao was livid over this incident, berating the public relations team. Hilarious. How did Liu perceive this? What was my own view? I lay on my bed, scrolling through my phone. Soon after, I rose to head out, intending to purchase gifts as my parents were returning to the country soon. If I truly planned to see them, I needed to prepare some tokens of affection. The thought of returning home filled me with unease. I feared they would still refuse to forgive me, and if I were to divorce Shen Yixiao, I would never return to my former home. I drove to a shopping district, navigating through various luxury brand stores in search of a necklace for my mother. Yet I struggled to find a piece that resonated with me. The sales associate patiently assisted me, when suddenly a familiar voice broke through from behind. Darling, let's look at bags another time. I have something to attend to. Meng Zicheng stood with his back to me, accompanied by a heavily made-up woman clinging to his arm. You always have something to do when it comes to bags. You clearly do not love me. Of course, I love you, but my best buddy called me over. I can't just ignore him. How about I take you out for some fun? Meng Ziqing laughed, wrapping his arm around the woman's waist. His best buddies, Shen Yixiao and Liang Feng, were mentioned as he casually spoke an address that I committed to memory. Chapter 13. The Absurd Defense. After selecting the necklace, I drove to the location Meng Ziqing had mentioned, a private club I had visited a couple of years prior. I approached the entrance and provided Shen Yixiao's name for entry, gaining access smoothly. Casually, I inquired the staff, by the way, which room is he in? President Shen is in room 8, they replied without suspicion. Nodding, I made my way toward room 8. Meng Ziqing had already arrived. I watched him push open the door and slowly close it, sealing off the world within. Standing at the entrance, I placed my hand gently against the thick door, pushing it slightly ajar to listen quietly. I'm so sorry, President Shen, it was my fault. Lu Xiaoyun's voice came through, filled with grievance and fear. I cannot see the scene unfolding inside, but listen intently. Xiao Ge, please don't be angry. Secretary Lu surely did not mean it. Meng Ziqing interjected, attempting to mediate. Shen Yixiao's voice rose sharply. Didn't he mean it? She dared to tell your sister-in-law that she has a boyfriend who dotes on her, treating her like a princess, and she had the audacity to call Li Yu. His anger was palpable, mixed with a hint of disdain. Lu Xiaoyun sobbed softly, remaining silent. It was Liang Feng who spoke next. Secretary Lu, what is your intention? Do you wish to replace Li Yu? The room fell into an eerie silence. Even my palms grew clammy with cold sweat, my heart slowing its rhythm in anticipation of the response. Before Lu Xiaoyun could reply, Shen Yixiao let out a derisive laugh. Ha, dreaming. Lu Xiaoyun crumbled under Shen Yixiao's scornful demeanor, her voice rising in defiance. President Shen, I admit I love you, willingly playing the role of your warm bed secretary. But you need not look down upon my feelings. I may not compare to your wife, but why did you seek me out then? Then don't take advantage of my drunkenness to crawl into my bed. Shen Yixiao shouted, followed by the sound of shattering glass, intensifying the tension in the room. Should I feel touched? The man I had weathered storms with was nurturing a mistress while staunchly defending my dignity in front of her. Shen Yixiao was an enigma, navigating between me and Lu Xiaoyun with such contradictory energy, draining his vitality. Meng Ziqing again assumed the role of peacemaker. Let us not quarrel, Secretary Lu. Apologize sincerely to Xiao Ge and ensure it doesn't happen again. Liang Feng added, indeed, Li Yu's significance to him is not something you can compare to. During his darkest times, it was Li Yu who stood by him, even sacrificing for him. Are you prepared to pay such a price? I slowly clenched my fists. I preferred that Lu Xiaoyun remain unaware of this matter. Yet Liang Feng had to speak out. Lu Xiaoyun retorted stubbornly, I never had the chance to shield President Shen, but I can bear him a child. President Shen, even if the child is raised by you and your wife, I wouldn't mind being unrecognized as the mother. Don't you desire a child of your own? Shen Yixiao fell silent. I found it hard to breathe, releasing my grip as the door closed behind me. Humiliation and fury washed over my every nerve. I longed to obliterate those two. The price of my inability to bear children had ultimately become a cog in their affair. How absurd. I stormed out of the club, driving home at breakneck speed, fearful that my anger would compel me to expose their betrayal. Upon returning home, Aunt Yang called again. Once I calmed my emotions, I answered, Xiaoya, your parents are returning early. They'll be home tomorrow. I wanted to inform you. Xiaoya, they only want what's best for you. You had such a falling out, but so much time has passed. Now that you and Shen Yixiao are so happy, it proves your choice was correct. Your parents will surely forgive you. Aunt Yang's earnest words resonated with me. She was a close friend of my mother-s, both concerned for one another's affairs. When I had severed ties with my family, she had searched for me everywhere, hoping to persuade me to return. I had always remembered her kindness, though I felt too ashamed to reach out. Guilt-ridden, I replied, all right, Aunt Yang, ich understand. Thank you for letting me know. Good child, I just hope you all can reconcile. I watched you grow up. You're like my own daughter. Aunt Yang expressed, her sentiment touching. As I reminisced about some amusing childhood anecdotes with her, Su Jingnan's voice intruded, evidently engaged in a phone conversation with Li Yu. The moment I heard his voice, an inexplicable nervousness enveloped me, akin to a sense of embarrassment, as I dreaded that he might perceive my current predicament. Even through the phone, I felt a wave of apprehension. In the background, I could vaguely hear Aunt Yang whispering, but her words were indistinct. And then I sensed her phone shifting. Suddenly, Su Zhengnan's voice, which had previously been somewhat distant, resonated clearly on the other end. Hello? Honey, I'm back. At that moment, Shen Yixiao's voice echoed from the doorway. There was a brief silence of 2 seconds from Su Zhengnan's side, and just as I was about to speak, he decisively hung up. I stood there, momentarily dazed, realizing that Aunt Yang must have pressured him into speaking with me, and upon hearing Shen Yixiao's voice, he had found a convenient excuse to end the call. Shen Yixiao entered, holding a bouquet of vibrant red roses, his eyes filled with profound regret. Do you like them? Red roses. As I gazed at the roses he offered, memories flooded back to when we first got together. He could not afford real roses and instead brought me a few artificial ones, which he placed in a vase. I cherished those moments, appreciating the vibrant roses he now gifted me, reveling in their passionate beauty, while teasingly remarking that the plastic roses would never wilt, remaining eternally fresh. At that time, I adored him in every form. I was willing to risk everything for him because he was worth it. Taking the flowers, I managed a faint smile. Thank you. I really liked them. In truth, I now regarded them as nothing more than a pool of mosquito blood. Shen Yixiao sat down, grasping my hand, his eyes filled with guilt. Honey, I've given Secretary Liu a half-month leave. Although that news was a misunderstanding, I didn't want you to feel uncomfortable. I smiled faintly, remaining silent. Shen Yixiao cautiously enveloped me in his embrace, his breathing slow and heavy. The next morning, I called out to Shen Yixiao as he prepared to leave for the office. Yixiao, I want to travel abroad for a while. Have you seen my ID and passport? I feigned nonchalance. A flicker of wariness crossed Shen Yixiao's eyes. Why the sudden desire to travel? Honey, once I finish my work in a few days, I'll accompany you. I just feel bored and want a change of scenery. I can't seem to find my ID and passport. They couldn't have gone missing, could they? I replied. Chapter 14. Evasion. Shen Yixiao offered a reassuring smile, approaching to kiss my forehead. His eyes, filled with warmth and charm, were captivating. How could that happen? I must have put them away somewhere, but I can't recall where right now. I'll look for them when I have the time. I nodded obediently, watching him depart. As soon as he left, I changed my clothes, took the gifts I had bought the previous day, and drove towards my family's home. Hiding in my car, I peered through the glass of the villa. The front door was ajar, confirming Aunt Yang's words that my parents had indeed returned early. My heart raced with anxiety, fearing that upon entering, I would be met with their indifferent expressions, dreading their rejection. While I steeled myself mentally, a little boy, around 4 or 5 years old, burst out of the house, clutching a basketball. Ming 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 Ming, my mother called after him, and after years apart, she appeared noticeably older, yet her loving gaze remained familiar. However, that maternal affection no longer belonged to me. My heart clenched painfully, my mind blank as if struck by lightning. The little boy dashed past my car, gleefully shouting, Mom, I want to play basketball. I saw the court. Hearing him call her mom froze me in place. My mother caught up to the boy, scooping him in her arms and gently saying, No, we just got home. You're not familiar with the area. We'll wait for your dad to take you in a few days. The boy pouted, but eventually nodded obediently. Through a small crack in my window, I could see my mother release the boy, both of them walking back home. That tender scene had played out many times in my own life, and now it filled me with bitterness and regret. I couldn't bear to return, so, with those lavish gifts in hand, I left in defeat. Perhaps due to the emotional turmoil, my mind felt clouded, and midway, I rear-ended another vehicle. The driver leapt out, furious, banging on my window and demanding I exit the car. I called Shen Yixiao, accustomed to leaving such matters for him to handle. Madam, came Lu Xiaoyan's voice when the call connected, polite as always. President Shen is busy. Is there something you need? I can relay it to him. Weren't you on leave? I blurted out unexpectedly. There was a brief silence before she replied, Yes, I left something at the office and came back to retrieve it. Returning to the office to fetch something while simultaneously answering Shen Yixiao's calls? Was she treating me like a fool? The sudden revelation of having a brother added to my frustration. I could hardly contain my anger. It doesn't matter what Shen Yixiao is busy with. Put him on the phone immediately, or I will go to the office myself. The call ended abruptly, and I knew they must be in that lounge, engaged in a heated discussion. Shen Yixiao had a habit of showering after work, which explained why Lu Xiaoyan answered my call. The notions of leave and returning to the office were mere fabrications. 3 minutes later, Shen Yixiao returned my call, his tone anxious. Honey, what's wrong? I was busy when Lou's secretary answered your call. She said you seemed upset. I crashed into someone else's car. I replied coldly, unable to maintain my fa ade any longer. Upon hearing this, Shen Yixiao immediately inquired about my location, urging me not to exit the vehicle. I sat in the car like a marionette, devoid of all emotion, allowing the irate driver outside to berate me and demand I step out. Half an hour later, Shen Yixiao arrived, swiftly resolving the issue by offering double the repair costs. I opened the car door and stepped out, my expression rigid as I confronted him. Why is Lou's secretary still at the office? Does she need to answer your calls while retrieving something? Is the item she forgot resting on your desk? I just finished a meeting. My phone was left in the conference room. She dropped her coat in there yesterday, and when she went to retrieve it, she saw my phone and answered your call. Shen Yixiao replied, unflinching, deftly changing the subject as he checked on me. Honey, are you all right? Are you hurt? We should head to the hospital. I shrugged off his hand. I'm fine. Let us just go home. Seeing that I had dropped the inquiry about Lu Xiaoyan, Shen Yixiao let out a silent sigh of relief, oblivious to the faint strawberry mark adorning his neck. Once home, he dispatched someone to repair the car, and then came to comfort me, concerned I might have been shaken up. I shook my head. I wasn't that fragile. I recalled the times when we faced dire circumstances, being chased with knives and sticks in dark alleys, and I had never felt fear. Mentioning those harrowing memories softened Shen Yixiao's gaze, and he held my hand tightly. That past was something we had endured together, irreplaceable by anyone else. I wanted to remind him of all I had sacrificed for him and how it felt when he betrayed me. Yet, he displayed no signs of guilt or remorse. Instead, he nostalgically recounted those times, his eyes brimming with fondness and reflection. I grew weary and interjected, I'm a bit tired. I want to sleep. All right, rest for a while. I still need to return to the office. My work isn't finished. Contact me if you need anything. Shen Yixiao nodded. I remained silent. My thoughts a tangled mess. My parents had somehow had another child. Was it biological or adopted? Was it because of disappointment in me that you acted this way? Yet, I did not hold the right to blame them. In my youth, I was merely impulsive. Just when I was feeling troubled, Su Ying called, her voice brimming with excitement. Xiaoyu, do you know about the International Art Exhibition in the east of the city tomorrow? I feigned indifference, I know. Your family Shen definitely has an invitation. Could you get one for me too? Let us go together. Su Ying unabashedly requested my assistance. At the anniversary celebration, my gown had a seam come undone. I had called the brand representatives to inspect it. They claimed a thread had snapped. However, the dress fit me so perfectly that it was implausible for it to break. The only possibility was that Su Ying had damaged it while trying on, yet she never informed me. If I were to embarrass myself in front of everyone, her aim would have been achieved. I firmly declined her request. No, I do not intend to attend that exhibition, and Shen Yixiao will not prepare an invitation for me. Upon hearing my response, Su Ying's exuberance evaporated, and she appeared displeased. Why? Weren't you planning to go? You even said you'd take me along. The exhibition is about to start, and now you're not going? I had prepared for this for quite some time. Chapter 15. Interrogation like me. Su Ying was an art student during our school years, sharing a passion for painting. We had always had much to discuss regarding our mutual interest in art. I paid her displeasure little heed and calmly explained, I am unwell and do not wish to attend. Your health is indeed fragile. Why are you always unwell? Shen Yixiao should take you for a full checkup. He is so wealthy. Why be so stingy? Su Ying retorted, clearly irritated. She showed no concern for my discomfort, but rather felt annoyed that I was hindering her from attending the exhibition. I shifted the conversation. Su Ying, didn't the gown you tried on last time seem a bit small? There was a pause on her end before she replied, awkwardly, no, it fit perfectly. Why? At the anniversary celebration, my gown had a seam come undone, and the brand claimed it was due to being jostled. That gown was custom-made to my specifications, and it fit me impeccably. Other than you trying on, no one else had touched it. My tone grew colder. Su Ying began to make excuses, alternating between blaming the gown's quality and insisting that I should not doubt her. As our conversation progressed, the atmosphere between us grew tense. Ultimately, whether out of guilt or anger, she abruptly ended the call. I had no intention of seeking compensation from her, as she could not afford it. I merely wished to tarnish our relationship further. I would rather have overt adversaries than superficial friends. That evening, Shen Yixiao returned home and informed me that Su Ying had contacted him. He embraced me from behind, his strong arms encircling me like a cage, causing me to feel a bit breathless. He softly inquired, didn't you want to attend the exhibition? I have already prepared the invitation, including one for your friend. Consider it a chance to unwind. He seemed genuinely hopeful that I would attend, perhaps sensing my emotional turmoil at home or wanting to divert my attention from Lu Xiaoyan. I contemplated my future. If I were to part ways with Shen Yixiao, I must possess the means to sustain myself. I needed to not only resume painting, but also expand my horizons and integrate into the art community. All right, then give me the invitation. I seized the opportunity to extricate myself from Shen Yixiao's embrace. He turned and retrieved 2 exquisite invitations from his coat before heading to his study. The next day, I drove to the exhibition. It was a gathering of renowned artists. Although I remained relatively unknown in the art world, my appearance alongside Shen Yixiao on a variety show, coupled with his penchant for public displays of affection, meant that many recognized me. I exchanged contact information, planning to gradually cultivate connections. As the exhibition neared its conclusion, I decided to leave early. Liu. Suddenly, Su Jingnan's voice rang out, crisp and clear, strikingly pleasant to the ear. I was taken aback and turned to see him unexpectedly appear, momentarily speechless. My nervousness upon seeing him felt instinctive, a habit forged over years. I had harbored a crush on him since childhood, which made me flustered and anxious in his presence. Later, when I was with Shen Yixiao, his disapproval only heightened my tension. I feared hearing his resolute words. Now, my anxiety stemmed mainly from the fear of him discovering the dismal state of my life. Did you come alone? He approached, his light blue denim shirt gently wrinkled, yet fitting impeccably, paired with casual black jeans that accentuated his charm. He noticed the painting I was carrying, one I had purchased today. Oh, what brings you here? I asked, trying to maintain composure. My parents have returned. As a neighbor, I thought to buy a painting as a gift for them. Su Zhengnan replied nonchalantly. I recalled the times I had visited his home more frequently as a child. He had a cordial relationship with my parents, particularly my father, who always praised Su Zhengnan for his intelligence and poise. Silence enveloped us as I was reminded of a little boy named Mingming. Su Zhengnan stood casually, hands in his pockets, and remarked, I recall you were an art student in high school. Perhaps you could help me choose something. Sure, I agreed, eager to find a gift for my parents, yet lacking the courage to face them directly. Sending the gift through Su Zhengnan seemed a suitable solution. In the gallery, we walked in tandem, exchanging little conversation as I scanned the walls adorned with various paintings, contemplating which my parents would appreciate. Su Zhengnan was busy, receiving a couple of brief phone calls in just 10 minutes. As I lost myself in thought, observing his silhouette, Shen Yixiao's call interrupted. Where are you? His voice, taut and different from usual, filled the line. At the exhibition, I replied calmly, not sensing the urgency. Shen Yixiao inhaled deeply, bypassing pleasantries and ordering, leave there immediately. I'll be at the entrance in 5 minutes to take you home. Before I could respond, he hung up. Su Zhengnan regarded me intently, and once I ended the call, he spoke in a somewhat distant tone. If you have something to attend to, you may go. I can manage the paintings alone. I wished to avoid Shen Yixiao's arrival and, even more, did not want him to see Su Zhengnan. Pointing to a sunflower painting on the wall, I hurriedly suggested, how about this one? My parents adore sunflowers. We even planted them in our yard when I was little. Su Zhengnan glanced up at the painting, but I had no time for further conversation and hurriedly left. Upon reaching the entrance, I spotted Shen Yixiao's car. He opened the door, his face clearly bearing a layer of restrained anger. I slid into the passenger seat. Let us go home. Shen Yixiao remained silent throughout the drive, and I was perplexed by his sudden irritability, as if I had offended him. Only when we arrived home did he abruptly ask, when did he return to the country? Who? I feigned ignorance, although I suspected he meant Su Zhengnan. Shen Yixiao's frustration surfaced as he spat out, Su Zhengnan. Seeing his displeased and angry expression transported me back to the early days of our relationship, when I had shared all my secrets with him, including my past crush on Su Zhengnan. He would sulk and, out of jealousy, ask, who was more handsome, him or me? Who do you like more? Now, he had matured beyond such childish queries, yet his hostility remained palpable. Chapter 16. The renowned double-standard man. I was taken aback. Su Zhengnan? You saw him? S demeanor was dark as he confronted me. You're still pretending, aren't you? I saw you during the live stream. If it weren't for Su Ying informing me, I would still be in the dark. Do you regret choosing me back then? I observed the fluctuating emotions on his face, a blend of insecurity and fixation, for he was acutely aware that his background paled in comparison to Su Jingnan's. My journey alongside him had been fraught with hardship, and he feared that I might harbor regrets. After all, if I had chosen Su Zhongnan, my life would have been a smooth sail. Indeed, I felt a twinge of regret, but I could not voice it. His origins and experiences had sculpted a character riddled with flaws, rendering him incapable of accepting the truth. This realization only deepened the chasm between us. "Show me your chat history with Su Ying," I demanded, extending my hand. He opened the conversation, revealing that someone had live-streamed the art exhibition. Unable to attend, Su Ying watched from home and inadvertently spotted me alongside Su Zhongnan. Yet, our interactions were minimal, akin to strangers. The only greeting exchanged was not captured on camera. I feigned surprise, unaware that he had been present. I went alone. "You must have seen that I had no contact with him." Was skeptical. "I provided you with 2 invitations." Su Ying was home watching the live stream. "So who did you give the other invitation to?" I retrieved the remaining invitation from my bag and met his gaze directly, devoid of any shame. "This one is here." I chose not to accompany Su Ying. I went alone. His expression softened slightly upon seeing the invitation. I genuinely had no knowledge of Su Jingnan's presence, which left me with a clear conscience. It was rather amusing that, who had strayed emotionally, was so critical of my every action, rushing over the mere sight of me and Su Zhongnan in the same frame. His hypocrisy was astounding. At times, I found myself admiring couples who indulged in their own affairs, granting each other the freedom they craved, was incapable of unwavering devotion, yet feared I might stray as he had. "I apologize. I was simply too anxious," sighed, finally appearing relieved. He took the invitation from me, shifting the topic. "Why didn't you go with Su Ying?" I frowned, recalling how she had ruined my dress during a fitting, nearly leading to my embarrassment. Held no fondness for Su Ying. He could muster some warmth for women he fancied, but he was distinctly averse to those he did not, especially when they attempted to get close. He was no fool. He could discern Su Ying's occasional genuine affection, yet maintained politeness out of respect for me, considering she had never formally confessed her feelings. Hearing my sentiments, grew agitated. "What gave her the right to try on your dress?" "Darling, you've been far too kind to her. Just have her compensate you. She can't afford it. By the way, that white dress Secretary Liu wore the other day resembles mine. I heard it's from the same brand. How much do you pay her? She seems to afford such things." I abruptly shifted the conversation to Liu Xiaoyan. His expression changed immediately. "Really? I didn't even notice her beside me. She offered to give me her dress. And you didn't notice?" I feigned disbelief. Chuckled. "Darling, you looked so stunning that day. I couldn't focus on any other woman. Secretary Liu might have purchased a knockoff. Those aren't expensive." I pretended to have an epiphany. "Right, it must be a knockoff." I realized I dislike wearing clothes that others have worn, so I simply tossed them into the trash. His brow furrowed. That dress was quite valuable and a gift for Liu Xiaoyan. Disposing of it would certainly sting. What if Liu Xiaoyan then sought compensation? His interest in her was largely physical. Financially, he could afford it, but would never be unrestrained. This was a sentiment he had previously confided in me after I discovered his infidelity in a past life. "Well, if it's gone, it's gone. If she needs compensation, I'll handle it directly." Clearly wished to steer clear of the topic. He tossed the invitation aside and turned his attention to the painting I was holding. "Did you find this today?" I nodded, not elaborating further, and prepared to find a spot to hang the artwork. It was an ink painting with dark undertones, wilted red roses, and a weeping woman beneath a grim sky, the black coastline threatening to engulf her. Upon seeing it, appeared surprised. "Why are you drawn to this style now? It seems rather gloomy." "My dear, this worries me. Perhaps I should accompany you to see a psychologist?" I merely felt that the story was a cautionary tale, a woman abandoned by love, betrayed, and trapped in such a world. Although I had not lived her experience, an inexplicable sorrow gripped me. I intentionally recited the narrative behind the painting, keenly observing his reaction. As long as Liu Xiaoyan was not mentioned, remained composed. He sighed. "True, but rest assured, my dear, I would never allow you to endure such anguish." With that, he took the painting away, forbidding its display in our home, deeming it inauspicious. "You are suited for brighter styles. Stay away from such morose imagery." I remained silent as he handed the painting to a servant, instructing them to find a place to store it. When busied himself in the study, I discreetly had the servant retrieve the painting and brought it to my art studio, hanging it prominently, for I felt the woman within it resembled me. After Liu Xiaoyan returned from her leave, visits to the company became increasingly delayed. He resumed the habit of lingering in bed, embracing me from behind, his breath warm against my ear, an overwhelming sensation of heat radiating from him. I felt slightly uncomfortable, yet did not pull away. It seems we haven't shared intimacy in quite some time. You constantly reject me, he murmured into my neck, his husky voice undoubtedly alluring to others. However, it triggered a visceral reaction within me, igniting a flame of jealousy. Must have felt the same insatiable desire with Liu Xiaoyan. I threw off the covers, disentangling myself from his embrace, turning my back to him. I told you I'm on medication and can't engage in intimacy. Why do you seem unconcerned about my well-being? I seized a moment, catching him off guard. Indeed bewildered, rose beside me. How can I not care for you? If I no longer loved you, would you accept that? My reaction is normal. I'm not trying to force you. Why are you suddenly angry? He reached for my hand, attempting to soothe me. A man who strayed often displayed excessive leniency towards the woman at home, seeking solace in their guilt. I'm just irritated. I'm in a foul mood. Go to the company. I'll go for a run to clear my mind. I refused to soften my stance, maintaining an inexplicable anger as I changed into workout clothes and exited. Did not pursue me. I jogged laps around the circular track, relishing the sensation of sweat until I sensed he had likely left for work before returning home for breakfast. Around noon, Meng Ziqing called me. Sister-in-law, have you and brother Xie had a quarrel? What happened? I inquired, my voice muffled by a facial mask. He just called me, wanting to go out drinking with the madman instead of going to the office. Every time he's in this state. It's clear he had a spat with you, Meng Ziqing asserted, his tone indicating he believed he understood us well. I did not wish to engage him further in such matters, so I offered a perfunctory response, expressing my recent melancholy and displaying a touch of coldness towards him. This incited his anger, and I requested your assistance in soothing him. Sister-in-law, the affection he harbors for you is as evident as the sun and moon. Even if there were some misunderstandings, they are surely unintentional. Please do not hold it against him. Otherwise, he may become utterly despondent. Meng Ziqing assumed the role of peacemaker. I merely acknowledged with a sound and promptly ended the call. Fortunately, over the past 2 years, my connection with them has significantly waned, and they are aware of my prolonged sorrow regarding my inability to conceive, which has drastically altered my disposition. Thus, my current demeanor is entirely justifiable. When Shen Yixiao and I had just been together for a year, Meng Ziqing had introduced him to other women. This led to a falling out between Shen Yixiao and Meng Ziqing, who later recounted the entire story to me upon his return. Subsequently, Meng Ziqing approached me, wearing an expression of regret, and sought my forgiveness, saying, I thought Yixiao was merely playing around, but I did not realize he was serious this time. Trulisore, Xiaoyu. At that moment, we were still quite young and had only recently come of age. The concepts of love and seriousness felt so ephemeral. However, Shen Yixiao's demeanor deeply moved me, leading me to believe that for the ensuing 3, 5, or even 10 years, he would remain steadfast and devoted. Yet, one cannot change the nature of a dog. Now, Meng Ziqing again plays the role of a matchmaker for Shen Yixiao, which seems quite fitting. That evening, Shen Yixiao did not return home. Meng Ziqing sent me a video showing him drinking alone, appearing quite despondent, while the companion girl at his side attempted to engage him but was met with a harsh rebuke. At that moment, a fellow artist, Sun Shaoling, who I had met on a variety show, messaged me, Yeah, why do I see your husband drowning his sorrows at a bar? Where are you? Why aren't you with him? I enjoy a good rapport with Sun Shaoling. Despite our initial meeting being in a professional setting, she possesses a gentle and caring nature, which I greatly admire. She has often expressed envy towards my marriage with Shen Yixiao and has confided in me about the waning passion in her own relationship, which has faced numerous threats of divorce. I responded, Sister Shaoling, I'm at home. Yixiao is out with friends, and I did not wish to join. She replied, I see. There are girls trying to flirt with your husband, yet he has rebuffed them all. What a good man he is. I affirmed, indeed, he truly is a good man. She then sent me a video. They're very close to us, but we must leave now, so we won't disturb them. Let us gather next time. I replied, sounds good. I opened a brief 5-second clip that Sun Shaoling had casually filmed, which briefly captured Shen Yixiao among several men drinking. However, my gaze was immediately drawn to Liu Xiaoyan, who was making her way through the crowd towards them. My fingers tightened as feelings of humiliation and anger swelled within me. The few unkind words exchanged earlier in the morning hardly warranted Shen Yixiao's extreme reaction. one that led him to seek solace in alcohol. He merely found an excuse to stay out, using Meng Ziqing and Liang Feng as a cover to meet Lu Xiaoyan. At that moment, I was struck by the realization that he must harbor feelings for her. I had accompanied him for so long, and we had shared so much. Yet he could not bring himself to admit that his affections had shifted. He sought to prove to those who once mocked us and opposed our union that he, Shen Yixiao, was no less than admirable, and that my choice to stand by him had been the right one. Regardless of how illustrious Shen Yixiao may appear now, he will forever be that insignificant rogue in my eyes. Yet before Lu Xiaoyan, he could conceal all of his less than glorious past and present himself as an impeccable man, basking in her admiration. Lu Xiaoyan had never witnessed Shen Yixiao, battered and bruised, lying on the ground like a lifeless fish. I seized my car keys and stepped out. Half an hour later, I arrived at the apartment, and upon entering, I found it impeccably clean, preserved in the state we had left it when we moved out. If Lu Xiaoyan was indeed residing here, she had exercised remarkable caution, ensuring that even my sudden appearance could not yield evidence of her presence. I wandered through the apartment, awaiting their return, mentally preparing myself for either a fruitless endeavor or a confrontation. Mr. Shun, you're too heavy. Stand up. I heard Lu Xiaoyan's voice at the door as I opened it at 11:30 at night. My heart sank, filled with both sorrow and indifference. I stepped forward, kindly opening the door for her, only to find her momentarily startled as she was entering the code, one hand supporting Shen Yixiao's arm, evidently struggling. Shen Yixiao, perhaps truly inebriated, showed no reaction upon seeing me. Madam, Lu Xiaoyan exclaimed, her face a mask of shock, as though calamity had befallen her. Observing her expression brought me a sense of amusement, akin to a child playing a prank, hiding to startle others. Feeling an odd sense of achievement in the fear I had instigated. I've arrived. I intend to stay here. This place holds cherished memories between my wife and me. You may leave now. Shen Yixiao pushed Lu Xiaoyan aside and staggered into the living room. Lu Xiaoyan's face flushed with embarrassment, and she stammered, Madam, Mr. Shen is intoxicated. I happened to be drinking with friends and wanted to help him return, but he insisted on coming here. Her boldness fluctuated like a balloon, swelling and deflating. Just moments ago, she was terrified to see me. Now, she was quick to fabricate a story. This is the place where we first rented together as we entered society, and it is also the first property we purchased. The significance is profound. I maintained a steady demeanor, allowing my emotions to remain unperturbed. Chapter 18. Masterful acting. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Xiaoyan's eyes, quickly replaced by a smug smile. She must have felt a sense of triumph, believing that she was on the verge of usurping my place in this meaningful home. Oh, Secretary Lu, please liaise with the property management for surveillance footage. I suspect someone is residing here. I shifted my gaze sharply towards Lu Xiaoyan. Her expression faltered, the smile frozen in place, revealing her rising panic. What's the matter, madam? Why would you think so? She stammered. Mr. Shen and I have not lived here for quite some time. However, I noticed the utility bills reflect regular usage, which led me to suspect someone is squatting or misappropriating the utilities. I explained with feigned seriousness. I had previously monitored the expenses when I suspected Lu Xiaoyan's presence. Confirming my theory, Lu Xiaoyan appeared genuinely flustered. Her desire to provoke me was overshadowed by the dread of being discovered. If the property management reviewed the footage, everything would unravel. However, she reluctantly acquiesced. Madam, I understand. I will handle this matter and report back to you. Report back to me for what? I glanced at Shen Yixiao in the living room and smiled. That won't be necessary. Just inform Mr. Shen. I was well aware of everything transpiring here. There was no need for her to reiterate. I merely wished to witness the palpable anxiety enveloping both Shen Yixiao and Lu Xiaoyan, delivering a subtle fright to Shen Yixiao. Lu Xiaoyan's composure began to falter. She forced a strained smile. Very well, madam. I will take my leave. As I watched her hurriedly retreat, my smile faded. After closing the door, I turned to Shen Yixiao, who lay sprawled on the sofa, appearing utterly unconscious. I regarded his inebriated state with a cold detachment. My mind flooded with memories of his past actions towards me. He had never spoken harshly to me. Between Lu Xiaoyan and myself, he had always chosen to defend me. I had endured years of a polygamous arrangement without bearing children, yet I endeavored to embrace the role of a mother, nurturing both his and Lu Xiaoyan's offspring. However, I cannot deny that when he and Lu Xiaoyun were with the child, they resembled a family of three. He indulged Lu Xiaoyun and the child in wearing matching outfits. And when I fell ill, he allowed Lu Xiaoyun to attend the kindergarten's parent-child sports day. He even tentatively inquired if I still desired a daughter. Knowing full well that I could not bear children, did he wish to have a daughter through Lu Xiaoyun's womb? Once was not enough to humiliate me. He sought a second instance. My eyes involuntarily reddened. Maintaining indifference and numbness became increasingly arduous, for pain does not dissipate in the face of apathy. Wife, Shen Yixiao murmured as he awakened, already the following morning. He groggily sat up, attempting to grasp my hand, which I did not withdraw. He remained oblivious to the countless times I had wished to take his life that night, to cleanse myself of the grievances and humiliations endured in my previous life. Yet, my rebirth was not meant for mutual destruction. It was intended to rectify the mistakes of my youth. Do you know where this is? I inquired softly. This is. Shen Yixiao looked around, clutching his head in discomfort, and asked in confusion, why am I here? I recalled drinking with Zicheng and Afeng, then encountering Secretary Liu, and we all had a couple of drinks together. Upon finishing his sentence, he seemed to remember something and immediately looked at me with anxiety. Wife, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have drunk with Secretary Liu. I was wrong, and I promise it won't happen again. Observing his theatrical performance, I was astounded. I knew he had feigned drunkenness the previous night and had not been deeply asleep. I was all too aware of his alcohol tolerance. Furthermore, he had come here with Lu Xiaoyun, naturally seeking to engage in intimate activities. How could he allow himself to become utterly inebriated? It was merely a matter of adapting when he saw me. In the midst of his pretense, he had indeed fallen asleep on the sofa. Alcohol does have its effects. Did Secretary Liu bring you here? Did you divulge the password to her? I stared intently into Shen Yixiao's eyes. He scratched his head, seemingly trying to recall something, then nodded. Yes, I was just having a disagreement with you, right? I longed for the times we lived here together, so I wanted to spend night here. Zicheng and Afeng were also quite drunk, so I had to trouble Secretary Liu to give me a ride. Such a contrived explanation. Yet Shen Yixiao delivered it with remarkable ease, having deceived me numerous times before, and I had chosen to believe him. Thus he relaxed his vigilance. He could fabricate any excuse, and I would not doubt him. This was his confidence in me. After speaking, he stood up, gently pulling my hand with a hint of guilt and remorse on his face. Wife, I'm sorry. My attitude was poor yesterday. I apologize. Please don't be angry. All right? Seeing the cautious glimmer in his eyes, his anxiety and unease felt sincere. I forced a smile, assuring him that I was not upset. I had also wished to come here last night, not expecting such a harmonious coincidence. Shen Yixiao sighed in relief, a smile breaking across his face. We are a perfect match. We must have this unspoken understanding. We are not a perfect match. We are a cruel jest of fate. Before leaving the apartment, I deliberately circled around the TV cabinet. Shen Yixiao, perplexed, led me out. Throughout, he failed to notice that the pair of clay figurines was missing. I suppressed my disappointment and disgust, following him to the elevator down. Shortly after returning home, Meng Zicheng and Afeng called in turns to apologize. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. We drank too much last night and didn't escort Xiao go back. Secretary Liu happened to be nearby with friends, so we asked her to drop him off. Please don't misunderstand, or I'll be the villain here. I intended to call a driver, but I drank too much and I don't even know where I tossed my phone, so if I had known, I would have stopped him from drinking. It's all my fault. Sister-in-law, please don't argue with Xiao Ge. Listening to their earnest and hurried explanations, my heart remained unsettled. Compared to Shen Yixiao's betrayal, the treachery of Meng Zicheng and Liang Feng was even more incomprehensible. Love may possess novelty, exclusivity, and struggle to maintain its essence, which I could reluctantly accept. But could friendship also manifest this way? I regarded them as if they were my younger brothers, having shared so many experiences together. They need not treat me with the same unwavering loyalty as Shen Yixiao. At the very least, I deserve some basic respect. They could turn a blind eye out of loyalty regarding Shen Yixiao's infidelity, but they should not actively assist him in concealing his lies or provide opportunities for his indiscretions. Chapter 19. Turning against him, there's nothing wrong between him and me. You need not worry. I interrupted Meng Zicheng. He cautiously probed, Really? I fear you'll be upset, or Xiao Ge will be distressed. Being with Shen Yixiao was a decision I had willingly made. However, as a young person with little prior experience in romance, I sometimes experience trivial emotions. In Meng Zicheng and Liang Feng's eyes, I was a treasure cherished by Shen Yixiao. I smiled lightly, allowing the breeze to carry my words. Really, you know the bond between us has endured so much. The foundational trust is certainly intact. Meng Zicheng fell into an odd silence for a few seconds, uncertain whether to sympathize with or mock me. Then he sighed in relief, responding cheerfully, "That's good. I'll take my leave then." After hanging up, I took my medication and sat on the sofa, reluctant to head upstairs. I had hardly slept the previous night, fixated on Shen Yixiao. Now, drowsiness enveloped me, and I soon found it difficult to keep my eyes open, oblivious to when Shen Yixiao had descended or when he had carried me to bed. I slept deeply, as if under the influence of a sleeping pill, and dreamt bizarre dreams. On the day of my wedding to Shen Yixiao, Su Zhengnan transformed into a wizard, appearing before us to cast a curse. "Madam, Miss Su has arrived." It was only when the maid called me awake that I stirred from my slumber. I had not been in contact with Su Ying for the past few days, as she held no utilitarian value for me. I initially intended to distance myself, ensuring she did not affect my departure from Shen Yixiao. However, the matters concerning the gown and art exhibition had not provided her with the self-awareness I had anticipated. Shen Yixiao had long since left for work, and the spacious bedroom felt empty, save for a few rays of sunlight streaming through the window, lending a slightly brighter ambience. I rose to draw back the curtains, standing on the balcony to bask in the sunlight, unhurried to descend and meet Su Ying. Subsequently, I sluggishly brushed my teeth, washed my face, and changed my clothes, each movement deliberate and drawn out. Su Ying, unable to wait any longer, knocked on my door. "Xiaoye, are you still not up?" Her voice carried a hint of displeasure. "I've been waiting for you for over half an hour." Only then did I open the door, meeting Su Ying's disgruntled expression, her brow furrowed. "Why are you at my house so early? Is there something you want? Am I no longer your best friend? Can I come to hang out if I have nothing to do?" Su Ying expertly looped her arm through mine, dragging me downstairs. "Being a wealthy wife is great. I don't have to work, so I think it's still early at 10:30. Hurry down. I'm here to mooch a meal." Su Ying worked as a comic artist for a website, but her income was modest. Each time she craved something extravagant, she would come to my place, knowing I wouldn't mind. Yet, that was a tale from my past life. Once downstairs, she settled comfortably on the sofa, poured herself a glass of orange juice, and began snacking on fruit, treating my home as her own. Then she instructed the maid, "I want fish for lunch today. Make that steamed yellow croaker. Very fresh and delicious. Remember to use less salt. I prefer it light." The maid nodded, understood. I stopped the maid. "Wait a moment." Su Ying turned to look at me, not noticing my unusual demeanor. She assumed I had other instructions, so after glancing at me, she resumed eating. "For lunch, just stir-fried greens and an egg drop soup. I'm not very hungry, so I won't eat much," I instructed the maid. The maid gazed at me in astonishment, for previously, Su Ying would often instruct them to prepare various dishes, to which I had no objections. I would even request them to make extra portions for Su Ying to take home. Today, however, I was resolute in my refusal to comply with her demands for the first time. Su Ying finally reacted, rising to glare at me, exclaiming, "What is the matter? Is it too much to ask to have a meal at your home? Is it because of that tattered gown?" "Tattered gown?" I walked over to the sofa, sitting down nonchalantly. "The gown you refer to is a bespoke creation, the only one of its kind in this color worldwide, and it likely costs over $1 million. Su Ying's face flushed crimson. She retorted sharply, but I countered, "It's not my fault it was damaged. If a gown worth over $1 million is of such poor quality, you should address your grievances with the brand, not question me. Besides, with Shen Yixiao's wealth and his willingness to spend on you, why are you so petty?" Her words dripped with impatience, indignation, and insidious jealousy that emanated from her very core. I had few friends, and she was the closest I had. Thus, I had never quibbled with her over material gains. In my past life, I had even purchased her a house and a car, as she claimed she didn't want to marry and lacked a place to call her own. Yet, her repayment for my generosity was to stab me in the back, spreading rumors about me to the world. Many of the secrets between Shen Yixiao, Lu Xiaoyun, and myself had been discreetly divulged by Su Ying. I had caught her a couple of times, but her explanation, that she felt it was unfair for me and had accidentally let slip, was something I had foolishly believed. At that time, my love was already fragile. I did not wish to suspect the only friendship I had. Every penny Shen Yixiao earns is half mine. "Su Ying, I genuinely considered you a friend. Are you certain your feelings towards me are sincere? My gaze bore into Su Ying, filled with profound suspicion, compelling her to avert her eyes. She was undoubtedly not sincere. Perhaps she had been at the start, but as my relationship with Shen Yixiao blossomed, jealousy consumed our friendship. Liu, I know I'm not doing as well as you right now. I lack money, but you need not humiliate me like this. If I had not considered you a friend, would I cling to you so desperately? When you and Shen Yixiao were struggling to afford meals, it was my first painting sale that I lent you to help you through that time. You must have forgotten. It was precisely because she had aided me and Shen Yixiao that I had treated her with such kindness. With tears in her eyes, she continued. And about the art exhibition, you said you wouldn't attend, yet you went, and with Su Zhengnan, no less. Were you not afraid I would inform Shen Yixiao, prompting you to avoid me? My encounter with Su Zhengnan was purely coincidental. You failed to grasp the situation before informing Shen Yixiao, leading to misunderstandings and rifts between us. Do you not see your fault? I was incensed as I turned the tables on her illogical accusations. A flicker of guilt crossed Su Ying's eyes as she muttered, "Who told you not to invite me?" Because I hadn't invited her, she had immediately reported to Shen Yixiao upon seeing me with Su Zhengnan during the live stream. In fact, Shen Yixiao had prepared a ticket for you, but I chose not to bring you along, I stated calmly as I stood up. Upon hearing this, Su Ying's face darkened, her lips trembled with rage, and her eyes blazed with fury as she pointed at me, shouting, "Liu, we are done." With that, she stormed out, slamming the door behind her with a resounding crash. I merely chuckled, unfazed, and proceeded to tidy up before driving to the office. I seldom visited the company. During its inception, I briefly served as Shen Yixiao's secretary. However, after marrying and focusing on health issues while hoping for a miracle to conceive, I had lost interest in working and remained at home. Gradually, I watched the company flourish, its profits soar, and the gifts from Shen Yixiao grow increasingly extravagant. We began purchasing homes and cars, leaving behind the chaotic and impoverished days. Except for significant company events where Shen Yixiao would take me along, I rarely came here. Fortunately, everyone recognized me, and I made my way to the executive floor without hindrance. After a brief tour of the secretarial department, I received warm greetings. I did not spot Liu Xiaoyan. "Madam, Mr. Shen is currently in a meeting. It should conclude in about half an hour. Please wait." Someone informed me gently while preparing tea. I nodded, sitting in the office, sipping tea and surveying my surroundings. Eventually, my gaze fell upon the file cabinet behind the desk, where a safe was embedded. My heart raced. Could my ID and household registration be inside? In a fit of anger, my parents had thrust my registration into my hands, leaving me to navigate my life with Shen Yixiao. Bewitched by love, I had used that very registration to marry him. Now, I needed those documents to leave, not to mention money. I felt the latter was more crucial, for in this world, one cannot move without wealth. As if possessed, I rose and approached the safe. I took a photo of it with my phone, refraining from attempting to enter the password, knowing it would be far from simple, likely requiring dual authentication, something I could not manage alone. After capturing the image, I calmed my racing heart and turned toward the sofa, only to catch sight of a door that sent a jolt through my chest, making it feel as if someone had gripped it tightly, stifling my breath. I walked slowly to the door, which required a fingerprint for access. As I placed my hand on the lock, a mechanical voice alerted me that the fingerprint recognition had failed, the red warning light flashing ominously like a pair of devilish eyes, causing me great discomfort. "Darling." Suddenly, Shen Yixiao's voice echoed, startling me into turning sharply. He stood at the entrance, his gaze shadowy. I withdrew my hand, striving for composure. "Have you finished your meeting? I thought this was a lounge. Why is fingerprint authentication necessary? I merely wanted to rest a bit." Shen Yixiao removed his suit jacket, a hint of tension and unease flickering across his handsome face, yet he smiled as he approached. He placed his hand on the fingerprint lock, and with a gentle press, the door swung open. "Just input your fingerprint later. I usually rest here to avoid interruptions, hence the security." I responded with an acknowledgement, gazing at the now open door. Yet my feet felt as heavy as lead, immobilizing me. "You've finished your meeting. Why would I need a rest now?" Ultimately, I chose not to enter. Shen Yixiao released the doorknob, wrapping his arms around my waist, and as he turned toward the office sofa, he softly reassured me. "What brings you here so unexpectedly?" Had I known, I would have postponed the meeting to spend time with you. Is there something on your mind? I previously mentioned my desire to return to work. Could you arrange that for me? I allowed Shen Yixiao to hold me as I spoke clearly. He seemed surprised by my renewed insistence on the matter. His smile faded slightly, replaced by a more serious demeanor. Dear, we are not in need of money at the moment. If I were to let you work, I would be ridiculed by others who might think I cannot afford to support my wife. Let us engage in something lighthearted. I have been a secretary myself, although my experience is rather limited. You have stated that I am your wife, so I might as well pass the time at the company. Do you not wish to see me there? Do you not want to see me every day? I countered, a hint of skepticism in my voice. Shen Yixiao quickly clarified. Of course not. I would relish seeing you 24 hours a day. I merely worry that it might tire you out, especially since your health is not at its best. And I am deeply concerned. It's fine. I can help you by delivering documents and serving tea. The rest can be handled by Secretary Liu and the others. I won't fret over that. I have made up my mind to return to work so that I may have the opportunity to access the safe and retrieve what I desire. Otherwise, I would not even be able to glance at the safe, let alone open it. After my repeated insistence, Shen Yixiao finally relented. But instead of allowing me to remain in the secretary department, he insisted that I join the administrative department as a personnel officer. I understood his intention. He did not want me to encounter Lu Xiaoyan too frequently. Moreover, if I were to stay close to him, they would have no opportunity for even the slightest infidelity. Very well, I agreed willingly. Upon leaving the company, I finally loosened my tightly clenched fist in the car, revealing a note within. The elegant handwriting felt like a poisoned dagger to me. Dear Mr. Shen, there is a surprise under the blanket in the lounge. The bunny girl outfit you have always desired. Hee hee. Let us work overtime tonight. The note was tucked beneath the notebook on my desk, dated for today. Secretary Liu was on leave from work, but her body was not. I surmised that Shen Yixiao had not yet seen it. Otherwise, he would not have been so careless. Regrettably, my discovery of such frivolities would lead to calamity. Upon returning home, I snapped a photo of the note and then took out a lighter, reducing it to ashes. Had I uncovered that neatly made bed not long ago, our marriage would have lost all semblance of dignity. Chapter 21. Testing me, I had anticipated that Shen Yixiao would concoct an excuse to work late, not wishing to waste Lu Xiaoyun's carefully prepared outfit. However, he returned early, bearing a bouquet of fiery red roses and a box of my favorite pastries. Do you like it? He inquired gently, placing the items on the table with a warm smile. I embraced the roses, allowing a faint smile to emerge. I do, but why are you back so early? I wish to have dinner with you. I have grown weary of the company's meals. Could you prepare a simple dish of spring tofu for me? It has been ages since I had it, Shen Yixiao pleaded. I nodded. Certainly. After placing the flowers down, I rolled up my sleeves and headed to the kitchen. Once the maid stepped out, Shen Yixiao followed me in to assist. The kitchen was spacious, and we worked seamlessly together. Suddenly, Shen Yixiao spoke, by the way, my dear. Did you happen to see anything on my desk today when you visited my office? My hands paused momentarily, and I casually replied, What do you mean? Perhaps documents, notebooks, or notes. His voice carried a hint of probing. I sensed his gaze upon me, yet I remained unperturbed, skillfully chopping scallions, responding calmly. No. Was it something important? It appeared I had misjudged. Shen Yixiao must have seen Lu Xiaoyan's note and returned to test me. He seemed relieved that the note was missing, fearing I might have discovered it. It's not very important, he reassured, just some work materials that have suddenly gone missing. I might have misplaced them, never mind. I uttered a non-committal but my hand moved too hastily and I accidentally cut my finger. Blood welled from the tip, and I felt no pain, merely a daze. Although I had a history of fainting at the sight of blood, I had gradually grown accustomed to it while being with Shen Yixiao, who often appeared before me covered in blood. I had also sustained injuries myself, of course, and inflicted pain upon others. How did you cut your hand? Quickly wash it, Shen Yixiao exclaimed, noticing my unusual demeanor. I had been dazed for a while, and the blood dripping onto the cutting board appeared somewhat alarming. He took my hand to rinse it, then led me out to disinfect with iodine and bandage it. My slender finger looked comically like a club. I pondered why Shen Yixiao dared to enter the lounge, fully aware of what lay beneath the covers. Was he gambling on my indifference, believing that I would never leave him? I recalled his confession from a previous life. The moment I discovered the truth, he had been flustered, remorseful, yet simultaneously liberated. Living a lie was exhausting. Exposing oneself and embracing the chaos could indeed feel like a release from mental shackles. Why are you so distracted? Shen Yixiao furrowed his brow, his clear eyes filled with concern and doubt. I forced a smile, feeling somewhat dazed at the sight of blood after years of tranquility. You know, I have a tendency to faint at the sight of blood. Shen Yixiao sighed, his eyes reflecting compassion and sorrow. I am sorry for the hardships you endured when you first followed me. You could have lived a life free from worry, without needing to share a cramped apartment or eat leftovers, nor learn to cook and wash clothes. I apologize. I will make it up to you. I was surprised he remembered these moments, yet his body and his reason were at odds. A wave of sadness and resentment washed over me. Love and hatred between us were not antonyms, but rather intertwined. He appeared moved, memories flooding back and tugging at his heart. He lowered his head and kissed my lips tenderly, his deep affection reminiscent of an endless ocean. The water in the kitchen is still boiling. I found an excuse to push away Shen Yixiao, who wished to linger. I hurried to the kitchen, and he followed, only to discover that the water had evaporated, leaving behind smoke. The range hood had not been turned on. This was disastrous. He swiftly activated it and urged me out. You need to leave. This smoke is toxic. He then cleaned the aftermath in the kitchen while I waited outside. After a while, he emerged, holding a ruined pot and chuckling, Dear, we've lost a pot. Thankfully, the kitchen had not caught fire. I found myself genuinely smiling, as the situation struck me as amusing. Shen Yixiao and I exchanged glances, handing the pot to the maid for disposal. The atmosphere between us softened with the discarded pot. The maid prepared dinner anew, and we chatted as we ate, reminiscent of nights long past. Just after our meal, Shen Yixiao's phone rang. He glanced at it and answered naturally. Secretary Liu, is there something you need? I observed him, and he looked back at me. Enjoy your vacation. You need not concern yourself with matters at the company. We can discuss it when you return. I'm having dinner with my wife. I'm busy, he concluded, hanging up the call with a few words. For a fleeting moment, I perceived a hint of melancholy in his expression. The anticipated allure of the uniform would be postponed once more. I remained composed as he willingly explained. Secretary Liu is such a diligent worker, even worrying about work during her leave. She wished to report to me. I smiled knowingly, recognizing that Liu Xiaoyan was likely waiting in the office for Shen Yixiao. Unfortunately for her, her anticipation would be thwarted. That night, Shen Yixiao was remarkably straightforward. He did not seek excuses to leave, nor did he act inappropriately. Instead, he contentedly engaged in conversation and shared a bed with me, barely glancing at his phone. Shen Yixiao arranged for me to commence work 3 days later. In those ensuing days, I focused on recalibrating my mindset, preparing to embrace the new chapter of my life. Aunt Yang's call shattered my tranquility. The last time I returned home, secretly, I dare not meet my parents or her. Yeah, why haven't you come back yet? Your parents have been back for several days, Aunt Yang inquired, puzzled. Aunt Yang, I've already been back once, I confessed, my tone tinged with melancholy. I had disappointed them too greatly in the past. They now had a new child, a fresh hope, and I did not wish to intrude upon their lives. Aunt Yang sighed. I was taken aback when I saw that little boy. Your parents had him through IVF. He's 4 years old now, and they're preparing for him to start kindergarten. I fell silent, unable to find justification to blame my parents, nor could I summon any affection for my younger brother. A phrase came to mind, self-inflicted. Chapter 22, The Dignity of a Man, Aunt Yang. It is I who owe my parents an apology. I do not wish to return and disturb their lives. They have welcomed a wonderful new child, a source of emotional support, and I hope that my brother does not disappoint them as I once did. I was uncertain whether I was comforting myself or responding to Aunt Yang. In any case, I truly lacked the courage to face my parents and their new family unit. Aunt Yang, unable to persuade me, merely expressed her regrets and then spoke of Su Zhengnan. Xiaoye, Zhengnan went abroad for university and has just returned. I hardly ever see him. I feel quite lonely at home. If you have time, why not come over for a meal and a chat? All right, I replied. Su Jingnan's father had passed away 2 years ago, a fact I had been unaware of until Aunt Yang informed me. Had we maintained contact, I would certainly have returned to pay my respects. After a brief conversation, the call ended. I felt a sense of loss until my phone rang again, snapping me back to reality. It was a call from Su Ying, which I declined. Moments later, Su Ying added me to a group chat named after our high school class, which already had over 10 participants. Su Ying, let's meet at the Linen Grand Hotel. Our dear Shen Zong will treat us. Shen Yixiao, Li Qingqing, We haven't seen each other in 7 or 8 years. Lian Shui. Indeed, but why suddenly organize a reunion? We haven't gathered as a class in all these years. Class monitor Wei Lai. Can you guess who initiated the reunion? The conversation in the group heated up, with familiar names conjuring youthful faces in my memory, causing me to feel somewhat disoriented. Eventually, I discovered the answer. The reunion was initiated by Shen Yixiao, hence Su Ying's mention of him treating us. I was taken aback. Shen Yixiao had been a troublemaker in high school and had poor relations with most classmates, only being close to Meng Ziqing and Liang Feng. What could have prompted him to organize a reunion? Shen Yixiao proclaimed, "Everyone attending the reunion will receive a gift worth 10,000 yuan." The group erupted in excitement. A flurry of cheerful emojis filling the chat. I could barely discern the conversation amidst the chaos, feeling utterly perplexed. Someone wondered aloud, what about Su's academic prodigy? Isn't anyone inviting him? Su Jingnan was renowned in high school for his exceptional academic prowess, consistently ranking at the top and possessing a handsome appearance, making him a prominent figure in school. He and Shen Yixiao were polar opposites. There had even been a vote comparing their attractiveness, which ended inconclusively after Shen Yixiao assaulted the instigator, claiming he was displeased with being judged publicly. It seemed that no one had Su Jingnan's contact information. Yet Su Ying tagged me. "Xiaoya, weren't you and Su Jingnan childhood friends? You must have his contact details. Please invite him." Before Shen Yixiao and I became involved, I had been the subject of gossip regarding my close friendship with Su Jingnan, while others found it difficult to converse with him. I spent every day accompanying him to and from school, appearing quite intimate. However, now everyone knew I was Shen Yixiao's wife, and Su Ying's reference to our childhood friendship was clearly intended to create awkwardness between Shen Yixiao and me. "I don't know. I haven't been in touch with him for a long time," I replied. Su Ying, "Oh, the last time I saw you both was at an art exhibition. I thought you were still in contact." "Hee, seems I was mistaken." I responded, "That was a chance encounter. We had no interaction. If you're curious, why not reach out to him yourself?" Sudin fil Saident. I dialed Shen Yixiao, who answered swiftly. "Why did you suddenly decide to hold a reunion without informing me?" I questioned, my irritation evident. The thought of displaying affection in front of our old classmates, only to have it become fodder for future conflicts, was exasperating. Shen Yixiao's voice was calm as he replied, "Wife, I thought you seemed quite down lately, so I wanted to gather our old classmates. Perhaps seeing them would lift your spirits. I don't want to attend, nor do I wish to see them." "Cancel it," I declared without hesitation. Shen Yixiao refused to relent, repeatedly trying to persuade me, while I remained unmoved. Ultimately, we parted on unfavorable terms, and I angrily hung up, resolved not to attend the reunion, regardless of its scheduled date. I exited the group chat without concern for Shen Yixiao's reputation. Half an hour later, he returned looking exasperated, attempting to soothe my anger while expressing his desire for me to join him at the reunion. We were at an impasse, our expressions reflecting our discontent. When we were together, we faced ridicule from everyone. My intention was simple. I wanted to show them they were wrong. Shen Yixiao's face gradually revealed disappointment as he asked, "Liu, you're no longer 17. If you met the 17-year-old me now, would you still hold me in esteem? Would you choose me again?" He seemed desperate to combat his insecurities, his self-acceptance forever reliant on validation from others. The reunion was merely a stage for him to prove himself to those who had once scorned him. He sought to mold me into an object of envy, a symbol of happiness for all to see. "Yixiao, our happiness does not require public display, does it?" I softened my tone, striving to temper my emotions. "You will never understand how vital a man's dignity is." Shen Yixiao's voice rose in agitation as he grasped my hand, eyes filled with defiance. "You were once the pride of the heavens, a student of immense potential. Being with me, I bore my share of burdens. You have never comprehended my position, have you?" His words struck me as profoundly absurd. I had severed ties with my family and abandoned my studies to support him through a life fraught with uncertainty. And yet, I was accused of failing to understand his circumstances. "Think it over," Shen Yixiao said as he turned to leave, leaving me with that single remark. I clenched my fists, frustration ready to explode. At that moment, Su Ying sent me a long screenshot of a conversation in a separate group chat with several classmates, discussing my exit from the group. They speculated whether I was having conflicts with Shen Yixiao or if our relationship was faltering, questioning why I would so openly disregard him. Su Ying had deliberately omitted their names, but one comment caught my eye. although Liu was slightly better than Shen Yixiao back then. Now he's a big CEO while she stays at home as a full-time housewife. She doesn't even come close to deserving him. Why would she have any complaints? Chapter 23. The kiss mark on my neck. Su Ying. Why did you leave the group? They're saying some harsh things. This reunion was proposed by Shen Yixiao. You were his wife. Isn't it a bit excessive to leave the group without regard for his reputation? I scoffed and tossed my phone aside, unwilling to engage. Su Ying could not bear to see Shen Yixiao suffer in my presence. Whenever she discovered it, she would rush to defend him and judge my faults. In the past, I was naive enough to believe she had my best interests at heart, thinking her words carried some truth, which gave her the mistaken impression that I was easy to manipulate. When I remained silent, Su Ying grew anxious and called me directly. Xiaoyu, did you not see the screenshot I sent you? By leaving the group, do you mean you want to attend the class reunion? Is Shen Yixiao not angry? She asked in one breath. I had just parted from Shen Yixiao on unfriendly terms, my mood already soured, so I responded sharply. What if he is angry? If you're truly concerned about him, why not comfort him yourself? Don't you have his contact information? You could send him a message. I imagined that if Shen Yixiao were willing to respond, Su Ying would be eager to rush to him. In her fury, Su Ying fell silent and hung up. Until midnight, Shen Yixiao had not returned. I refrained from speculating about where he might be, with whom, or what he was doing. Instead, I prepared the attire I would wear for my first day at work, and then went to bed. The next day, I appeared at the company punctually, where the HR manager personally received me and arranged my duties. My responsibilities were rather mundane, consisting of tasks so simple that even a child could perform them. Madam, if you experience any discomfort, please let me know. I'm always available, the manager said with a somewhat obsequious smile. Manager, I am here to work, so please call me Liu or Xiaoli. Do not refer to me as madam, I insisted. He nodded. Very well, Liu, that is a lovely name. He then introduced me to other colleagues in the HR department, who treated me with utmost respect, revealing a palpable distance. Having not worked for quite some time, I observed others diligently engaged in their tasks, and, feeling somewhat bored, took it upon myself to assist with various minor duties. Suddenly, someone called out, Secretary Liu. All eyes turned toward the entrance, where Liu Xiaoyun stood, cradling a bouquet of red roses, dressed in a crisp white suit. Her delicate makeup accentuated her fair complexion, rendering her exquisitely beautiful. I rose, maintaining a neutral expression as I regarded her. Weren't you supposed to take a half-month leave? I thought to myself, noticing she appeared not to have left the company at all, as if Shen Yixiao could not be without her for even a moment. Madam, Liu Xiaoyun said as she approached me, a gentle smile adorning her face. This is a gift arranged by General Manager Shen. Wishing you a pleasant start to your new role. She extended the flowers towards me, but my gaze was fixed on her fair neck, where faint traces of love bites were visible beneath her collar. When she noticed my stare, she did not hide it. Instead, she asked innocently, Madam, is there something wrong with my attire? Why is Secretary Liu back to work so soon? Wasn't she supposed to be on leave for half a month? I accepted the flowers, maintaining an air of nonchalance, and smiled brightly. Liu Xiaoyun glanced at the others, not bothering to hide her happiness as she replied. General Manager Shen contacted me last night, explaining that there were many matters in the company that needed my assistance, so I ended my leave early. Last night, Shen Yixiao had not returned home. He must have been with Liu Xiaoyun. My fingers tightened around the bouquet, my expression growing colder. Indeed, Secretary Liu is truly a valuable asset to General Manager Shen, I remarked, nodding slightly. A blush crept onto Liu Xiaoyun's cheeks, her demeanor almost shy, as if discussing not her superior, but a beloved. It was evident that her seemingly innocuous words concealed a veiled provocation, as she aimed to convey that it was Shen Yixiao who had granted her this opportunity, allowing her to ascend to his bed. She presumed I was oblivious to the truth, attempting to play clever word games, eager to flaunt her position and belittle me, yet lacking the necessary endorsement from Shen Yixiao himself. I pressed my lips together and pointed to the marks on her neck. Secretary Liu, it would be wise to be mindful of your image during work hours. It is clear you and your boyfriend share a close relationship. Liu Xiaoyun raised her hand to cover the love bites, skillfully concealing them even without a mirror, indicating that she had meticulously prepared for this moment. Should I unravel the truth in the future, I could trace back these details and feel utterly shattered. She excelled in psychological tactics. Very well, madam. I shall be more cautious, she replied, her smile bright and disarming. Manager, he approached, seemingly confused, and echoed my compliments to Lu Xiaoyun, stating, Secretary Lu must have simply overlooked her attire today. She has been General Manager Shen's right hand for nearly 2 years, surpassing others in her abilities. Indeed, her capabilities had culminated in her being in bed with her boss. Yes, I have heard Shen Yixiao mention that Secretary Lu is incredibly dedicated, even during her leave. She would call him to report on work matters. I resolved not to let Lu Xiaoyun's provocations provoke me. I had suffered enough at her hands in my previous life, and my resilience had significantly strengthened. You may continue, madam. I must return to work, Lu Xiaoyun said politely before turning to leave. I gazed at the roses on my desk, finding them utterly mundane, and did not touch them again. On my first day, I felt remarkably at ease, as everyone was quite considerate of my presence. By the time I finished work, Shen Yixiao was already waiting for me at the entrance to the HR department. His tall, slender figure was impeccably clad in an expensive suit that fit him perfectly, and anyone unfamiliar with him would be easily deceived by his appearance, mistaking him for a scion of a prominent family rather than a man from the streets. His visage radiated an allure that captivated all around me, drawing envious glances, particularly from the younger female colleagues, whose eyes sparkled with admiration. I am here to pick up my wife, Shen Yixiao said to manager he with a smile. She is free to leave, yes? Manager he nodded eagerly. Of course. Madam has worked hard all day. She deserves to rest. I found his exaggerated demeanor amusing, though I could not smile. This was the very scene Shen Yixiao and I had envisioned countless times while lying in our humble rented room, dreaming of the future when we would earn a living. Now, this romantic tableau had finally materialized, yet I lacked the strength to even smile. Let's go, I said, mustering a faint smile. Shen Yixiao, however, returned to my desk and picked up the bouquet of red roses. You forgot to take these with you, he said, handing them to me. I reluctantly accepted them, my smile feeling insincere. I had thought that having been reborn, my acting skills would be impeccable, but facing someone I once loved and now loathed proved to be a taxing endeavor. At times, I struggled to maintain the facade. The confrontation we had the previous night seemed as if it had never occurred, as Shen Yixiao effortlessly turned the page. Amidst the envious gazes, he wrapped his arm around my waist, leading me out of the HR department. Chapter 24. A harmonious exchange as we entered Shen Yixiao's private elevator. Lu Xiaoyun was already inside, holding a bouquet of pink roses, almost identical to mine, save for the color. From the same shop, the same type of flower. Which one of us was Shen Yixiao merely placating? General Manager, Shen. Madam, Lu Xiaoyun greeted us, her demeanor radiating warmth and vitality, characteristic of a woman in love. When her gaze briefly met Shen Yixiao's, I, an ordinary person, perceived the spark of connection as if I had gained a newfound insight. Secretary Lu, your workday has concluded, Shen Yixiao remarked, his tone neutral, embodying the typical interaction between a superior and subordinate. Lu Xiaoyun, her face adorned with a sweet smile, replied, Yes, General Manager. I have completed all my tasks for the day, but I have an engagement tonight, a dinner with the president of Wanhao Company at 8:30 at the Shaonan Mountain Winery. Oh, you have been keeping an eye on Wanhao's progress, haven't you? In that case, you should work overtime and join me later. Shen Yixiao tightly held my hand while instructing Lu Xiaoyun. Lu Xiaoyun raised the flowers in her hand, revealing an expression of distress. Mr. Shen, I have a date tonight. My boyfriend sent me these flowers and wants to take me out for dinner. Secretary Lu, work is paramount, Shen Yixiao replied with a somewhat stern demeanor. Lu Xiaoyun glanced at me, sighed helplessly, and jokingly remarked, Madam, keep a tight rein on Mr. Shen. Leave him at home for a change. We employees could use a breather, otherwise we'll be working ourselves to the bone. Shen Yixiao cast a fond glance at me, his voice softening involuntarily. How can I earn a living for my wife without working hard? Everything I earn is for her. Lu Xiaoyun's smile faltered slightly, and she involuntarily cast a dark look my way before chuckling and responding, I know. Everyone knows Mr. Shen is the most devoted husband. We all envy you, madam. Listening to their banter made me feel somewhat nauseated. Secretary Lu, have you looked into the apartment's utility issues that I asked you to investigate? I interjected, shifting the conversation towards the apartment's discrepancies. This caused not only Lu Xiaoyun, but also Shen Yixiao's expression to stiffen. I wondered if Lu Xiaoyun had discussed this matter with him or devised a strategy together. Shen Yixiao's gaze on Lu Xiaoyun deepened, laden with implication. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiaoyun feigned calmness and replied, "Madam, I have looked into it. Indeed, someone is living in the apartment, but they claim the surveillance is down, so we cannot ascertain who it is." As soon as she finished, Shen Yixiao interjected, "Wife, why did you ask Secretary Lu to investigate this?" When she told me, I recalled that Zicheng's ex-girlfriend was living there. Since the house was vacant, I rented it to her. Their exchange made me feel like a mere spectator, caught in their back and forth. At that moment, the elevator arrived, and Shen Yixiao stepped out first, dialing Meng Zicheng's number as he walked. "Meng Zicheng, the good deed you arranged for me has led to a misunderstanding with your sister-in-law. Your ex-girlfriend is renting the apartment at Xixia, and now she claims no one lives there, yet there are utility records. You better clarify this immediately." He handed me the phone. I pressed the phone to my ear, and Meng Zicheng's booming voice resonated. "Sister-in-law, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I had a falling out with Xiao Qian, and I temporarily placed her in the apartment you and Brother Xiao lived in. I didn't have time to inform you. Please don't be angry. When did your girlfriend move out?" I inquired. "Recently. We are now clear between us. Sister-in-law, Brother Xiao wanted to help me out of jam, but it inadvertently affected you. I am truly sorry." Meng Zicheng's earnest tone struck me as rather comical. He had always been Shen Yixiao's lackey, and the concept of loyalty had governed his life alongside Liang Feng, making them the go-to scapegoats for Shen Yixiao. My ultimate goal was not to expose Shen Yixiao and Lu Xiaoyun's ulterior motives, but to intimidate them. With that objective achieved, I had no reason to press Meng Zicheng further and promptly ended the call. Shen Yixiao let out a sigh of relief, his expression betraying a sense of fortunate escape. Thank goodness it was Meng Zicheng's ex-girlfriend. If it had been any other woman, I would have been in deep trouble. "Aren't you supposed to have social engagements tonight? I'll drive myself home. You should attend to your affairs," I said, dismissing the apartment issue and showing understanding toward Shen Yixiao. "I just want to buy a commuting bag and some clothes and shoes." Upon hearing that I wouldn't be going home with him, a flicker of joy crossed Shen Yixiao's eyes, though it was quickly masked. He transferred some money to me, saying, "All right, go buy what you need. When you get back, I can offer some advice. If you run short on funds, feel free to use the supplementary card." Seeing the additional funds in my account brought me a rare moment of happiness, as it bolstered my confidence for my eventual departure from Shen Yixiao. I drove away from the company, heading straight for the largest shopping center nearby. The myriad of goods failed to pique my interest. I merely wandered aimlessly to pass the time. As I passed a bridal shop, I found myself lingering in front of the window, lost in thought, reminiscing about my wedding day with Shen Yixiao. The custom-made wedding gown I wore then was even more exquisite than the one displayed now. I was genuinely happy at that time, filled with hope for the future, save for the regret of being unable to bear children. "Li Wa." Suddenly, I heard a man's voice. When I turned to see his face, my expression shifted dramatically. The man had yellowed teeth and two prominent scars on his face, one of which, if I recalled correctly, was a mark left by Shen Yixiao. "How did Shen Yixiao allow you to come out shopping alone, now that he has risen to prominence? Has he forgotten his past in the gutter?" The man flashed a dangerous smile, his eyes glinting with fury. "Damn it, he caused me to spend 5 years in prison. I endured a miserable existence in there, and now he is thriving while I'm out here. Damn him." In the bustling crowd, I wasn't overly concerned for my safety, but should I leave this place with him following me, it could become quite troublesome. This man, Chun Hao, had a vendetta against Shen Yixiao. Their encounters invariably resulted in conflict. The last time, Shen Yixiao had beaten him half to death, leading to Chun Hao's imprisonment for 5 years. A flicker of panic crossed my mind, yet I remained composed. "Chun Hao, since you're out now, why not turn over a new leaf? Shen Yixiao has transformed. You can too. Sure, give me $1 million, and I'll turn over a new leaf," Chun Hao said, extending his hand with a shameless grin. "Otherwise, I'll just follow you home. I have all the time in the world." Furrowing my brows, I realized that past relationships and events were resurfacing to entangle me once more. I needed to contact Shen Yixiao to handle this situation, or I would find myself in a precarious position. I pulled out my phone and dialed Shen Yixiao. At this hour, even if he had engagements, they had yet to begin. However, after 2 rings, no one picked up, and my messages went unanswered. Shen Hao glared at me. "Did you get through? Isn't Shen Yixiao supposed to love you? Now you can't even reach him? You think you can shake me off today?" Just then, Shen Yixiao's call came through. As I was about to speak, it was Lu Xiaoyun's voice that answered. "Madam, Mr. Shen went out for a smoke and left his phone in the car. Is there something you need? Get Shen Yixiao to answer the phone." I commanded firmly. Lu Xiaoyan responded in a tone filled with difficulty. I'm really not sure where Mr. Shen went. I didn't follow him down. Can't you go find him? I knew Lu Xiaoyan was being deliberately evasive. Had it not been for Chen Hao's looming presence, I would have hung up immediately. On the other end, Lu Xiaoyan's voice turned puzzled. Hello? Madam? Can you hear me? Why is there no response? Before I could reply, the call was disconnected. Chen Hao, observing my every move, revealed a lewd smile once I hung up. Men are all the same. You would have been better off with me. I might not be as handsome as Shen Yixiao, nor as lucky in love, but at least you would have felt secure. 5 years ago, Chen Hao had attempted to force himself on me, only to be beaten half to death by Shen Yixiao. Later, Shen Yixiao provided evidence of Chen Hao's previous crimes to the police, resulting in his 5-year sentence. Back then, Shen Yixiao loved me fiercely and would go to any lengths for me. Now, I cannot even make a phone call. No wonder Chen Hao mocked me. I ignored him and prepared to report to the police. Suddenly, Chen Hao snatched my phone from me, and I looked at him in shock. I haven't touched a woman in 5 years in prison, so why don't you keep me company tonight? I won't trouble you or Shen Yixiao anymore. Chen Hao laughed shamelessly. Now that Shen Yixiao is so formidable, if I could sleep with his wife for a night, it would be worth it. In public, I warned him that if he dared to act recklessly, he should be prepared to return to prison. I was not afraid. Rather, I was cautioning Chen Hao. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. If you only want money, that's easy to arrange. Shen Yixiao has plenty of it, but it's not in my hands. I can convey your message, but if you lay a hand on me, not only will you not get the money, but Shen Yixiao will definitely not let you off. I continued. Chen Hao wavered. What he needed most was, of course, money. He asked me to give him my phone number, and I complied. After he dialed my number and confirmed it, he returned my phone. Before leaving, he warned me not to play tricks. Those with nothing to lose are fearless. I only need 1 million. That's not much for you. Yes, I understand. I nodded. After Chen Hao left, my heart finally settled. After such a small incident, I lost all desire to stroll around and quickly returned to the parking lot, preparing to drive back. Shen Yixiao was not just an ordinary thug. He was involved in gang rivalries and some shady businesses, entangling me in too many matters. Chen Hao's appearance undoubtedly served as a wake-up call. Even without Lu Xiaoyan, I would inevitably face other troubles with Shen Yixiao. Just as I was about to open the car door, someone suddenly emerged and slammed it shut. Several men walked out from around me, each with an eagle tattoo on their arms. Upon seeing the tattoo, I instantly understood their identity. Before going to prison, Chen Hao belonged to this gang called Black Eagle, one of Shen Yixiao's archenemies. Chen Hao stepped forward, his shameless smile unchanged. I've changed my mind. Our boss said that if we can severely injure Shen Yixiao, there's a reward of 1 million. Isn't that simpler? Hearing this, my heart sank. Just as I was about to take out my phone to call the police, someone grabbed my hair and slammed me to the ground. While I pondered how to escape, a screeching sound of brakes pierced the air, followed by a deafening roar. A black motorcycle appeared in the parking lot, its headlights blinding me and Chen Hao. The motorcycle charged towards us, and I had a gut feeling that the man on it was there to rescue me. I squinted and stood up, and as Chen Hao and his men were pushed aside by the motorcycle, I unhesitatingly jumped onto the back seat, tightly wrapping my arms around the man's waist. He swiftly turned the bike around and sped out of the parking lot. The wind howled past our ears, and I realized I still didn't know who the man I was holding on to was, instinctively wanting to let go. You'd better hold on tight. The man's cold voice cut through the wind to my ears. I panicked for a moment. How could it be Su Zhongnan? To my recollection, he had never touched a motorcycle and detested them. Sensing my shock, the bike came to a halt by the roadside. Su Zhongnan removed his helmet, his black hair slightly disheveled. He raked his fingers through it casually, then turned to stare at me. Su Zhongnan, what are you? I felt somewhat embarrassed. I had grown accustomed to such scenes. When I was with Shen Yixiao, it was our everyday life. Is this the happy life Shen Yixiao has given you? Su Zhongnan's thin lips uttered words equally cold, showing no concern for whether I would feel awkward. I remained silent. To explain would be to disguise the truth. Su Zhongnan, being exceptionally astute, would easily see through me. If he knew what my life was like at the beginning, he would likely look down upon me to the utmost. Su Zhongnan put his helmet back on. He was never one for idle chatter. If I didn't respond, he would humiliate himself by asking. Regardless, our relationship had long been severed. Just as I thought he was about to leave, I called out to him, Su Zhongnan, wait, speak. He didn't even turn his head, merely coldly spat out a word. May I come to your house for dinner? I pressed on, my courage bolstered. Aunt Yang invited me to your home for dinner, but I never went. Since I encountered you tonight, how about I visit? Su Zhongnan finally turned back, but I couldn't see his expression beneath the helmet. We held a tense silence for a minute before he spoke. Get on. I immediately climbed back on, wrapping my arms around his waist once more. There's a distinction between the sexes, yet life is precious. Upon arriving at the Su residence, Aunt Yang was elated to see me. She urged me, yeah, since you've come, you should reconcile with your parents. You will always be their daughter. They're coming over for dinner soon. It's a good opportunity. Su Zhongnan sat beside us, drinking tea. Upon hearing Aunt Yang's words, he didn't join in, but merely cast a glance my way. My parents are coming for dinner? Panic surged within me, and I stood up, wanting to leave. Aunt Yang, I'll come back for dinner another time. I don't want to disturb you. Aunt Yang didn't expect my reaction and hurriedly stopped me. Let her go if she wants to leave. Su Zhongnan observed us like a hawk eyeing its prey, abruptly speaking. He had no intention of keeping me there. Whether I reconciled with my parents was not his concern. Aunt Yang shot him a glare, then patiently comforted me. Yeah, don't worry. It's just dinner and a chat. You're living so happily now. They won't blame you anymore. They were merely worried you would stray from the right path. When she mentioned my happiness, I couldn't help but glance at Su Zhongnan. Indeed, he was also scrutinizing me. My life was nothing like the media portrayed. These facades, once uncovered, would render my previous rebellion a mere joke. Aunt Yang, I appreciate your kindness, but I'll be better prepared next time. Before I could finish, the doorbell rang. Aunt Yang exclaimed with excitement. It must be your parents. I'll go open the door. Without a second thought, I dashed upstairs, urging them not to reveal I was here. Ignoring Aunt Yang's response, I clumsily fled to the corner of the stairs, out of sight. Yet I could hear their voices. The door swung open, and a cheerful voice rang out. Good evening, Aunt Yang. Good evening, Brother Zhongnan. I've come to join you for dinner. His exuberance and charm elicited laughter from the adults. My heart raced as I feared Aunt Yang and Su Zhongnan might disregard my wishes and inform my parents I was there. Fortunately, after exchanging pleasantries, they headed straight to the dining table. The dining room was right next to the stairs, and the sound became clearer. I heard my mother stopping Mingming from exploring while my father chatted with Su Zhongnan, creating a scene of harmony. I hid in the corner like a thief, eavesdropping on this happiness. Laoli, haven't you been in touch with Yaya? Aunt Yang couldn't help but bring me up, and I held my breath. My father's voice immediately turned cold. What will we contact her for? I heard she's been living quite well with that little thug. Hasn't she even appeared on television? She remains unrepentant, and we do not expect anything from her. My mother sighed. We truly misjudged her. We once thought Shen Yixiao would remain as he was forever, but now he's built something from nothing and is well known. I listened quietly, feeling a bitter taste in my heart. The scenes of my struggles and quarrels with my parents over Shen Yixiao felt like they had just occurred yesterday. My father, who had never laid a hand on me before, dealt me a sharp slap across the face for my repeated truancy, for my reckless escapades with Shen Yixiao. My academic standing plummeted from the top 10 in the school to the mediocre ranks, and even my beloved painting was cast aside. Yet, I viewed it as the essence of youth, the embodiment of love. My father spoke again, his tone dripping with disdain, asserting that even if that ruffian became wealthy, he would still be nothing more than gilded decay. While his words were not without merit, it took a near brush with death for me to truly comprehend their weight. The conversation at the dining table grew heavy due to my presence. Suddenly, I heard Mingming's curious voice inquiring, Yaya? Mommy and Daddy, who is Yaya? A pang of sorrow struck my heart. He had never even heard of me. After I left home, my parents had entirely given up on me, and when they welcomed another child, they never mentioned their elder daughter. My existence became their unspoken sorrow. My father replied curtly, Someone you don't know. Hurry up and eat. Oh, I could feel that my father had yet to forgive me. He truly no longer regarded me as his daughter. Aunt Yang must have sensed the tension, for she refrained from bringing up my situation. At that moment, my phone rang, its tone cutting through the air to the dining room below. My mother asked, Whose phone is ringing? It seems to come from upstairs. My heart raced, fearing they might discover me, just as I contemplated retreating to the second floor to hide. I heard Su Jingnan's voice respond, My phone is upstairs. I'll go check. I heard his footsteps approaching. Su Zhongnan appeared, glanced my way, then turned and continued up the stairs. I hastily followed him. Upon reaching the second floor, I ended the call. It was Shen Yixiao calling. Thank you. I whispered an apology to Su Jingnan. He said nothing, merely walked towards his bedroom. During our school days, I often sought refuge in his company, studying together while lingering by his side. Upon opening the door, I was surprised to find that the room had remained unchanged for years. Even the desk where we once did our homework stood undisturbed. Shen Yixiao's call came again, accompanied by a message. Answer the phone, my wife. If I didn't respond, he would likely continue calling indefinitely. Concerned that my voice might reach my parents, I stepped into Su Jingnan's bedroom and closed the door behind me. Sorry, I'll just borrow your room for a moment. Sweet Jiao, Su Zhengang Zipli Guli. Knowing he wouldn't speak further, I felt at ease as I answered the call. Wife, Secretary Liu mentioned you called me 2 hours ago. She said it was urgent, but I was out of the car at the time. What's wrong? Shen Yixiao's voice was filled with concern. I didn't want Su Jingnan to overhear our conversation, so I lowered my voice. It's nothing. We can talk when I return. When you return, you're not back yet? Where are you? Alone? Shen Yixiao's tone shifted to one of suspicion. I rarely stayed out this late, unless Su Ying invited me out. I just grab a bite. It's been dull at home. I'll head back soon. I replied dismissively. I've finished dinner. Where are you? Give me your location, and I'll come pick you up. Shen Yixiao insisted, sensing something amiss. I felt overwhelmed and replied, I can manage to return on my own. With that, I abruptly hung up. Su Jingnan stood by the bookshelf, casually flipping through a book. His profile was strikingly sculpted, as if crafted by a master artist, exuding an effortless grace. Noticing my gaze upon him, he glanced back and said, Your parents will be occupied for a while longer. You could jump down from the second floor and take a cab home. I was taken aback. Jump from the second floor? What a reckless suggestion. Well, it's not the first time you've done such a thing for Shen Yixiao, Su Jingnan remarked, laced with subtle antagonism. His disdain for motorcycles stemmed from Shen Yixiao's fervent passion for them. My cheeks flushed at the memory. I had indeed leapt from the second-floor balcony on multiple occasions to escape home and meet Shen Yixiao, once even breaking my leg in the process. Reflecting on those foolish actions made me cringe with embarrassment. Yet at that moment, I felt I had no other choice. If I lingered, Shen Yixiao would undoubtedly pry deeper, leading to troublesome inquiries. Chapter 27. A crime worthy of death. I stepped onto the balcony, peering down at the height below. Though it was merely one story, the jump still posed a risk. I couldn't fathom the audacity I once possessed to leap multiple times. As I leaned against the railing, Su Jingnan strode over, grasping my arm firmly, his expression darkening as he reproached me. Have you lost your mind? Get down. I was momentarily bewildered. What's wrong? How was he planning to jump? Su Jingnan's face hardened, and he turned toward the door, instructing, in 10 minutes, just head straight downstairs and leave. Before I could process his command, he had already descended. After a brief silence, I heard voices from below. My parents were leading Mingming outside, who gleefully chirped. Brother Jingnan will help me finish my puzzle. Daddy says he's the smartest. Su Jingnan gently ruffled Mingming's hair, and from my vantage point, I could catch a glimpse of the smile on his face. Once he had successfully distracted my parents, I hurried downstairs. Aunt Yang sighed upon seeing me. Your parents have gone home. Aunt Yang, thank you. I need to leave now. I recalled my father's earlier words, feeling a wave of sadness wash over me. And I dared not meet Aunt Yang's gaze as I rushed out. I took a cab home, and upon my arrival, I found Shen Yixiao already there. He sat on the living room sofa, his expression dark and brows furrowed. As soon as I entered, he rose and approached me, suspicion written all over his face. Where exactly did you go? What did you eat? Why didn't he let me pick you up? I didn't eat. I took a cab back. I replied calmly, though his earlier escapade with Liu Xiaoyun left me uncertain whether they had dined or engaged in more dubious activities. Regardless, if he could maintain his composure in front of me, so could I. Shen Yixiao, suppressing his anger, pressed on, Were you with Su Jingnan? I shot him a surprised glance. How could he guess so accurately? You've never stayed out this late before. Su Jingnan returned, and suddenly you're out all night. Doesn't that strike you as odd? Shen Yixiao laid bare his suspicions. No, I just ran into Chun Hao. I deflected, bringing up Chun Hao to shift the focus. Shen Yixiao's expression shifted at the mention of Chun Hao. He grew tense. What happened? Were you hurt? Did he trouble you? I recounted my encounter with Chun Hao and the conversation we had. 1,000,000 yuan was a small matter for us now. The real concern was that Chun Hao would not simply vanish after demanding such an amount. We were familiar with each other's tendencies. After all, a flicker of hostility crossed Shen Yixiao's features, He despised anyone who used me as a pawn against him, for I was indeed his Achilles heel. He embraced me tightly, promising, "Wife, I will handle this matter and ensure he never has the chance to confront you again." "Okay," I murmured softly, nestling against him as I confessed. "Yixiao, I was genuinely frightened earlier. Secretary Liu answered your call and said she didn't know where you were." Hearing this, he tightened his embrace, filled with remorse. "I'm sorry. I should have protected you better." I fell silent, allowing him to hold me. In the dead of night, I noticed Shen Yixiao had vanished. The other side of the bed was empty, devoid of warmth, having likely been unoccupied for some time. I pulled out my phone, contemplating calling him, but ultimately decided against it. As dawn broke, I made my punctual arrival at the office. Shortly after my entrance, I overheard a conversation that startled me. To my astonishment, I witnessed General Manager Shen unleashing an unprecedented fury, leaving Secretary Liu in tears. What had transpired to warrant such reprimand? I was uncertain. My only errand was to deliver a document. I caught fragments of phrases regarding not touching his phone or answering calls. Could it be a misdial had led to a client's departure? Indeed, serving under a tyrant is perilous. Perhaps I should remain steadfast in my role as HR, for the life of a secretary appears formidable. Had Shen Yixiao truly berated Liu Xiaoyan to the point of tears? A premonition suggested this stemmed from last night's events. Fortunately, I had escaped unscathed. Had it been otherwise, Liu Xiaoyan's path as a mistress would have been irrevocably altered. Manager he approached, presenting me with the quarterly report from the HR department. "Liwa, could you kindly deliver this to the president's office?" With others wary of incurring Shen Yixiao's wrath, I was deemed the safest choice, given his evident affection towards me. "Of course, Manager he," I replied, nodding as I took the report and departed. Upon reaching the president's office, the atmosphere among the secretaries was one of palpable tension. Everyone's gaze fixed on the ground, fearful of drawing attention. I glanced at Liu Xiaoyan's desk. She was absent. "Madam, General Manager Shen is inside," one of them whispered as I entered. I pushed open the office door, stepping inside to find Liu Xiaoyan weeping on the sofa, her eyes swollen and red. Her once smooth hair now disheveled, resembling a flower ravaged by storm. Shen Yixiao stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his back turned, emanating an air of coldness. Upon noticing my presence, Liu Xiaoyan sprang to her feet, a flicker of resentment crossing her face, yet she maintained a respectful demeanor. "Madam, what brings you here?" Shen Yixiao turned in surprise at my arrival. "I came to deliver some documents." "What transpired here? Did Secretary Liu err in some way?" I feigned ignorance. Stepping closer to hand, Liu Xiaoyan a tissue. "Please, stop crying." She managed a pitiful smile, but tears continued to fall. Grasping my hand, she implored, "Madam, I'm truly sorry about last night. I had no idea you were in danger. Had I known, I would have left the car to find General Manager Shen. Thank goodness you were safe. Otherwise, I would deserve the gravest punishment. Please forgive me." Suddenly, she knelt before me, striking herself hard across the face, leaving a distinct handprint on her beautiful visage, a sight that pained me to witness. Shen Yixiao's body stiffened, visibly taken aback and pained by her extreme reaction. I clenched my fists, then slowly released them. I had seen the concern in his eyes before, and I understood the meaning behind that look. "Secretary Liu, please rise." "This is unnecessary," I urged, though I refrained from assisting her. Shen Yixiao scoffed. "If anything had happened to you, her kneeling would be of no consequence." Liu Xiaoyan bit her lip, tears streaming down her face like a cascade of pearls. She looked up at me, her eyes filled with desperation. "Yixiao, I am fine. Please allow Secretary Liu to stand." I positioned myself beside Shen Yixiao, gently linking my arm with his. He finally relented. "Stand up." With great care, Liu Xiaoyan rose, her disheveled appearance evoking pity in anyone who beheld her. "General Manager, Madam, if all is well, I shall take my leave now to avoid disturbing you," she stammered. "Very well," I replied. After her departure, Shen Yixiao led me to the sofa, observing the document in my hand with a furrowed brow. "Why did you come to deliver this? Such trivial matters could be delegated to someone else." I handed him the report with a smile. If I neglect these small tasks, I would merely sit idly, and that would be dreadfully dull. Shen Yixiao's lips curved into a smile. "As long as you find joy in it." Exiting the office, I found Liu Xiaoyan lost in thought, while others consoled her. Upon noticing my presence, they fell silent. I wondered whether they were aware of Lu Xiaoyun's clandestine relationship with Shen Yixiao. If they knew, would I not appear pitiable in their eyes? I approached Lu Xiaoyun, who stood awkwardly. "Madam," she said, "Yixiao has a temper. He does not spare anyone who errs. Do not take it to heart. He is not targeting you." I reassured her gently, addressing the others. "You have all worked hard. Let me treat you to coffee. It will be delivered shortly." "Thank you, madam." They chorused gratefully as I descended in the elevator. Back in the HR department, I generously offered each colleague a cup of coffee, allowing them to choose their preferred flavor, a means to foster camaraderie. I pondered how many within the company were aware of Shen Yixiao and Lu Xiaoyun's affair. It was imperative to ascertain this for the sake of my relationships. As the day neared its end, an unfamiliar number rang through. A woman's voice inquired, "Liu, is this you?" "Who is this?" I replied, puzzled. "This is Wei Lai." Wei Lai had been my class monitor in high school, and we had shared a good rapport until my relationship with Shen Yixiao began, at which point I grew closer to suing. I was taken aback by her call. How had she obtained my number? Seemingly sensing my confusion, Wei Lai explained, "Suing provided me with your number. I hope you don't mind." "Not at all. But what is it that you need?" I queried. "It pertains to our class reunion. Everyone has asked me to contact you. This reunion was initiated by Shen Yixiao, who is covering all expenses. Everyone is very excited. If you decline, the reunion may fall through," she said, her tone growing somewhat sheepish. Upon realizing this, I felt no inclination to attend. I did not wish to yield for the sake of former classmates I had not seen in years. I apologized, class monitor, but I'm not particularly fond of gatherings, so I truly do not wish to participate. I will ensure Shen Yixiao organizes the reunion as planned. Enjoy yourselves. Shen Yixiao sought to redeem himself, and he could attend alone. Wei Lai seemed inclined to say more, but I ended the call, citing work commitments. That evening, Shen Yixiao did not return home. I called him, and the background noise suggested a commotion, with voices raised in argument. "Wife, I shall return in an hour. I have a surprise for you," he promised. "All right," I replied, hanging up. An hour later, Shen Yixiao arrived precisely on time, his white cuffs stained with blood, deliberately rolled up to conceal the evidence. As I was engrossed in a drama series, he approached, presenting his phone with a triumphant grin. "The surprise is here." On the screen appeared a video depicting Chun Hao in a state of severe distress, his injuries grotesque and alarming. Shen Yixiao stepped forward, delivering several forceful kicks. I had grown accustomed to such violent spectacles, having been unable to prevent Shen Yixiao's altercations. Engaging in underworld affairs was inherently perilous. However, after several years of relative tranquility, the sight of blood left me feeling nauseous. Noticing my reaction, Shen Yixiao quickly withdrew the phone, visibly concerned. "Did I frighten you? You need not watch. Rest assured, that scoundrel Chun Hao will no longer bother you." "Did you send someone to deal with him?" I inquired, my brow furrowed. "No, he had previously betrayed their leader. I merely informed the Black Hawk Gang about the situation. They will handle it themselves. I have distanced myself from such matters." Shen Yixiao gently embraced me, reminding me of my promise to live well from now on, and I wondered how I could ever leap back into the mire. I managed to smile, though at times I felt an unsettling depth to Shen Yixiao's demeanor, a terrifying complexity. At that time, we had just reached adulthood. He appeared to be perpetually entangled with those so-called gangs. Yet he had amassed a considerable amount of leverage and evidence against others, seemingly biding his time for this very moment. Even in our relationship, he had taken possession of all my identification documents early on, making it clear that leaving him would not come easily. I was uncertain of what else he held over me, but I understood that leaving would be fraught with obstacles. At that moment, Liang Feng called Shen Yixiao, inquiring if he had resolved matters concerning Chun Hao. "Yes, even upon his release, he will face no easy days ahead. You should have someone keep an eye on him. He must not be allowed to escape unscathed, or it could lead to endless troubles." Shen Yixiao did not shy away from me, simply issuing orders to Liang Feng. After a brief conversation, Liang Feng suggested meeting in person. Shen Yixiao hung up and asked for my opinion. I had no reason to oppose, only requesting to accompany him. After a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced. Together, Shen Yixiao and I ventured to a gymnasium, a members-only venue with a sparse crowd, where Meng Ziqing and Liang Feng were already present. Upon our arrival, I spotted Lu Xiaoyun, donned in a vibrant pink athletic ensemble and a baseball cap, radiating youthfulness and charm. They appeared taken aback by Shen Yixiao's decision to bring me along, particularly Lu Xiaoyan. Secretary Lu, what a surprise to see you here. I initiated the conversation. Shen Yixiao maintained an air of composure, devoid of the usual trepidation one might expect when a legitimate partner encounters a rival. With Meng Zicheng and Liang Feng present, he seemed to possess an inexhaustible supply of excuses, free from concern. As anticipated, Meng Zicheng seized upon my words. Grinning as he declared, "Sister-in-law," I invited Secretary Lu to join us. After our game, I was hoping to take her to a movie, if she is willing. Lu Xiaoyun's cheeks flushed crimson, instinctively glancing at Shen Yixiao, yet remaining silent. Shen Yixiao chuckled. I take it upon myself to give my approval for Secretary Lu to join. Although I hear she has a boyfriend. Are you not concerned he might cause trouble for you? Finally, Lu Xiaoyan spoke. Yes, Mr. Meng. I do have a boyfriend, and our relationship is quite good, so. Very well. Let us play for a while, and I shall escort you home afterward. Meng Zicheng feigned disappointment. The four of us were like actors on a stage, while I stood as the sole audience member. Liang Feng fetched 2 pairs of badminton rackets, handing one to me and Shen Yixiao. Come, let us play doubles. Shen Yixiao shed his jacket, stretching his arms with an air of confidence as he remarked, All right, we shall be a pair. You and Meng Zicheng can team up, and Secretary Lu, you shall act as our substitute. Lu Xiaoyan nodded obediently, standing by to observe. It had been quite some time since I last played badminton, and I felt somewhat rusty. Fortunately, Meng Zicheng and Liang Feng's skills were comparable to mine, allowing for a balanced match. After a while, I began to tire, drenched in sweat. Shen Yixiao paused to ask, My dear, are you all right? Would you like to take a break? Meng Zicheng quickly chimed in, Sister-in-law, perhaps you should rest. Let Secretary Lu take your place, as she is merely standing idle. Lu Xiaoyan cast a nervous glance in my direction, seemingly anxious about my potential refusal. No, I was just getting into the flow. Quickly, Secretary Lu, you take over. I must determine a victor today. Meng Zicheng insisted, urging Lu Xiaoyan to step in. Not wanting to appear petty, I handed my racket to Lu Xiaoyan. Secretary Lu, you play for a while. A delighted smile spread across her face as she accepted the racket. All right, madam, you take your rest. She moved alongside Shen Yixiao, their eyes locking momentarily before quickly averting, a tension palpable in that fleeting instant. Meng Zicheng and Liang Feng exchanged knowing glances, a flicker of mischief in their eyes, as they began playing badminton nonchalantly, as if oblivious to my presence. In front of me, they engaged in a covert game, insidiously trampling upon my dignity. They deliberately directed the shuttlecock towards Shen Yixiao, forcing Lu Xiaoyan to gravitate closer to him in her attempts to return the shots. Their bodies brushing against one another amidst the exertion, an air of suggestiveness permeating the atmosphere. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoyan stumbled and fell, prompting Shen Yixiao to instinctively reach out and catch her, their forms entwined for a brief moment. Meng Zicheng immediately ceased playing, rushing over to inquire, Are you all right? Liang Feng glanced at me and quipped, Secretary Lu, your skills still do not match up to my sister-in-law's. I'm fine, I just played a bit too hastily. Lu Xiaoyun was enveloped by concern from the 3 men, her face flushed with embarrassment. I stood aside, feeling like an outsider, hesitant to utter a word. Shen Yixiao was the first to regain his composure, releasing Lu Xiaoyun and urging her to stand straight, his expression darkening. Secretary Lu, if you cannot play, then let my wife take your place. A hint of distress and innocence flickered in Lu Xiaoyun's eyes as she steadied herself, handing me the racket. Madam, perhaps you should take over. I am truly inadequate. At that moment, Meng Zicheng mischievously interjected, Sister-in-law, you should take my position. Let us have a mixed gender competition. How's that sound? I was bewildered by Meng Zicheng's intentions. He seemed to relish in magnifying situations before fervently covering for Shen Yixiao. Perhaps the capricious are drawn to such thrilling escapades, finding mundane skirmishes too dull, and thus they tread the line of discovery, relishing the thrill it brings. Enough. I do not wish to play anymore. The moment Shen Yixiao heard that I would be paired with Lu Xiaoyan, he shot a glare at Meng Zicheng, coldly refusing. Realizing he had perhaps overstepped, Meng Zicheng quickly shifted his tone, suggesting, Let us all take a break and grab a bite to eat instead. I took Meng Zicheng's racket, stating calmly, Let us continue for a while longer. It has been ages since I enjoyed such exhilarating exercise. Secretary Lu, would you mind teaming up with me? Lu Xiaoyan hesitated, quickly shaking her head, No, I do not mind at all, madam, as long as you do not find my skills lacking. I smiled and gestured for Liang Feng to stand with Shen Yixiao. Reluctantly, Shen Yixiao agreed to continue playing for a bit longer, possibly perceiving that as two women, Lu Xiaoyan and I, would not match their strength. Thus, we played at a gentler pace, and surprisingly, Lu Xiaoyan and I displayed an unexpected synergy. I chuckled softly, finding it rather peculiar. As the game neared its conclusion, Liang Feng served the shuttlecock my way. It should have been my turn to receive, but inexplicably, Lu Xiaoyan leaped in to intercept, and I was knocked to the ground, my elbow striking the floor painfully. Wife! Shen Yixiao exclaimed in alarm, dropping his racket and rushing over to assess my condition. Meng Ziqing and Liang Feng followed suit, surrounding me, and I found the scene rather amusing. For only half an hour earlier, a similar tableau had unfolded around Lu Xiaoyan. Lu Xiaoyan appeared flustered, nearly on the verge of tears. Madam, I'm so sorry. It was unintentional. I thought I should have gone for that ball. Mr. Shen, I truly did not mean to collide with madam. Her panicked demeanor seemed pitiable, as if I were poised to accuse her and seek retribution. Shen Yixiao glanced at Lu Xiaoyan, her eyes brimming with tears. And though he felt the urge to express his anger, he suppressed it. Just earlier, he had witnessed Lu Xiaoyan deliver an unintentional slap to himself. Her face flushed with embarrassment, undoubtedly causing him distress. If I were to press the matter further, Lu Xiaoyan's vulnerable image would be solidified. This has always been her tactic. I have endured it far too many times in my past life. I clearly reached my limit, suffering countless humiliations, yet I never seemed to find respite. This was largely due to my occasional emotional outbursts, where I would vehemently accuse her of stealing away Shen Yixiao, while she portrayed herself as a pitiable mistress, forced to take everything from me and endure my psychological assaults. My verbal prowess ultimately paled in comparison to her tangible actions. Secretary Lu did not act with malice. Sister-in-law, perhaps Meng Ziqing should speak first. Shen Yixiao was also watching me, his gaze laden with complexity. At this moment, if I were to criticize Lu Xiaoyan, his protective instincts would likely erupt. What are you all discussing? I smiled gently, pushed him aside, and retrieved a tissue from my pocket, offering it to Lu Xiaoyan. Secretary Lu, you did not mean to. Why would I blame you? Rather, did you hurt yourself when you bumped into me? Should we consider a trip to the hospital for a checkup? Lu Xiaoyan was taken aback by my gesture of kindness, clearly unprepared for such a friendly response. Chapter 30. The strenuous effort to indulge in infidelity. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Shen Yixiao's mouth as he wrapped his arm around my waist and, somewhat displeased, inquired of Lu Xiaoyan, Secretary Lu, why are you in a daze? My wife asked you to dry your tears. Only then did Lu Xiaoyan accept the tissue, hastily wiping her tears and revealing a smile that was more grotesque than her previous sobs. Thank you, madam. You're welcome. I see everyone is weary. Let's dine together. I shall treat. I deftly shifted the topic to a meal. Lu Xiaoyan shook her head. Mr. Shen, madam, you go ahead. I shall be leaving first. I did not press her to stay. I merely advised her to take care on her way home. Shen Yixiao exhibited no unusual reaction. After nodding at Lu Xiaoyan, he turned to Meng Ziqing and Liang Feng, asking, what would you like to eat? Your sister-in-law is treating. Think quickly. We four shared laughter and banter as we headed to a Japanese restaurant. Meng Ziqing and Liang Feng displayed no signs of guilt or unease in my presence. Just as countless times before, our interaction remained easygoing and delightful. After our meal, Shen Yixiao and I returned home, where he had consumed a fair amount of alcohol and appeared somewhat inebriated. He collapsed onto the sofa, closing his eyes to collect himself, his mood seemingly melancholic. Had I not accompanied him tonight, he could have gone on a date with Lu Xiaoyan and with Meng Ziqing and Liang Feng nearby. He wouldn't even need to hide. Even if he were photographed, it wouldn't imply solitude. I had shattered his dream for the night. It was only natural for him to feel disheartened. I ascended the stairs, first to take a shower, and when I finished and intended to seek out Shen Yixiao, the maid informed me that he had gone to the study. I made my way to the study, the closed door of which seemed to harbor a secret. I was unable to push it open, completely oblivious to Shen Yixiao's activities within. Madam, you should rest. Mr. Shen may be working late tonight. The maid suggested from behind me. Lily, when did he go in? I inquired. Just about half an hour ago. Lily's gaze faltered, clearly lying. My expression grew serious. Speak the truth. Do not worry. I will not inform Shen Yixiao. After a moment of hesitation, Lily gathered the courage to reveal the truth. Madam, Mr. Shen left. It was that Meng Zicheng who came to pick him up, but he asked me to tell you that he is working in the study and not to wait for him. Upon hearing Lily's words, I was momentarily stunned before I couldn't help but laugh, a sharp pain striking my heart. The man who once felt the need to report his every whereabouts, even when gravely injured, for fear of missing our last moments together, was now scheming to sneak away for an affair. Lily observed me, her eyes filled with concern and sympathy, clearly recognizing my current turmoil. I waved my hand dismissively. I understand. You may go to sleep. After Lily departed, I stared at the tightly shut study door, likely locked from the outside by Shen Yixiao himself, preventing me from opening it. Had it been in the past, I would have genuinely believed he was working late in the study, considering the numerous responsibilities at the company. Lacking advanced education and credentials, our achievements were merely a product of luck and hard work, demanding considerable energy. I returned to the bedroom to rest, yet my mind could not settle, inundated with various memories of the past. The fervent love Shen Yixiao and I once shared now felt painfully ironic in light of his betrayal. Suddenly, Sun Shaoling contacted me. Liu, have you received an invitation from the Heartfelt Partner Program? They want us to be special guests for the second season and participate in a few segments. Heartfelt Partner was the dating show Shen Yixiao and I had previously attended together. I replied, I haven't received anything. What's going on? Really? I heard all the members from the first season received invitations. Perhaps your husband got an invite and didn't he tell you? That could be the case. I will ask him tomorrow. All right, let us get together when we have time. Sure. I then opened Shen Yixiao's Weibo page, where just yesterday he had shared the official promotion for the second season of Heartfelt Partner, but he hadn't tagged me, which is why I was unaware. In the comments, there were numerous expressions of envy regarding his romantic relationship with me, and he responded to the most liked comments, filled with praises and affection for me. As I read those comments and replies, I felt a sudden sense of disorientation regarding Shen Yixiao, which sent a shiver down my spine. While I was lost in thought, Su Ying called. My mind elsewhere, I instinctively answered the phone. Sorry. Su Ying's immediate apology jolted me back to reality as I frowned. She continued, the gown might have indeed been ruined by me while trying it on, but I didn't know at the time. I wasn't intentional. I can't afford to compensate, so I denied it. I know I was cowardly and shameless. I apologize. The art exhibition incident was also because I was momentarily blinded by anger over you not taking me. I told Shen Yixiao. You can blame me, but please don't ignore me, all right? You're my best friend. No one else compares. I don't want to lose you. As she spoke, Su Ying began to cry, choking on her words as she pleaded for my forgiveness. I had no desire to forgive her, as she was an unpredictable bomb, a perilous presence that could explode at any moment. Just as I was about to brush her off, she abruptly shifted the topic, asking, where's Shen Yixiao? Is he home? Upon hearing that question, I immediately sensed something amiss. Su Ying had likely seen Shen Yixiao again and was now probing me. I purposefully replied, He.S. home. He.S. working late in the study. At home? Are you sure? Su Ying questioned, her tone laced with skepticism. Yes. I showed no hesitation. Sure enough, Su Ying crafted a reason to invite me out, claiming she wanted to apologize in person. I was well aware of her ulterior motives, but I readily agreed. An hour later, I met Su Ying, who stood at the entrance of a residential complex, a cigarette between her lips. Upon seeing me, she instinctively offered me a cigarette, which I declined, stating I had quit. She habitually poked at my wounds. Try for a baby? I shot her a cold stare, and after realizing her misstep, she reluctantly offered an apology. I'm sorry, I forgot again. She hadn't forgotten about my inability to conceive. Rather, it seemed she remembered it constantly. Hence her casual mention. I chose to ignore her and gazed at the entrance of the complex. If memory served me right, Meng Zicheng resided here. If Su Ying had seen Shen Yixiao here, it would mean he had switched battlegrounds with Liu Xiaoyan. I had already sensed something amiss at the apartment. It was no longer safe. Why did you ask me to meet here? I inquired deliberately. Su Ying feigned innocence. I'm waiting for a friend. She lives here. Stay with me for a bit, and we can grab a late-night snack? The friend she awaited was undoubtedly Shen Yixiao. Chapter 31. He feels for her. I accompanied Su Ying at the entrance of the complex for over an hour. She chatted with me casually, mostly probing into my recent situation with Shen Yixiao. When I assured her that everything was fine, a hint of mockery and schadenfreude flickered in her eyes. Why don't you call your friend? I began to feel impatient. Forget it, They probably won't come out tonight. I'll take you somewhere. Suing grasped my hand and led me to the roadside. Soon, we hailed a taxi and headed to the place she mentioned. We arrived at a quiet bar, and Suing eagerly pointed out a man on stage holding a guitar, singing passionately. His name is Shen Yi. Isn't a lovely name? Is he handsome? Ich glanced over, momentarily stunned. From this angle, Shen Yi bore an uncanny resemblance to Shen Yixiao, particularly since he was only 19, reminiscent of Shen Yixiao in his youth. Suing lavished praise on Shen Yi in my ear. Handsome, a great singer, destined to be discovered by talent scouts and become a star. This scene felt oddly familiar. In my past life, Suing had taken me to see Shen Yi as well. However, it was during the time I discovered Shen Yixiao's infidelity and demanded a divorce, while she simultaneously PUA'd me into reconsidering, all the while introducing me to Shen Yi. Because of Shen Yi's striking similarity to Shen Yixiao, in my deep sorrow and rage, I nearly mistook him for Shen Yixiao's substitute. Yet nothing transpired between us. As I regained my clarity quickly, Suing had captured intimate photos of me with Shen Yi from an angle that concealed our true nature and secretly sent them to Shen Yixiao. That was the only time he begrudgingly agreed to my request for a divorce, angered by my connection with Shen Yi. Later, when I confronted Suing, she feigned innocence, claiming she wanted to help me since I seemed eager for a divorce while Shen Yixiao resisted. She understood that even if Shen Yixiao and I divorced, it wouldn't elevate her status, hence her contradictory anticipation for our separation while opposing my desire to confront him. Seeing Shen Yi again, I felt no impulse from my previous life. I merely took a sip of the fruit wine in my glass. Its taste bitter and astringent. Don't you think he resembles your Shinzong? Suing, noticing my subdued reaction, persisted in guiding me. I feigned surprise. Really? Everyone has different tastes. I don't see the resemblance at all. Suing's expression turned perplexed, as if my response was as strange as extraterrestrial life. Her lips moved as if to say something more, but she hesitated. Certainly, she would not overlook Shen Yi's likeness to Shen Yixiao. The two were orchestrating a scheme against me while engaging in their own entanglements. Shen Yi even attempted to extort money from me. In any case, both of them were despicable. It grew late, and I had work the next day, so I decided to leave. Work? Suing exclaimed in disbelief. What job do you have? I replied, I work as an HR in my own company. Idleness at home doesn't suit me. Before Suing could respond, I had already exited the bar. As I waited for a taxi by the roadside, a familiar car appeared in the distance. It was Meng Zicheng's vehicle. I quickly concealed myself behind a tree, peeking out to watch as Meng Zicheng's car approached and finally stopped by the curb. The voluptuous woman I had seen at the luxury store disembarked from the passenger seat, followed by Meng Zicheng, both of them holding hands in a decidedly affectionate manner. When the back door opened, I spotted Shen Yixiao inside. Secretary Liu, why aren't you getting out? I was close enough to overhear their conversation. Meng Zicheng asked playfully, are you afraid of being photographed? TSK, so considerate of our Shen Ji's reputation. Shen Yixiao's suit jacket was unbuttoned. Revealing a black shirt that had once been adorned with a wine-red tie I gifted him last Qixi festival, which was now conspicuously absent. He leaned closer to the car door, his voice still melodious. Come on down. We're not alone. It's fine. With their coaxing, Lu Xiaoyan timidly extended a leg out of the car, her long, fair leg remarkably beautiful, even captivating me as a woman. She wore a white sweatshirt paired with a gray pleated skirt, exuding a fresh and delicate charm. Upon exiting the vehicle, she immediately hid behind Shen Yixiao, appearing bashful and anxious. Shen Yixiao smiled gently, taking her hand, only to release it shortly after, as if to offer reassurance. I recalled the first time I had accompanied him to a car race, the night filled with bonfire flames and a group of youths gathering in the outskirts for a motorcycle competition. I had never participated in such activities, nor did I know those seemingly delinquent peers of mine. I had nestled behind Shen Yixiao, feeling embarrassed, as he held my hand and whispered comfortingly, it's okay. I'm here. No one dares to bully you. Watching him bestow the tenderness he once offered me upon another woman was indeed a heart-wrenching affair. Subsequently, the four of them entered the bar, and after a moment of hesitation, I decided to follow. Before doing so, I stopped by a nearby convenience store to buy a mask and a hat. Once back at the bar, I searched the crowd for Shen Yixiao and his companions. They would likely choose a private room, so I concentrated my efforts in that area. As I loitered, I accidentally bumped into someone, Liang Feng. Fortunately, I managed to disguise myself enough that he did not recognize me. He merely frowned before heading toward one of the private rooms. I immediately deduced that Shen Yixiao's group was inside. Wait, I grabbed a server preparing to deliver drinks. And after a brief negotiation, I donned the server's work vest, mask, and hat, entering the dimly lit private room. I could see everyone clearly inside. Meng Zicheng was cuddling with his girlfriend. Liang Feng was engrossed in his phone, while Shen Yixiao lounged on the opposite sofa, resting his head on Lu Xiaoyan's lap, appearing utterly relaxed. Lu Xiaoyan leaned down to peck his lips, and he opened his eyes, his voice hoarse. What's wrong? Didn't you eat enough earlier? Shen Zong. You. Lu Xiaoyan blushed, pretending to push Shen Yixiao away, but he caught her wrist, exuding an aura of gentle protection. Don't hurt yourself anymore. Does your face still hurt? Shen Yixiao reached out to caress Lu Xiaoyan's face, clearly distressed by the slap she had given herself in the office. As I set the drinks down, I listened to Shen Yixiao expressing concern for Lu Xiaoyan. My heart ached, but more so with resentment and anger. Distracted, I accidentally shattered a bottle, the loud crash interrupting their tender moment. Meng Zicheng snapped at me. What happened? A disabled person is still working? Can't even set a bottle right. Wearing a hat and mask, I felt like I was being ridiculed for some contagious disease. Chapter 32. Do you still love me? I kept my head down, silent as I hastily cleaned up the shards. Seeing my continued silence, Shen Yixiao grew displeased. Are you mute? Speak. Wow, mute? Meng Zicheng exaggeratedly mocked. Forget it. Just leave. Liang Feng seemed less concerned. Their treatment of strangers revealed their lack of decency, let alone any kindness in their hearts. I knew that speaking would expose me, so I remained unresponsive to their taunts. Fortunately, the server I had just dealt with returned, apologizing to Shen Yixiao and his group. Sorry, bro, she's new and timid. For the broken drinks, we'll compensate you double and deliver them right away. Meng Zicheng snorted. That's more like it. Just don't let her deliver. Understood. The server ushered me outside. As I exited, I glanced back at Shen Yixiao. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, his expression shifted. Once outside the private room, I transferred the double drink payment and a tip to the server, instructing him to keep it confidential before hastily leaving the bar. I returned home at breakneck speed, discarding my mask and hat along the way. Upon arriving home and changing into my pajamas after a shower, Shen Yixiao returned. Did you just finish showering? He inquired cautiously, sensing something amiss. Lily mentioned that you would be working late in the study tonight, and I didn't wish to disturb you, so I planned to take a shower and retire for the night. As I dried my hair, I wore an expression of nonchalance. Shen Yixiao approached, gazing into my eyes with a hint of suspicion. You didn't go out tonight? I shrugged, explaining that Su Ying had invited me out for a brief visit to a quaint bar named Jasmine Bloom, where she insisted that the live singer resembled him. I felt otherwise and returned home. Upon hearing this, Shen Yixiao's expression shifted, his voice tinged with anxiety as he inquired when I had returned. I came back over 2 hours ago. What's wrong? You seem off? I replied, puzzled by his demeanor. Even if you were to ask Su Ying, it wouldn't matter, for I had indeed left 2 hours prior and returned without her knowledge. I had directly given Lily a raise, ensuring she wouldn't speak out of turn. Shen Yixiao released a gentle sigh of relief and casually explained, No, while I was working in the study, Meng Zicheng called me out for a drink at Jasmine Bloom as well. It was quite a coincidence that we missed each other. I was rather surprised. I smiled faintly. Dear, I shall also take a shower, he said, retrieving his coat and phone before heading to the bathroom. My smile vanished instantly, replaced by images of him holding Lu Xiaoyun's hand and their flirtations in the private room. I couldn't record video, but I had always turned on the voice recorder to capture their intimate moments. In the future, I must unveil the repulsive visage hidden beneath Shen Yixiao's affectionate facade. I needed evidence. When Shen Yixiao returned from his shower, I broached the subject of his participation in a show. He seemed oblivious to any impropriety in not informing me, responding instead that he was merely a special guest, participating in a few segments which could elevate our popularity. A brand for couple rings had contacted him, hoping we would endorse their product, offering a handsome fee. We do not lack for money. There is no need for endorsements, I firmly rejected. Silly wife, who would ever disdain more money? Don't you wish to live in a larger house or purchase more expensive bags? Shen Yixiao lay back on the bed, smiling. I have no desire for it. I want only to find a way to obtain money and documents, and then vanish far away. I frowned. Yixiao, we are already materially sufficient, and we have no children. All this can be donated in the future, There's no need to strive so hard. A flicker of melancholy crossed Shen Yixiao's face as he casually lit a cigarette. Since I also smoked, he had no need to avoid me. Suddenly, he asked, "You stopped smoking? This pack hasn't been touched." "Yes, it's detrimental to health. And besides, I need to refrain from smoking while on medication," I replied nonchalantly. Shen Yixiao chuckled softly, extinguishing the freshly lit cigarette in the ashtray. "All right, since you don't smoke, I won't either. I wouldn't want you to suffer from secondhand smoke." Despite his tender demeanor, no sweetness blossomed within me. Did he still love me? Or was it merely habitual kindness? I forced a smile. "All right, let us do that." He uncovered the other side of the quilt, his handsome face radiating charm. The corners of his peach blossom eyes having delicate lines, an indication of potential romantic entanglements. I had once dismissed such notions, yet now I found myself compelled to believe. "Wife, I want to hold you while we sleep. I'm exhausted from playing basketball today. Come here." He beckoned. "You rest first. I need to apply a face mask." I deflected with an excuse. Shen Yixiao didn't insist, and soon fell asleep, clearly fatigued. His phone rang, a call from Meng Zicheng. I answered directly. "Is this about my sister-in-law?" "Zicheng, what is up?" "Yixiao is too tired. He is already asleep," I informed him. Upon recognizing my voice, Meng Zicheng quickly explained, "Sister-in-law. Mifine. I just called to tease Yixiao. He saw a woman who looks a lot like you and insisted he want to go home thinking of you. I thought I'd give him a call to have some fun. You two should rest." After he hung up, I set Shen Yixiao's phone aside, applied my face mask, and took my time before finally going to bed, turning away from him to avoid seeing his face. When morning came, Shen Yixiao had awakened early and prepared breakfast for me. I was somewhat taken aback to see him in an apron. "It's been a while since I made you breakfast. Come eat. Afterward, we'll head to the office together," he called, the morning sun streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow upon him, creating a beautiful scene. How wonderful it would be if he and T strayed. I could continue living in my fairy tale. I seated myself at the dining table. "Thank you, wife. It is I who should express gratitude. You have cared for me so long, and I am well aware." "Happy birthday," Shen Yixiao declared, pulling a small black box from his pocket. When he opened it, a stunning green agate pearl ring lay within. I suddenly remembered that today was my birthday. My heart was heavy with feelings of betrayal and resentment, having completely forgotten my own special day, while Shen Yixiao remembered it without fail. He had never overlooked this significant date in all our years together. Gazing at the ring in a daze, I noticed Shen Yixiao's smile falter. "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" "I adore it." "Thank you, Yixiao." I feigned heartfelt appreciation, taking the ring and leaning down to place a fleeting kiss on his cheek. He finally relaxed, relieved. "I was afraid you wouldn't like it." "I like all the gifts you give me," I replied with a broad smile. In the past, I had been consumed by the anguish of infertility, unable to find joy in any gift Shen Yixiao presented. But now I realized that money is far more reliable than people. Shen Yixiao's gaze softened as he leaned closer, kissing my lips. "I will give you everything you desire, as long as I have it." He was too arrogant, unable to offer a genuine heart or loyalty. I nodded yes. After breakfast, we headed to the office together. Upon our arrival, many glanced at us, their gazes filled with envy. I knew they all longed for a wealthy, handsome man who loved them. Yet, they could not see the reality behind this facade of happiness. Shen Yixiao went to his office while I proceeded to the HR department. Due to manager He's lack of work assignments for me, I spent most of my time playing on my phone, researching information on high-quality replicas. I intended to convert everything Shen Yixiao had given me into cash, but it must remain undiscovered by him. As I was engrossed in my task, a notification about mandatory overtime went out to the entire company, prompting groans from my colleagues. However, a series of red envelopes quickly dissipated their grievances. I refrained from participating, focusing instead on my research. Around 8 in the evening, I emerged from the break room to find the HR department shrouded in darkness, as if the power had been cut. "What's going on?" I fumbled for my phone to use its flashlight. "Happy birthday." With a jubilant shout, someone activated a flashlight, and amidst the dim light, Lu Xiaoyan appeared, pushing a beautifully crafted cake towards me. She wore a strained smile. "Madam, happy birthday. This is prepared by President Shen for you." Others cheered. Some placed a birthday hat on my head, while others lit candles. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, I found myself blowing out the candles and cutting the cake. "Wife, happy birthday." Shen Yixiao emerged from the crowd, holding flowers. His handsome, affectionate face appeared somewhat blurred under the beams of the flashlights, heightening the celebratory atmosphere as awestruck gasps filled the room. I accepted the flowers and, amidst the cacophony, asked, "Thank you, but why are the lights still off?" Shen Yixiao wrapped his arm around my shoulders, kissing my forehead before turning my body towards the floor-to-ceiling windows. The commercial building across the street suddenly illuminated, and a prominent message appeared on the enormous screen. "Happy birthday, little moon, I love you." Countless pink heart-shaped bubbles emerged, bursting forth in a three-dimensional visual spectacle, drifting in all directions. Around me, people eagerly pulled out their phones to capture this romantic scene, yet I stood there, frozen in place. "Darling," Shen Yixiao's voice echoed in my ears. "I promised you that when I had the means, I would rent the largest screen in the city to confess my love for you on your birthday. I have fulfilled that promise." Those were dreams we harbored in our youth. During those blissful, sweet moments, my every casual remark felt like a solemn vow, which Shen Yixiao secretly cherished. He meticulously accomplished the promises he once made to me, while simultaneously betraying me. My eyes welled with tears, a lump formed in my throat, and a tumult of regret and resentment twisted within my heart, leaving me unable to discern my emotions. Shen Yixiao mistook my tears for joy and wiped them away, saying, "Don't cry. I will continue to fulfill every promise I've made to you." His sweet words stirred excitement among the crowd, but only Lu Xiaoyun appeared pale and distressed, her gaze towards us devoid of life. In the midst of this commotion, I noticed Lu Xiaoyun had slipped away. The spectacle must have been unbearable for her. The building would remain aglow throughout the night, yet we could not linger indefinitely, and after a while, someone turned on the lights. Shen Yixiao announced that everyone could leave, and he took my hand to depart. As we approached the parking lot, just as we were about to enter the car, Lu Xiaoyun emerged unexpectedly, holding a beautifully wrapped gift box. Upon seeing her, Shen Yixiao's demeanor noticeably tightened, his brow furrowing as he scrutinized her. He only exhibited this vigilance when the three of us were alone, or when it was just Lu Xiaoyun and me, especially in the absence of Meng Zicheng and Liang Feng, his usual allies. "Secretary Lu, is there something you need?" he inquired first, his tone tinged with aloofness. "Mr. Shen, today is Madam's birthday, and I prepared a gift for her. I hesitated to present it among so many people, so I waited here for you to come down." Lu Xiaoyun handed the gift to me, her face adorned with a sincere smile. "Madam, happy birthday. Mr. Shen is truly wonderful to you. I envied you so much earlier." I accepted the gift and glanced at Shen Yixiao, a slight smile gracing my lips. "Thank you, Secretary Lu. Isn't your boyfriend also very good to you? He surely wouldn't let you envy anyone else." Shen Yixiao's expression darkened, and he tightened his grip on my hand, ushering me towards the car. "All right, Secretary Lu, we must take our leave." A fleeting look of sorrow crossed Lu Xiaoyun's eyes, quickly replaced by resolve. "All right, I will head back as well." Subsequently, Shen Yixiao settled me into the passenger seat, swiftly climbed in, and drove away from the parking lot. Throughout the journey, I clutched the gift Lu Xiaoyun had given me, pondering its contents. Occasionally, Shen Yixiao would glance at me, seemingly anxious about what I might find upon opening the box. Upon arriving home, Shen Yixiao could no longer restrain himself. He seized the gift box and tossed it into the trash. "Darling, you lack nothing. There is no need for such gifts. Secretary Lu's financial means are modest. The gift should be of little value. But that is someone's heartfelt intention. I would prefer not to discard it so carelessly." I retrieved it from the refuse and, in Shen Yixiao's presence, opened it directly. His eyes were fixed intently on my actions, and when the box was unveiled, I discovered a delicate glass music box. Upon activation, a reindeer frolicked in the snow, surrounded by swirling snowflakes, creating an enchanting scene, accompanied by melodious piano music. "So, this is a music box," I exclaimed in surprise. Shen Yixiao breathed a sigh of relief, a faint smile breaking through. "If you like such trinkets, I can gift you one every day." I shook my head. "There is no need. This is a birthday gift, and its significance is different." Shen Yixiao fell silent, opting to pour himself a glass of water instead. Ultimately, I placed the music box on the bedside table. Shen Yixiao appeared perplexed by my action, yet he refrained from opposing me further. Chapter 34. Deliberately distracting me, the following day at work, I intentionally visited the secretary department to find Lu Xiaoyun. Upon seeing me, her face lit up with surprise. I expressed my gratitude. "Secretary Lu, I truly adore the music box you gifted me. If you have time, I would love to invite you over for dinner. Her eyes sparkled with delight. That would be wonderful. She then inquired, Madam. The music box was handmade by a friend of mine. It is quite exquisite. I nodded, not dwelling on her words. At that moment, my phone rang. It was Wei Lai calling again. After a moment's hesitation, I answered. The conversation revolved around the upcoming class reunion. Wei Lai seemed eager for the event to be a success, but if I didn't attend, Shen Yixiao would likely cancel it, thwarting his intention to showcase our relationship, and leaving him embarrassed. Class monitor, I really do not wish to participate, I reiterated. Do you remember Teacher Bai? Wei Lai suddenly asked. Teacher Bai? I recalled her as my high school homeroom teacher, who had held me in high regard, but my rebellious nature had disappointed her. After I dropped out, we lost contact. I was puzzled as to why Wei Lai brought her up. She was recently diagnosed with late-stage cancer. She will be attending the reunion, wanting to see her cherished students one last time. Please consider it as an opportunity to see her again. Wei Lai's mention of Teacher Bai was surely self-serving. Yet her reasoning struck a chord within me. I had always felt that apart from my parents and Su Jingnan, she was one of the people I had wronged the most because she had treated me with such kindness. She once said that Su Jingnan and I were her most prized students and took great interest in our lives. After much persuasion from Wei Lai, I relented. Fine, I will think about it and give you an answer. Wei Lai let out a sigh of relief. Great. After hanging up, I felt a swirl of complex emotions as I descended the elevator in silence. As I was about to finish my day, Suing messaged me, transferring money with a note. Happy birthday. Yeah. I neither accepted nor responded, pretending not to see it. Every year, she always misremembered the date of my birthday, either arriving early or late. Yet, in my naivety, I had thought that if she did it intentionally, why would she bother to send gifts or red envelopes? In truth, she was merely being deliberate. Suing, last night, Shen Yixiao was extravagant. Renting that large screen for an entire night must have cost him a fortune. Did he give you other gifts? I did not reply. Suing, why aren't you responding? Wei Lai says you've agreed to attend a reunion. Did Shen Yixiao woo you with another gift? Show me, let me feast my eyes. Under her relentless barrage, I simply activated Do Not Disturb and prepared to head to the restroom before leaving. Suddenly, I overheard someone outside discussing. Do you think Secretary Liu and the madam look alike? Absolutely. I've always thought they resembled twins, just one is slightly younger. While I delivered documents today, I noticed Secretary Liu's outfit was quite similar to the madam's. If not for the difference in hair length, I might have mistaken them. Do you think the rumors about them are true? Secretary Liu and Mr. Shen. Hush, aren't you afraid of being fired? As I stood in the cubicle, listening to the chatter outside, my instincts told me that Shen Yixiao and Liu Xiaoyan's relationship was not as discreet as they presumed. Some individuals had begun to notice the discrepancies. After all, a secretary spending extended periods in the boss's office would inevitably lead to whispers. After the last of the people had departed, I pushed open the door and stepped outside, my face devoid of expression as I washed my hands. Upon return to the department, I received a message from Shen Yixiao, who was meticulously timing his message. Wife, I have to work late tonight for a meeting. You should head home first. I replied simply, okay. However, after leaving the company, I did not immediately depart, but lingered downstairs, observing the top-floor conference room's window. After waiting for over half an hour without seeing any lights turn on, I surmised that Shen Yixiao had concocted an excuse for me to leave early, providing him and Liu Xiaoyun with both time and space. If I were to return now, would I frighten them? Just as I pondered this dilemma, Aunt Yang's phone call came through. Her anxious voice echoed on the line. Xiaoya, something's wrong. Your brother is missing. What? I felt a chill run down my spine. Bewildered as I asked, what happened? According to your mother, he ran out alone this afternoon while the adults were napping. When they woke up, he was nowhere to be found, and now they're searching everywhere and preparing to call the police. Aunt Yang's tone was laden with worry. Although her information was of little use to me, she felt compelled to inform me. Ich understand, Aunt Yang. Let my parents call the police first. I replied calmly. Aunt Yang sighed. That's all we can do. It's truly worrisome. Your parents are on the verge of panic. I pressed my lips together in silence. Yet a similar wave of anxious concern surged within me. I held no deep affection for this so-called brother, yet he was my parents' treasured hope, their heart's delight. If anything were to happen to him, my parents would be utterly devastated. I drove hastily towards my home, memories flashing through my mind. Just a couple of days after their return, I recalled seeing him with a basketball, clamoring to play, yet my mother had stopped him. I desperately tried to remember the nearby basketball courts and finally pinpointed a location, heading straight there. Upon arriving at the basketball court, I discovered it was abandoned, shrouded in darkness and eerily silent. Mingming. I attempted to call his name, feeling somewhat awkward. Mingming. Simultaneously, I heard Su Jingnan's voice from another direction. I turned in astonishment to see him standing beneath a nearby basketball hoop, his back to me, only turning when he heard my voice. I rushed over, disregarding everything else. Su Jingnan, are you here to find Mingming too? His brow furrowed in concern. Yes, your parents have already called the police, and others are helping to search. My heart twisted painfully at the thought of Mingming being lost. I couldn't fathom the heartbreak my parents would endure. They had already suffered enough for my shortcomings as their daughter. I felt an overwhelming sense of distress, my eyes stinging and my chest constricting as if I couldn't breathe. Su Jingnan noticed my pallor, his expression shifting. Are you feeling unwell? I'm fine. Let's find him together. I brushed aside my discomfort, fixated only on locating Mingming. In that moment, I subconsciously wished to replace him as the one to accompany my parents, to compensate for the void I had left them. Chapter 35. Injured, surrounded by trees and shrubs, the night was dark, and all the streetlights were out. Su Jingnan and I switched on our flashlights and ventured into the woods. As we walked, I suddenly felt a sharp pain slice through my calf, causing me to gasp in shock. What happened? Su Jingnan heard my muffled exclamation and directed his flashlight towards me. Before I could respond, a faint sound of crying reached my ears. I immediately held my breath and gestured for Su Jingnan to be quiet. He too heard it. The soft sobs echoed in the darkness. We followed the sound until we discovered Mingming crouched behind a tree, hugging his knees and weeping. Su Jingnan quickly rushed to lift him up. Mingming, his concern was palpable, though he concealed it well. Upon hearing Su Jingnan's voice, Mingming looked up and burst into tears, throwing himself into Su Jingnan's embrace. Brother Jingnan, I got lost. I'm so scared. I feel like there are ghosts here. His tender voice trembled with genuine fear, his little hands clinging tightly to Su Jingnan. I sighed with relief, watching as Su Jingnan held Mingming effortlessly, soothing him gently. It's all right. I'll take you home. Your mom and dad are looking for you. You mustn't run off alone again. Mingming sniffled in response. I understand, but my basketball is lost. What should I do? I'll buy you a new one tomorrow. Okay. Thank you, Brother Jingnan. As I observed this scene, a sense of happiness blossomed within me. Having found Mingming, my parents would surely feel relieved. This was my first close look at my biological brother. His round face was plump and peach-like, with eyes that, though not large, were charming, clearly reflecting a clever spirit. Mingming noticed me and curiously asked, Uncle Jingnan, who is this beautiful sister? Is she your girlfriend? At his words, I snapped back to reality, awkwardly glancing at Su Jingnan, awaiting his explanation. He merely shot me a glance, unaffected by Mingming's misunderstanding, and introduced me coolly, just a friend. Oh, Mingming continued to gaze at me, suddenly breaking into a sweet smile. I really like this sister. Is this what they mean by blood being thicker than water? Even upon first meeting, one can feel such an inexplicable closeness and affection. A ripple of warmth washed over me. In that fleeting moment, I found the little boy endearing, my heart softening. Su Jingnan carried Mingming as we made our way out, and I prepared to follow, but the excruciating pain in my calf rendered me immobile. I turned on my flashlight to examine my injury, revealing a significant gash approximately 7 to 8 centimeters long, with slight flesh exposed. In my haste to find Mingming, I had neglected the pain. Nausea washed over me, yet I managed to endure it. Su Jingnan noticed my wound, his voice darkening. How did you get such a serious injury? What cut you? I don't know. It felt like wire or something sharp, I replied. It's pitch black here. I can't possibly find whatever cut me. Mingming, worried, turned to Su Jingnan. Brother Jingnan, the sister is hurt. We need to take her to the hospital. All right. Su Jingnan gently set Mingming down. Mingming, you walk on your own. I'll carry her. Panic surged within me. No, I can walk by myself. I attempted to step forward, but the pain tore through me, forcing me to remain still to avoid aggravating my injury. Su Jingnan approached me, squatting down and turning his back to me, his tone carrying a hint of authority. Get on. I hesitated, feeling embarrassed to climb onto his broad back. Yet, encouraged by Mingming's urging, I reluctantly draped myself over his shoulders. Su Jingnan effortlessly rose to his feet, my arms resting stiffly on his shoulders, unsure whether to encircle his neck. After a few steps, his cool voice broke the silence. Are you a zombie? Can't you bend your arms? Heat flooded my cheeks as I quickly wrapped my arms around his neck, our bodies pressing closely together, sharing warmth. I wondered if he could feel my racing heartbeat. If he could, he might think I had a heart condition, for it was erratic and intense. As we emerged from the woods, the basketball court was bathed in dim moonlight. Su Zhongnan carried me across the court, followed closely by a dutiful Mingming. Upon reaching the road, Su Zhongnan halted the car, placing me in the passenger seat while securing Mingming in the back. He then drove hastily towards the hospital. Once we arrive, you need not accompany me any longer. Please take Mingming home. I can manage on my own, I informed Su Zhongnan during our journey. He glanced at me, his expression devoid of any emotion, his eyes resembling a frozen lake, calm and undisturbed. Call Shen Yixiao over. Shen Yixiao? He was likely just finishing some tumultuous business with Lu Xiaoyan, and I had no desire to summon him. Wishing to divert the conversation, I turned to glance at the now sleeping Mingming. What was his full name? Li Qingming. Su Zhengang Zip Li Qingming? I was taken aback, pondering why my parents chose such a name. Su Zhongnan added, your parents hoped he would be clear-minded and perceptive, unlike you. His explanation was far from considerate, leaving me feeling rather embarrassed. I offered a forced smile and turned my gaze to the night scenery outside, ceasing my self-deprecating thoughts. In Su Jingnan's eyes, I must seem naive and foolish. A person of his rational caliber would likely prefer to avoid friendships like mine, lest they tarnish his social standing. Upon arriving at the hospital, Su Zhongnan dropped me at the entrance and departed, as I had wished. He did not feel obliged to stay by my side. Watching his vehicle recede into the distance, I silently exhaled in relief, contemplating whether to enter alone or find someone to assist me when a woman emerged from a nearby car, hurrying towards me. To my surprise, it was Secretary Li. Upon seeing me, Secretary Li's eyes widened slightly. Madam, what are you doing here? I gestured towards my injured left calf, offering a wry smile. I accidentally cut myself and came to the hospital for treatment. What about you? Are you unwell? Secretary Li shook her head. No, it's Secretary Lu who encountered some issues. I was called to accompany her for the night. Wasn't Lu Xiaoyan at the office working late with Shen Yixiao? What could possibly have gone wrong? I extended my hand for support from Secretary Li, and we entered the hospital together. Chapter 36. Lu Xiaoyan is pregnant. Secretary Li was unsure of the exact nature of Lu Xiaoyan's problem. She only anxiously called her to come to the hospital. After I had my wound treated, I urged her to go find Lu Xiaoyan. Try to avoid water for the next few days. And remember to come back for a dressing change, the doctor advised after attending to my injury. I hobbled out, and upon reaching the lobby, I spotted Meng Zicheng and Liang Feng rushing in, both scanning the area as if searching for something. I quickly concealed myself to avoid being seen. At that moment, two nurses approached from behind, engaged in conversation. If it's a minor rupture of the corpus luteum, medication can be administered first. However, hers seems quite severe, with continuous bleeding and signs of shock. She will definitely require surgery tonight. Do you really believe she just had a minor accident? I was skeptical. It had to be due to some reckless behavior during intimate activities. They had mentioned the presence of male fluids during her examination, which was telling. Understood. That is indeed too rough. They should be more careful, one nurse replied, their conversation leading me to immediately think of Lu Xiaoyan. Secretary Li was unaware of the situation, likely too embarrassed to clarify. The presence of Meng Zicheng and Liang Feng only reinforced my suspicions. Their arrival was too coincidental. I had no definitive proof, but decided to search the hospital for the emergency operating room, knowing Lu Xiaoyan required surgery. After half an hour, I arrived outside the emergency surgery area, where Meng Zicheng, Liang Feng, and Secretary Li stood waiting. At that moment, I was certain my suspicions were correct, and an invisible hand seemed to tighten around my heart, causing a pain akin to blood stagnation. I tried to fathom the intensity of Shen Yixiao and Lu Xiaoyan's encounter that could lead to such a predicament. My stomach began to churn uncontrollably, a wave of nausea rising within me. I felt as if I might vomit. Secretary Li, please keep this matter confidential, I overheard Liang Feng advising her. This was merely an accident, and you shall receive a raise notification tomorrow. Understood? Secretary Li appeared to grasp the gravity of the situation, her demeanor tense. After Liang Feng's words, she nervously replied, I understand. I want to speak a word. Shen Yixiao truly lacks consideration for women. Is he so desperate? Meng Zicheng remarked, idly fiddling with his phone. I could not discern any genuine concern for Lu Xiaoyan from him. Even someone like me, who regarded him as a younger brother, received such indifference. Lu Xiaoyan was of little significance to him. His loyalty lay solely with his good friend Shen Yixiao, reveling in this extravagant world. Enough with the chatter. Liang Feng reprimanded softly. Was she taken by ambulance? Meng Zicheng pressed on, ignoring Liang Feng's admonition. Secretary Li answered in a hushed tone, no, tonight. President Shen informed everyone of an unexpected overtime. Secretary Liu had a work report to present in the office. After a while, President Shen carried her out, claiming she suddenly fainted and instructed the driver to take her to the hospital. He did not come himself, so no one should have seen. Meng Zicheng scrutinized her. What about your fellow secretaries? We all assumed she had simply overworked herself and fainted. We genuinely had no idea. I promise. Secretary Li's desperation almost brought her to tears. Enough with the cowardice. Meng Zicheng interrupted with annoyance. I remained quietly eavesdropping from around the corner, my nails digging into my palm, yet I felt no pain. Suddenly, Secretary Li mentioned, earlier, I encountered the madam at the hospital entrance. At this revelation, Meng Zicheng and Liang Feng were unable to contain themselves, nearly springing from their seats in unison. What? Sister-in-law? She seemed to have injured her leg. Coming to the hospital for dressing. When she inquired about my purpose here, I explained that I was called to assist Secretary Liu. Secretary Li spoke in a hurried tone, omitting the details of Lu Xiaoyan's condition, as I too had been unaware at that moment. Meng Zicheng and Liang Feng exchanged alarmed glances, their expressions revealing panic and concern. Liang Feng dialed Shen Yixiao immediately, relaying the entire situation. The bond between brothers was enviable, capable of leading them to disregard morality and the well-being of others in the name of loyalty. I turned to leave, and just as I reached the first floor, my phone rang. It was Shen Yixiao. Wife, what's wrong? Were you injured? His voice was filled with worry as he inquired about my injury. I accidentally cut myself with a wire. It's already bandaged. How did you find out? I replied, feigning ignorance. He answered candidly. Didn't you say you had to work late tonight? Secretary Liu suddenly fainted. So I had someone take her to the hospital and asked Li and the others to check on her for me. I didn't want to risk being seen and causing misunderstandings. Li mentioned she ran into you and that you were hurt, which is how I found out. Every word he spoke was true, yet veiled in secrecy. Had I not been reborn, had I not overheard Meng Zicheng and the others, this deception would have formed a perfect loop, provided I had not come to investigate the cause of Lu Xiaoyan's hospitalization. A sardonic smile graced my lips as I spoke calmly. I see. I did not encounter them, but I did run into Secretary Li. Upon hearing she was in the hospital, I intended to visit, but my leg is troublesome, so I thought I'd postpone for now. Shen Yixiao immediately seized upon my statement. Oh, are you still at the hospital? I'll come to get you. Yes, I'm at the entrance. I did not refuse his offer. After hanging up, I awaited Shen Yixiao's arrival. At that moment, I heard footsteps behind me. It was the two nurses I had encountered earlier. They seemed to have finished their shifts, changed into casual attire, and were still discussing the matter of Lu Xiaoyan. They remarked on how working overtime often leads to dramatic incidents, and indeed, it seemed to be the case. How could one be so careless? Not even aware of her own pregnancy. What a pity. It was evident that the child could not be saved. Fortunately, it was still early in the term, and the procedure could be performed without further delay, albeit with considerable trauma. I wondered if one of the two men waiting outside the operating room could possibly be her boyfriend. If one were indeed her boyfriend, that would be manageable. My concern lay in the possibility that both were. How astute you are, I thought. As their voices faded into the distance, I felt my limbs become ethereal, enveloped by a chilling sensation. My mind reverberated as if a train were rumbling through my nerves. Pregnant? Lu Xiaoyan was with child? I recalled the moment in my previous life when I learned of her pregnancy. It was not at this time, and her child had just been lost. There was no way it could be retained. Thus, what I had known in my past existence might have pertained to her second, third, or even fourth pregnancy, only revealed to me due to some eventuality. Chapter 37. The Loss of a Child Wife. In my astonishment, Shen Yixiao appeared before me, striding forward with a look of concern etched across his face. Where are you hurt? Let me see. Before I could respond, he knelt to examine my leg. Upon noticing the bloodstains on the bandaged cloth, a surge of sympathy washed over him. Rising, he inquired what happened. How did you get cut by barbed wire? Where have you been? I gazed up at him, acutely aware that Lu Xiaoyun was within the operating room, her abdomen still housing his child, which could no longer be sustained. He still had the presence of mind to worry about my minor injury. Unbeknownst to me, my eyes welled with tears, an overwhelming sense of helplessness consuming my emotions. I just took a stroll in the park and accidentally cut myself. I'm Fine. My voice quivered, and I could no longer hold back my tears. At that moment, I longed to demand a divorce. Shen Yixiao. My words trailed off as memories of my previous life surged forth. The divorce had never materialized. Instead, I had been confined, unable to go anywhere, ultimately forced into submission and humiliation. If I were to leave, it would require relocating abroad, which demanded substantial resources, a far from simple endeavor. We should leave, he queried, sensing the discord in my demeanor. His expression tightened, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes as he gripped my hand, his fingers digging into my wrist with painful intensity. We're quite close to Secretary Liu. She's in the hospital. Let us check on her before we depart. I alter my response. Shen Yixiao finally revealed a semblance of a smile, though it lacked warmth. At times, I felt he harbored feelings for Lu Xiaoyun, while at others, he seemed utterly indifferent toward her. He cast a glance at the hospital entrance, his gaze tinged with reluctance and impatience. Perhaps it's best to assume it's not serious. Very well, I conceded. With a decisive motion, Shen Yixiao swept me into his arms, carrying me toward the car. As I settled into the passenger seat, his phone rang, and he stepped outside to take the call. I could not discern the conversation, but his expression gradually stiffened, as if frozen in place, remaining motionless for an extended moment. I chose not to call out to him, merely observing his profile through the windshield, now blurred in the night, reminiscent of the most beautiful image he once held in my heart, becoming increasingly indistinct. After a while, Shen Yixiao finally returned to the vehicle, his demeanor restored to normalcy. The earlier rigidity vanished. I inquired whose call was it. Secretary Li, he replied. What happened? Is there an issue with Secretary Liu's surgery? I pressed further. Shen Yixiao's expression darkened slightly, as if recalling some troubling thought. After a brief silence, he spoke. She was pregnant. The child is no more. As he uttered these words, his grip on the steering wheel tightened, the knuckles turning pale, a sight that struck me as jarring. He could not maintain the earlier indifference, for he had long desired a child. If Lu Xiaoyun were merely undergoing a procedure for a ruptured corpus luteum, he might have been concerned but not heartbroken. Yet losing their child together was a reality he could hardly bear. A cold smile crept onto my lips, unnoticed by Shen Yixiao. What transpired? Where's her boyfriend? He should be held accountable. No wonder she suddenly found herself in the hospital. I had assumed it was merely exhaustion. I sighed, lamenting on behalf of Lu Xiaoyun. Shen Yixiao seemed reluctant to delve deeper into the topic, dismissing it with a vague remark about her and her boyfriend's affairs being of no concern to us. I fell silent, sitting quietly. Upon arriving home, Shen Yixiao assisted me to the upstairs bedroom to rest. Once I was settled on the bed, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes and stepped onto the balcony. Despite having promised to quit smoking together, he seemed unable to resist in moments of distress. I watched him from the balcony, his silhouette appearing solitary as he exhaled wisps of smoke that slowly ascended into the air. His phone rang again, yet this time he chose not to answer. From my understanding of him, I surmised he did not wish to answer, fearing that it would compel him to seek a reason to visit the hospital, which would reveal his actions to me. The child was irretrievable, should I discover his infidelity. His carefully crafted image would shatter, rendering it an unfavorable outcome. In my previous life, the news of Lu Xiaoyun's pregnancy had left me in despair, lying in bed like a lifeless body, neglecting food and drink, forgetting to inquire of Shen Yixiao about the number of times she had been pregnant. After about half an hour, Shen Yixiao returned to the bedroom, lying beside me and wrapping his arms around me. In the twilight between dreams and wakefulness, he pressed a gentle kiss to my forehead, tender and compassionate. I feigned sleep, keeping my eyes closed, and soon he rose again, taking his phone and exiting the room. I did not awaken to question his whereabouts, merely turning over to continue my slumber. The following day at the office, the HR department buzzed with discussions about Lu Xiaoyun's sick leave. Secretary Liu is too dedicated. She worked herself into the hospital. No wonder Mr. Shen values her so highly. How many of us can match her diligence and effort? Health is the foundation of revolution. I choose to prioritize it. Amidst the chatter, I remained unreserved. for they were unaware of the true reason for Lu Xiaoyun's hospitalization, thus not avoiding my presence. In their eyes, she was merely a dedicated employee. Perhaps someone sensed something amiss, but without evidence, they refrained from speaking out, at most whispering behind closed doors. Manager, he approached me as usual, instructing me to deliver documents. This task was uncomplicated and spared me from the worry of reprimand from Shen Yixiao. Upon entering the secretarial office, I found both Lu Xiaoyun and Secretary Li absent. Secretary Li had likely been retained as a temporary caregiver. Securing other staff would compromise personal privacy. Yixiao. I entered the office, immediately detecting the scent of smoke. Shen Yixiao sat at his desk, the ashtray brimming with extinguished cigarette butts. It seemed the news of Lu Xiaoyun's miscarriage weighed heavily on him. The housekeeper informed me he had spent the majority of the night alone in the study and had arrived at the office by 6 in the morning. Dark circles adorned his eyes, a clear sign of restless nights. Upon noticing my presence, he extinguished a cigarette and approached. Is this yet another task for you to deliver documents? I mentioned you could come to the office simply to pass the time. Is he Jun Tian deaf? Does he dismiss my words? As he spoke, a flicker of anger ignited within him, his demeanor turning irritable, a clear projection of frustration onto others. If you're too idle, it can lead to trouble. What is wrong? Are you in a foul mood? I placed the documents on the desk, inquiring calmly. Chapter 38. The good husband and the scoundrel know. It's just the pressure of work. Sometimes I feel exhausted. When Shen Yixiao noticed that I had uncovered his emotional distress, he quickly masked it, fearing that if I probed further, I would discover that his melancholy stemmed from Lu Xiaoyun. Don't overexert yourself. Your health is paramount. I gently reminded him. Shen Yixiao forced a smile. It was evident that fatigue lingered beneath the surface. Don't worry about me, he replied. Today, I decided to allow him the space to grieve in solitude. I did not linger, turning to exit the office. Upon reaching the secretarial department, I paused to inform everyone. Secretary Lu is hospitalized. I plan to visit her after work. Would you like to join me? The secretaries exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. All right, I said with a slight smile. Meet me in the Human Resources Department after work. I then took the elevator down. Lu Xiaoyun had lost a child for Shen Yixiao. As his wife, it felt appropriate for me to extend my condolences. Reflecting on the past life where I had devoted years to raising the child she had borne, only to be met with betrayal, I felt a pang of sympathy. After work, the secretaries joined me in the Human Resources Department, and upon hearing of my intent to visit Lu Xiaoyun, others decided to accompany me, recognizing the significance of her relationship with Shenzong. I ordered a fruit basket and bouquet, and we made our way to the hospital. During our journey, I subtly shared with my companions the news of Lu Xiaoyun's miscarriage and the absence of her irresponsible boyfriend. What? A miscarriage? The shock was palpable among them. Indeed, Secretary Lu is quite unfortunate, which is why I wish to visit her, I replied, feigning sympathy. The others expressed their condolences, lamenting the fact that such a remarkable woman was treated so poorly by a man. Upon arriving at the hospital, I inquired about Lu Xiaoyun's room number and proceeded to her bedside. Secretary Li was attending to her, and upon our arrival, both exhibited a flicker of alarm. Madam, what brings you here? Lu Xiaoyun, pale and weak, spoke with an underlying tension and a hint of resentment. I heard from Yixiao that you were hospitalized due to overwork and suffered a miscarriage, so I came to check on you. How are you feeling? I placed the flowers on her bedside, radiating warmth and concern. The others echoed my sentiments, filling the room as we discussed her miscarriage and the absence of her boyfriend, condemning him as a scoundrel and irresponsible. Lu Xiaoyun's expression was a tapestry of emotions. She seemed to want to defend her boyfriend, but found no words. Her glances towards me grew increasingly heated. Secretary Lu, please take care of yourself. You are still young. You don't need to settle for a man like that. Perhaps you should consider finding someone else. I could introduce you to someone, I kindly suggested. Her face shifted in color, akin to a painter's palette, while the others rallied to support my statement, criticizing her unseen boyfriend. I recorded a brief video and sent it to Shen Yixiao. Secretary Lu, your boyfriend is utterly despicable. He is not even present during your time of need. Indeed, you are far too exceptional to remain with someone like him. Why not call him over? We will stand by you. I was unsure how these furious sentiments would resonate with Shen Yixiao, yet I found satisfaction in expressing them, as he truly was a scoundrel. Lu Xiaoyun offered a faint, sorrowful smile, shaking her head. Thank you for your concern, but my boyfriend treats me well. He is more accomplished than I am, and being with him is a blessing from my past life. This miscarriage was my oversight, not his fault. He intended to come, but he is currently on a business trip. She persistently defended her so-called boyfriend and then turned her gaze towards me. Madam, if you were to meet my boyfriend, you would surely find him admirable. Her words hinted at something deeper, a suggestion I had missed in my past life. I smiled and replied, regardless of how exceptional he may be, if he cannot be by your side during your unexpected miscarriage, then he holds little value in my eyes. Last night, when Secretary Liu was admitted, I had just arrived at the hospital myself due to an injury. When Shen Yixiao learned of it, he rushed to pick me up right away. That is what a qualified partner does. My words elicited envious glances from the others, casting a stark contrast to Liu Xiaoyan's boyfriend, who, at the very least, should have made an effort to check on her. Unbeknownst to them, the good husband I spoke of, the commendable boyfriend Liu Xiaoyan described, and the scoundrel the others condemned, were all the same man, Shen Yixiao. A hint of resentment flickered across Liu Xiaoyan's small face as she lowered her gaze, her innocent and aggrieved demeanor evoking sympathy. I envy you for having such a wonderful Shenzong. Alas, I am not as fortunate. She met my eyes, and for a fleeting moment, darkness shadowed her gaze. Secretary Liu, please focus on your recovery. I did not engage with her remarks further, offering a few words of comfort before departing with the others. As we entered the elevator, I noticed Secretary Li standing at the door of the ward, watching us as if concerned we might not truly leave. Upon reaching the lobby of the inpatient department, I instructed the others to return as I still needed to change my bandage. Once they had departed, I retraced my steps back to Liu Xiaoyan's room, pausing at the door without entering. Sure enough, I heard her muffled sobs. You have come to the hospital to fetch her, yet you're not worried about me? Can't you spare a moment to check on me? With so many people condemning my boyfriend, calling him a scoundrel and irresponsible, do you know how humiliating that is? The door was closed, but the soundproofing was inadequate. Liu Xiaoyan wept inconsolably, voicing her grievances. If I were Shen Yixiao, I would surely feel pained. I cannot discern what Shen Yixiao had said, but I heard Liu Xiaoyan's voice rise in agitation. You are such a jerk. If you truly love her, why did you not refuse me? Was it not also my fault that you did not wear protection? It appeared that rather than comforting her, Shen Yixiao was admonishing her for not taking precautions. After that, Liu Xiaoyan fell silent, her sobs the only sound remaining, likely having ended the call. Meanwhile, I received a message from Shen Yixiao. Wife, why did you go to the hospital to see Secretary Liu? Your leg injury has not yet healed. You should have waited for me to take you to the hospital. I will come to fetch you immediately. Chapter 39. Let us adopt a child, I replied, all right. When Shen Yixiao arrived, night had fully descended. His expression was hurried, and his first question was whether I had changed my bandage. Yes, I have, I nodded. Then let us return. He took hold of my arm, showing no inclination to visit Liu Xiaoyan. Aren't you going to check on Secretary Liu? After all, she is your secretary, and you have come to the hospital twice without making an appearance. The staff will surely say you lack compassion. Shen Yixiao's demeanor shifted subtly before a smile broke through. As expected, my wife is considerate. Would you accompany me to see her? I shook my head in refusal. No, I'm too lazy to go up. If Secretary Liu learns that you are merely dropping by, she will undoubtedly view you as a cold-hearted boss. Just tell her you came specifically to see her. Please, go ahead. I will wait for you here. His eyes brightened, and his smile deepened as he feigned reluctance. I truly do not wish to go, but you make a valid point. I suppose I shall make an appearance. I found a place to sit and watch them depart. During my wait, Su-Ying bombarded me with a flurry of messages. Su-Ying, why are you ignoring me again? Su-Ying, seriously, you won't even accept my red envelope. Are you still angry with me? Su-Ying, where are you? You should be off work by now. Shall I come find you to hang out? Su-Ying, I heard Secretary Liu is in the hospital. Her news network is quite impressive. I still can't figure out how she learned about Shen Yixiao and Liu Xiaoyan without me telling her, and yet she knows about Liu Xiaoyan's hospitalization. Could she be a worm in Liu Xiaoyan's belly? I called her directly and confronted her, asking how she knew about Secretary Liu's hospitalization. Su-Ying replied irritably, You could at least return my call. I apologized to you earlier. There's no need for you to keep holding on to this, right? I inquired about Secretary Liu. I didn't want to waste words with Su-Ying. My tone was somewhat cold. I went to your company and heard it from your colleagues. It's not a secret. So why are you being so serious? Su-Ying responded curtly. I'm not at the office today. I have no time. I'm hanging up now. With that, I ended the call abruptly. Before long, Shen Yixiao returned. His expression was not particularly pleasant, but he was making an effort to appear normal. I could tell immediately, yet chose not to confront him about it. It seemed likely that a conflict had arisen between them in the hospital room. Lu Xiaoyun was in a particularly vulnerable state, and Shen Yixiao not only could not be by her side, but had to maintain a distance, which would undoubtedly upset any woman. I refrained from asking anything, allowing Shen Yixiao to support me as we left the hospital. On our way home, Aunt Yang called. I glanced at Shen Yixiao before hanging up. Whose call was that? He asked suspiciously. It's a relative aunt. We exchanged contacts a while ago, and she occasionally calls to chat. I replied casually. Shen Yixiao found it strange and pressed. Haven't you cut off contact with your family, including relatives? After so many years, what are the odds of bumping into one? His jealousy had always been pronounced. When I severed ties with my family, he feigned understanding but secretly stalked and investigated me to confirm my claims. He believed his place in my heart should surpass all else, including my parents and friends. If I chose not to be with him, he would resort to extremes. I frowned, feeling displeased. We had never left this place, and they hadn't either. Encountering one another is perfectly normal. Shen Yixiao pressed his lips together tightly, remaining silent for a long time. He disliked the idea of me having any contact with family or friends, wanting me to be solely his possession. I once thought this was love. In truth, this kind of love is selfish and does not genuinely consider my well-being. Since your parents went abroad, you haven't been in touch with them? He brought up my parents again. I didn't want him to know they had returned to the country, nor did I wish to disclose my renewed connections with family and friends. No, they changed their contact information long ago. I can't reach them, I answered honestly. Shen Yixiao took my hand with one of his, intertwining our fingers, his tone filled with remorse. I'm sorry. It's all because of me that you lost your family and severed ties with them. Yet he remained unfaithful to me. I sighed softly, acknowledging that the past is past. All I wish is for him not to betray me. Shen Yixiao simply murmured in agreement, not offering the usual sweet promises to placate me, instead staring silently ahead. Lost in his thoughts, upon arriving home, he went to take a shower, and I seized the moment to return Aunt Yang's call. Xiaoyu, I heard from Zhengnan that you went with him to bring your brother back, Aunt Yang said, her tone brimming with warmth. He just told me tonight. I'm so happy, and I thought to call you. Was it Shen Yixiao next to you? Was it inconvenient for you to answer? I was surprised Aunt Yang knew I would avoid answering her call in Shen Yixiao's presence. I didn't deny it. Yes, Aunt Yang, I want to find Mingming. Please don't tell my parents. As long as they are happy, that's enough. I understand. Zhengnan told me not to pressure you. You have your own thoughts. I just felt sorry for your family being apart for so long, so I couldn't help but want to bring you together, Aunt Yang reflected. Thank you, Aunt Yang, I replied, unsure what else to say in my gratitude. After a few minutes, I ended the call, concerned that Shen Yixiao would ask who had called once he finished showering. Sure enough, Shen Yixiao returned, clad in a black bathrobe, the tattoo on his chest partially visible. With broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs, his physique was undeniably advantageous. During a swimming segment on a show, the program soared to peak popularity, largely due to his physique. I discreetly set my phone aside as he approached the bed, wrapping an arm around my waist and hesitantly asking, Wife, how about we adopt a child? What? I was taken aback. If Lu Xiaoyan were still pregnant and had not miscarried, I might suspect he intended to adopt their 2 children covertly. However, since Lu Xiaoyan had already lost the child, his proposal to adopt certainly meant a child without any blood relation. In a past life, we had casually discussed this matter, but we'd never taken it seriously. Why would he suddenly bring it up now? Seeing my reaction, Shen Yixiao appeared displeased. What's wrong? You don't want to? Could you accept a child that isn't biologically yours? I asked seriously. Furthermore, if we adopted a child and he and Lu Xiaoyan were to conceive again, it would complicate matters even more. Shen Yixiao's lips curled into a smile. We could adopt a newborn. We would raise it from infancy, making it feel just like our own. It said that nurturing creates a deeper bond than mere blood ties. While lineage is significant, the feelings developed through care are even more important. He spoke with such sincerity that I felt a pang of sadness. I don't want to see you so burdened by the thought of children, and having a child would bring us stability, making us a complete family. A complete family. I felt a deep sorrow in my heart, as that complete family would forever remain a fantasy. Taking a deep breath, I replied, let us wait a bit longer. I still want to have my own child. Once I finish my medication, I'll stop the antidepressants and try abroad. Shen Yixiao's eyes flickered with struggle as he stared at me, remaining still for a long time. Ultimately, He relented, gently responding, "All right, I'll follow your wishes." Lu Xiaoyan needed to rest after a miscarriage, so Shen Yixiao granted her a month off to recuperate. He scheduled a reunion for his classmates at the end of the month at the Riverside Hotel, indicating his emphasis on this gathering by offering to reimburse travel and accommodation expenses for all attendees. I was once again added to the group by Wei Lai, and as the date approached, conversations within the group grew increasingly lively, with nostalgic stories from our school days resurfacing, evoking much sentiment. I hardly spoke, simply observing as they engaged excitedly. Suddenly, someone inquired about Su Zhengnan. "Is there still no way to reach Su Zhengnan? Is he not coming?" Wei Lai replied. "The last time I contacted him was years ago. He must have changed his number in WeChat, so I can't reach him." Su Ying chimed in. "We still need our beauty Li Yu to step in. She must have some connection with Su Zhengnan. However, her current status makes it inconvenient." "Mr. Shun, don't take offense. If you do, she wouldn't dare reach out to Su Zhengnan." Fang Qiongfei interjected. "You should stop making random comments." Su Ying retorted. "What do you mean random? Forget it, believe what you want." Others had avoided the topic, fearing that Shen Yixiao and I would feel uncomfortable upon seeing it. Yet, moments later, Shen Yixiao surprisingly typed in the group chat, "Who can get in touch with Su Zhengnan to attend the reunion? A reward of 50,000 awaits." What difference was this from a missing person notice with a bounty? The group instantly buzzed with renewed energy. Since Shen Yixiao had said so, who would refuse 50,000? At that moment, Shen Yixiao sat beside me, his hand firmly grasping mine. Seeing his message in the chat, I asked, somewhat displeased, "Why you insist on having Su Zhengnan attend a reunion? Is it truly that important to see him? Are you afraid of encountering him?" Shen Yixiao released my hand, his gaze filled with curiosity. "I merely feel you needn't have stated it so bluntly in the group. Whether Su Zhengnan comes or not holds no bearing on us." My aversion to his approach was palpable. Shen Yixiao's expression darkened. "How could it not matter? Weren't you any childhood sweethearts? That was long before you and I were together. It has been many years. There's no need to dwell on it. We are married now. Surely that suffices?" My tone grew increasingly passionate. "Not enough," Shen Yixiao retorted decisively. "The reason you were ridiculed back then was that they believed you did not choose Su Zhengnan. His background is superior to mine, his grades outshine mine, and you have known him longer than you have known me. It feels as if he has overshadowed me at every turn. You once allowed me to win, yet the victory was not absolute enough. I want him to see that choosing me was indeed the right decision." Observing the madness that stemmed from his insecurities and jealousy, I struggled to comprehend. "Shen Yixiao, that was during our school years. We were naive and immature. Why are you still fixated on those matters? When will your feelings of inferiority dissipate entirely?" My probing struck a nerve, and he grew agitated, his eyes ablaze with anger. Grasping my wrist with force, he gazed at me with an almost terrifying intensity. "You think I'm insecure, do you?" I struggled momentarily before conceding. "Is it not true? During our most challenging times, we barely had enough to eat and wear, let alone my desire to continue painting. Whenever I expressed even the slightest envy towards other girls, Shen Yixiao would fall silent and become irritable, growing impatient with me. To protect his pride, I learned to conceal my emotions, never displaying any material desires in his presence. Thus, you regret it. You do not wish for Su Zhengnan to come because you do not want him to see us together, do you?" Shen Yixiao's fury intensified. He abruptly released my hand. "Then this reunion is a perfect opportunity. You can be with Su Zhengnan." With that, he grabbed his coat and stormed out without a backward glance. I followed him outside, only to witness Shen Yixiao driving away like an arrow, vanishing from sight. I chose not to chase after him, returning home to drink a large glass of water to quell my anger. It was evident that Shen Yixiao would not return tonight, and I had no intention of waiting for him. After taking a shower, I changed into my pajamas and prepared for bed when a call from Su Ying interrupted me. Upon answering, I was met with her cries, "Help. Someone's trying to kill me." "What do you mean, kill you? Where are you?" I inquired. "I'm at the Jiaojing Art Museum." You need to come quickly. This concerns you too?" Su Ying stammered, urging me to hurry and insisting it was related to me. Doubting the authenticity of her claims, I sensed her panic was genuine. After hanging up, I quickly changed clothes and headed to the art museum. Upon my arrival, I called Su Ying. "Where are you?" "I'm on the second floor. Hurry up. You'll see me as soon as you arrive," she cried, her voice still trembling. As I ascended to the second floor, I spotted a man in his 40s, staring at me. "Are you Su Ying's friend?" Yes, where is she? I replied, eyeing him warily. Follow me, he instructed, turning to lead the way, and I trailed him from a distance. Chapter 41. Do you like my husband? The art museum was nearly deserted, with only the man and me on the second floor. Upon reaching a room at the end of the hall, he opened the door, revealing Su Ying seated on the floor, tears streaming down her face, while a plump woman with short, curly hair glowered at her. It was indeed her. A flicker of joy surged within me. In a previous life, Su Ying had been involved in selling counterfeit paintings, which had ended up in the hands of this woman, Qiu Xinlian, the owner of the largest art auction house in the country. She typically sold forgeries herself, but refused to accept others selling fakes to her. In her pursuit of profit, Su Ying had collaborated with a group of counterfeiters and sold several fake paintings to Qiu Xinlian. When discovered, she had called me for help, and without hesitation, I had brought Shen Yixiao to extricate her from the situation, compensating a small sum. The rest had been overlooked due to Shen Yixiao's influence. However, from that point onward, both Su Ying and I had been blacklisted by Qiu Xinlian. We were barred from any exhibitions or auctions in which she was involved. I had come not merely for Su Ying, but to cultivate a relationship with Qiu Xinlian. Should I genuinely decide to settle abroad, I could not afford to idle away my time. I would certainly resume painting, and I would need channels to sell my work. Qiu Xinlian represented one of the most valuable connections. Yeah, why are you here alone? Did you not bring Shen Yixiao? Su Ying's expression darkened upon seeing me unaccompanied. Do you not understand the gravity of the situation? You should have known I was in trouble. You cannot handle this alone. I shot her a glance, unwilling to engage in further banter. Instead, I approached Qiu Xinlian with utmost courtesy. Sister, may I inquire what my friend has done to offend you? Qiu Xinlian's cold gaze fell upon me. Is your husband Shen Yixiao? Yes, but this matter is unrelated to him. Please tell me what has transpired. I responded. Logically, I should have clung to Shen Yixiao's influence for support, yet I stated it was not his concern. This not only left Su Ying speechless, but also piqued Qiu Xinlian's interest. It would be simpler if you brought your husband to discuss this. You cannot resolve it on your own. I reiterated. I insist you first explain what has happened. Eventually, Qiu Xinlian disclosed the situation regarding Su Ying selling fake paintings to her, revealing that those forgeries had already been resold to an old client, causing her considerable trouble. Qiu Jia, I apologize. I was misled. I believe those paintings were genuine. Su Ying continued to protest. Qiu Jia, I will cover the losses you incurred. Please calculate the amount I owe you. I interjected, decisively offering to compensate. Su Ying exclaimed in disbelief, Are you mad? I sold those paintings for less than 30,000. She wants me to pay $1 million. Qiu Xinlian's expression darkened further at her words. She rose and slapped Su Ying across the face, scolding her mercilessly. Demanding $1 million is already a great mercy. If you wish to die, I can accommodate you. Stunned, Su Ying covered her face, staring blankly at us. I stepped in to halt Qiu Xinlian. $1 million, is it? I will pay on her behalf. Qiu Xinlian scrutinized me, skepticism evident in her gaze. Really? How can I trust you? I do not possess that amount at present. Provide me with a contact number, and I will reach out to you in 3 days. This was not my first encounter with such a situation. I remained calm and composed. My compensation will surely satisfy you. You are aware of who my husband is, and you can easily verify my information. There is no need for you to worry excessively. Qiu Xinlian is a straightforward person. All she seeks is compensation. Since I have agreed, there is no need for further discussion. She promptly handed me her business card, instructing me to take Su Ying away. I pulled Su Ying up and swiftly departed. Once outside the art gallery, Su Ying shook off my hand and furiously accused me. Liu, what exactly do you intend to do? Is it that Shen Yixiao earns money too easily, and you feel no remorse, casually agreeing to compensate someone $1 million? I know you spend $1 or $2 million for an anniversary. This amount is nothing to you. But if you continue like this, Shen Yixiao will surely feel that you are not considering him, treating him merely as an ATM. I stared at her in astonishment. Su Ying, do you possess such a strong sense of entitlement over my husband's finances? Su Ying's face flushed slightly as she defiantly continued to confront me. I don't. I only have your best interests at heart. For a couple to endure, they must consider each other, rather than only demanding. Then why not pay that $1 million yourself? Why summon me here? This matter isn't even my concern. If you insist on claiming it is related to me, isn't your ultimate goal to have me compensate them? I retorted coldly. Su Ying was infuriated, exclaiming, You are truly hopeless. I am trying to think about your marriage, and you turn around and blame me. If Shen Yixiao were to come here himself and agree to help me with compensation, that would be his decision, and he could not blame you. You are truly foolish. I couldn't help but laugh. Suing was so intent on testing her status in Shen Yixiao's eyes. If Shen Yixiao were to come and see her in this pathetic state and agree to help her, she would undoubtedly feel elated, believing she held some significance. Instead, I had come in Shen Yixiao's stead to make the decision, which for her was utterly intolerable. Given this, I saw no reason to squander Shen Yixiao's money any longer. She should resolve it herself. I refused to indulge Suing and prepare to leave. She immediately stepped in front of me, appearing both unwilling and helpless. If I had money, would I seek your help? Are we not friends anymore? This is how one should approach asking for assistance. It was all due to my previous kindness towards her. Having been an only child for so many years, I treated her like a sister. I consider you a good friend, yet it seems you only harbor feelings for my husband. Suing, I know you like Shen Yixiao. You simply do not wish to lose our friendship over him. If you continue like this, do not blame me for not being sentimental. I confronted Suing directly, no longer concerned about her feelings. Otherwise, she would continue her shameless antics, and I had neither the energy nor the desire to deal with them. Suing was taken aback, staring at me in shock and panic. Surely, she did not believe that her little schemes were so well disguised that I could not see through them. She stammered, What are you saying? I have no feelings for Shen Yixiao. No need for explanations. This is how it stands. In 3 days, I will assist you with this matter. I interrupted Suing, finished speaking, and got into my car, leaving without waiting for her. Chapter 42. Do not target her upon returning home. A reminder popped up on my phone. Today is Meng Zicheng's birthday. Our birthdays are less than a month apart, so I remember it vividly and celebrate it every year. I genuinely regard him as my younger brother, even though he is only slightly younger than me. Since Shen Yixiao and I parted on bad terms, he would undoubtedly seek out Meng Zicheng. Indeed, I soon saw a post from Meng Zicheng on social media, complete with a location tag, but he quickly deleted it and reposted without the location. A few minutes later, he called, Sister-in-law, you haven't forgotten it's my birthday, right? Come join us for dinner. Happy birthday. I won't be coming today. I'll send you a red envelope shortly. I declined directly. He must have known about my argument with Shen Yixiao and did not press further, chatting briefly before hanging up. Once the call ended, I drove to the location Meng Zicheng had posted. Upon arriving at the hotel, I was unsure of their exact room, but fortunately, Meng Zicheng is typically quite ostentatious, so I merely asked a waiter. As I made my way to the room, I spotted Su Zhengnan ahead, holding Li Qingming, both engaged in a cheerful conversation. As they chatted, Su Zhengnan picked Li Qingming up and walked towards me. Instinctively, I tried to avoid being seen, fearing they would notice me. Zhengnan, thank you so much today. My mother's figure appeared as she caught up with Su Zhengnan, expressing her gratitude after being abroad with your uncle Li for these years. We've lost touch with many friends back home. Thankfully, you helped. Otherwise, Li Qingming wouldn't even have been able to get into that kindergarten. Su Zhengnan politely replied, Auntie, it was merely a small favor. No need to mention it. Just submit the documents. Li Qingming, being the clever child he is, loudly praised Su Zhengnan as a handsome guy, showering him with compliments, which took me by surprise. I realized I had no idea what Su Zhengnan was doing since returning home. However, he certainly must be successful, as he possesses remarkable qualities. Hearing their voices draw nearer, I hastily slipped into a side exit to hide. Only when I felt they had walked far enough did I emerge, feeling somewhat pained yet relieved, without me. My parents were doing quite well. So in the future, if I travel abroad, I need not worry excessively about them. Upon locating the room where Shen Yixiao and the others were, I pushed the door open. The room was lively, filled with laughter and chatter, until someone spotted me. Isn't that sister-in-law? The room fell silent in an instant. Shen Yixiao was seated directly across from the entrance, with Lu Xiaoyan beside him. Their smiles vanished the moment they saw me. Shen Yixiao had argued with me before leaving. He must be feeling quite gloomy. However, I could tell from his earlier expressions that he had genuinely been happy. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, Meng Zicheng stammered, having previously expressed his desire to pursue Lu Xiaoyan, now seated farthest from her. Shen Yixiao frowned, neither rising nor inquiring about my presence, likely fearing that excessive warmth would appear suspicious. Lu Xiaoyan glanced between me and Shen Yixiao, her expression revealing a hint of surprise. It was rare to see Shen Yixiao so indifferent towards me. Zicheng, happy birthday. After some thought, I believe it's better to come celebrate with you. I produced a birthday gift I had hastily bought en route, a large box of condoms. Upon seeing it, Meng Ziqing turned quite embarrassed. I smiled and said, "Your charm is overwhelming. Constantly switching girlfriends is not safe, so I'm safeguarding your health." Everyone caught the sarcasm in my words, exchanging glances, and Meng Ziqing's expression soured. I spoke no falsehood. In my past life, he was diagnosed with AIDS, which was no joke. "Sister-in-law, please have a seat." Meng Ziqing forced a smile, inviting me to sit. He then gestured to Lu Xiaoyan, "Secretary Lu, why don't you sit over here?" Lu Xiaoyan hesitated, but just then, Shen Yixiao unexpectedly grasped her hand, coldly stating, "Secretary Lu, why are you changing seats? There is no law stating that spouses must sit together." This declaration shocked everyone present. It was the first time Shen Yixiao had publicly embarrassed me in front of so many people. A flicker of joy passed through Lu Xiaoyan's eyes. Yet she maintained a composed facade. "Mr. Shen, let your wife sit here. This position was originally reserved for her. I arrived late and assumed she wouldn't come, so I took a seat. Indeed, that position was meant for sister-in-law. I know you and sister-in-law had a quarrel, but it's my birthday." Meng Ziqing scrambled to mend the situation. I interrupted him. "It's fine. Just ask the waiter to bring an extra chair." Mencius Chong let out a helpless sigh before stepping outside to summon a server for an additional chair. I settled down opposite Shen Yixiao and Lu Xiaoyan. My presence undeniably cast a more restrained atmosphere over the gathering, a stark contrast to the previous ease we once shared, where we all knew each other, enjoyed meals, shared drinks, and engaged in lively banter. Perhaps they were all aware of the unusual nature of Shen Yixiao and Lu Xiaoyan's relationship, fearing that I might uncover something that could lead to complications. "Secretary Lu, it seems you get to fully recover from your confinement period. Are you able to drink?" I inquired, feigning concern as I glanced at the glass of wine before Lu Xiaoyan. She shook her head, responding, "Madam, this is merely plain water." "Mr. Shen advised me earlier to refrain from alcohol." Shen Yixiao furrowed his brow, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward me, tinged with a subtle tension. I smiled and remarked, "Your Mr. Shen is quite considerate of his employees, truly caring. Why didn't you bring your boyfriend along? He could learn a thing or two from Mr. Shen. Last time in the hospital, we certainly gave him a piece of our minds." I had sent Shen Yixiao all the disparaging remarks we had made about that scoundrel. I wondered how he felt upon hearing them. Lu Xiaoyan's expression shifted, and she cast a fleeting glance at Shen Yixiao. I noticed this exchange. "He is too busy to spend time with me," Lu Xiaoyan replied softly. "Too busy to be with you, yet has time for a termination, Secretary Lu. It would be best to part ways with such a man. He is nothing but a fighter among trash." I offered my unsolicited advice bluntly. Shen Yixiao's expression darkened, the air around him growing tense. Lu Xiaoyan lowered her head, appearing both wronged and helpless, opting not to reply. It was evident to all that I was somewhat targeting her, prompting Liang Feng to interject, "Sister-in-law, let us not discuss Secretary Lu's issues. She can handle her own romantic troubles." Others echoed Liang Feng's sentiments, attempting to lighten the mood. I sighed. "You've misunderstood. I genuinely believe Secretary Lu is a fine person who shouldn't be wasted on a scoundrel. I mean no harm." Mencius Chong chuckled awkwardly. "Sister-in-law, don't worry so much. Let us focus on the meal for now." I nodded, preparing to let the matter rest, when Lu Xiaoyan suddenly stood up, her eyes brimming with tears. Her pallor stark against the redness of her eyelids. A single tear fell as she spoke. "Mr. Meng, happy birthday. I must leave. I know I shouldn't be here. I apologize." With that, she hurriedly grabbed her bag and exited the private room. Her pained demeanor incited a flicker of irritation on Shen Yixiao's face, his gaze following her departure, though his body remained still. Before me, Shen Yixiao could not pursue Lu Xiaoyan. He could only watch her leave, his expression growing increasingly somber. The birthday celebration had become stifled due to my presence, prompting several guests to seek excuses to leave early. The entertainment activities Mencius Chong had arranged saw a significant decline in attendance. Shen Yixiao was clearly suppressing his emotions while continuing to celebrate Mencius Chang's birthday. I trailed behind them like a silent shadow, speaking little yet feeling conspicuous. Eventually, Shen Yixiao could no longer contain his feelings. After bidding farewell to Mencius Chong, he took me away first. Once in the car, he confronted me. "Do you feel any satisfaction from your actions? Insulting Ziqing and targeting Secretary Lu? Liu, You were never like this. I reclined in my seat, my eyes distractedly observing the nightscape outside. Once upon a time, I yearned to build a home with Shen Yixiao in this bustling city, to escape the cycle of scarcity and overcrowded living arrangements. Now that dream had materialized, yet our hearts felt alienated. Secretary Liu and I share a pure relationship. Today was merely a celebration for Mencius Chang's birthday, and she happened to sit beside me. Is it necessary for you to speak of her in such a manner? One might think I have wronged you intentionally. I had once believed our bond was solid, founded on trust. Shen Yixiao continued to reproach me, claiming I should not have made a spectacle at Mencius Chang's birthday gathering. Exhausted from the scenery, I closed my eyes to feign sleep, softly replying, "If you truly have nothing with Secretary Liu, then my previous remarks should not concern you, nor should you blame me." Shen Yixiao fell silent, and I sensed the car accelerating. From that moment until we reached home, he remained mute. I understood I had struck a chord within him. I sought an excuse to shower, wishing to avoid his company. When I emerged, Shen Yixiao had retreated to his study, likely opting not to return to our bedroom that night. I rummaged through a drawer to find my long-unused iPad, powering it on to access WeChat. Shen Yixiao had previously logged in, likely forgotten by now. I had rediscovered it while organizing items for a second-hand sale and left it charging in the drawer. "Secretary Liu, I shouldn't have gone. I'm sorry. Shen, it's not your fault. I invited you to ease my mood, not expecting her to change her mind and come, making you uncomfortable. Secretary Liu, I'm fine. I just have thin skin. As long as you two don't quarrel." "Shen, there's no argument. Just her excessive suspicion and inexplicable behavior, which frustrates me." "Secretary Liu, that's only natural. I often worry about other women approaching you. You're so exceptional. I feel lucky to be with you." "Shen, blessed or fortunate? Clarify." "Secretary Liu, how annoying. You won't get to see the lace-thon I prepared for today. What a pity." As I perused the messages, a seductive selfie of Liu Xiaoyan appeared, her fair thighs illuminated by sultry lighting, clad in black lace underwear, truly a sensual enchantress. Shen Yixiao's subsequent messages were equally provocative, making me feel nauseated. After recording their chat history on my phone, I shut down the tablet and stowed it away. We had quarreled, yet he still found time to flirt with Liu Xiaoyan online. In her presence, he resembled a primal beast, shedding the veneer of civilization. I retrieved my antidepressants, swallowing them in a single gulp before stepping onto the balcony for fresh air, the discomfort enveloping me, casting a shadow over my mood. That night, Shen Yixiao did not return to the bedroom, unusually initiating a cold war with me. Perhaps the argument had touched a nerve, especially after I had embarrassed both Liu Xiaoyan and Mencius Chang. The following day, Shen Yixiao left for the office before I awoke. Upon arriving at work, I headed straight for his office. His surprise at my sudden appearance at the door was palpable. We were still in a cold war, and the first to speak would signify a concession. "Shen Yixiao, I need 1 million. I dove directly into the matter after closing the door. His previously softened expression froze once more. "What do you intend to do?" I recounted the incident involving Su Ying's counterfeit painting. In his mind, my kindness towards Su Ying warranted my request for financial assistance. I was the type to unconditionally support those around me. Otherwise, I would not have remained by his side for so long. This trait was both my strength and weakness. Shen Yixiao harbored discontent, but would not force me to change, fearing I might begin to calculate my own interests against him. I agreed to attend the reunion and participate in the program. Isn't that enough? I observed Shen Yixiao's displeased expression, losing my patience. He picked up his phone and promptly transferred the money, his voice icy and resolute. "That's sufficient. Now return to your duties." "Thank you," I replied, turning to leave. Yet he suddenly called out to me, "Don't you have anything else to say?" I turned back to face him. Shen Yixiao's eyes reflected a flicker of patience, though his demeanor remained disgruntled. "Shouldn't you apologize for last night? I was wronged by you. Is it sufficient for me, as his wife, to verbally affirm his fidelity and goodness as a husband for him, to consider it as truth?" Shen Yixiao insists on hearing my explicit trust in him to feel justified in his self-deception. Has he truly forgotten the explicit dialogues and photographs he has seen? A wave of nausea churns within me, yet I must maintain a calm faade. I know that my disbelief does not stem from a lack of faith in you. Rather, it is a sense of injustice for Secretary Liu. It is you who has misjudged me. Does Shen Yixiao truly not believe me? Indeed, if that were the case, wouldn't it be simple for me to have you dismiss her? I replied earnestly. Chapter 44. She is truly floating. My reasoning was undeniably sound, leaving Shen Yixiao without a rebuttal. After a moment of contemplation, a flicker of smile appeared on his face, his dimples deepening, and he remarked, "All right, I misunderstood you, and I apologize. Please do not be angry any longer." As he spoke, he approached, wrapping his arms around my waist with a certain forcefulness and planting a kiss on my cheek. "I simply don't want you to waver in our trust because of someone inconsequential." I answered, betraying my conscience. "I have always believed in you." Shen Yixiao tousled my hair, his smile deepening further. "Go on, don't go to work tomorrow. The class reunion starts at 10:30. We shall attend together." "Aren't we waiting for Su Zhongnan?" I inquired, surprised. Shen Yixiao gently replied, "It matters not whether he comes. Your happiness is what matters. I should not feel inferior. I have fulfilled my promises to you and feel no guilt. Thus I need not prove anything to him, though I harbor doubts." Shen Yixiao spoke with such earnestness and sincerity that I discerned no hint of deception. After leaving the president's office, I returned to the HR department to idle away my time, for there was little for me to accomplish. Just as boredom overtook me, a friend request notification appeared with the message, "Madam, I am Lu Xiaoyan. How dare she add me? Is she not afraid of Shen Yixiao's wrath?" I accepted her request, and 3 minutes later, I received a lengthy message from her. "Madam, I reached out to clarify that my relationship with President Shen is entirely innocent. He loves you deeply and would sacrifice anything for you. We all see how well he treats you. Please do not misunderstand us or harbor doubts because of me, or I will feel guilty and President Shen will suffer. In all my years, not even Shen Yixiao has ever sent me such a lengthy message. Yet here was Lu Xiaoyan doing so." I promptly screenshot her message and sent it to Shen Yixiao, who did not respond. However, when I attempted to reply to Lu Xiaoyan, a red exclamation mark alerted me that I had been deleted. It was likely that Shen Yixiao had seen my screenshot and called to intervene, halting Lu Xiaoyan's futile attempts at misdirection. Lu Xiaoyan had become overconfident, believing that our conflict had advanced her position, prompting her to approach me. This contradicted Shen Yixiao's principles of keeping his personal and professional lives separate. With Lu Xiaoyan now silent, the class group chat buzzed with activity as someone added Su Zhongnan to the group. "Lian Qingqing, President Shen, I've added him. Can I claim my reward now?" Shen Yixiao acted swiftly, transferring a reward to Lian Qingqing in the group, eliciting waves of envy. "Lian Qingqing, haha, thank you, President Shen." Su Zhongnan's profile picture was a simple outline of a figure against a black background. Opening his moments revealed sparse content, primarily focused on financial investments, posted infrequently. The group buzzed with excitement due to his presence, yet he remained unresponsive. Lian Qingqing. Su the academic is as aloof as ever. If it weren't for my cousin's occasional work interactions with him, I wouldn't have a way to contact him at all. Wait, what does he do now? Lian Qingqing. He is into investments, I believe. My cousin mentioned he is quite impressive abroad, having backed several promising projects. And upon returning, he continued in finance, which is impressive. Unlike me, toiling away for a meager salary of 7,000 a month, agonizing even over a DD ride. Fang Qiongfeng. No wonder he was my high school crush. Simply remarkable. Lian Qingqing. Why not pursue your crush again? He seems single. Fang Qiongfeng. I know my place. I want to embarrass myself. Suing. He fancied you back in high school. You all know that. Perhaps he remains single for her. Whenever Su Ying spoke, she often dragged me into the conversation. I had compensated her for the fake painting, but instead incurred her displeasure, leading to her continuous passive-aggressive remarks. Some advised her to refrain from discussing the past, but she ignored them. Su Zhongnan, we are merely friends. If you wish to receive a lawyer's letter, feel free to continue your fabrications. Seeing Su Zhongnan finally surface in the group, everyone greeted him warmly, and none minded his cool response. As Su Ying was known for her loose tongue. In contrast to Shen Yixiao, Su Zhongnan's popularity stemmed from different reasons. Shen Yixiao was currently thriving, prompting others to seek connections, thus exhibiting warmth and courtesy. Su Zhongnan, however, had been popular since high school, despite his aloofness. Many spoke only a few words with him. He was handsome, academically gifted, and well-off, the epitome of what every teacher admired. Rather than admiration, it felt more akin to reverence. By the end of the workday, discussions about Su Zhongnan had yet to wane. When Shen Yixiao arrived to pick me up, he bore an uncharacteristically sullen expression. As I walked beside him, I felt enveloped by his cold demeanor. Do you have Su Zhengnan as contact information? He suddenly asked once we were in the car. I shook my head. I haven't been in touch for an eternity. It's of no consequence. I shan't hold it against you, he replied, his brow furrowed. Is this indifference? Does this truly convey that he will not blame me? Shen Yixiao's greatest sense of defeat stemmed from Su Zhengnan. They were once equally matched in appearance, but in terms of family background and academic success, they were worlds apart. Shen Yixiao, you spend your days with Secretary Liu. I could trust you, yet I have lost all contact with Su Zhengnan. Can you not trust me? I took a deep breath and retorted. Noticing my rising anger, Shen Yixiao softened his tone. All right, don't say I'm insecure again. I have my career and you now. I lack nothing compared to him. I replied with a non-committal expressing my desire for him to avoid overthinking. Good. Shen Yixiao took my hand gently with one free hand, falling into silence. For reasons unknown, Meng Ziqing and Liang Feng had not joined the group, yet they would accompany us to the Linen Grand Hotel. The following morning, shortly after breakfast with Shen Yixiao, Meng Ziqing and Liang Feng arrived. Both were impeccably dressed, especially Meng Ziqing, whose slick-back hair emulated the style of Chow Yun-Fat in the film God of Gamblers, radiating confidence. Damn it, I want her to regret missing out on my potential. Meng Ziqing mused, reflecting on the girl who had once rejected him in high school. Liang Feng chuckled, noting that the girl had transferred schools and likely would not attend. Meng Ziqing exclaimed in shock. She transferred? Yes, you were too busy dozing at your desk to notice. I casually reminded him as I sipped my milk. Chapter 45, Private Meeting in the Box. Meng Ziqing had confessed to at least 100 girls. He couldn't even remember them all, yet here he was clamoring for others to regret their decisions. I used to think his behavior was carefree and genuine, but now it seemed utterly ridiculous. After finishing my last sip of milk, Shen Yixiao stood and moved toward the door, declaring, "Let us depart." The driver was ready, and the four of us piled into the car, heading toward the hotel. Meng Ziqing, puzzled, asked, "Xiaoge, why are you driving this car? It's so understated." The Black Qian initially cost nearly 4 million upon its purchase, and while I do not consider it understated, Meng Ziqing shares a sentiment with Shen Yixiao, perceiving this reunion as an opportunity to restore lost dignity. Why not arrive in the most ostentatious and striking vehicle? Shen Yixiao smirked, deeming such efforts unnecessary. We are merely gathering for a meal to reconnect with old classmates. As he spoke, he glanced at me. Liang Feng chimed in, "Sister-in-law doesn't prefer ostentation. That's quite commendable. We should indeed be more reserved." A few years prior, Shen Yixiao capitalized on the rise of online streaming, effortlessly attracting a plethora of youthful and attractive women to his ventures. Their collaboration was almost impulsive, yet fortune favored them, allowing them to capture a significant portion of the market. He refrained from public appearances, focusing instead on behind-the-scenes operations, demonstrating remarkable audacity and keen insight. This field, unbound by academic credentials, saw his endeavors flourish exponentially over the years. Subsequently, he established a company to expand his business, witnessing steady growth in both scale and profitability. His personality evolved into one of greater flamboyance, seemingly eager for the world to recognize how well he treated me and the blissful life I led as his partner. I smiled, tacitly acknowledging his pride. Upon our arrival at the hotel, the four of us proceeded to the reserved private room, where our classmates had already gathered, eagerly awaiting our presence. Familiar faces from years past bore a resemblance to the youthful visages I remembered, and warm greetings filled the air as a group quickly encircled Shen Yixiao. I felt more like an accessory to him. Flattering me held little significance if one sought tangible benefits. Shen Yixiao was indeed well-liked. At some point, Su Ying settled beside me, leisurely consuming pieces of fruit. I had no desire to engage with her. "Are you upset with me again?" she probed, placing her fruit down, her expression exuding exasperation. "You should really consider changing your temperament. One day, even Shen Yixiao might find it unbearable. I merely suggested you think of him. Why take offense? You're so petty." In the past, even amidst our conflicts, her attempts to manipulate my thoughts would lead me to believe I was at fault. She seemed intent on using the same tactics to subjugate my perspective once more. Suddenly, Wei Lai approached, inquiring, "Were you discussing?" I pointed at Su Ying, saying, "Nothing much, just that she got caught selling counterfeit paintings, and I agreed to compensate her losses. Now she's blaming me for not considering Shen Yixiao." claiming I frivolously squander his money. Wei Lai frowned at this revelation, while Su Ying's face darkened with displeasure. She glared at me, but I chose to ignore her. Wei Lai took on the role of mediator, asserting, Su Ying, this is where you went wrong. If you had found a solution on your own, you wouldn't have wasted Shen Yixiao's money. Su Ying rolled her eyes and turned away to mingle with others. Curiously, Su Zhengnan had yet to make an appearance, prompting me to glance anxiously at the entrance. Wei Lai took my hand, signaling for me to step outside with her. I did not inform Shen Yixiao and followed her into the corridor. It turned out she had a request. She wanted to discuss the reunion with me. Her husband had taken out a loan to start a small company in the online streaming industry, but it had suffered significant losses. Now they sought to sell it, but no one was interested. Wei Lai hoped I could persuade Shen Yixiao to acquire their venture, allowing them to at least recoup a fraction of their investment. As we conversed, my peripheral vision caught Shen Yixiao emerging. He seemed oblivious to my presence, heading in another direction. I contemplated, could you keep Meng Zicheng and Liang Feng from seeking me out? I've had a bit to drink and feel dizzy. I'd like to rest. I whispered. Wei Lai appeared surprised, but, recalling my amicable relationship with Meng Zicheng and Liang Feng, nodded and returned to the private room. I swiftly followed Shen Yixiao. During the walk, I received a message from him. Wife, a client is here. I'm going to have a drink with him. I replied, all right, I'm in the restroom. My stomach isn't feeling well. This way, even if Meng Zicheng informed him of my absence from the private room, he would assume I was merely in the restroom. Shen Yixiao entered another private room, glancing back cautiously as he closed the door. I concealed myself. Previously, I had read about men sneaking away for late-night snacks only to indulge in infidelity. It seemed far-fetched until I found myself in a similar predicament. During this reunion, Shen Yixiao sought excuses to abandon me, seizing fleeting moments to rendezvous with Lu Xiaoyan. I observed as she pushed open the door to that private room. The two of them alone inside, without even a service staff in sight. Even a fool could surmise what they were doing behind closed doors. My intimate encounters with Shen Yixiao had always been conservative. He claimed he could not bear to pressure me, wanting to preserve my initial innocence. Yet, he sought various forms of thrill with Lu Xiaoyan, attempting to fill his own void. This was not the first instance, yet I wondered why it still stung. He had proclaimed this gathering was to showcase our happiness, to reassure our former classmates that I had made the right choice in being with him. A tear welled at the corner of my eye, and I hastily wiped it away, dialing Shen Yixiao's number. Once, twice, thrice, no answer. He must have silenced his phone. It was not until half an hour later that he returned my call, his voice devoid of panic, instead imbued with satisfaction. Wife, what's wrong? I didn't see my phone. Where are you? Why haven't you returned? I feigned calmness. I just had a few drinks with a client. I'll be back shortly. Shen Yixiao hung up. I stared at the private room door again as he emerged, hastily adjusting his slightly disheveled clothing and checking for any traces of their illicit rendezvous. Moments later, Lu Xiaoyan followed, her complexion flushed, casting a sultry glance in Shen Yixiao's direction, her lips curving into a contented smile. Chapter 46. The desire for performance. Perhaps it was the alcohol that clouded my judgment. But watching Lu Xiaoyan fade from view ignited a tempest of emotion within me, my fingers trembling uncontrollably. Tears threatened to spill over. Yet I knew I must maintain my composure, ensuring Shen Yixiao remained oblivious to my distress. I turned and hurried toward the restroom, seeking to splash cold water on my face to regain my poise. In my tumultuous thoughts, I collided with someone. I'm sorry, I stammered, realizing I was choking back sobs. Lowering my gaze, I attempted to slip away, not wanting anyone to witness my tear-streaked face. An arm blocked my path, the white sleeve adorned with delicate silver stripes, exuding a quality reminiscent of winter's snow plum. Startled, I turned to see Su Zhengnan, our gazes locking. His eyes, slightly elongated with a gentle upward tilt at the corners, were strikingly beautiful yet icy. What are you crying about? He furrowed his brow, a hint of concern evident. This marked the second occasion I had wept in his presence at this hotel. I refused to reveal my current turmoil. It felt utterly humiliating. I wiped my tears and forced a smile, claiming it's just touching to reunite after so many years. My attempt at deception was painfully transparent. Su Zhengnan interrupted, his tone frigid. It mirrored those times I had relied on flimsy excuses to linger at his residence under the pretext of discussing schoolwork. In that moment, I struggled to concoct a justification for my tears. Amidst the chaos in my mind, A hand clasped my wrist, then enveloped my palm. Wife, where have you been? I've been searching for you. Su Zhongnan's gaze dropped to the entwined hands of Shen Yixiao and me, yet his expression remained unchanged. Shen Yixiao noticed my tears and instantly appeared flustered. He gently wiped away the tears on my face and, with a pained expression, asked, "Why are you crying? Who has hurt you?" He deliberately ignored Su Jingnan's presence and did not greet him. Su Zhongnan reciprocated the indifference, even turning away from us in disdain. When I decided to drop out of school, he sought out Shen Yixiao, leading to a confrontation between the two. In my muddled state, I stood in front of Shen Yixiao, staunchly defending what I deemed my love. The disappointment in his eyes was profound. After a fleeting glance at me, he resolutely turned away. After Su Zhongnan left, the concern on Shen Yixiao's face faded, replaced by a mix of restraint and anger. Are you crying because you reunited with him? It seems some people, despite long separations, can still pick up where they left off, unchanged. I shook off his hand that was wiping my tears. How dare you say that? I am not crying because of him. My eyes, reddened, bore into his. Have you forgotten my ongoing battle with depression? Is this the first time you've seen me cry, for no reason? Shen Yixiao's expression darkened. Isn't it a curious coincidence that you fell apart emotionally just when you ran into Su Jingnan? It's hard not to suspect that seeing him has stirred up old feelings. His words were a classic case of projection, an attempt to deflect blame onto me for his own guilt. Why don't we have the hotel staff check the surveillance footage? I retorted, silencing him. He wouldn't dare check the footage. If it proved my innocence, it would expose his secret rendezvous with Lu Xiaoyun in the private room. I simply love you too much. I don't want you to have anyone else in your heart. He grasped my hand, whispering an explanation. I pulled away. Disappointment etched on my face. I don't wish to debate this with you today. Let us return to the private room. He did not protest and followed me back. The atmosphere in the private room was lively, and with Su Jingnan's arrival, it reached a new peak. Many gathered around him, discussing financial matters, feigning understanding, while some sought to curry favor with him. Only Meng Zicheng and Liang Feng, seated not far away, displayed blatant disdain. Upon our return, all eyes turned toward us, particularly Su Ying, who, like a hyperactive monkey, attempted to draw attention before targeting me. Su Zhongnan, your childhood sweetheart has arrived. Too bad, she is now Shen Yixiao's wife. The room fell silent, everyone casting furtive glances at the central figures of the conversation. Su Ying, I snapped, my gaze icy. Leave this place at once and fix your foul mouth. She flinched, unaccustomed to my demeanor, especially in front of so many witnesses. Yet, she stiffened and attempted to salvage her pride. We're all old classmates. I was just joking. Can't you take a joke? No one else chimed in, wary of siding with her. Shen Yixiao wrapped his arm around my shoulder, his tone unexpectedly gentle and indulgent. It was merely a jest. No need to take it to heart. Our happiness is what truly matters, dear wife. Wouldn't you agree? He leaned down to ask, his gaze sweet as honey, as if countless cameras were capturing our extravagant display of affection. This was his favorite pastime, showing the world our happiness and his tender care for me. With a group of old classmates present, including Su Zhongnan, his desire to perform reached its zenith. Su Zhongnan, seated amidst the crowd, fixed me with a piercing gaze, his face seemingly veiled in a thin layer of frost, creating an air of tension. I did not respond to Shen Yixiao. He kissed me first. My body instinctively wanted to resist, but he sensed it, tightening his embrace, ensuring that from others' perspectives, I appeared to accept his kiss willingly. Though it was but a fleeting brush of lips, it stirred an intense reaction within me, as if a worm were writhing in my throat, rendering me nauseous. Wow! Meng Zicheng exclaimed, clapping enthusiastically. Shall go, sister-in-law, kiss again. Others joined in, urging us to share another kiss. Fortunately, Shen Yixiao noticed my discomfort and, fearing a scene, smiled and offered an excuse to decline. Kissing for your entertainment is pointless. We have plenty of time for that later. Meng Zicheng chuckled playfully, not just kissing, right? Ha ha ha. Shen Yixiao smiled, yet his eyes held no warmth as they shifted to Su Zhongnan. Su Zhongnan remained a detached onlooker, observing Shen Yixiao's display of affection without any visible emotion. I exhaled, knowing precisely the reaction Shen Yixiao sought. He wished to evoke jealousy in Su Zhongnan, who remained ensnared in past conflicts. As the meal drew to a close, Meng Zicheng suggested, shall we change venues? He clapped his hands. Let us go sing. If I put in some effort, I might just break into the music scene and showcase my vocal talents. His unabashed self-importance stood in stark contrast to Shen Yixiao's demeanor. The others readily agreed, knowing that Shen Yixiao would foot the bill for the evening. Shen Yixiao held my hand tightly, even while driving, ensuring that one of his hands remained firmly clasped around mine, as if fearing my escape. He apologized for his earlier doubts about me, and Su Zhengnan, saying, "Dear wife, please don't be angry. I dread the thought of you being upset. Why are you so afraid of my anger? Sometimes I may not mean what you think, yet you always misunderstand, making me wonder if you're hiding something from me." I probed, testing his resolve. Shen Yixiao's tone turned urgent. "How could that be? Don't you know how I feel about you?" Meng Ziqing immediately leapt to his defense. "Sister-in-law, you're hurting Xiao Gu's feelings. We, his brothers, witness his sincerity and are in awe. I couldn't possibly match his devotion." Liang Feng chimed in, agreeing, "Trust between a couple is vital. Don't let trivial misunderstandings jeopardize your bond." The trio spoke in unison, aiming to keep me in the dark. Just as I opened my mouth to respond, Shen Yixiao, flustered, declared, "If you truly believe I have wronged you, I can prove my love by risking everything." With that, he accelerated, the car speeding perilously. Sitting in the passenger seat, my heart raced with trepidation. The road was crowded, and Shen Yixiao weaved dangerously through traffic. This extreme behavior was not new to me. I felt a numbing familiarity, yet the fear of a potential accident clung to me. I had no desire to face death again. "Shen Yixiao, slow down," I shouted. "I believe in you. There is no need for such drastic measures." Upon hearing my plea, he eased off the accelerator. I breathed a sigh of relief, my aversion toward him intensifying. He was not only toying with his life, but mine as well. Upon arriving at our destination, I rushed out of the car, unwilling to linger even for a moment. The others, trailing behind, had lost us in the process. Fortunately, they had received the location in advance. When they finally arrived, they inquired of Shen Yixiao, "Why were you driving so fast earlier? We could hardly keep up." "Apologies, I will wait for you next time," Shen Yixiao replied casually, offering no further explanation. It is unwise to delve too deeply into matters. Upon arriving at the KTV, Meng Ziqing effortlessly secured the largest private room and thoughtfully inquired whether the men present desired the company of hostesses. His question left everyone feeling somewhat awkward, and they collectively declined. Su Zhengnan, a man of few words, was subtly overlooked by both Meng Ziqing and Liang Feng, as if he were merely a decorative piece. Whenever someone attempted to engage Su Zhengnan in conversation, Meng Ziqing would deftly redirect their attention. I recognized his intent to isolate Su Zhengnan. Such juvenile bullying struck me as ludicrous, and surely Su Zhengnan felt the same. Throughout his life, Su Zhengnan had always been the exemplary child, intelligent, composed, independent, and remarkably resistant to influence. Even during my rebellious phase, he had severed all ties with me without hesitation after a brief period of anger, demonstrating his decisiveness. At that moment, Su Ying approached with a glass of wine, casting a glance my way that suggested her displeasure. Her gaze then shifted to Shen Yixiao, becoming shy yet tinged with excitement as she raised her glass and said, "Mr. Shen, thank you for compensating that 1 million. I am at a loss as to how to repay you." I feared her next words might be an offer of herself. Regarding the counterfeit painting incident, Shen Yixiao lounged on the sofa, casually crossing his legs, and replied to Su Ying in his characteristic nonchalance. "That was my wife's idea. She would certainly assist me if she wished." I took a sip of my drink, forcing a smile while observing Su Ying. Instantly, her demeanor shifted, and reluctantly she addressed me. "I should really be thanking Yeye. She is my best friend, and I will remember her kindness. However, I know that if Mr. Shen does not agree, she cannot help me, so I must thank both of you." Her words, more eloquent than any song, were unique to Su Ying. It was I who had aided her, yet she insisted on attributing the credit to Shen Yixiao. After finishing her speech, she downed her drink in a grandiose fashion. Meng Ziqing leaned in. "Inger, how about a few drinks with me?" Su Ying responded cheerfully, "Sure, but you want to take advantage of me if you drink too much, right? That frightens me. What kind of upstanding man would do such a thing?" Meng Ziqing replied with a playful grin. I watched the pair move aside to drink, a bitter chuckle escaping me. Neither Meng Ziqing nor Su Ying had ever defined their relationship, yet they had shared a bed. Both were thrill seekers, and when I first discovered their affair in a previous life, I had implored Su Ying to end it, which she eventually did. thereby averting a tragedy when Meng Zicheng fell ill. Yet, in her drunkenness, she had once accused me of deliberately obstructing her happiness, fearing she would lead a life akin to mine. Reflecting on this, I found it absurd. In this life, I would allow them to revel in their folly. Don't drink anymore. Aren't you on medication that prohibits alcohol? Shen Yixiao interjected, halting my glass as I prepared to drink again. I was indeed somewhat inebriated, my cheeks flushed and warm, and I leaned against the sofa, feeling drowsy. Shen Yixiao draped his arm around my shoulder, allowing me to rest against him as I closed my eyes. Just then, his phone rang, and he leaned down to call my name. Wife, are you asleep? I remained silent. Once he confirmed my slumber, he opened his phone to check a message. I slightly opened my eyes to see a blurred message on the screen. I still want more. Shen Yixiao's fingers swiftly tapped a response. Little minx. I will satisfy you next time. I shot up abruptly. His phone fell to the floor as he bent to retrieve it, quickly turning off the screen. I clenched my fists, suppressing the turmoil in my stomach, standing motionless as the others continued their revelry, oblivious to my distress. Once he secured his phone, Shen Yixiao stood and grasped my arm, his voice tense. Wife, you, haven't you fallen asleep? I've had too much to drink. I need to find a restroom. I feigned urgency and wrenched free from his grasp, hurrying towards the restroom. However, the door was locked from the inside, muffled sounds of intimacy filtering through, and I could not gain entry. Reluctantly, I exited the private room in search of another restroom. Shen Yixiao followed, visibly anxious, uncertain if I had witnessed his earlier conversation with Lu Xiaoyan. Chapter 48. Stay away from me, ugh. Before I could reach the restroom, I found myself retching into a trash bin in the hallway. Shen Yixiao rushed to my side, supporting me while offering tissues to wipe my mouth, a mix of concern and frustration evident in his voice. Why did you drink so much? You must take better care of yourself. I was not ill from the alcohol, but rather from the turmoil within me. I just need to visit the restroom. I managed to clean my mouth and, feeling somewhat weak, reassured him, I'm fine, don't worry. He regarded me with skepticism as I walked towards the nearby restroom, choosing not to follow. Inside, I vomited until there was nothing left, and after washing my face, I emerged with red, swollen eyes. The memory of those two messages ignited a fire within me. Unsure whether to return to the private room, I hesitated at the door, finally pushing it open. The atmosphere inside had quieted somewhat, with someone serenading a gentle love song, though I could not discern who it was. I numbly approached the sofa and sat, entirely devoid of motivation, the effects of the alcohol lingering, leaving me slightly dizzy. Miss, are you in the wrong place? The singing abruptly ceased, replaced by a question. I snapped back to reality, startled to realize that I was surrounded by unfamiliar faces. Zhengnan, she looks somewhat familiar. Is she looking for you? Another voice chimed in. Su Zhengnan? I blinked in confusion, quickly scanning the sofa to either side. Su Zhengnan sat to my right, his gaze fixed intently upon me. If I had mistakenly entered the wrong room, why was Su Zhengnan here? My mind swirled with confusion. You all continue enjoying yourselves. She must be here to fetch me. We can reconvene after the class reunion concludes. Su Zhengnan stated to the others before rising to leave. Sure. He then moved towards the exit, while I remained dazed, unable to react. Miss, he leaving. Weren't you here to find him? A man whispered, prompting me to glance at him. He merely smiled kindly. I stood and followed Su Zhengnan, exiting the room alongside him. Once outside, I carefully examined the room number and confirmed I had indeed made an error, though I had not anticipated encountering Su Zhengnan. Su Zhengnan. I inexplicably halted and called out to him. What? He turned, maintaining a distance of about 2 meters, his expression distinctly cold. In the past, trailing behind him as a mere shadow, I had found him to be aloof yet approachable. Now, he loomed before me like an imposing iceberg, emanating an aura that made me feel icy just standing near him. Summoning my courage, I stepped closer, attempting to brush my fingers against his sleeve. How have you been these years? What does that have to do with you? He replied, his downward gaze slicing through the distance between us. I may have truly overindulged, I thought, feeling extreme impulses. Since Shen Yixiao had betrayed me, I resolved to retaliate in kind, seeking balance in my emotions. Su Zhengnan was his most detested presence. If I grew closer to him, it would surely infuriate Shen Yixiao. And you? How have you fared among Shen Yixiao and Meng Zicheng's crowd? Before I could articulate the audacious thoughts swirling in my mind, Su Zhengnan had already doused me with a bucket of cold water. Liu, we are no longer on the same path. Please keep your distance from me. His words jolted me back to reality. We had long ceased to inhabit the same world. Utilizing him to exact revenge on Shen Yixiao was indeed a foolhardy strategy. Watching Su Zhengnan depart, I remained rooted to the spot. After a brief moment, I steeled myself and returned to the previous private room, where Shen Yixiao awaited me on the sofa. Upon my return, he offered me a glass of water, inquiring, feeling better after venting? I nodded and took a sip. Shen Yixiao scrutinized my face, and, once I had finished the water, continued to probe, were you uncomfortable resting your head on my shoulder earlier, which kept you awake? It was evident he was terrified of me discovering his secret, yet he still dared to respond to Lu Xiaoyan's message, leaving me feeling exhausted on his behalf. I replied, I dozed off, but the alcohol made my stomach uneasy, and I startled awake. You ought to refrain from drinking so much in the future. Be obedient, he admonished, his tone instantly relaxing as he gently caressed my face, his touch tender and delicate. While I conversed with Shen Yixiao, Su Zhengnan sat a short distance away, occasionally casting detached glances our way. Suddenly, I spotted Su Ying, who appeared to emerge from the restroom with Meng Zicheng, their disheveled attire suggesting more than mere coincidence. Meng Zicheng had his arm wrapped around her waist, planting a kiss on her cheek in an intimate display. Others around seemed unfazed. Meng Zicheng's flirtatious reputation was well known since our school days, and such consensual escapades warranted little commentary. Yeah, Su Ying approached and seated herself beside me, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. What do you think of Meng Zicheng? Shen Yixiao raised an eyebrow. Clearly having witnessed Su Ying and Meng Zicheng's restroom rendezvous, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What, are you interested in him? My brother is undoubtedly quite charming. I frowned. He is far too fickle. You wouldn't want to date him, would you? A hint of pride flickered in Su Ying's eyes. Can't a playboy settle down? You shouldn't disparage him. Besides, he's a good friend of your husband. Why speak of him so? Shen Yixiao chimed in, my wife is right. Zicheng does have a reputation for being a bit of flirt. You might not be able to handle him. Rather than defending Meng Zicheng, he concurred with my assessment. Su Ying's expression fell. It's true, there are few high-achieving, loyal men like you, and even fewer fortunate women like Liu. Her commentary served to praise Shen Yixiao while simultaneously undermining my worth as merely lucky to be chosen by him. Meng Zicheng overheard our exchange and approached with a feigned look of grievance. Sister-in-law, are you really growing distant from me? He added, I certainly wouldn't dare to misbehave with Brother Xiao. He's far too strict. I smiled faintly, choosing silence. Su Ying playfully patted Meng Zicheng's shoulder, mischievously stating, everyone says you're a playboy. Thank goodness I'm not your girlfriend. He grasped her hands, and the two began to flirt unabashedly. Witnessing this, Shen Yixiao merely chuckled in resignation before excusing himself to the restroom. I chose to ignore the scene unfolding before me. Su Ying's fate was not something I intended to meddle in. Just as Shen Yixiao departed, the lights in the private room suddenly extinguished, plunging us into darkness. Even the corridor outside lay shrouded in shadow. What on earth a power outage? How could a KTV of this size lose power? Shouldn't there be a generator? How long will this last? Amid the chorus of discontent, Meng Zicheng's voice rang out with excitement. No flashlights. It'll probably only be a few minutes. Why not take this opportunity to do something fun? He was the type who thrived on chaos, relishing the notion of anonymity in the dark. I had no intention of heeding him. Just as I reached for my phone to turn on the flashlight, a hand snatched it away in the blackness. Before I could react, I found myself enveloped in an embrace, the unfamiliar scent unmistakably not belonging to Shen Yixiao. Chapter 49. A dispute arose. I wriggled free from the embrace just as someone switched on a flashlight, casting a flicker of light into the room, prompting everyone to settle down. As the lights returned, Meng Zicheng wore a disgruntled expression. Who turned on the flashlight? I had a thrilling surprise planned. It turned out the power outage had been his orchestrated stunt, not a random occurrence. Some began to grumble, while others expressed excitement, deeming the incident rather exhilarating. I glanced to my sides, surrounded by several individuals, unable to discern who might have embraced me in the dark. My phone lay on the table, likely bearing the fingerprints of the culprit, yet I had no intention of conducting a fingerprint analysis on everyone present. Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Liang Feng asked, noticing my distraction. No one did anything to you, right? I shook my head. No, just a bit tipsy, feeling a little foggy. He sighed in relief. That's good. If anyone dares to take advantage of the chaos, brother, Xiao 1T let them off easily. As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards Su Zhengnan. My heart raced. Could have been Su Zhengnan? No, it couldn't be. Even after years apart, I could distinctly sense that it wasn't him. Besides, he sat too far away to swiftly snatch my phone and embrace me in such a short span of time. The individuals closest to me were Wei Lai, Su Ying, Meng Zicheng, and Liang Feng. Only they had the opportunity to pull off such actions in that fleeting moment. I was certain the person was not a woman. Thus, I scrutinized Meng Zicheng and Liang Feng, a shiver running down my spine at the thought that one of them might have been the one to embrace me. My disdain for both grew. They, like Shen Yixiao, had trampled upon my feelings and sincerity. What happened? Shen Yixiao returned, settling next to me and reclaiming my hand. Meng Zicheng, grinning, recounted his carefully arranged surprise, prompting Shen Yixiao to immediately inquire. No one did anything to you, right? In high school, I had received numerous love letters. My parents were strict about early relationships, resulting in most suitors meeting with failure. Once Shen Yixiao pursued me, his greatest concern was someone trying to woo me away. Whenever I received a love letter or someone confessed, he would find ways to sabotage it. No, I denied, unable to ascertain the identity of my unknown assailant. Voicing my uncertainty would only raise Shen Yixiao's suspicions, possibly leading him to believe it was Su Zhengnan. As I responded, I cast a glance at Meng Zicheng and Liang Feng. Neither displayed any signs of distress. If anyone takes advantage of you, I will chop off their hand. Shen Yixiao tightened his grip on my hand, raising his voice for all to hear, sounding almost like a warning. Su Jingnan's gaze darkened, a faint smirk curling at his lips, seemingly bored by Shen Yixiao's territorial declaration. He casually threw his jacket over his arm and, standing up, declared, "This gathering is over. I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave." I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me. I too was reluctant to engage in such melodrama with Shen Yixiao. In the past, I had been swept away by love, failing to see any issue with Shen Yixiao's behavior. Now, I found it awkward. He felt like a beautiful shell devoid of substance, an empty vessel. Upon Su Jingnan's departure, the eyes of the others instinctively turned toward me and Shen Yixiao. Tonight was Shen Yixiao's event. A dinner was still scheduled, and since he hadn't yet left, no one else dared suggest departing early, fearing it might come off as disrespectful. Su Zhengnan seemed to have no intention of preserving face. Meng Zicheng called after Su Zhengnan. "Where do you think you're going?" Su Zhengnan halted his steps. "What's the matter?" Mencius Cheng inherently possesses a rather impulsive temperament, and after indulging in alcohol, he resembled a frenzied bull, nostrils flaring. He swiftly approached Su Zhengnan, seizing his collar and cursing vehemently, expressing his long-standing disdain for Su's pretentiousness. "You think it's easy to leave today?" he bellowed. Some classmates attempted to intervene, but Mencius Cheng brusquely shoved them aside, scornfully questioning their worth. "I treat you to food and fun, and you think you matter?" His words were unsettling, leaving others pale with discomfort. "Cheng," Shen Yixiao interjected calmly, "we're all classmates. Show some respect." Mencius Cheng, in a furious retort, pointed out that Su Zhengnan was the last to arrive and intended to leave early, as if they were begging for his presence. "I can't stand such people. No apology, no leaving." Before he could finish, he inhaled sharply, his face flushing. Su Zhengnan grasped Mencius Cheng's wrist with evident force and forcefully shook him off, causing Mencius Cheng's grip to slacken. "Damn it!" Mencius Cheng cried out in pain. But his cursing was abruptly cut short when Su Zhengnan delivered a kick to his solar plexus. I was taken aback, entirely unprepared for Su Jingnan's brutal response. Though adept in sports, he had always channeled his energy into academics and never engaged in physical confrontations. That was the realm of Shen Yixiao, Mencius Cheng, and Liang Feng. Witnessing his comrade's plight, Shen Yixiao and Liang Feng could no longer remain passive. As Shen Yixiao rose, Liang Feng brandished a bottle, aiming it at Su Jingnan's head. In contrast to Mencius Cheng's loud bravado, Liang Feng was more taciturn yet ruthless when provoked. Anxiety coursed through me, prompting me to rise and intervene. However, Shen Yixiao turned to me, his gaze dark and foreboding. If I spoke up for Su Zhengnan, it would only exacerbate Shen Yixiao's resentment and deepen his suspicions toward me. The bottle hurtled towards Su Jingnan's head, but he reacted swiftly, raising his arm to deflect it. The bottle shattered against his forearm with considerable force. Liang Feng sought to continue his assault, but someone entered, interrupting his actions. "Teacher Bai?" Wei Lai exclaimed with surprise. I turned to see a gaunt woman at the door, wearing a sun hat, her face dull and lifeless, her eyes clouded as she regarded us. Chapter 50. All our venomous hearts, other classmates rushed to assist Teacher Bai, and the confrontation between Su Zhengnan and Mencius Cheng was temporarily halted. I intended to join you all for dinner at the hotel, but exiting is quite taxing for me, and I wasted too much time just to arrive here, Teacher Bai explained before succumbing to a fit of severe coughing. I observed my classmates surrounding her, feeling hesitant to approach. She must be disappointed in me, not wanting to see me. "Liu, Su Zhengnan, you are here too." To my astonishment, Teacher Bai's expression brightened upon spotting Su Zhengnan and me. "It has been ages since I've seen you both. You have grown into adults." Su Zhengang, disregarding the pain in his arm, stepped forward, the frost on his face finally melting. "Teacher Bai, Su Zhengnan, have you grown taller?" Teacher Bai's gaze was filled with warmth. She was an excellent teacher, strict yet caring for diligent students, while sternly reprimanding those who struggled, instilling a sense of disappointment in them. All the students admired her except for Shen Yixiao and his companions. As I prepared to approach her, Shen Yixiao grasped my hand, his expression icy. "I just want to say hello. She has always been kind to me, especially now that she is gravely ill," I explained. "She is good to you because you are a good student with a fine family, which is why she values you. But for me, she does not deserve the title of teacher," Shen Yixiao replied coldly. I was perplexed. "Did Teacher Bai treat you poorly? I recall her visiting your home and bringing clothes and milk for your grandfather." Shen Yixiao's background was troubled, with only his grandfather to care for him. He had become a rebellious youth without guidance. I didn't need her to do that. I simply wished she would refrain from discussing my affairs with my grandfather. Yet she did, he said, a hidden loathing in his tone. My heart sank. After years of camaraderie, we had never broached the subject of teachers, nor had I realized how deeply he resented the one responsible for him. At that moment, Teacher Bai's gaze turned towards me, seemingly awaiting my approach. Su Zhengnan looked at me too, his expression devoid of emotion, having lost all faith in me. My emotions surged, and as I contemplated stepping forward, Shen Yixiao whispered, "Do you wish to abandon me? Are you regretting your choice?" Reluctantly, I halted. I felt guilty for neglecting Teacher Bai, yet I feared inciting Shen Yixiao's anger. His extreme behavior on the way here still haunted me. Teacher Bai, seeing my indecision, transformed her hopeful gaze into one of disappointment. "Wei Lai hap vo check, Witherspoon, Li Ue." "Aren't you going to greet Teacher Bai?" "Perhaps another time. There are too many people today. I'll visit her separately next time," I offered as an excuse. Shen Yixiao's smile was smooth, betraying none of his disdain for Teacher Bai. "What illness does she have? I'll see if I can get her into a better hospital." Upon hearing this, Wei Lai excitedly relayed to the others. Shen Yixiao said he wants to arrange a better hospital for Teacher Bai. "Is that true?" "That's wonderful," they exclaimed. "Shen, you've truly matured. You were once the bane of every teacher." "Indeed, a remarkable transformation," they praised, and Shen Yixiao's vanity swelled, his smile becoming genuine as he took my hand and approached Teacher Bai. "Thank you, Shen Yixiao," Teacher Bai said, her surprise giving way to heartfelt gratitude. I had expected him to engage in pleasantries for the sake of his reputation, but instead, he stated, "Teacher Bai, I am helping you because of my wife. I was quite the troublemaker, causing you much inconvenience, and I understand you must have disliked me as a student." Teacher Bai's joy instantly faded, and others fell silent. Exchanging glances, I felt a surge of anger. "Shen Yixiao, don't be angry, my dear. I speak the truth. I will keep my promise to help Teacher Bai," he said, adopting a placating tone. "Be good and smile." How could I smile in front of so many? Shen Yixiao's actions were clearly meant to showcase his influence over me. Teacher Bai's gaze turned to me, filled with resignation and disappointment. "I will take care of Teacher Bai's treatment," Su Zhengnan interjected bluntly, expressing no concern for appearances. My face burned with embarrassment. I continually felt ashamed at his presence. Even though I had achieved a so-called affluent life, I still found myself humiliated. Mencius Cheng spat, still nursing the pain from his earlier kick, his tone venomous. "You lost to Xiaoge, didn't you? Aren't you upset?" Mencius Cheng, that was ages ago. Why bring it up now? I could no longer contain my anger and rebuked him. Mencius Chung was taken aback for a moment, and then a flicker of displeasure and resentment crossed his eyes. However, a mere glance from Shen Yixiao prevented him from continuing to confront me. Teacher Bai, disinterested in our quarrel, weakly interjected, urging us not to argue over this matter, emphasizing that it was rare for us to gather after so many years, and we should enjoy ourselves. The classmates began to comfort Teacher Bai, while I hesitated to speak. After exchanging pleasantries with Teacher Bai, Su Zhengnian left his contact information and departed first. I exhaled in relief as he exited. As evening approached, we were supposed to go out for dinner according to our original plan, but due to the events of the day, Shen Yixiao was in a foul mood and abruptly changed the plans, ending the gathering prematurely. On the way back, he remained silent, his displeasure evident, lips tightly pressed together without uttering a word. Mencius Chung incessantly criticized Su Zhengnian from the back seat. The sight of him irked me. I thought to myself that one day, when I was in a bad mood, I would bring someone to teach him a lesson, ensuring he would remember it. I turned to gaze out the window, avoiding their conversation. Shen Yixiao glanced at me, only seeing my profile, and accelerated, weaving through the streets. Mencius Chung spoke again about Teacher Bai, expressing disrespect and schadenfreude, saying that she deserved it for punishing us to run laps back then, which had nearly broken my legs. I clenched my fists, increasingly convinced that the three individuals beside me possessed venomous hearts. Chapter 51. The outburst upon returning home. Shen Yixiao and I erupted into a heated argument. He accused me of harboring lingering feelings for Su Zhengnian, claiming that I repeatedly displayed disdain in front of so many people, showing him no respect. Liu, haven't you realized how much I have sacrificed for you? If it weren't for providing you with a better life, I wouldn't strive so hard. Yet you cling to your first love. Is this how you repay me? Shen Yixiao's face reddened with agitation, his emotions surging. If I were his enemy, he might have already resorted to violence. My own fury surged within me. But reason compelled me to remain calm. The lessons from my past life were still vivid in my mind. I could not afford to sever ties with Shen Yixiao so recklessly. Su Zhengnian was not my first love. I merely harbored a crush on him, and we had never been together. Shen Yixiao, if I did not love you, I would not have dropped out of school for you. Nor would I have severed ties with my family, nor transformed into who I am now. I confronted him, my eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yet I refrained from speaking harshly. Shen Yixiao's chest heaved violently as he gritted his teeth. What do you think of your current state? Do you believe you are unhappy with me? I fell silent, wishing to block my ears to avoid hearing those infuriating words. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass pierced the air. I opened my eyes to see Shen Yixiao had violently smashed a potted plant against the window, followed by other pieces of furniture. Anything he could throw met the same fate. Listening to the cacophony of breaking glass, I felt an overwhelming sorrow. These were items we had painstakingly chosen together, now obliterated without a hint of restraint or hesitation. Shen Yixiao, let us divorce, not for the child's sake, but because I believe we are incompatible. I propose divorce once more. If he could consent readily, it would spare me a great deal of trouble. Upon hearing my intention, Shen Yixiao's face morphed into a terrifying visage, akin to a vengeful spirit released from the depths of hell, devoid of warmth, his handsome features cloaked in a sinister aura. A chill ran through me, regretting that I had spoken too soon. As soon as Su Zhengnian returned, you wish to divorce me? You claim you have no feelings for him? Shen Yixiao's voice was no longer fierce, but bore an unmistakable undertone of threat. It is not because of him, I clarified. Shen Yixiao's gaze darkened as he stared at me. Regardless of the reason, we cannot divorce. Abandon that thought. With that, he left the house amidst the wreckage. I wondered if he intended to seek solace from Lu Xiaoyan. Exhausted, both physically and mentally, I instructed the servants to clean the living room before retreating upstairs to rest. I anticipated that Shen Yixiao would not return that night. However, the following morning, the servant informed me that he had come back inebriated at dawn. Sleeping in the guest room, I remained silent as I descended the stairs. On the coffee table in the living room lay a grand bouquet of vibrant red roses, alongside a pencil that had been unwrapped, a pencil crafted from gold and adorned with diamonds, a limited edition Cartier piece I had previously admired online. I had longed to purchase it for my collection, but had not taken the plunge. Beneath the gift box was a note, and upon retrieving it, I read the words, I am sorry, little moon. I still struggle with my inner insecurities and I fear losing you." Upon seeing the note and the gift I had once desired, my heart ached with a mixture of sorrow and pain. I would rather Shen Yixiao truly did not love me, seeking comfort from Lu Xiaoyun, than to be in a situation where he both loved and hurt me. While I was lost in thought, Shen Yixiao descended the stairs. Our eyes met, and for a moment, words escaped us. "Do you like the pencil?" He broke the silence, cautiously inquiring. "Yes, I nodded." "Then please do not be angry with me. What happened yesterday was my fault. I was overly sensitive. Regardless, I never intended to divorce you. Without you, my existence holds no meaning." Shen Yixiao moved closer, leaning slightly toward me, his eyes glimmering with a puppy-like vulnerability. I recoiled from his proximity, placing the pencil into my bag before feigning annoyance and pushing him away. "Let us see how you behave." This provided me with an excuse to ignore him and reject his advances. Shen Yixiao sighed. "All right, I shall behave." The servants prepared breakfast, and after we ate, we headed to the company together. Wow, President Shen and his wife are truly sweet. They even hold hands to work. Someone exclaimed, envious. "Good morning, President Shen, Mrs. Shen." As Shen Yixiao took me into the employee elevator, many were already waiting, including Lu Xiaoyan, who was returning from her vacation. Noticing the others, her expression stiffened. Her gaze fixed intently on Shen Yixiao. When I looked her way, she hastily averted her eyes. Once inside the elevator, someone commented on Lu Xiaoyun's strange demeanor, asking in a hushed tone, "Secretary Lu, why does your face look so pale? Are you not well rested?" All eyes turned to Lu Xiaoyun, including Shen Yixiao's. Her face was ashen, her eyes red-rimmed, and her normally rosy lips appeared dull, as if lacking vitality. Amidst the scrutiny, she met Shen Yixiao's gaze, tears welling in her eyes, then turned slightly away. Biting her lip, her voice tinged with grievance. "I'm fine, truly. You need not worry about me. Secretary Lu, if you Haven Tea rested well, you can extend your leave. It won't affect your salary or performance," I gently suggested. The others immediately praised my kindness, while Shen Yixiao smiled, reaching out to tenderly tuck a strand of hair behind my ear. This scene caused Lu Xiaoyun's eyes to redden further. "No need, Mrs. Shen. There is much work that requires my personal attention. I fear causing trouble for President Shen." Lu Xiaoyun forced a smile, her response underscoring her significance. As the elevator reached the Human Resources Department, I exited first. As the doors closed, I caught a glimpse of Lu Xiaoyun's gaze, filled with sorrowful longing. Perhaps because of last night's argument, Shen Yixiao was particularly clingy today, sending me messages incessantly and frequently visiting the HR department. His affectionate behavior prompted whispers among our colleagues. "Wife, I've scheduled an appointment with a doctor," Shen Yixiao said as we left work together in the parking lot, holding my hand. I was somewhat puzzled. "The doctor?" "Yes, you wanted to see if we could have a child of our own, didn't you? The doctor is quite remarkable." Liang Feng remarked that many people became pregnant after consulting him. Shen Yixiao replied, Chapter 52, leaving her halfway. I had ceased to mention the matter of children. Yet Shen Yixiao seemed increasingly invested, as if he genuinely anticipated having a child together. Although I did not wish to bear a child with him, it would be delightful if my after-effects could be cured. I could choose not to conceive, but I could not resign myself to the inability to do so. Thus, I acquiesced. All right. Just as I was about to enter the car, a sudden exclamation erupted behind me. "Ah, my foot." I turned around to find Lu Xiaoyan not far behind us, having twisted her ankle and fallen to the ground in a rather pitiful state. Shen Yixiao instinctively moved towards her, but upon realizing I was present, he halted, turned back to me, and said, "Wife, shall we check on Secretary Lu's condition?" "Sure." I willingly agreed. Upon reaching Lu Xiaoyan, I squatted beside her and asked, "Secretary Lu, are you all right?" Lu Xiaoyan nodded with a pitiful expression. "I'm fine. Just twisted my foot and can't walk." Her gaze then shifted to Shen Yixiao, infused with a hint of pleading. "Mr. Shen, could you please take me to the hospital? I can't drive." Shen Yixiao frowned, a fleeting look of concern in his eyes. Yet he concealed it well and promptly sought my opinion. "Wife, shall I take her?" "I'll accompany you," I replied. "If you two go alone, it might raise misunderstandings." A reluctant expression appeared on Lu Xiaoyan's face, but my reasoning was sound, leaving her no room for rebuttal. Shen Yixiao nodded. "You make a valid point. Let us go together." He extended his hand, and Lu Xiaoyan's eyes lit up as she delicately raised her arm to grasp his hand, using it for support to stand. With Shen Yixiao's assistance, Lu Xiaoyan settled into our car en route to the hospital. Throughout the journey, Shen Yixiao and I engaged in conversation, while Lu Xiaoyan sat quietly in the back, listening. Suddenly, she let out a soft laugh. I inquired, "Secretary Lu, what is so amusing?" Feigning embarrassment, Lu Xiaoyan tucked away her phone. "Madam, I was just looking at a photo of my boyfriend and me. I found it quite amusing, and I couldn't help but laugh. I apologize for disturbing you." Upon hearing her words, Shen Yixiao's expression immediately turned cold. I pretended not to notice and continued. "I'm genuinely curious about what Secretary Lu's boyfriend looks like. May I see?" Shen Yixiao interjected. "What's there to see? Don't pry into others' private matters." To my surprise, Lu Xiaoyan was undeterred, eagerly handing her phone to me, her smile sweet. "Sure, madam, take a look." Astonished, I wondered if she intended to lay her cards on the table. Did Shen Yixiao know? Shen Yixiao abruptly slammed the brakes, causing Lu Xiaoyan's phone to slip from her hand and fall beneath the passenger seat. He sternly warned her, "Secretary Lu, please refrain from bringing personal matters into the workplace." I retrieved the phone, smiling. This isn't really at work. On the screen, a photo illuminated where Lu Xiaoyan and her boyfriend donned matching outfits, lying on a couch. Fingers intertwined, yet the man's face was obscured. Lu Xiaoyan radiated happiness in the image. It was clearly a staged photo. I scoffed lightly before returning it to her. "Not bad, madam. You can't even see my boyfriend's face. How can you think it's not bad?" Lu Xiaoyan asked curiously. I glanced at Shen Yixiao, who visibly relaxed upon hearing that the face was not visible. While the face may be obscured, one can still perceive the hair, attire, physique, and demeanor. I have an astute eye for people, just as I once recognized Mr. Shen and believed he would cherish and protect me for a lifetime. I chose to follow him despite the costs, and thankfully, he has not disappointed me. All I once desired has come to fruition. As my words settled, Lu Xiaoyan seemed taken aback, blurting out, "Then why haven't you two had a child yet?" At the mention of this topic, my smile faded. In my past life, the child between Shen Yixiao and Lu Xiaoyan was one of the reasons for my tragedy. Lu Xiaoyan was already aware of my inability to conceive, hence her deliberate question. This inquiry was ill-placed, as Shen Yixiao equally detested it, especially coming from Lu Xiaoyan, which sounded like a provocation to him. "Secretary Lu," Shen Yixiao erupted with fury, his voice laced with coldness. "My wife and I's matters are not for you to pry into. You can either exit the car now." Lu Xiaoyan's eyes instantly filled with tears. "I'm sorry, I spoke out of turn. Mr. Shen, I'll take a taxi to the hospital myself." She reached for the car door, but fortunately, it was locked. Shen Yixiao was infuriated. He had appreciated Lu Xiaoyan's innocence and naivety, reminiscent of my former self. Yet she dared to subtly test me before him, unafraid of being exposed. Naturally, he couldn't tolerate it. In a fit of anger, Shen Yixiao indeed stopped the car midway, ordering Lu Xiaoyan to exit and take a taxi to the hospital herself. Lu Xiaoyan limped to the roadside, and in the night, her slender figure appeared quite striking, her face a mixture of defiance and grievance. I found myself momentarily lost in thought. Was I once like that? I was unsure. Upon reflection, all that remained was juvenile and absurd. Shen Yixiao turned the car around to head home, and I feigned concern. "I hope Secretary Lu will be all right." If I recall correctly, the area she exited has quite a few ruffians. It's controlled by the Black Hawk Gang. That area was slated for demolition, but had remained stagnant, leading many to relocate, leaving it desolate. Long ago, members of the Black Hawk Gang frequently roamed there. I had once ventured in alone to rescue Shen Yixiao. Those chaotic days seemed distant now, and the security was gradually improving. Yet no one could guarantee a world devoid of darkness. "Taking a taxi should be safe to reach the hospital," Shen Yixiao remarked dismissively. Upon returning home, Shen Yixiao received a call from Liang Feng. After a brief exchange, his expression shifted ominously. "What's wrong?" I inquired. "There's an issue with Liang Feng. I need to go," Shen Yixiao replied hurriedly. I refrained from asking further and, after he left, dialed a number. An hour later, I received a video that showed Lu Xiaoyan shivering, hiding behind Liang Feng, while Shen Yixiao stood before them, conversing with a man. "She is my secretary, and I must oversee her matters. If you dare to provoke anyone around me again, not a single one of you from the Black Hawk Gang will escape unscathed. Feel free to test me," Shen Yixiao warned coldly. "Shen Yixiao, does your wife know you're here playing the knight for another woman?" The man facing Shen Yixiao, named Chun Dong, was once his staunch adversary, frequently clashing with him. He was well aware of the romantic history between Shen Yixiao and me. Upon hearing Chun Dong mention me, a flicker of anger crossed Shen Yixiao's face. She knows, and she wouldn't blame me. Lu Xiaoyun is my most capable secretary. Due to work obligations, I had to come. He spoke smoothly, yet Chun Dong directly exposed him. Is that so? Then why did she contact Liang Feng first before reaching out to you? Isn't that rather inefficient? Only fear of directly contacting him, causing trouble, would lead to such a protocol. Lu Xiaoyun gazed at Chun Dong with trepidation, her voice soft and trembling. I didn't want to cause any suspicion between Mr. Shen and his wife, so I contacted Brother Liang Feng. Shen Yixiao cast a complex glance at her. Huh? Do you believe that excuse? Chun Dong erupted in laughter. Shen Yixiao replied coldly, It doesn't matter, but if your people dare to go out and spread rumors, I will expose everything you have done before. At that time, you can go and explain it to the police. Upon hearing Shen Yixiao's threat, Chun Dong's smile vanished. Despite having once been of the same ilk, he never expected Shen Yixiao to suddenly turn his life around and become a so-called new elite in the business world. The vast gulf that now separated them only fueled the imbalance within Chun Dong. He waved his hand, causing the group surrounding Shen Yixiao to disperse. Lu Xiaoyun instinctively reached out to grasp Shen Yixiao's arm, only to be met with a glance from him that made her retract her hand. Liang Feng, noticing this, proactively supported Lu Xiaoyun. Otherwise, she might have struggled to walk. After watching the video, I redialed the number. Xiao Kai, thank you. If such matters arise again, please keep me informed and ensure confidentiality. I haven't had the time lately, so I will transfer some money to you. Your sister's education must be costly, and your mother needs funds for her treatment. Xiao Kai was a member of the Black Hawk gang. During a brawl, he had nearly been killed by Shen Yixiao's men. I had spared him, providing him with money for medical care. Despite his circumstances, he had a kind heart, primarily motivated by the need to support his sister in school and his ailing mother. Since then, Xiao Kai had become my ally within the gang, though I seldom called upon him, except for the time I rescued Shen Yixiao and now. Thank you, sister. Feel free to call on me anytime, Xiao Kai replied. After ending the call, I washed up and went to bed. Just as I was drifting off to sleep, someone in the still active classmates group chat sent a few screenshots. I blinked awake and took a clearer look. The images depicted Su Zhongnan conversing with a few others, seemingly in an office setting. Before I could comprehend the implications, Lin Qingqing, the sender of the images, chimed in, classmates, guess who I ran into at the company? Wei Lai, why is Su Zhongnan in your company? Lin Qingqing, our company CEO invited him as a special investment advisor. I heard it's for short term, but it would be nice to bump into him at the cafeteria. Suing, he might not even eat at the same cafeteria as you, haha. Lin Qingqing, ouch, that hurts. As I observed their banter, I checked the group members list and realized that Su Zhongnan had quietly left the group at some point, which meant their discussions were now unguarded. Sighing softly, I was about to put my phone away when Shen Yixiao returned. Assuming I was already asleep, he quietly slipped into bed and wrapped his arms around me from behind. My body stiffened instinctively, and I remained still until I sensed he had dozed off. I gently pried his arm away and shifted slightly towards the edge of the bed. I pretended as if nothing had happened, refraining from questioning Shen Yixiao about Liang Feng. And I was indifferent to how Lu Xiaoyun had provoked the Black Hawk gang. Besides, she had twisted her ankle and would need a few more days of leave. According to the schedule I had arranged with Qiu Xinlian, we met once more, this time at her pawn shop. I not only compensated her 1 million for suing, but also presented her with a painting, a piece by a renowned modern artist I had previously collected. Upon seeing the items I brought, Qiu Xinlian's expression turned skeptical. What are you up to? Qiu Jia, I genuinely appreciate painting and collecting art. I merely wish to befriend you, as we may have future collaborations, I stated frankly. After all, Qiu Xinlian was unlikely to intersect with Shen Yixiao's affairs. They had only met once due to Su Ying's issues in the past. Qiu Xinlian signaled for someone to prepare me another cup of tea, urging me to continue. My gaze grew cold. And about Su Ying, she sold you a counterfeit painting. I doubt 1 million will quell your anger. What kind of lesson do you intend to teach her? I will not interfere, just as long as you don't disclose my involvement. Upon hearing my words, Qiu Xinlian grasped the situation. Aren't you good friends with her? Why would you want me to discipline her after compensating her? I smiled and responded. The million is not for her benefit. I merely want to demonstrate my sincerity. I genuinely wish to form a friendship with you. Has she wronged you? Xiao Xinlian's sharp insight was accurate. I nodded, confident that I had no vested interests with her that could lead to indiscretion. Xiao Xinlian smiled, extending her hand. All right, I understand. Miss Li, I will accept your money and your painting. I hope we can collaborate in the future. I shook her hand, feeling a weight lift off my shoulders. I had researched Xiao Xinlian's background. She was well connected in the art trade, both domestically and internationally. Cultivating a relationship with her was akin to establishing a channel for future financial support. After leaving the pawn shop, I was in good spirits. I checked nearby restaurants and chose a Michelin-starred establishment for dinner. Jade Garden Building 3, Apartment 1608, Lu Xiaoyan. Again, it's her. I overheard staff discussing as I arrived at the restaurant. She ordered takeout every day for a while. I thought she had stopped, but here she is again. Must be wealthy. Hearing that name made me pause. The delivery personnel had prepared a large takeout box, and as I watched him depart, I fell into a trance. It wasn't until a staff member approached to welcome me that I regained my senses. Chapter 54. Not wanting to see me, this restaurant was rather pricey. While Lu Xiaoyan's salary was decent, it could not possibly allow for such frequent takeout. Given her recent maternity leave and the fact that she had twisted her ankle and would need further time off, the reason became painfully clear. It must be that Shen Yixiao had arranged for her postpartum meals. After all, he could not be there in person to care for her, so he had to compensate materially. Suddenly, I lost my appetite. Faced with the exquisite dishes presented before me, I found myself unable to eat. I summoned the waiter, requesting that all the food be packaged. With a stack of takeout boxes in hand, I prepared to leave. Liwa. Someone called out to me. I turned to see Lian Qingqing, dressed in a chic black suit, her makeup sweet and evidently well prepared. Lian Qingqing? I was surprised to see you here. We've been in the same city for years, but we hardly ever ran into each other. It seems our paths have crossed more significantly after the reunion. It's really you. Lian Qingqing jogged over, warmly giving me a pat on the back. She glanced around. Where's Shen Yixiao? Did he not accompany you? I shook my head, unwilling to mention Shen Yixiao. Instead, I countered her question. Are you here for dinner as well? Alone? Lian Qingqing beamed with delight. Today, I'm dining with my boss. I didn't think I would have that privilege, but when my boss learned I was Su Jingnan's high school classmate, he insisted on bringing me along. Everyone else is still dining. I just stepped out for a call. Su Jingnan is here too? A stir rippled through my heart, but I quickly regained my composure. Su Jingnan was right. We were no longer of the same world and should maintain our distance, avoiding excessive entanglements. Well, you should return to your meal, I said to Lian Qingqing. Before she could respond, a door opened not far away, revealing a middle-aged man, radiant with health. Following him was Su Jingnan, his smile subtle, donning a black suit jacket, his white shirt impeccably buttoned to the top, obscuring much of his neck. Yet this only accentuated the sharpness of his jawline, exuding an aura of restrained elegance that was impossible to ignore. Observing him engaged in cheerful conversation, I felt a pang of inadequacy wash over me, for I had achieved nothing of note, and by the world's estimation, I was merely living off Shen Yixiao's success. Even Qingqing beside me was lost in admiration, lamenting how time seemed to have transformed him from a handsome youth into an even more striking man. This transformation appeared to have no effect on him, a testament to his status as my youthful idol. Listening to her words, I managed to force a smile, excusing myself from the gathering. As I turned to leave, I wished to avoid Su Jingnan's gaze and the painful words he might utter. Suddenly, someone called out to Qingqing, drawing attention from all, including Su Jingnan. Upon noticing me, his expression darkened, and the smile that graced his face faded, as though he were reluctant to see me. I averted my gaze, striving to avoid any connection with his eyes. To my surprise, Qingqing grasped my hand, preventing my departure. I whispered urgently, Qingqing, let me go. Don't leave, I'm so nervous. I broke out in a sweat during dinner. Please stay with me for a bit, she pleaded. Qingqing had always been sociable, a trait I had recognized in our school days, but I hadn't anticipated her to be this persistent. Our hands were caught in a tug of war, oblivious to Su Jingnan and his companions approaching. The leader among them appeared to be Qingqing's boss, a man in his 40s. Xiao Lian, Mr. Su mentioned he has just returned to the country and is unaware of the local attractions. As old classmates, perhaps you could recommend some interesting spots? Fun and delicious places? Qingqing looked flustered, her face flushing as she glanced at Su Jingnan. Uncertain of her thoughts, she suddenly pulled me along. Boss, let you join us too. She knows all the best places. Her boss responded cheerfully, "Of course, Mrs. Shen, it would be our pleasure to have you." At that moment, I found myself in a dilemma. I had taken a day off to meet Xiao Xinlian and did not anticipate this turn of events. Had I known, I would have avoided dining here altogether. "You all go ahead. I'm not familiar with this," I insisted, my refusal rather blunt. Before her boss could respond, Su Zhengnan interjected with a frosty tone, "If she doesn't wish to go, there's no need to insist. Let us leave, Mr. Huang." His gaze brushed over me as if I were a stranger. I managed a faint smile, apologizing, "I have other matters to attend to." With that, I hastily exited the restaurant, eager to evade the awkwardness of the situation. Su Jingnan's coldness and rejection left a bitter taste in my heart. I had made the wrong choice, losing both my parents and him in the process. Now, we could scarcely be considered friends. As I sat in the car, my thoughts were restless. Through the windshield, I noticed Su Zhengnan and his group splitting into two vehicles. It seemed he caught sight of my car before entering. Glancing my way, my phone buzzed, revealing a friend request from Qingqing. "Liu, I'm so sorry. I was just too nervous earlier and grabbed your hand." Qingqing continued, "I know all the affordable places for food and fun, but I wouldn't know where to take Mr. Su and my boss. I need your recommendations. I'll treat you to dinner next time as an apology." Reading her messages, I sighed helplessly. It wouldn't do to blame her for dragging me into this. That would be too petty. I chose not to respond, instead returning to the office with the takeout. Today, I had no work obligations, and I headed straight for the CEO's office. Shen Yixiao was at his desk, and upon seeing me, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. "Wife, aren't you on leave today? What brings you here?" I placed the takeout on the table, and his expression shifted abruptly upon noticing the restaurant's logo. I recognized that my suspicion was correct. The meal had been arranged by Shen Yixiao, just as it had been for Lu Xiaoyan during her postpartum recovery. I began unpacking the food, sharing, "The dishes from this restaurant are quite delightful. I ordered a bit too much, so I brought some to share with you." Shen Yixiao regarded the offerings with a lack of enthusiasm. After tasting a bite, he inquired, "You went to this place today? Why did you suddenly decide to dine alone?" Feigning nonchalance, I replied, "I was helping Suing settle some debts. It was around noon when I passed by and decided to stop in for a bite. Why didn't you invite me? It must have been lonely dining alone," he remarked, quickly returning to his usual demeanor, his smile warm. I shrugged. I just happened to be passing through, and it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. I overheard someone ordering a month's worth of deliveries. "Are the residents of Jade Garden that affluent?" Shen Yixiao's carefully composed expression nearly faltered again. He set down his chopsticks, purposefully steering the conversation away. "By the way, you'll need to take leave again soon." "What's going on?" I asked, puzzled. "The production team informed me that we'll be filming a promotional video soon. Additionally, I have a jewelry brand endorsement for couple rings that needs to be completed in this period." He outlined his upcoming schedule, though I was reluctant to accept these obligations. Having already committed, I felt compelled to follow through. I merely nodded, choosing not to engage further. As we continued our meal, Secretary Li entered with documents. Upon noticing me, she greeted awkwardly, her gaze betraying her discomfort. I realized she must be aware of the connection between Shen Yixiao and Lu Xiaoyan. Her nervousness was palpable. "Secretary Li, here, that's a little treat for you." "Thank you for your hard work," I offered, presenting the sweets I had brought. "Thank you, Mrs. Shen. It's all part of my job," she replied with an embarrassed smile, casting furtive glances at Shen Yixiao, clearly tense. This reaction struck me as odd. Even if she felt guilty, her anxiety seemed excessive. After she left with the treat, I nibbled on a few bites of food before yawning. "Yixiao, I'm feeling a bit tired. I think I'll rest in your lounge for a while and wait for you to finish work." Without hesitation, he agreed, leading me into the lounge and gently opening the door for me. The lounge was impeccably tidy. Beneath the quilt today, there were no whimsical temptations from Lu Xiaoyan. Thus Shen Yixiao remained composed and unruffled. After I settled down, Shen Yixiao resumed his work outside. As soon as he left, I sat up and surveyed my surroundings. The place had indeed acquired many new items. Compared to its initial simplicity, the lounge now resembled a quaint guest room, quite suitable for clandestine meetings. I got out of bed and wandered around. It was spotless, with no signs of trouble, until I stepped in the bathroom. There, on the floor, I keenly spotted several long black hairs. Having not visited this place in quite some time, they could not possibly be mine, especially since my hair had been cut short. I picked them up and examined them closely. Both the length and color matched Lu Xiaoyan's hair perfectly. My fingers tightened around the strands until I felt a pang of pain, at which point I released them. Subsequently, I took out my phone and captured an image of the hairs on the floor before returning to bed. The thought of Shen Yixiao and Lu Xiaoyan sharing countless intimate moments on this very bed made me feel utterly uncomfortable, as if swarms of venomous insects were crawling across my skin. I decided against sleeping, opting instead to sit on the sofa for a while before getting up to open the door and step outside. "Why aren't you sleeping?" Shen Yixiao inquired with concern. "I think I'll go back to sleep. It's a bit uncomfortable here," I replied. "All right, I'll be back for dinner tonight." He nodded in agreement. He sat behind his desk, clad in a perfectly tailored gray suit that exuded sophistication. Sometimes he would don glasses, enhancing his already striking features, reminiscent of a refined yet roguish male lead from a drama. I recalled the first time I saw him dressed so formally. My heart swelled with affection and pride, for the man I loved was truly exceptional. Yet now, that affection had dissipated entirely. The sight of Shen Yixiao, impeccably dressed yet fundamentally flawed, struck me as ludicrous. As I left the office, I made a point to visit Secretary Li's workstation, only to find her absent. Her desk drawer was slightly ajar, revealing a white bottle inside. Compelled by curiosity, I pulled the drawer open and glanced at its contents. Contraceptive pills? I swiftly returned the bottle, my gaze turning icy. She must have gone to see Shen Yixiao to deliver the medication. Otherwise, her behavior seemed too unnatural. Moreover, I recognized this particular contraceptive brand well. After Shen Yixiao brought Lu Xiaoyan into our home, I often stumbled upon this white bottle in various corners. Shen Yixiao was indeed audacious, with Secretary Li aware of everything. He unabashedly had her procure the contraceptives, leaving no effort to conceal his infidelity. Clearly, the incident of Lu Xiaoyun's unexpected pregnancy and subsequent miscarriage had frightened him, prompting a reliance not only on condoms but also on birth control pills. He seemed utterly unconcerned about the potential harm to Lu Xiaoyun's health. After leaving the company, I did not return home immediately, but instead stealthily visited my own residence. If memory served me correctly, today was my mother's birthday, and I had not celebrated it with her for several years. I remained hidden in my car, waiting for nightfall, when the lights of our yellowing villa flickered on. It signified their return, dispelling the previous silence. I could not see the first floor beyond the garden wall, only the balcony of the second floor, which was once my bedroom. Below the balcony stood a tall, lush tree, planted by my father the year I was born. As I gazed vacantly at the villa, I suddenly spotted a figure on the balcony. It was my mother. She stood alone, lost in thought. I could not discern her expression, yet I sensed her melancholy. "Happy birthday, Mom," I whispered softly, regretting my inability to step out of the car to convey my wishes in person. A pang of sorrow welled up within me, my eyes stinging with unshed tears. If given a chance to start anew, I would never choose Shen Yixiao again. After lingering for a while, I prepared to leave when I noticed Aunt Yang around a corner, carrying something in her hands, her steps unsteady and seemingly awry. Concerned, I alighted from the car to check on her. Before I could reach her, she suddenly collapsed, losing consciousness. "Aunt Yang," I exclaimed, panic surging within me as I rushed to help her up. Uncertain of her condition, I immediately called for an ambulance. Fortunately, the nearby hospital was not far, and they arrived promptly to take Aunt Yang for medical attention. Without any family members present, I had no choice but to remain by her side. After a series of urgent measures and examinations, I learned that Aunt Yang had a heart condition. Since the passing of Su Jingnan's father, she had been living alone in the villa, struggling with sleepless nights, which could exacerbate her heart issues. "Xiaoya, thank you," Aunt Yang said weakly. "Tonight is your mother's birthday, and I bought her a raspberry cake she loves. I never expected to collapse on my way to your house. If it weren't for you, I might have lost my life." "Aunt Yang, you will live a long life. Just take care of your health," I reassured her. "Aunt Yang Sigit, my health is deteriorating day by day. Zhengnan suggested hiring a caregiver, but I am not accustomed to living with strangers." Speaking of Su Zhengnan, I wondered if his social engagements had concluded. I needed to inform him of Aunt Yang's situation. Aunt Yang was the type of parent who always shared good news but withheld the bad. Even after calling for an ambulance, she still hesitated to inform Su Zhengnan. I had no choice but to ask Lian Qingqing, "Are you and Su Zhengnan still together?" "No, we parted ways. We spent the afternoon at the racetrack, had dinner, and then went our separate ways." "Why?" "Nothing," I replied. I scrolled through our class group chat until I reached Su Jingnan's profile, then added him as a friend. To my surprise, the request was accepted without requiring verification. This astonished me. As a sought-after financial investor, I would have expected him to keep his contact information more discreet. Staring at the chat box, I hesitated to send a message. I assumed Su Zhengnan was busy and would not notice my friend request, let alone keep an eye on his phone. Su Zhengang. Seeing his question mark made my heart skip a beat. It felt as though I were transported back in time, unprepared for a crucial exam, apprehensive about facing questions I could not solve, filled with trepidation. I replied, Aunt Yang is unwell and in the hospital. Do you want to come? Su Zhengnan. Which hospital? I'll be there right away. After sending him the location, I felt at ease as I waited with Aunt Yang. Older individuals often enjoy reminiscing about the past, and she occasionally brought up stories of Su Zhengnan and me from our childhood, her face lighting up with joy. The more she spoke, the heavier my heart felt, and I began to lose track of when I had developed feelings for Shen Yixiao, drifting away from Su Zhengnan. I had always been fond of sticking close to Su Zhengnan. He was the most handsome and outstanding boy in my eyes. Perhaps it was because he had never explicitly reciprocated my feelings that I gradually felt I could not keep up with him. While Shen Yixiao was an entirely different person from us, a world filled with novel and exciting experiences that drew me in unwittingly. As we chatted, Su Zhengnan arrived at the hospital. Mom, how are you? He strode up to Aunt Yang's bedside, inquiring about her condition. I discreetly stood up to give him space. Aunt Yang, surprised by Su Zhengnan's arrival, glanced at me, realizing I must have informed him. She shook her head. I'm fine. Fortunately, I ran into Xiaoya, who brought me to the hospital. Otherwise, I might have faced serious consequences if I collapsed by the roadside. Only then did Su Zhengnan turn to me. His gaze softened with gratitude. Thank you. I waved my hand dismissively. It's nothing. Aunt Yang was now settled in and would need to remain hospitalized for a few days. I could not possibly stay at the hospital overnight, so she requested Su Zhengnan to take me home. I had arrived in the ambulance, but returning would require either a taxi or calling a driver. Su Zhengnan kindly offered to drive me home. No need, I replied hastily, as if unwilling to accept his offer. Are you afraid that Shen Yixiao might see? Su Zhengnan stood at the entrance of the hospital, the bright lights of the hall behind him casting a shadow that obscured his face. Yet, even in this dimness, his striking facial contours remained distinctly visible, drawing lingering glances from those who passed by. Sensing his understanding of my thoughts, I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me. A smile awkwardly plastered on my face. It wasn't that I wanted to complicate matters. I merely thought it unnecessary. Just stay here and accompany Aunt Yang. That would suffice. Do as you please. There was a sudden chill in his demeanor as he uttered this phrase, turning back toward the hospital. Watching his retreating figure, I felt a pang of discomfort in my heart. After hailing a cab home, I discovered that Shen Yixiao had not yet returned. He had promised to come home after work to share dinner with me, but failed to show up, neglecting to even send a message or make a call. I chose not to wait for him either, and in that moment, a peculiar balance seemed to be restored. Then, I received a call from Sun Shaoling. Liwa, are you busy? Her voice was tinged with a hint of sobbing, clearly indicating something was amiss. Not busy at all, Sister Shaoling. What is wrong? I asked with concern. Sun Shaoling invited me out for a drink. We shared a somewhat familiar relationship, and although we had connected well on the show, I accepted her invitation out of courtesy and care. Upon arriving at our designated spot, I found Sun Shaoling with a flushed face, evidently having consumed quite a bit of alcohol. The cozy two-person booth was perfect for conversation. As I settled in, she looked at me with a bittersweet smile. Liwa, I truly apologize. Our relationship has not yet reached the level where we can share our innermost feelings. But you are the only person I could think of who might understand. She then confided in me that she and her husband were indeed heading for divorce. I sacrificed my career at the peak of my success, choosing to stay at home to support him, pouring all my resources into him. Back then, he was merely a small supporting role on set, and I never imagined he would one day achieve fame and fortune. Do all men change once they acquire wealth? Why was I there to support him through his struggles, yet he cannot wholeheartedly love me in return? This poignant question posed by his son Shaoling lingered in the air. When I could not answer, for I too was seeking clarity in my own life. She wept uncontrollably, and I found my own eyes misting over, empathizing deeply with her plight. However, I could not reveal to her that in my past life, my husband and my friend had both betrayed me, and in this life, I must remain vigilant, unable to easily open my heart. I envy you, Sun Xiaoling said through tears, gazing at me. Shen Yixiao treats you so well, cherishing you as if you were a treasure, unwilling to see you hurt. How fortunate. I raised my glass and drank deeply, swallowing down the words that threatened to spill forth, responding only with a smile. Sun Xiaoling grasped my hand. Do you have any secrets? How do you maintain such a harmonious relationship? Teach me, please. My husband and I have been together for 12 years, with children, and even for their sake, I do not wish to divorce. It feels shameful to admit, but I truly do not want to part ways. She had previously mentioned that she had initiated several discussions about divorce, each time met with her husband as opposition. This time, however, it was her husband who had brought it up, seemingly resolute in his decision, leaving no room for negotiation. I had long heard that when a woman wishes to separate, if a man does not agree, it is nearly impossible. But if a man desires to end a relationship, he will not hesitate to follow through. In that fleeting moment, a thought struck me. What if I could provoke Shen Yixiao to initiate a divorce himself? Would that not simplify everything? Yet I quickly dismissed the idea. For the sake of his image and reputation, he would cling to this marriage, even if it had become a mere facade. I began to speak, only to find my lips parched from the alcohol I had consumed. Sun Xiaoling, her eyes still red, looked at me imploringly, waiting for me to share my relationship wisdom. Unbeknownst to her, had I not been reborn, my situation would have been far worse. I would have had to endure a husband and a mistress supporting both, only to meet my demise at the hands of betrayal. Trust and mutual sharing are essential for a couple. I fabricated a response, drawing from comments I had encountered online. I was at a loss on how to comfort Sun Xiaoling. The light in her eyes dimmed, and with a bitter smile, she took another drink. He has a young girlfriend, someone outside the industry. I was taken aback. How could she divulge such a secret to me? Should this information become public, they would face a storm of scrutiny. Sun Xiaoling, an actress who had stepped back from the limelight, had seen her husband's fame skyrocket after starring in a successful thriller. Public opinion held significant weight for them. Should I continue this? She asked, her voice trembling. I've endured so long, believing he would reconsider our years together, but I was mistaken. Sun Xiaoling's sorrow deepened, her tears flowing freely. I grasped her hand, halting her from reaching for another drink, my voice firm. Do not continue. She stared at me blankly as I continued. Perhaps he once loved you deeply, but people change. We cannot force others to remain unchanged in their feelings. All we can do is protect ourselves and avoid enduring further pain. This is not our fault. This sentiment was directed at both Sun Xiaoling and myself. As my words settled, her phone rang. It was her husband calling. After she revealed her location, I bid her farewell and departed. Whatever decision she ultimately made was her own, and I had no desire to interfere in her marriage. By the time I returned home, it was already midnight. Shen Yixiao arrived simultaneously, and upon seeing me exit the car, he strode over, his expression filled with suspicion. Where have you been? Why did you come home so late? Observing his accusatory demeanor, I replied, I was out having a couple of drinks with friends. Aren't you just coming back as well? He faltered for a moment, seemingly realizing he had no right to question me so. Releasing my hand, he appeared fatigued. I had an impromptu dinner meeting and forgot to inform you. I'm sorry. The reason he wished to keep me from the secretary's office was largely to obscure his schedule from me. When he claimed he was on a business trip, I accepted it as such. When he said he had a sudden meeting, I took that at face value. When he mentioned evening engagements, I believed him. It seemed best for me to remain blissfully ignorant. It's fine. I also had a last-minute invitation from a friend. I responded rationally, displaying no curiosity about his whereabouts. Shen Yixiao naturally took my hand as we walked home, engaging in casual conversation. He subtly probed, inquiring about which friend I had been with and where we had been drinking. I divulged the truth, omitting only the details regarding Sun Xiaoling's marital troubles. Upon hearing my account, Shen Yixiao appeared surprised. Why haven't you sought out Suing lately? Was it something she said at the reunion that upset you? I had once enjoyed spending time with Suing. She was my sole close friend, and our gatherings have been a delightful escape from the mundane. However, since my rebirth, our interactions had dwindled, often culminating in discord, a fact even Shen Yixiao had detected. I intertwined my arm with his, feigning discontent. Can't you see that she has feelings for you? That's why I've been distancing myself from her. Who can accept their husband having an ambiguous relationship with their best friend? Don't say such things. Shen Yixiao protested vehemently at the insinuation of any romantic entanglement. I have no interest in her at all. Even if she harbors feelings for me, that is her own delusion. I only maintain politeness out of respect for you. If you were to sever ties with her, I would pay her no mind whatsoever. Had Suing been present to hear this, she would likely have been furious. I nodded with satisfaction, reassured. Therefore, you need not worry about the matters between Su Ying and me. As long as you refrain from engaging in anything beyond friendship with her, all shall be well. Shen Yixiao chuckled, asserting that even if she were the only woman left in the world, he would not entertain any ambiguous relationship with her. I believed him, for he genuinely did not fancy Su Ying's type. Even his mistress, Lu Xiaoyun, was merely a surrogate, an attempt to find a semblance of my former self. Upon entering the house, Shen Yixiao proceeded to take a shower as per usual, while I pondered over Sun Xiaoling's words, feeling immensely despondent. She could indeed divorce swiftly, provided she could overcome her inner turmoil and then embark on a new life. However, I still needed to devise a way to persuade Shen Yixiao to agree to the divorce, facing a plethora of challenges in the process. Chapter 58. Unconscious bias. By the time Shen Yixiao emerged, I had already succumbed to slumber. Recently, he had been consciously refraining from approaching me, fearing my ire. More significantly, he had found satisfaction with Lu Xiaoyun, rendering any need to coerce me unnecessary. It was a nauseating yet oddly gratifying sentiment, an internal conflict of sorts. After a 3-day hiatus, Lu Xiaoyun returned to the office. As she entered the Human Resources Department, I was preoccupied with perfecting my coffee brewing technique, utterly bored. Following her was a girl of similar age, clad in exquisite imitation designer attire, exuding an air of arrogance. Upon entering the HR department, she greeted everyone with great enthusiasm, her extroverted nature evident. Lu Xiaoyan was conversing with manager He when I overheard her introduce the newcomer. Manager He, this is Jiang Fong. Please take good care of her. Lu Xiaoyan whispered to him. Rest assured, Secretary Lu, Manager He replied politely. Lu Xiaoyan then cast a glance in my direction, intending to leave, but returned to greet me courteously. Madam, Jiang Fong is my cousin, freshly graduated from university and has joined her company. I nodded, voicing no objection, though I was acutely aware that this was nepotism at play. As Shen Yixiao's favored confidant, Lu Xiaoyan wielded considerable influence. Following her brief introduction, she departed. Jiang Fong took a seat beside me, initiating conversation. Hello, sister. I am Jiang Fong. We shall be colleagues from now on. Please take care of me. Her sweet demeanor was quite appealing. I smiled and nodded, returning to my coffee. It was not until lunchtime that I gleaned some gossip from my colleagues. Lu Xiaoyun had facilitated numerous placements within the company. Of the 10 individuals who had secured jobs through connections, at least 7 were associated with her. Even distant relatives and classmates were being arranged for positions. I had been oblivious to this during my previous life, as I rarely concerned myself with corporate matters. However, I was aware of Lu Xiaoyun's modest background. Shen Yixiao had once confided that she was orphaned at a young age, raised by her uncle and aunt, and had supported herself through diligent work and social assistance. Upon employment, she swiftly became a financial burden on her uncle's family. It sounded like a tragic tale, and part of Shen Yixiao's affection for her stemmed from their similar childhoods. To him, Lu Xiaoyan was a pitiable creature, reminiscent of his own past. Li Wa, please deliver this report to President Shen. In the afternoon, Manager He handed me another report for Shen Yixiao. I made my way to the CEO's office, only to find he was in a meeting. I placed the document on his desk and returned to the HR department. As we neared the end of the workday, I caught wind of news concerning a critical document that had gone missing from Shen Yixiao's office. An investigation was to be conducted on everyone who had entered the office after 2 o'clock, and I was among them. Due to my unique position, no one suspected me. They merely requested that I visit the office. Upon my arrival, the secretary's office was eerily quiet, the atmosphere charged with tension. Upon seeing me, Lu Xiaoyan rose to open the door, a faint smile gracing her features. Madam, President Shen is inside. I nodded and stepped in, only to be surprised when Lu Xiaoyan followed me. Shen Yixiao's expression was dark as he sat on the sofa, smoking, clearly in a foul mood. Upon our entrance, he extinguished his cigarette, softened his expression slightly, and took my hand, inviting me to sit beside him. Lu Xiaoyan remained standing, her smile dimming as her gaze flickered toward me. What document is missing? I inquired. Shen Yixiao recounted the situation, a salary adjustment document for management and a layoff list that had not been finalized. If revealed prematurely to the employees, it would surely cause unrest. Since I was the only one who had been in the office after 2 o'clock, suspicion fell upon me. There were no cameras inside the office, but there were outside. Shen Yixiao had reviewed the footage, confirming that I had indeed entered around 2:30, leaving with a file folder in hand. As I watched the surveillance footage on his phone, it was evident that shortly after my departure, Lu Xiaoyun had also entered the office, emerging with only a cup in hand. Are you implying that I am the suspect? I switched the focus of my inquiry onto Shen Yixiao, my voice icy. He, in his helplessness, tried to assuage me. Wife, I do not suspect you. I merely worry that you may have accidentally taken something. That document contains numerous errors and must not be seen by the employees. This company belongs to us both. How could I doubt you? You know we are partners in this. Moreover, you are aware that Lu's secretary also entered afterward. So why exclude her? My tone shifted, directly confronting the possibility of Lu Xiaoyun's involvement. Her expression soured immediately, her innocence feigned as she protested. Madam, at that moment, President Shen was in a meeting. I simply went in to retrieve a cup of water for him. I was in there for no more than half a minute, and, as the footage shows, I only took a cup. Shen Yixiao frowned, defending Lu Xiaoyun. Wife, Secretary Lu would never take anything. Do not doubt her. At some point, his trust in her had deepened considerably. He believed Lu Xiaoyun incapable of harming him, yet harbored doubts about my integrity. A fleeting smile played at the corners of Lu Xiaoyun's lips, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. Realizing his attitude was amiss, Shen Yixiao tightened his grip on my hand. Wife, that was not my intention. I trust both you and Secretary Lu. But only the two of us enter the office. Clearly, one of us must be responsible. Mustn't we? My voice was soft, devoid of emotion, and my heart had grown cold. I should not have cared about his demeanor. I had witnessed this subconscious bias in my previous life, and I should have been accustomed to it. Yet I was left feeling wounded, as if thousands of thorns were piercing my heart, the pain palpable yet hidden from view. Shen Yixiao had once been betrayed by a subordinate. After being beaten nearly to death and sent to the hospital, I had wept to the point of fainting. Later, upon discovering that the perpetrator had contacted me, I attempted to explain, but he silenced me, saying, there is no need for explanations. No matter what happens, I will always believe you. Shen Yixiao had unconditionally trusted Liu. And now, everything felt like a farce. I was the first person he suspected when trouble arose. President Shen, Lu Xiaoyun interjected, her voice trembling slightly, as if bearing a heavy burden of injustice. I believe Madam did not take the document. She is your wife. How could she do such a thing? If someone must bear the blame, let it be me. Chapter 59. He is worthless if it was not you. I will not let you bear the responsibility. Shen Yixiao resolutely rejected her. Time and again, he overlooked my presence. I questioned, so you truly believe I took that document? Do you? Shen Yixiao grasped my hand, his expression one of resignation. Of course not. So now we must ascertain who else has entered the office. He spoke lightly, yet the surveillance cameras loomed large, and only Lu Xiaoyun and I had ventured in. What was there to investigate? Sensing my disquiet, Shen Yixiao finally began to confront the matter. He instructed Lu Xiaoyun to step outside, leaving just the two of us in the office. I wore a tense expression, resembling a silent statue. Shen Yixiao sighed, attempting to embrace me, but I deftly evaded his hold. This action only exacerbated his already frayed nerves. Must it be this way? He inquired. My work is quite exhausting. I constantly have to manage your emotions and explain a myriad of matters, which only adds to my fatigue. It was evident he was grasping for a reason to blame me, seeking to divert the conflict. I remained silent, needing time to suppress my rising anger. The silence thickened, transforming his irritation into unease. Darling, are you angry? I apologize for my earlier demeanor. In a heartbeat, he shifted from accusing me to offering an apology, presenting himself as a man willing to concede, when in reality, he was merely capricious, a rather unsettling trait. Historically, his moods fluctuated unpredictably, and I had never held it against him. After mustering my emotions, I finally spoke. Shen Yixiao, do you trust Lu Xiaoyun more than me? Do you find that appropriate? If word gets out, the affection we project will become a mere jest. He raked his fingers through his hair, his brow furrowed in profound vexation. I acknowledge my oversight. It's not that I distrust you or place my faith in Secretary Lu, but the situation blindsided me, and I struggled to respond. The workday had concluded, and it was clear we would not uncover the documents today. I shall return home, I stated, reluctant to engage further. Shen Yixiao hesitated, then allowed me to depart. As I exited the office, I noticed Lu Xiaoyun engaged in conversation with several other secretaries. Upon spotting me, their expressions varied. Lu Xiaoyun approached earnestly. Madam, regardless of what Mr. Shen says, I believe you did not take the documents. I too have entered the office. Allow me to shoulder the blame. Her words were artfully crafted, and those unaware might genuinely think I was the culprit, as Lu Xiaoyun sought to deflect the blame onto herself. The others exchanged knowing glances, their expressions becoming increasingly inscrutable. I regarded Lu Xiaoyun with indifference, choosing not to engage with her theatrics, and departed at a measured pace. On my way home, I sent a message to Meng Zicheng and Liang Feng, recounting the events of the day. I hadn't actively reached out to them in a long while. Our connections had grown increasingly tenuous. Yet, after the embrace in the darkness at the reunion, I needed to discern which of them it was. Meng Zicheng called, his tone filled with indignation. What the hell, sister-in-law? Did he really say that? Is he drunk and out his mind? I managed a bitter smile. Indeed, it seems even his secretary has taken precedence over me now. His silence lingered for a few moments, for I had struck a chord. He quickly sought to rectify the situation. Sister-in-law, don't overthink it. A secretary cannot possibly eclipse your importance. I'll inquire with him. With that, he hung up. Shortly thereafter, I received a message from Liang Feng. It must be a misunderstanding. Have a good talk with him. I replied, I don't wish to converse with him. He has changed. Liang Feng did not respond further. By the time I arrived home, I waited a while before opting to have dinner. During my meal, I received a message from a high-end personal shop. After adding them, I began discussing with them, sending photos of most of my bags and jewelry. A while later, I heard Shen Yixiao returning, hastily putting away my phone to continue my meal. He rushed in, pulling me up and embracing me tightly. I was momentarily taken aback until I sensed his breath hitched with emotion. In that instance, my heart turned bitter. The last time he held me while weeping was at the passing of his grandfather. I'm sorry, my little moon. I know I have changed. I seem to have fallen into a very poor state. I promise to always love and trust you, and I have failed in that. I am worthless. I despise myself. Shen Yixiao's words were imbued with sincerity, his voice thickening with emotion. He pushed me away, our gazes locking, his bloodshot eyes glistening with unshed tears. I couldn't shake the feeling he was indirectly confessing to his infidelity. Before I could respond, he continued, the document has been found. I locked it in the safe. That is good. I managed a strained smile, gazing at his face as though perceiving a tangible tragedy. Shen Yixiao pressed his lips to mine, a solitary tear trailing down his cheek, its chill palpable against my skin. I tightened my hands, resisting the urge to embrace him. I loathed and feared this sensation. He intermittently loved me, while I intermittently felt it. If the conclusion is tragedy, then I require no semblance of happiness along the way. Seeking sweetness amidst shards of glass would only tear the throat and pierce the heart, leading to demise in a haze of confusion. Let us eat, I murmured, suppressing my resentment. Shen Yixiao nodded and sat down to dine with me. Tonight, he had hardly rested, and in the twilight between dreams and wakefulness, I caught sight of him smoking by the window, our photo album in hand, occasionally flipping through its pages. Did he too reminisce about our past? The stories that had once blazed with fervor in others' narratives. In a daze, I dream again, this time of a bustling campus, with Shen Yixiao followed closely by Meng Zicheng and Liang Feng, trailing me like three revered statues. My little moon, how can you be so kind? Thank you for helping my grandfather. Without you, he would have felt utterly helpless in the hospital. I owe you a favor. You may call it in at any time. Shen Yixiao leaned over my desk, a roguish grin adorning his handsome face. Not far off, Su Zhengnan was engrossed in a book, casting occasional glances our way, his deep-set eyes reflecting a hint of coldness. Lately, I seemed to dream of my school days with increasing frequency, perhaps due to regret, as the thoughts of the day manifest in dreams at night. The following day, Shen Yixiao did not attend the company, nor did he allow me to go, instead enthusiastically inviting Meng Zicheng and Liang Feng for a picnic. The Yuanyang Lake area is quite lovely. You've always wanted to visit, haven't you? He said while loading the car with supplies. Chapter 60. Taking responsibility for Lu Xiaoyun. Meng Zicheng and Liang Feng were also present. To my surprise, they were accompanied by Su Ying. Yeah, you are so ungrateful, Su Ying accused as soon as she saw me. If it weren't for Meng Ziqing telling me about your picnic with Shen Yixiao today, I would have been oblivious to your plans to exclude me. That is simply outrageous. As she approached, I noticed her face bore signs of injury, though she had attempted to conceal it with makeup. Meng Ziqing laughed. My suggestion is quite splendid. I assent it. Sister-in-law, look how terrified Shen Yixiao is of upsetting you. He immediately dropped everything to take you out for some fresh air. How wonderful. Don't be angry. Liang Feng, wearing a cap that obscured half his face, glanced our way upon hearing this. Sujin Bo Meng Ziqing. You should try dating a girl who gets angry easily. It will be torture for you. Do you get angry? Then I'll find you, Meng Ziqing quipped. The two resumed their playful banter, and I found it quite irritating. Originally, Liang Feng was meant to ride with Meng Ziqing and Su Ying, but he chose to accompany Shen Yixiao and me instead. In the car, he remarked, those two are quite annoying with their lovey-dovey antics. Ha! You should find someone to be lovey-dovey with too, Shen Yixiao replied as he drove. I sat in the back, allowing Liang Feng to occupy the front seat, listening to their conversation. Since I met Liang Feng, he had remained single. There was a time when rumors circulated that he was gay and had feelings for Shen Yixiao, which led to a clandestine altercation with the source of the gossip. Liang Feng chuckled. My family is pressuring me to go on blind dates. His family was not much better off than Shen Yixiao's. His mother passed away at his birth, and his father remarried, having 2 more children. At home, he felt like a ghost, unnoticed by anyone. To his surprise, his parents were pressuring him to marry. How peculiar. So did you agree? Shen Yixiao inquired again. Well, I met a few, and there's one who seems quite promising. Still in the process of getting to know each other, Liang Feng replied. I was somewhat astonished that Liang Feng had consented to blind dates. During our conversation, we arrived at our destination. By the lakeside, others had already set up tents. Adults were barbecuing outdoors while children chased butterflies with nets, and some are fishing at the water's edge, grilling the freshly caught fish. Shen Yixiao and the 2 other men were busy with the tents, while Su Ying and I prepared snacks. I asked, how'd you get that injury on your face? Don't even mention it. Su Ying's voice rose in frustration. Didn't you pay Qiu Xinlian? That fat woman actually sent someone to beat me up. Damn it. How could that happen? Why didn't you call the police? I feigned surprise. Su Ying touched her wound, saying forget it. I still need to earn money from her. And besides, calling the police might not help. She was quite clear-headed about that. I smirked slightly, feeling a bit better. After setting up the snacks, I began arranging the grill and ingredients, with Su Ying following closely. She tentatively asked, did you and Shen Yixiao have a fight? I heard from Meng Ziqing that your company lost some documents, and you and Secretary Liu are under suspicion. He chose to believe Secretary Liu. Meng Ziqing really has a big mouth. I responded with a non-committal sound, showing no reaction. A trace of disappointment flickered in Su Ying's eyes. Aren't you angry? He is your husband, and he believes another woman over you. That's outrageous. My lack of outrage over the situation surprised Su Ying. This was not the drama she anticipated. I glanced at Shen Yixiao in the distance and replied, I choose to trust him. What if he is having an affair with that Secretary Liu? Su Ying nearly blurted out. My expression darkened. If he cheated, I would divorce him. Su Ying's mood improved, and it was once again her turn to PUA me. But is divorce really necessary? A man like Shen Yixiao, rich and handsome, will surely attract many women, as long as he treats you well and provides for you. Wouldn't that be enough? You won't find someone better after leaving him. As she spoke, her voice trailed off, sensing the coldness in my gaze. I'm only looking out for you. In today's society, how many men don't stray? If you divorce over one affair, won't that just benefit the other woman? Su Ying continued to argue. You make a fair point. Have you considered persuading your parents to remarry? Try talking to your mother. I remarked sarcastically as I divided the ingredients. Su Ying's father cheated years ago, leading her mother to divorce in anger. This was a scar in her heart. As soon as I mentioned it, she bristled like a hedgehog. Liu, I consider you a friend, so don't drag my parents into this. I also regard you as a friend and suggest you convince your parents to remarry for a complete family, I asserted, unaffected by her words. Enraged, Su Ying threw down her things and stormed off. I ignored her. At that moment, Shen Yixiao approached, informing me, Ziqing and I are going fishing down there. You two handle the barbecue. Okay, I nodded. As Shen Yixiao and Meng Ziqing went off to fish, Liang Feng came over to help at the barbecue. He was not very talkative, often silent, yet his movements were deft, allowing me to simply wait for the food to be ready. I took 2 skewers of grilled beef and walked down towards the dam, curious if Shen Yixiao had caught anything. When I was about 2 or 3 meters away, I heard Meng Ziqing's voice. Hey Xiaoge, that's not fair. Just playing around is fine. But how can you protect Secretary Liu in front of your sister-in-law? I know I was wrong. Shen Yixiao's voice was heavy with regret. I've been too distracted lately. After thinking for a long time yesterday, I should have treated Liu that way. She has endured too much for me and invested so much effort. Meng Ziqing sighed. Men can play around, but the home front must remain secure. He then asked, did you find the documents? Shen Yixiao's voice dropped lower. Yes. They were accidentally taken out by Liu Xiaoyun and placed in her drawer. She returned them to me after realizing her mistake. I didn't tell anyone else. She just had a miscarriage for me, and I can't put that much pressure on her, or am I still a man? As I listened to his words, they felt like stinging slaps across my face, burning with pain. Liu Xiaoyun's carelessness had led to my unjust suspicion. The secretarial department must have thought I was the one who misplaced the files, and the entire company would likely gossip about it. In his attempt to protect Liu Xiaoyun, who had lost a child, Shen Yixiao chose to shift the blame onto me, bearing the responsibility himself. He claimed he had placed the files in the safe and refused to tell anyone it was Liu Xiaoyun's fault, nor would he admit it to me. Had he forgotten that what I lost for him was not merely a child, but my right to be a mother, my familial and friendly bonds, and my bright future? Chapter 61. Admitting mistakes to my husband, I stood behind a tree for a long time before finally walking in another direction where others were fishing as well. Liang Feng would surely inform Shen Yixiao that I'd been down here. I needed an excuse. The weather was splendid, with the sun blazing, though it was somewhat warm. Those fishing either had umbrellas or wore sun hats. I randomly chose a person to sit beside, staring blankly at the thin fishing line in the distance. My mind a complete muddle. Xiaoyu. Suddenly, someone called from behind me, and the fisherman turned to look as well. Upon seeing Su Zhengnan, my spirit instantly returned, and I stood up straight. He wore a white short-sleeved shirt and black sports shorts, donning black sunglasses and a fisherman's hat, exuding a casual and refreshing vibe. He held a fishing rod, presumably here to fish as well. Xiaoyu removed his sunglasses and pointed at me. Zhengnan, isn't this girl looking for you again? It was then I realized he seemed somewhat familiar, having appeared beside Su Zhengnan a few times before. No. I hurriedly waved my hands in denial. I mistook the person, my apologies. Su Jingnan's lips were pressed tightly together, devoid of any curve, and even through the sunglasses, I could sense the chill in his gaze. I hadn't expected to run into him here. Since fate had brought us together, I might as well greet him. Su Zhengnan, you're here too. Shen Yixiao and the others went down to fish, and I came to find them, but I ended up looking in the wrong place, sorry. They're over there. Su Zhengnan pointed in the direction of Shen Yixiao and Meng Ziqing, his voice dripping with cold sarcasm. You can't even recognize your own husband. That's quite amusing. Xiaoyu chuckled, praising me. How adorable. Your friend always makes an entrance that exceeds my expectations. My face flushed with embarrassment as I clutched the 2 skewers of cold beef, quickly making my way toward Shen Yixiao. This time, my movements were quite noticeable, and Shen Yixiao and Meng Ziqing immediately spotted me. After exchanging glances, they began discussing how the fish weren't biting today. Sister-in-law, are you bringing us beef skewers? Meng Ziqing asked, eyeing the skewers in my hand. As he stood up to take one, I quickly gobbled one down before he could reach it. The cold beef skewer was an obvious giveaway. I hadn't come down from a great distance, so it should have cooled off that much. I mistakenly recognized someone and wandered over there. You can tidy up and go eat. If the fish aren't biting, let it be, I said, clapping my hands and responding nonchalantly. Shen Yixiao tossed the fishing rod aside, looking disappointed. We didn't catch a single fish today. Let us just stick to eating something else. I smiled and said nothing, following them back to the tent. Due to my recent encounter with Su Zhengnan, I found myself somewhat distracted, apprehensive that Shen Yixiao might also see him. Their meetings are always charged with tension, and I wish to avoid the awkwardness of being caught in the middle. Moreover, my relationship with Shen Yixiao had grown distant, making it easy for Su Zhengnan to perceive the underlying discord. Where's Suing? Meng Ziqing inquired, noticing her absence with a hint of confusion. Understanding Su Ying's temperament, I anticipated that once located, she would unleash a torrent of passive-aggressive remarks. Thus, I preemptively spoke up, declaring that she and I had argued. Argued? What happened? Shen Yixiao and his companions expressed surprise in unison. I nodded, then glanced helplessly at Shen Yixiao as Ziqing relayed the incident regarding our missing company documents. Suing accused me of believing Secretary Liu over her, claiming I was being unreasonable. She wondered aloud what would happen if Shen Yixiao were indeed involved with someone else. Shen Yixiao's expression darkened at this, casting an annoyed glance at Meng Zicheng. I hastily added, I trust Shen Yixiao. If he were to cheat on me, I would choose divorce. His face shifted from somberness to unease, his brows furrowing deeply. At that moment, Meng Zicheng interjected, asserting that while men might stray, Shen Yixiao would not, for his feelings for me were as constant as the sun and moon. Surely this would provoke laughter from the other three. Even I felt the urge to chuckle. I continued, recounting Su Ying's assertion that even if Shen Yixiao were unfaithful, I should refrain from divorce, lest I grant some other woman an advantage. Unable to endure any further, Shen Yixiao interrupted, dismissing Su Ying's words as nonsense. If she has left, let her be. We shall eat. Despite the recent ambiguity between Meng Zicheng and Su Ying, he made no effort to seek her out. Shen Yixiao maintained an indifferent stance. As in their world, brotherhood took precedence. Such loyalty is invaluable in the chaotic realm they traverse, yet in ordinary life, it merely serves as a shield for misdeeds. As we relished our barbecue, a sudden clap of thunder resonated above, followed by dark clouds that obscured the sun, replaced swiftly by the sound of rain. Meng Zicheng, glancing at the torrential downpour outside the tent, finally recalled the need to find Su Ying. He grabbed an umbrella and soon called Shen Yixiao and Liang Feng for assistance, fearing for her safety as her phone remained unreachable. Shen Yixiao and Liang Feng, compelled to help, ventured out into the rain while I remained inside the tent, seeking refuge from the downpour. The rhythmic patter of raindrops against the canvas lulled me into a drowsy state. Suddenly, I sensed something amiss. A corner of the tent had lifted, likely due to poorly secured stakes. Weighing my options, I swiftly exited. As I stepped out, a gust of wind surged, toppling the tent. I attempted to seek shelter in the car, but it was locked. The wind intensified, drenching me thoroughly as I staggered through the rain in search of a dry haven. "Lee, over here," a voice called from a tent with a small opening. Without hesitation, I dashed over and squeezed inside. The voice belonged to Xiaoyu, and within the tent were 3 or 4 others, both men and women, gathered around a stove with freshly grilled fish. Su Zhengnan sat among them, his expression obscured in the dim light, his features slightly blurred. The faint glow of the charcoal reflected in his eyes, flickering like distant stars. As autumn approached, the rain brought an unexpected chill. Xiaoyu gestured for me to sit beside Su Zhengnan, who made room for me without a word. I felt out of place, awkwardly explaining I apologize. My tent was poorly secured and blew away. Xiaoyu turned to the others, commenting on the cold from the rain. "Zhengnan, why not lend her your coat?" The group averted their gazes as if I were a source of embarrassment. Su Zhengnan glanced at me, his eyes momentarily fixating on my wet white chiffon dress, the fabric clinging to my skin, revealing more than intended. Realizing this, I quickly covered myself, feeling utterly mortified. His expression deepened, and he swiftly tossed a jacket in my direction. "Put this on. Will this help?" "It's still damp against my skin. I should change," I murmured. "There's a partition over there. No one will see," a cheerful girl suggested, pointing to a corner. Gratefully, I smiled at her, took Su Jingnan's jacket, and hurried to change. When I emerged, the rain had ceased, the storm passing as abruptly as it arrived. The others had left the tent, leaving only Su Zhengnan behind. "Thank you. I'll return your jacket washed next time," I expressed. Su Zhengnan stood, his voice devoid of inflection. "It's fine. You can discard it." After that, he turned to leave. "Su Zhengang," I called after him, causing him to pause without turning back. "I'm sorry. I know you're disappointed in me. We once promised to attend university together, but I failed to uphold that. Can we still be friends?" I mustered the courage to apologize, yearning to mend our relationship. His response was terse, "No." My heart sank, hope extinguished. "You owe no apology to me, but to yourself. By choosing Shen Yixiao, our friendship was forfeited. I am certain he would prefer you to keep your distance. Please, respect yourself." His words stung, almost bringing me to tears as I felt an overwhelming wave of sorrow. As he departed the tent, my phone rang. It was Shen Yixiao. "Where are you, my wife? What happened to your tent?" "Wait by the car. I'll be there shortly." Clutching my damp clothes, I made my way back to the car, where Shen Yixiao awaited, accompanied by his friends. Upon seeing me adorned in an ill-fitting jacket, his expression darkened, suspicion and displeasure flickering in his eyes. "Whose jacket are you wearing?" The wind blew my tent away, and I couldn't get into the locked car. I sought refuge in another's tent and borrowed a jacket, I explained. Shen Yixiao remained displeased. Which tent? Which man? I gestured vaguely, and he prepared to confront the individual. I grabbed his arm. Must you question him with such hostility? He merely helped me. I intend to thank him. Shen Yixiao retorted. His wife was present. Does that seem like a proper way to express gratitude? I climbed into the car, declaring, if you wish to go, then go. Do as you see fit. Liang Feng interjected. Let's just head back. There's no need for confrontation over a stranger's kindness. Besides, your wife has just endured rain. She needs a warm shower. Noticing my pallor and concern for my health, Shen Yixiao pressed his lips together, falling silent as he entered the vehicle. Meng Zicheng and a freshly located Su Ying took another car. Throughout the journey, I sneezed repeatedly, accompanied by a slight cough, likely a result of the rain. Exhausted, I curled up in the back seat, inhaling the faint fragrance of the jacket, mingled with a hint of ink. It was an indescribable scent, yet it brought comfort, reminiscent of the ever-sunny atmosphere of Su Jingnan's room. In a fleeting moment, I was transported back to a distant past by the fragrance that lingered in the air. Under the pretext of completing my homework, I lingered in Su Jingnan's bedroom, idly nibbling on the tip of my pen, stealing glances at the handsome youth in the golden light of the setting sun. We're home. Shen Yixiao's voice shattered my half-conscious reverie. My body felt feverishly hot, and my bones ached slightly. Shen Yixiao opened the car door and lifted me out, concerned about my flushed face. Are you running a fever? He asked. I lacked the strength to respond. My health had indeed deteriorated over the past 2 years, possibly due to the myriad of medications I had taken, including antidepressants, which had their own side effects. Once inside, Shen Yixiao administered antipyretics and gently dried my damp hair. A shower was out of the question. I could only sleep for now. I lost track of time, awakening to the night. She can't go out tonight. She has a fever. I must take care of her, he said. We can't order from Jiyuan anymore. You should choose another restaurant. She has been there once. And I heard that someone from Jade Garden orders takeout daily. I worry she might see you. All right, I'll hang up. As I descended the stairs, I caught Shen Yixiao's voice, slightly hushed, yet unmistakably clear to my ears. In the living room, Meng Zicheng and Liang Feng were sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in a video game, displaying a nonchalant reaction to Shen Yixiao's words. I grasped the railing tightly, emotions swirling within me. They remained oblivious to my presence, lost in their digital escapade, until I deliberately made a noise with my footsteps, prompting them to turn and notice me. Darling. Shen Yixiao rushed over, supporting my arm, his face etched with concern. Are you feeling better? Does your head still hurt? I shook my head, signaling that the pain had subsided. I asked the housekeeper to make congee with dried scallops. Dinner should be ready soon. Let's eat together. After guiding me to the living room, Meng Zicheng and Liang Feng promptly set aside their phones, inquiring about my well-being. Whereas Su Ying, I scanned the room. She is sulking after I scolded her. Meng Zicheng replied. Scolded? I was perplexed. She was spreading rumors to drive a wedge between you and Yixiao. Shouldn't she be reprimanded? He chuckled. A glance at Shen Yixiao revealed his agreement with Meng Zicheng's sentiment. Darling, Zicheng is right. You should heed Su Ying's words less. I smiled softly. Dinner was ready, and the four of us gathered at the table, a rare occasion devoid of others, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Meng Zicheng relished, reminiscing about the struggles of the past. Shen Yixiao continuously served me food, occasionally chiding Meng Zicheng for his jokes, while Liang Feng played the role of a listener, occasionally chiming in with humorous remarks. This was the scene we had once envisioned together, now realized. Yet, deep within, I felt a barrier separating me from the three of them. Darling, I will issue a statement regarding the documents tomorrow, attributing the error to my oversight, so that no one will speculate about you, Shen Yixiao declared earnestly. I smiled faintly, nodding in acknowledgement. He sighed in relief, completely unaware of the turmoil within me. The following day, Shen Yixiao and I arrived at the office together. Before he could release his statement, I preemptively posted a notice in the company group regarding the reprimand of Liu Xiaoyun for nearly misplacing important documents, causing widespread anxiety. Though it wasn't within the Human Resources Department's jurisdiction, as the owner of the company, I wielded that authority. 10 minutes later, Shen Yixiao called, his voice a mix of urgency and anger. What did you post in the group? Are you out of your mind? Get up here. Hearing his tone, I smirked and calmly made my way to the president's office. Liu Xiaoyun was already there, teary-eyed and silent, as if bearing an immense grievance. They thought I was oblivious to the truth, How amusing. Yixiao, are you blaming me for posting those things in the group? I entered, feigning an expression of hurt and helplessness. If Lu Xiaoyan could cry, so could I. Tears could also serve as a tool to achieve my ends. Upon seeing my reddened eyes, Shen Yixiao's anger dissipated considerably. He wiped the corner of my eye, exasperated yet unable to argue with me. How can you shift the blame to Secretary Lu? She is innocent. I didn't want to, but the documents were lost, and everyone in the company knows. If they discover it was due to your oversight, they will surely gossip about you behind your back. I am willing to take the heat for the same outcome. Didn't Secretary Lu say she was willing to share the responsibility? So, I thought a little discomfort for her is ultimately for your sake. I glanced at Lu Xiaoyan, my expression sorrowful. Secretary Lu, were your sentiments merely polite words? Given how well Shun treats you, you surely wish to alleviate his burdens, don't you? My words left Lu Xiaoyan speechless, her gaze pleading with Shen Yixiao for support. Frowning, he found it difficult to fault me, for my reasoning was sound. As he remained silent, Lu Xiaoyan choked out, I have no objections, this is my duty. Whether it's Mr. Shun's or the Lady S oversight, I am willing to bear it. I sighed. Secretary Lu, didn't Mr. Shen tell you it was his mistake? He mistakenly placed it in the safe. It truly wasn't my error. Shen Yixiao's expression shifted slightly, his face taut, remaining silent. He intended to shield Lu Xiaoyan from blame, but was taken aback by my consideration for him, inadvertently throwing Lu Xiaoyan under the bus. Lu Xiaoyan bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. Mr. Shen told me, Secretary Lu, you've been wrong this time. Rest assured, though I mentioned deducting your salary and bonuses, I will ensure Mr. Shen compensates you, and it will be more than fair. I feigned concern, soothing Lu Xiaoyan, faced with my seemingly kind intentions. Both Shen Yixiao and Lu Xiaoyan were at a loss for words, trapped in an absurd silence that I found almost comical. After a considerable pause, Lu Xiaoyan finally murmured, Alright, Mom. She bid farewell to Shen Yixiao and exited the office. Once she was gone, Shen Yixiao ran his fingers through his hair, visibly distressed. He sank onto the sofa and lit a cigarette. Upon catching sight of me, he extinguished it and tossed it into the ashtray. Are you angry? I approached him softly. No, it's just that you didn't consult me beforehand. I wasn't prepared. Secretary Lu has been quite diligent at work. If I mistreat her, it wouldn't be right. Shen Yixiao was seeking justifications. I chose not to contest him and instead settled beside him, wrapping my arm around his. I truly considered you. Perhaps I haven't been in the workforce for a while, and my thoughts were not thorough enough. Don't hold it against me. How about I privately invite Secretary Lu to dinner and apologize to her, seeking her forgiveness? His surprise was palpable. No, she is just a secretary. She is paid to do her job. I will compensate her. You shouldn't have to beg for her forgiveness. Well then, ensure her year-end bonus is a bit larger. I suggested. Shen Yixiao withdrew his hand, draping his arm over my shoulders and feigning a light-hearted demeanor as he sighed softly. All right, I understand. You may return to your tasks now, dear. I nodded and departed. Noticing Lu Xiaoyan was absent from her desk, I inquired among others and learned she had gone to the restroom, so I headed in that direction. Upon arriving, I heard soft sobs. Lu Xiaoyan stood by the sink, wiping away tears. Her fragile, helpless figure stirred a sense of pity within me. One might think she had been severely wronged. Upon hearing my footsteps, she halted her crying, turning to face me with a look of resentment that starkly contrasted her earlier vulnerability. Secretary Lu, why are you crying? Are you upset with me? I asked directly. No, I don't have the right to blame you. I only have myself to blame for not performing well enough. Lu Xiaoyan replied with reluctance, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes shimmering with resentment. I gently reassured her, it's all right. If you feel you haven't done well enough, you can simply strive for improvement in the future. After saying this, I patted her shoulder and, washing my hands beside her, left without a backward glance. Upon returning to the Human Resources Department, I overheard discussions regarding the contents of the missing document. It was unclear who had leaked the information, and concerns arose regarding potential layoffs, the company's financial performance, and salary reductions. After learning from the group that Lu Xiaoyan had mistakenly taken the document, some began to plot ways to approach her for information. As I listened to their chatter, I leisurely brewed myself a cup of coffee. If Lu Xiaoyan divulged the document's contents to others, then Shen Yixiao would undoubtedly be furious. Conversely, if she chose to remain silent, she would likely find herself the subject of gossip and isolation. Regardless of her choice, neither path seemed favorable. That evening, I returned home, first while Shen Yixiao stayed at the office to work late. After dinner, I discovered Su Jingnan's coat in the bedroom. The maid had washed and dried it, neatly folded on my bed. I picked it up and examined it for a while, feeling disheartened. It was truly dismal that we could no longer be friends. I had hoped that by humbling myself and reaching out, I could salvage our former friendship, but regrettably, some relationships, once lost, cannot be reclaimed. I packed the coat away, intending to return it to Su Zhongnan on a later occasion. Subsequently, I retrieved my iPad, only to find that Shen Yixiao had changed his WeChat password, requiring a re-login for verification. He likely received a notification about the synchronized login, but could not locate the device, prompting him to change the password for security reasons. Madam, Miss Su Ying has arrived. The maid informed me. After placing the coat in the cloakroom, I descended the stairs. Su Ying, visibly intoxicated, was making a scene in the living room, having thrown a plate of fruit onto the floor along with several inexpensive glass cups, which she could begrudgingly afford to replace. Upon seeing me, she rushed over, seizing my hand, her mouth brimming with complaints. Liu, why do you seem to dislike me so much now? Were we not the best of friends? I always considered your feelings, yet you have begun to target me, disparaging me merely because you think I like Shen Yixiao? Are you jealous? I have no reason to be jealous, I replied coldly, shaking off her grip. The maids, sensing the tension, discreetly withdrew, leaving ample space in the expansive living room for Su Ying to unleash her drunken fury. I recognized that she was feigning madness in an attempt to provoke me. My recent demeanor towards her had indeed shifted dramatically, and she found it hard to accept. I took a seat on the sofa as Su Ying, tears streaming down her face, accused me. Back when you were with Shen Yixiao, your family opposed you vehemently. It was I who encouraged and supported you. When you spoke of dropping out of school, terrified of your parents' and teachers' admonitions, was it not I who urged you on, giving you the courage to leave with Shen Yixiao? Without me, could you be living so comfortably now? I treated you so well, yet you remain ungrateful. Indeed, during that time, while I was with Shen Yixiao, everyone opposed our relationship except for Su Ying, who continuously urged me on from behind, insisting that love was paramount and that I should disregard others' opinions and follow my heart. Later, when I chose to drop out of school, even foregoing the college entrance examination, it was largely due to her encouragement, solidifying my previously wavering resolve with a toxic dose of confidence. She was my closest friend, and Shen Yixiao was the boy I adored most. With their support, I felt invincible. Su Ying even promised to drop out with me, as she too wished to enter the workforce early, to earn money and enjoy life. It wasn't until much later that I stumbled upon the truth. She had never dropped out, attending the college entrance examination as scheduled, but due to poor performance. She did not gain admission. She deceived me, claiming it was all for my sake, filling me with guilt and extracting numerous benefits from me under the guise of friendship. You seem worried that I might have something with Shen Yixiao, which is why you are treating me this way. Su Ying paraissait had persistance palpable. Her gaze was sharp, betraying no signs of intoxication. If I were to affirm her suspicion, she would likely revel in the notion, for even I, as Shen Yixiao's legitimate wife, perceive her presence as a rival, harboring concerns about potential romantic undertones between them. She delighted in any ambiguity with Shen Yixiao, though, regrettably, she lacked the opportunity. Shen Yixiao had told me. I paused, feigning difficulty, he said. What did he say? I hesitated to respond, fearing it might damage our already fragile relationship. I shook my head. Su Ying, eager to learn Shen Yixiao's words, grasped my hand tightly, her impatience unconcealed. Why won't you share? Even if he harbors feelings for me, I would refuse him for the sake of our friendship. In that moment, I finally believed she was genuinely intoxicated. How could she think that way? Do you truly wish to know? I asked, pretending to be cautious. I pulled out my phone and played the recording I had secretly captured that day. Even if you were the only woman in the world, I would never have any interest in her. I'm merely being polite to her for your sake. I have absolutely no feelings for her. I had painstakingly saved that recording, anticipating this moment to deliver a well-deserved blow. After all her manipulative attempts to entrap me in anguish, this small act of retaliation was hardly worth mention. Su Ying's face drained of color, as if each word from Shen Yixiao reeked of disdain and mockery, slapping her across the face. I looked at her with sympathy. Su Ying, are you all right? I told you I didn't wish to disclose this. Why did you insist? You. Su Ying's lips trembled with rage as she pointed at me. Shen Yixiao's words can be quite harsh. Do not take them to heart. Allow me to prepare some hangover soup for you. I rose to offer her gentle comfort, feeling a peculiar sense of satisfaction at her disheveled state. Was she not similarly pleased when witnessing my suffering in the past? I could not deny that this feeling was rather gratifying. While I went to prepare the soup, Su Ying departed, leaving behind a chaotic mess. I calmly summoned the maid to clean up before retreating upstairs to rest. Suddenly, at midnight, I was jolted awake by the sound of the door being violently thrust open. Shen Yixiao's countenance was dark, and, upon seeing me, I discerned a flicker of reproach and resentment in his gaze. I sat up, clutching the blanket tightly. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Nothing. Just go back to sleep, Shen Yixiao replied irritably, tearing off his bow tie and tossing his coat onto the floor, his face devoid of any smile. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes from the drawer and turned to leave. This was the first time he had shown such blatant displeasure towards me, so direct and unmistakable. My heart sank and sleep eluded me. That night, Shen Yixiao retreated to the study, his agitation palpable. Even the household staff could sense it and discreetly informed me. I suspected his unrest stemmed from the incident involving Lu Xiaoyun. She had just suffered a miscarriage, and he likely felt a twinge of guilt, having intended to protect her. Only for me to complicate matters. The following morning at breakfast, a classmate named Lian Qingqing posted a candid photo of Su Zhengnan in the group chat. Upon seeing it, Shen Yixiao erupted in fury, slamming his hand down on the table, causing the milk porridge in front of me to tremble. What is the matter? I asked. That infatuated Lian Qingqing only knows how to chatter nonsense in the group chat. Damn it. Shen Yixiao unleashed his pent-up anger over this trivial matter. And before I could react, he had dissolved the group entirely. He subsequently picked up a coat nearby, not even glancing at me, merely stating he was heading out on a business trip and needed to attend a meeting before leaving for the office. Thus he would go ahead. I buried my head in a bowl of milk porridge, listening to Shen Yixiao's departing footsteps, a complex sensation swelling within me. I knew him too well. Thus I was certain that his irritation was rooted in matters concerning Lu Xiaoyun. The affection he once bestowed upon me was gradually being consumed by another woman. At that moment, Lian Qingqing reached out to me. Liu, why did your husband disband the group? Is it because I posted a picture of Su Zhengnan? She accompanied her message with a humorous expression, which elicited a faint smile from me. I replied, no, he just felt that the reunion was over, so he disbanded it. This explanation felt somewhat odd, yet preferable to Lian Qingqing's insinuations. Lian Qingqing, truly a social butterfly, began to ramble on about various topics, centering particularly on the fact that Su Zhengnan seemed to be single. I responded perfunctorily, grateful when she finally ceased her idle chatter. Upon arriving at the office, manager he persistently requested that I deliver some documents. Upon entering the president's office, I discovered Lu Xiaoyun was absent. Secretary Li informed me, Madam, Secretary Lu has caught a cold and will be on leave for 3 days. I inquired, oh, how long will Mr. Shen be on this business trip? Secretary Li's face momentarily displayed discomfort. 3 days. I refrained from further questioning. After setting down the documents, I returned home. Throughout the day, I received no messages from Shen Yixiao. In the past, during business trips, he either took me along or incessantly updated me with messages and locations, actively keeping me informed. After dinner, I drove straight to Emerald Garden, following the address I had overheard in the restaurant regarding Lu Xiaoyun. I waited beneath her building until the early hours of the morning, yet her lights never illuminated, indicating her absence. Shen Yixiao must have taken her on the trip, likely fearing I would suspect something, thus using her illness as a cover to keep her from the office. This way, even if I noticed her absence, I wouldn't suspect she was accompanying him on his business trip. As dawn broke, I had spent the entire night awake devoid of sleep, while Shen Yixiao and Lu Xiaoyun likely reveled in each other as company. I should have gone to the office, yet I felt no desire to do so. After messaging the manager to request a day off, I aimlessly drove around. While passing through a narrow alley, I halted, recalling a night years ago when Shen Yixiao was besieged by enemies, a knife aimed at him, and I had thrown myself in front of him without a second thought. It was that incident that led to my severe blood loss, nearly costing me my life, requiring extensive medical intervention to save me. It was also the moment that sealed my fate, rendering me unable to bear children. I'm so sorry. Upon waking, Shen Yixiao held my hand tightly, his eyes red with anguish and his voice hoarse. I could not articulate any words, feeling dazed, merely listening to him at my bedside, pledging his love and remorse. The memories flooded back vividly, as if they had transpired just yesterday. When I finally came to my senses, my phone rang. It was a call from Shen Yixiao. I answered, and his voice had returned to its usual warmth and affection, devoid of the irritation he had displayed when leaving the previous morning. "Wife, have you gotten up?" "Yes." "And you?" I replied. "I just woke up and was about to grab something to eat." "Have you had breakfast?" "You must remember to eat. Your stomach isn't good. Don't let yourself go hungry." His admonitions were filled with genuine concern, and I could vividly picture the expression on his face as he spoke those words. Just as I was about to respond, a woman's murmuring suddenly broke through the line, resembling a languorous sigh of someone just awakening. I immediately pressed, "Why is there a woman's voice beside you?" Shen Yixiao remained unfazed, his tone steady. I just stepped out, and a girl walked by. "Wife, do you not trust me anymore?" A man who had long since strayed, taking his mistress on a business trip, questioned my trust in him. The more nonchalant he appeared, the more I felt anger and disgust rising within me, a deep sense of shame enveloping my heart. At that moment, my restraint felt more like a submission. I regretted having been so consumed by the desire for a child that I had made no progress, leading to my complicated wish to leave Shen Yixiao. "I just worry that you have moved ahead, while I seem to be lagging behind," I said, suppressing my emotions and speaking calmly. Shen Yixiao's laughter rang clear, his tone light and casual. "Wife, what are you thinking? Regardless of how I may change in the future, our steps will always remain in sync. That will never alter." He was deceiving me, his words seemingly sincere. "Rest assured, even if I encounter more beautiful women outside, I would never betray you. To me, they pale in comparison to you." Just as he finished, a woman coughed on the other end of the line. Perhaps Lu Xiaoyan, feeling a twinge of jealousy, had intentionally coughed to express her displeasure. Before I could utter a word, Shen Yixiao hastily found an excuse to terminate the call, whether fearing I might recognize Lu Xiaoyan's voice or worried about her anger. Staring out at the azure sky and white clouds through the car window, a cloud of gloom loomed over me, refusing to dissipate. After wandering aimlessly for hours, I finally felt fatigued and returned home for a meal, then collapsed into a deep sleep. Aunt Yang called me twice, but I failed to hear either ring. When I finally awoke, night had fallen. Noticing the missed calls, I hastily returned Aunt Yang's call. "Aunt Yang," I greeted politely. "What is the matter?" To my surprise, it was Su Zhengnan's voice on the other end. Feeling a bit dazed and lightheaded, I found myself devoid of the usual awkwardness, naturally asking, "Su Zhengnan?" "Aunt Yang just called me, but I missed it. Where is she?" Su Zhengnan's footsteps echoed as he moved, and soon Aunt Yang's voice came through. "Xiao Yu, it's me. I've been discharged from the hospital, so I thought I'd invite you over for a meal. Thank you for saving me." Realizing this was the purpose of the call, I turned over, squinting as I replied, "Aunt Yang, there's no need for such formality. Anyone would have helped in that situation." "I know, but we had previously agreed to dine together and never managed to do so. This time, you must accept my invitation. Don't worry, your parents want to come." Aunt Yang, aware of my concerns, reassured me. Under her insistence, I reluctantly agreed to visit her home for a meal another time. As I prepared to hang up, Aunt Yang continued speaking, but not to me. She was addressing Su Zhengnan. "Look at Xiao Yu. She's been married for quite some time. Yet you don't even have a girlfriend." Sigh. "I initially thought you would end up with Xiao Yu. I had long considered her to be my daughter-in-law. I would have thought you two have barely kept in touch. Zhengnan, don't you have any girl you like?" Listening to Aunt Yang press Su Zhengnan about marriage. Even from afar, I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me and quickly hung up. In our school days, Su Zhengnan was immensely popular, with many girls enamored by him. Occasionally, relatives would jest that he wouldn't need to worry about finding a wife when he grew up. There were even instances when people would tease us, suggesting we should simply become a couple. My stern father, who was quite averse to early romance, would not express anger at those jokes, often nodding in agreement. In his heart, he believed Su Zhengnan to be an excellent young man, destined to become a trustworthy husband. Reflecting on those distant memories, I felt a pang of longing. Had it not been for Shen Yixiao, I might have always remained in Su Zhengnan's orbit, perhaps even becoming his wife. A call suddenly jolted me back to reality. I changed my clothes and headed downstairs, intending to grab a bite to eat. To my surprise, Liang Feng was already there. He was seated in the living room, sipping tea, and upon spotting me, he stood to greet me, sister-in-law. "What brings you here?" I asked, somewhat astonished, wondering if he was unaware that Shen Yixiao had gone on a business trip. On Liang Feng's somewhat expressionless face, emotions were still rare. He gestured towards the bag on the table, indicating that it contained medicine for the following month, advising that once it was finished, it should not be taken again, for excessive consumption could harm the body. It then dawned on me that for the past 6 months, I had been visiting an old Chinese medicine practitioner each month to collect my medicine for health restoration. Occasionally, Shen Yixiao would help me fetch it. Why had Liang Feng suddenly taken it upon himself to collect the medicine for me? I walked over and opened the bag, glancing inside. Thank you. But why did you suddenly go to get my medicine? I inquired. I had planned to go myself in the next few days and nearly forgot. Liang Feng took a slight step back, creating distance between us, and I could no longer detect his scent. He replied, I took a friend to see the doctor today, and he recognized me, asking why you hadn't come to collect your medicine. I thought I'd bring it back for you. Have you eaten? I gently shifted the topic. Liang Feng shook his head. Not yet. I was about to grab a bite. Let us eat together. I was just about to have a meal myself. Without waiting for his response, I took hold of his arm and guided him to sit at the dining table. Liang Feng seemed to stiffen momentarily, feeling a bit awkward. After he sat down, I took the seat opposite him. Despite having known Liang Feng for many years, we had never shared a meal alone. He was always cautious, not wanting to create tension between himself and Shen Yixiao. The dinner was quite lavish, and I kept serving Liang Feng various dishes. He would occasionally glance at me, his eyes betraying some peculiar emotions. Are you still not considering working at the company? I asked while munching on my food. Neither Liang Feng nor Meng Zicheng worked for Shen Yixiao's company, which had initially struck me as odd. Later, I learned that Meng Zicheng had no interest in work, seeking merely financial abundance. While Liang Feng understood well the potential complications of entangling himself in business dealings with Shen Yixiao, knowing that financial discussions could one day strain their friendship, he was remarkably rational, filled with a sense of forbearance. Whenever Shen Yixiao initiated a request, he never voiced opposition. Compared to Meng Zicheng, I always felt Liang Feng was better suited to be Shen Yixiao's brother, as he never caused Shen Yixiao any trouble. I'm not considering it at the moment. The company is doing well, and I don't think they need my assistance. Liang Feng's voice was somewhat hoarse, a testament to his heavy smoking, which exceeded even Shen Yixiao's habit. He chuckled self-deprecatingly after he spoke. Shen Yixiao's current success was undoubtedly bolstered by the unwavering support of both him and Meng Zicheng. Yet now, all the accolades belonged solely to Shen Yixiao, while they remained nameless and unrecognized in public. Fortunately, the two of them valued their brotherhood and did not dwell on such matters. I gazed quietly at Liang Feng, noticing a small scar near his right brow that marred his otherwise fierce visage. He did not shy away from my gaze, but his brow furrowed, seemingly perplexed by my intentions. Let us have a drink. I rose, intending to fetch some alcohol. As I passed by Liang Feng, I pretended to feel dizzy and nearly stumbled. True to form, he swiftly rose to steady me, and without exerting any effort, I allowed my body to go limp, necessitating his embrace. I caught a familiar scent reminiscent of that from the class reunion, tinged with a hint of wood. Liang Feng appeared slightly agitated. Sister-in-law, are you all right? Do you want me to call a doctor? I'm fine, just didn't tea rest well, I replied, rising from his hold. Could you assist me to the bedroom for some rest? Liang Feng hesitated, but upon seeing my pale complexion, he ultimately acquiesced. Once upstairs in the bedroom, he helped me sit on the bed. As he prepared to release his grip, I grasped the wooden pendant hanging from his chest. Liang Feng, you held me. His expression shifted dramatically, his eyes flickering as he swiftly reclaimed the pendant from my grasp, retreating 2 steps. You nearly fainted just now. I had no choice but to catch you, sister-in-law. It wasn't tea just now. It was at the class reunion, I retorted, rising with a piercing gaze. During the blackout, you held me in the dark. I remember the scent that emanated from you, from that pendant. I pointed emphatically at the pendant on his chest, my tone resolute. Liang Feng stared back at me, struggling to suppress his emotions, his clenched fist betraying his current state. Why did you embrace me? Are you not aware that I am Shen Yixiao's wife? He is your closest friend, and you refer to me as sister-in-law. Liang Feng, do you have feelings for me? I demanded. Speak up, or I shall immediately inform Shen Yixiao. Under my relentless questioning, Liang Feng seized my hand as I prepared to dial, his expression softening as he revealed, Yes, I like you. Stunned by his admission, I stared at him. Liang Feng continued, but I would never compete with Shen Yixiao for anything. Without him, I would have long been subjected to my father's wrath. After his father remarried, he became neglectful and abusive towards Liang Feng, nearly beating him to death once. It was Shen Yixiao who had intervened during a visit to protect him, which forged Liang Feng into Shen Yixiao's most loyal friend. I had considered this possibility, but hearing it now leaves me momentarily speechless. Therefore, do not disclose this to him. I harbor no inappropriate intentions towards you, nor do I wish to arouse any suspicion between you two. Liang Feng's demeanor turned grave. Their brotherhood was indeed touching, but what about me? Shen Yixiao betrayed me, and even Liang Feng, this so-called admirer, stood by and allowed my betrayal to unfold. Choosing to be complicit, was I not deserving of someone standing up for me? I couldn't help but laugh through my tears. Liang Feng noticed my distress and appeared anxious. What's wrong? Liang Feng, you watched Shen Yixiao betray me without feeling guilt? You and Meng Zicheng assisted him in covering his lies. What about me? I pointed at him, my eyes brimming with tears, my teeth nearly grinding as a torrent of resentment spilled forth. I seized Liang Feng's hand. You claim to like me, yet this is how you treat me? In a previous life, he had stood by as I endured so much suffering without offering a single gesture of support. Ironically, he was someone who had secretly harbored feelings for me for years. I felt as though I were cursed, betrayed by those around me. Liang Feng stared at me in shock, seemingly unable to comprehend my words. He too exhibited signs of confusion and anxiety. What are you saying? Chapter 67. The scheme of division. One looked at him with disdain. You need not feign ignorance. I am fully aware of the affair between Shen Yixiao and Lu Xiaoyan, and I know that you and Meng Zicheng have been covering for him. I'm not all along. Liang Feng remained silent, as if turned to stone, his gaze fixed on me. Gradually, a flicker of pain and guilt crossed his face, and he began to evade my eyes. I wiped my tears. Have I not treated you well? Shen Yixiao saved you. Did I not assist you? Liang Feng had once been the top student among the three of them. Even while skipping classes and engaging in fights with Shen Yixiao and Meng Zicheng, he managed to maintain average grades. Had he applied himself, he could have easily ranked in the top 10 of the class. However, his father refused to support his education, cutting off his funding. I had taken out my own savings to help him. Although he eventually dropped out with us, my efforts on his behalf could not be erased. Moreover, I had treated him and Meng Zicheng as brothers, giving them the warmth they so desperately needed amidst their familial misfortunes. In hindsight, it was foolish. Some individuals do not lack warmth, but rather conscience. Liwa, Iemisuri. After what felt like an eternity, Liang Feng finally spoke again, his lips trembling as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. I know I shouldn't have treated you like that, but I did not wish to hear his notions of friendship any longer, so I interrupted. If you truly regret and feel guilty, then make amends. Otherwise, I will reveal your actions to Shen Yixiao. You care so much for him, you will inevitably fall out with him. Liang Feng's brows furrowed. Are you threatening me? Consider it a threat, or regard it as me gambling on your conscience. I took a deep breath, and my emotions had calmed considerably. It was indeed a difficult position for him to choose between me and Shen Yixiao. To alleviate his discomfort, I felt compelled to share certain truths. Liang Feng has two half-brothers, and their relationship initially was quite amicable. However, it gradually deteriorated, and his familial ties became increasingly strained, leaving him perplexed about the reasons. His brothers had attempted to reach out to him several times, but fortuitously, he was always unavailable, with Shen Yixiao receiving them instead, leading to unfortunate and unresolved encounters. I had inquired with Shen Yixiao about his motives, especially since Liang Feng wished to mend his family relations. I still vividly recall Shen Yixiao's response. Liang Feng has me and Meng Zicheng as brothers. If he had a good relationship with his family, do you think he would continue associating with us? At that moment, I found his answer rather peculiar, but he later explained that he feared losing us too much. Foolishly, I chose to understand him. In truth, his method of keeping those around him was rather similar. He would pull them down to his level, stripping them of family ties and shifting their focus solely onto him. After I finished recounting these events, Liang Feng's face had turned pale. He had always regarded Shen Yixiao as his closest friend. Surely, he understood Liang Feng's yearning for familial connection. Yet, Shen Yixiao not only failed to assist him in reconciling with his family, but also exacerbated the rift. If I hadn't disclosed these matters to him, he would remain oblivious. Their communication had nearly ceased to exist, and even if they were to meet at home, silence would ensue. You deceive me. Shen Yixiao would not act in such a manner. Liang Feng seemed to struggle with disbelief, unwilling to accept my words. You can inquire with your two brothers. They are several years younger than you and sought you out during their troubles, hoping for your assistance. Yet, Shen Yixiao not only refrained from helping, but even kicked them while they were down. I felt a flicker of sympathy for him. Liang Feng remained silent, hastily descending the stairs. I did not pursue him, nor did I pressure him to agree to help me at that moment. He needed time to verify and contemplate. However, I was certain he would not confront Shen Yixiao, for if I revealed my embrace with him, it would lead to a similar fallout between them. During Shen Yixiao's 3-day business trip, he called me each day. Meanwhile, I would wait outside the Emerald Garden after work to ensure Lu Xiaoyan was absent from home. Upon Shen Yixiao's return after 3 days, the lights in Lu Xiaoyan's residence illuminated. Wife, here's a gift I brought back for you. Do you like it? Shen Yixiao presented me with a pair of pearl earrings as a souvenir from his trip. I accepted them, genuinely pleased. It appeared he had enjoyed his time with Lu Xiaoyan, exuding a refreshing demeanor, as if the previous minor frictions had vanished. He kissed me lightly, then stood to change his attire. When he returned, beneath the open collar, a new tattoo of a white cloud had been inked beside the crescent moon tattoo on his collarbone, freshly done within the past 2 days, still red and healing. He made no effort to conceal it, knowing I would eventually discover it. What is that? I feigned surprise, pointing at his tattoo. This is a tattoo I got during my business trip. Shen Yixiao replied nonchalantly as he resumed his seat beside me, grasping my hand and repeating the same lies he had shared with me in a previous life. I thought the little moon looked lonely, so I added a cloud to keep it company. I gazed at his lips, so beautifully shaped, and his voice so melodious, yet the words he spoke felt utterly repugnant. Once he finished speaking, I made a jest. Is that so? I thought it might represent Secretary Liu. Shen Yixiao's composure faltered, his expression shifting dramatically, a visible panic flashing across his face. He then stood, pretending to retrieve his phone to evade my gaze. What a jest! I hadn't considered that at all. I merely thought aloud. After all, you were away for 3 days, and Secretary Liu conveniently took a 3-day leave. I assumed you had taken her along. I continued to voice my suspicions nonchalantly. Once Shen Yixiao regained his composure, he offered a resigned smile. Wife, what on earth is running through your mind? Women tend to overthink. I crafted a casual excuse. You might as well install a tracking device on my phone to ease your worries. He playfully pinched my cheek. I refrained from pressing further, choosing instead to wait until Shen Yixiao fell asleep before opening the chat with Liang Feng. Several photographs appeared, depicting Shen Yixiao and Lu Xiaoyan sharing kisses in a hotel and dining together. Meng Zicheng had accompanied them, and these images were deliberately sent to Liang Feng for his viewing pleasure. Xiao Ge is impressive, right? This method of deception is truly remarkable. Liang Feng responded. Can't we just turn a blind eye? Must we confront such a cruel reality? I replied, that's not your concern. Simply follow my instructions. Liang Feng did not respond further, and I anonymously sent the unobstructed photographs to a few familiar journalists. The next day, the passionate kiss between Shen Yixiao and me at the hotel made headlines across major media outlets. Suing promptly forwarded the news to me. Oh my God. Shen Yixiao has truly cheated. That woman is definitely not you. Lu Xiaoyan had long hair, while I sported a short hairstyle. The public was unaware and mistook her for me, as she bore a slight resemblance. I chose not to reply, yet Su Ying, as if on a stimulant, bombarded me with messages. I can't believe my hunch was right. I previously warned you, but you didn't believe me. Su Ying continued. Now do you see I was looking out for you? But it's quite normal for men to stray. Besides, Shen Yixiao is far superior now. You ought to remain rational and not let that other woman gain the upper hand. Su Ying teased. You're not hiding at home. Crying, are you? I set down my phone, internally scoffing at her words. Cry? I had wept enough in my previous life. Now, I would refrain from tears if possible, considering the multitude of issues at hand. My colleagues in the Human Resources Department occasionally cast glances in my direction. Their expressions varied, most reflecting sympathy, aware that the woman was not me. I had only taken 1 day off in recent days, spending the rest at work. Most importantly, our hairstyles differed completely. Manager he unexpectedly did not assign me to deliver documents today, opting instead to hand them to another colleague. I approached, maintaining a calm demeanor. Manager he, I'll take care of it. I need to go upstairs for a moment. All right, you go ahead. Manager, he promptly handed the documents back to me. I proceeded to the CEO's office, where the secretarial staff observed me, especially Liu Xiaoyan, who appeared like a startled cat upon seeing me. I pushed open the door to the office where Shen Yixiao was on the phone, the air thick with the acrid scent of smoke. Upon noticing my presence, he immediately set down the phone, his expression flustered. Wife. Shen Yixiao, what is going on with the news? Who is that woman? I slammed the documents onto his desk, demanding answers with indignation and a sense of betrayal. Shen Yixiao rose and embraced me, attempting to explain, Wife, it's all a misunderstanding. I can't clarify everything right now. The more pressing issue is that if word spreads claiming that woman is not you, the negative repercussions for us could be significant. Upcoming endorsements and trailers might be canceled, and we could face substantial financial penalties. At that moment, I was taken aback. It seemed his primary concern lay with those matters. Seeing my silence, Shen Yixiao raked his fingers through his hair. Give me a day. I'll sort everything out and provide you with an explanation. Disappointment washed over me as I gazed at him, wordlessly departing. The secretarial staff observed my swift exit, their eyes collectively fixed upon me, with Liu Xiaoyun clearly taken aback. That day, I navigated through the sympathy, scrutiny, and gossip of others. Upon returning home, Shen Yixiao, Meng Ziqing, and Liang Feng were already waiting for me. As soon as he saw me, Meng Ziqing rushed over and, in front of me, slapped himself across the face, exclaiming, Sister-in-law, I'm so sorry. I truly deserve to be punished. I caused you and Xiao Gu to misunderstand, and it even made it online. As he spoke, he glanced back and shouted, Why don't you come over and clarify? It was then that I noticed a girl behind him, wearing an outfit identical to the one in the photograph. With her straight black hair and red eyes, she approached me, apologizing profusely, Sister-in-law, I'm so sorry. That day, I was drunk and mistook Xiao Gu for Zicheng. In fact, later on, Xiao Gu pushed me away. I never imagined a misunderstanding could escalate to this point. Had I known, I wouldn't have followed Zicheng. Upon finishing her explanation, she broke into tears, radiating guilt and remorse. My gaze flitted over to Shen Yixiao, Meng Ziqing, and the girl, ultimately resting on Liang Feng, whose expression was intricate. He spoke, Sister-in-law, this is indeed a misunderstanding. We have all witnessed how Xiao Gu treats you. He would never do such a thing. Shen Yixiao looked at me with red-rimmed eyes, filled with unease. You aren't deceiving me, are you? I feigned innocence, and Meng Ziqing shot a glance at Shen Yixiao, a flicker of tension crossing his face. Then, as if channeling an acting deity, he raised his hand in a solemn vow. How could we deceive you? Sister-in-law, if I were to lie to you, may I be struck down. His disbelief in superstitions was evident. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare make such a reckless oath. Shen Yixiao stepped closer, taking my hand in his, gazing at me with deep affection. Wife, do you not trust me? Surrounded by several people, they began to persuade me to believe in Shen Yixiao. It would be nearly impossible for me to seize this opportunity to propose a divorce. So, I pretended to concede, stating that I didn't distrust him. I merely needed time. With my words, Meng Ziqing and Liang Feng felt reassured and left. Shen Yixiao continued to comfort me at home. Wife, as long as you believe in me, that's enough. If even you doubt me, I might truly lose my mind. Wiping my tears, I said, Xiao, suing is right. I can hardly keep pace with you now. Sometimes, I feel scared because I have nothing. If one day you cease to love me, I would be left to depart alone. Silly wife, what are you saying? That day will never come. Shen Yixiao replied, his eyes filled with remorse. You will always be the most exceptional. I dread being deemed unworthy of you, I confessed, wearing a discontented expression. At work, everyone treated me with exaggerated politeness, rendering me utterly incapable of accomplishing anything, leaving me feeling profoundly empty. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yixiao finally asked, Is there something you wish to pursue? I immediately articulated my long-prepared response. I don't even know what I can do. Perhaps I could open an art shop, selling decorative art pieces, as I possess a slight understanding in that area. I had mentioned this long ago, but Shen Yixiao had never acquiesced. Perhaps he had always been wary of my independence, fearing I might one day sever the strings he used to control me. Today was different. My discovery of his sordid affairs had altered the dynamics. Although he, alongside Meng Ziqing, had concocted a seemingly reasonable explanation, his inner turmoil remained unaltered. Thus, when I proposed this idea, he was compelled to agree, redirecting my attention. All right, I said with a smile, taking the initiative to grasp Shen Yixiao's hand. Thank you, Xiaoge. Wife, it's my duty to do these things for you. But now we must face the challenges ahead together, all right? He gently inquired. I nodded. All right, you lead the way. Shen Yixiao's strategy involved further deceit. He insisted I wear an outfit identical to the one from the photo, don a wig, and appear at the company. The outside world remained oblivious to the photograph's discrepancies, as long as I and a few others kept silent. However, many within the company were aware of the issue, and thus it needed resolution. Subsequently, he arranged for photographs of us entering and exiting the company together to be taken and released once more, this time capturing my face clearly. Liwa. So it was you in the previous photograph. Manager, he exclaimed, astonished by my attire. Who else could it be? I took a day off just to investigate your President Shen. I replied with a smile. Chapter 69. What are you doing in my house? Everyone appeared enlightened, as if they had anticipated this outcome. Otherwise, their own situations would have been uncomfortable. This effectively silenced the office gossip. Shen Yixiao also began to address my desire to open a shop, as he had promised. Suing must have learned of this news from Meng Zicheng, as she started to pester me, proposing a partnership where I would provide the funds, and she would contribute her efforts. My WeChat and phone were inundated with her messages. Frustrated, I placed her number on my blacklist to regain my peace. I instructed the household staff to inform Su Ying that I was not at home if she came by again, denying her entry. Shen Yixiao and I restored our superficial calm, yet we both understood that some things had irrevocably changed. Beneath the tranquil surface, turbulent currents stirred. To help me regain my trust, he comported himself admirably in the days that followed, accompanying me to and from work, rarely burdened by excessive tasks or business trips. Always at my side, attentive to my needs. Anyone observing would surely commend him as a good man. A week later, Shen Yixiao began to show signs of restlessness as Meng Zicheng persistently urged him to go out for drinks. I watched as his messages poured in, beckoning him to join. Wife, let us go together, Shen Yixiao said, setting his phone down with a hint of concern. I'm not going. I want to take a bath and get some good sleep. You should go, otherwise they might think you're disloyal, I nudged him. At this moment, I found myself disliking his presence. It felt intrusive and uncomfortable. Sometimes, when he was not home, I felt a greater sense of peace, as I didn't have to disguise my true self. Shen Yixiao was eager to go. He had been suffocated all week, acting like a bodyguard, carefully monitoring my expressions, fearful I might suddenly feel despondent or suspicious due to the photograph. Once I confirmed that I genuinely wanted him to leave, he promised to return before 10, then departed. The moment he left, I immediately messaged Liang Feng. Where are you all meeting? Liang Feng replied, don't come. If you want evidence, I can send you some. I responded, all right. I did not push. I had no desire to torment myself, but I wanted to retain this evidence to present to Shen Yixiao as a divorce gift. Those sordid images served as constant reminders to see reality clearly, not to be beguiled by Shen Yixiao as superficial gentleness, and to remember what I had endured in my past life. An hour later, Liang Feng sent me several photos. Shen Yixiao had arrived, and they were drinking at a bar, with Lu Xiaoyan absent. This surprised me. Was he not out to meet Lu Xiaoyan? The ringing of Aunt Yang's phone interrupted my thoughts. As I answered, she sighed before speaking. Oh, Xiaoyu. Aunt Yang, what is it? I felt a pang of anxiety upon hearing her tone, fearing something might have happened with my parents. I just saw the news about your husband today. Who is that woman he was holding? It's not you. You have short hair and she has long hair. Aunt Yang had called me regarding this matter, clearly concerned about my situation. Are you all right? Is he cheating on you? Don't keep it to yourself. Don't be afraid. Her words deeply touched me. I was moved that Aunt Yang had seen that news and was so considerate as to call to comfort me. Aunt Yang, Shen Yixiao and I are fine. It was merely a misunderstanding, I explained, wishing to keep this matter concealed from acquaintances, especially my parents. Aunt Yang then suggested, why don't you come over for dinner? Zheng and I sent home, and it's quite lonely eating alone. Glancing at the time, I realized it would be late if I hurried over for dinner. Yet her slightly pleading tone softened my heart, and I agreed. After all, with Su Zhengnan absent, I would feel more comfortable alone with Aunt Yang. I left my house and made my way to Aunt Yang's, casting a glance at my parents' villa, which was shrouded in darkness, indicating that no one was home. Upon meeting Aunt Yang, she informed me that my parents had taken Li Qingming to the movies that evening and would not be home. A twinge of disappointment flickered in my heart. I dared not see them, yet I could not suppress the yearning within me. wondering if there would come a day when I might see them again and if they could ever forgive me. Hurry, I've just prepared dinner. Come and eat. Aunt Yang beckoned me to sit. Her radiant smile illuminated her face, and she was positively delighted to see me. As I settled at the dining table, I was greeted by a sumptuous array of dishes, all of which had once delighted my palate. Aunt Yang and my mother shared a close friendship, and I recalled the days of my childhood when they would exchange culinary secrets while I chatted with Su Zhengnan nearby, a warm and cherished memory. Thus, the flavors of Aunt Yang's cooking resonated with my longings, evoking tastes I had yearned for over the years, although my depression often dulled my appetite. Tonight, I savored every bite. Aunt Yang cheerfully served me, engaging in light conversation. Xiaoya, if you enjoy my cooking, feel free to come over often, rest assured. I won't let your parents find out. When the time comes that you wish to see them, I will speak on your behalf. I managed to smile, though my heart felt heavy. Perhaps I would not see my parents again until the day I left Shen Yixiao. As long as they were well, it was best that I, their unworthy daughter, did not return to trouble them. After dinner, Aunt Yang prepared some fruit for me. Remembering the laundry left in the washing machine, she urged me to continue eating while she went to hang it. No sooner had she left than the door to the living room swung open. Su Zhengnan stood at the entrance, changing his shoes, seemingly unaware of my presence until he spotted my shoes. His expression shifted from surprise to a frown as he scanned the room, and when his gaze fell upon me, his brow furrowed further, his demeanor cold. "What are you doing in my house?" Aunt Yang called me for dinner. "Have you eaten?" I sprang to my feet, my previously relaxed mood evaporating in the face of his presence, replaced by a familiar tension akin to that of a child caught in wrongdoing. Su Zhengnan removed his trench coat and hung it on the coat rack, took off his wristwatch, and approached me. His hair seemed to have been trimmed slightly, styled neatly to reveal his strong brows and smooth forehead, his face unblemished and strikingly handsome. He merely grunted, seated himself on the sofa, and began to eat the fruit without a word, offering me no inclination to converse. On the opposite side of the sofa lay the coat I had brought back, the one he had lent me previously. Chapter 70. He who knows me best. The atmosphere grew tense, with only the droning advertisements on the television breaking the silence. Suddenly, a replay of heartfelt connections appeared on the screen, showcasing a scene of Shen Yixiao and me sunbathing on the beach. I lay beneath the sun while he applied sunscreen to my back. At that time, before my rebirth, I genuinely believed that Shen Yixiao loved me deeply, and the happiness I exuded was sincere, evident to all. In a panic, I snatched the remote and switched off the television. Su Zhengnan, perceiving my agitation, turned the television back on, merely switching channels. "You need not feel so tense around me. To me, you are merely an old acquaintance," he said in a tone that was flat yet laced with an unyielding pressure. My cheeks flushed with heat as Aunt Yang returned, visibly surprised to see Su Zhengnan. "I thought you wouldn't be back until late. Have you eaten?" "We just finished dinner," I interjected. "If you haven't eaten, I can heat some up for you." Su Zhengnan shook his head. "Mom, I'm not hungry." "Perfect. Can you keep Xiaoya company while I take a shower? I feel rather uncomfortable after cooking." Aunt Yang replied cheerfully, oblivious to the awkwardness between Su Zhengnan and myself. Before he could respond, she had already made her way to the bathroom, leaving Su Zhengnan and me in a silent standoff. He noticed the bag on the sofa. "What is that?" "That's the clothing you lent me last time. I washed it and thought to return it," I quickly explained, handing him the bag. "Thank you." Su Zhengnan regarded my outstretched hand with indifference, dismissively saying, "Just throw it away. It's just an old piece of clothing. I don't need it." I felt a wave of confusion wash over me, as if I had been rejected. Since he didn't want the garment, I placed it back on the sofa. He could dispose of it himself if he wished. I retrieved my bag and politely bid him farewell. "Thank you for your hospitality, Aunt Yang. I should be heading home now." "Your mother invited you for dinner to discuss your affair with Shen Yixiao, didn't she?" Su Zhengnan's voice halted me, devoid of inflection, yet imbued with an oppressive intensity. He stood, slightly lowering his head to meet my gaze, his eyes sharp with scrutiny. "Do you think your parents haven't seen the news?" A jolt coursed through me, my heart tightening in fear. Guilt and anxiety surged as I dreaded the thought of my parents encountering those headlines. I had been so resolute in my decision to sever ties with them for the sake of Shen Yixiao, promising them that he would achieve greatness and treat me well. Yet here I was, caught in a scandal where he was photographed embracing another woman. "Those articles are false. Please explain that to my parents to ease their worries." I pleaded, hoping Su Zhongnan would clarify matters when he interacted with them. You should explain it yourself. I can provide you with their contact information. Su Zhongnan dismissed my request, offering an alternative that felt insurmountable. He handed me his phone, displaying his contacts, including my parents' current numbers, but I lacked the courage to accept it, to jot down those digits. I still felt inadequate, ashamed of the rash and rebellious words I had spoken and actions I had taken. Thank you, but my parents likely don't want to see me now. I don't wish to intrude. I finally declined, my voice barely above a whisper. In response, I heard a derisive laugh, unmistakably laced with scorn. Looking up, I saw the evident disdain in his eyes. Perhaps my cowardice amused him. If you truly are doing well, why would you hesitate to see your parents? Why not clarify those so-called false headlines? Li Yu, you've always been poor at lying. Are you not aware of that? Su Zhongnan's relentless scrutiny left me dumbfounded, and I stared at him, momentarily lost in thought. Was my ability to deceive so transparent? Did Shen Yixiao see through my fade as easily? At that moment, my foremost concern was this very notion. No, Shen Yixiao surely did not understand me as well as Su Zhongnan did. I was certain that every falsehood I spun was easily unraveled by him. As for Shen Yixiao, his heart no longer belonged to me, and I can no longer access my own. I have to go. I need to leave now. I stammered, uncertain of what else to say. Speaking further would only reveal more cracks in my facade. I hurriedly departed, nearly running. I felt assured Su Zhongnan would not pursue me. Once outside, I spotted my car parked along the roadside. As I started the engine, the headlights illuminated a scene. A man and a woman walking hand in hand with a little boy, my parents and Li Qingming. I swiftly extinguished the engine and turned off the lights, opening the narrow car window, akin to a rat lurking in the shadows, secretly observing the blissful family of three. Li Qingming was being led by my parents, one on each side, occasionally bouncing with the exuberance of little monkeys swinging from branches, animatedly discussing the movie they had just watched, Transformers, exclaiming how marvelous it was and expressing his desire to be just as impressive when he grew up. Mom and Dad, will you take me to see another movie next time? Of course, but you must first adjust to life in kindergarten, my father replied, unusually gentle, a stark contrast to the stern visage I remembered. Qingming, walk carefully. Don't do that, or you might twist your ankle. My mother cautioned him. As they passed by my car, I held my breath, terrified they might catch a glimpse of me inside, yet reluctant to close the window, for I wanted to savor their voices. Suddenly, Li Qingming exclaimed, and indeed, he twisted his ankle. My father scolded him while bending down to scoop him up. Through the small gap, I watched their retreating figures, my heart swelling with envy and guilt. It wasn't until I could no longer see them in the rearview mirror that I reluctantly drove away, feeling the weight of Su Zhongnan's words pressing heavily upon me, worrying about what might happen if Shen Yixiao noticed my disquiet. Upon returning home, Liang Feng sent another message, this time a short video. In it, Lu Xiaoyan was nestled against Shen Yixiao's shoulder. Kiss here. Meng Zicheng's voice piped up from the side. I couldn't discern whether they actually kissed, as the video concluded there. Moments later, Liang Feng sent a recorded message that lasted a bit longer, allowing me to overhear a conversation between Shen Yixiao and Lu Xiaoyan. If it's too difficult for you, I can resign. I know she's the most important to you, and I'm merely a toy for your amusement. Stop it. I don't have the energy to keep comforting you. I'm already exhausted from coaxing her at home. I understand, which is why I didn't blame you for the loss of our child, but I am a person too. My heart is flesh, and I have to watch the one I care for shower affection on another woman while I can't even utter a word. Do you think that makes me happy? Lu Xiaoyun's voice quivered as she spoke, filled with sorrow. Shen Yixiao fell silent, and the recording ended with her intermittent sobs. After saving it, I messaged Liang Feng. Thanks. He replied, as long as you're happy. His words dripped with irony. How could I possibly be happy? However, with him as my insider, I anticipated that I would gain deeper insights into Shen Yixiao and Lu Xiaoyun's every move. Shen Yixiao had promised to return by 10, yet by midnight, he still had not come back, only sending a message stating, "Wife, I'm sleeping at Meng Zicheng's. He drank too much." I only saw this message the following morning. He was too preoccupied with comforting Lu Xiaoyun to concern himself with whether I had seen it or if I might suspect anything. Upon arriving at the office, Shen Yixiao messaged me, asking me to visit him. Wife. As soon as I entered his office, he strode over and clasped my hand, and I noticed others present, the director and host of the show, Though I was only somewhat familiar with them, I greeted, "Director Lee, brother, what brings you here?" Director Lee responded with a smile. "We're here to film a teaser for the second season. A few special guests will record early. Many viewers are curious about President Shen's daily life at the company, and we heard you work here too, so it's a perfect opportunity." Shen Yixiao wrapped his arm around my shoulders, his demeanor relaxed. "Absolutely, we'll both cooperate fully." After learning that I worked in the HR department, Director Lee suggested I switch positions, as I rarely interacted with Shen Yixiao, which would hinder capturing our small interactions on camera. I willingly volunteered. "All right, I could be a temporary secretary for a few days." Shen Yixiao hesitated briefly, but ultimately consented for the sake of the show. Subsequently, Director Lee shared some program arrangements and details about other special guests. When he mentioned Sun Xiaoling's name, I was taken aback. Hadn't her husband filed for divorce? Had they reconciled? I pondered. In my previous life, Shen Yixiao and I had no children together, and I had endured it, so it was only natural for her, with 2 children, to be indecisive. They were merely here to discuss and would begin filming tomorrow. Shen Yixiao arranged for them to have lunch, and naturally, I accompanied him. He called Lu Xiaoyan in, instructing, "Secretary Lu, please arrange a restaurant for our lunch with the 4 of us." Upon seeing Lu Xiaoyan, Director Lee and the others appeared momentarily surprised, then glanced at me. Lu Xiaoyan bore a striking resemblance to my appearance in the first season, both in face and figure, even in her attire, leading to previous mix-ups where people mistook her for me. "Sure," Lu Xiaoyan replied softly, her sweet smile radiating warmth as she nodded to Director Lee and the others. After she departed, the 4 of us engaged in light conversation while sipping tea in the office. Throughout, Shen Yixiao exhibited an unusually gentle and attentive demeanor, even checking the teacup for warmth before I lifted it, ensuring I wouldn't tea burn myself. Host Yu Chi chuckled, "President Shen, you are the most indulgent husband I've ever seen. No one else is this attentive or patient." Shen Yixiao drew me closer, a proud smile gracing his face. "Because I genuinely love her. Thus, I am willing to do whatever it takes." Director Lee and Yu Chi exchanged impressed glances. After a morning of tea, we headed out for lunch. Just as we were leaving the office, Shen Yixiao called out to Lu Xiaoyan, "Secretary Lu, since you know the restaurant well, why don't you join us to help with the arrangements?" A flicker of delight crossed Lu Xiaoyan's face, though she maintained her composure. Of course, President Shen. I vaguely recalled that Lu Xiaoyan had studied performance in college, yet she hadn't pursued a career in her field, instead fortuitously landing a position in our company as Shen Yixiao's secretary. In my past life, her education and experience had seemed inconsequential, so I had overlooked them, never anticipating Shen Yixiao would take her to lunch with the director. A sense of wariness crept over me. What was his intention in doing so? Upon reaching the restaurant, we entered the reserved private room, where Lu Xiaoyan took charge of coordinating the waitstaff as Shen Yixiao and I conversed with Director Lee and the others. During our chats, Director Lee inadvertently complimented Lu Xiaoyan, prompting Shen Yixiao to glance at me and remark, "Director, my secretary is quite capable." Though her degree doesn't align with her current role, she studied performance in college. Lu Xiaoyan immediately seized the opportunity to introduce herself. "Director, I am Lu Xiaoyan, from Harbor City University." She briefly shared her background, her eyes sparkling with excitement. It dawned on me that Shen Yixiao was preparing to pave a path for Lu Xiaoyan. But why? Director Lee became increasingly interested in conversing with Lu Xiaoyan, while my expression grew cold, and I turned to Shen Yixiao. He took my hand and led me out of the private room, explaining, "Wife, please don't be upset. There's a reason for this. It seems we've encountered some friction due to Secretary Lu, and keeping her close does more harm than good. So I plan to let her go. However, I can't do it without cause, so I'm offering her a bit of opportunity to facilitate her exit. Not every actor can achieve fame. If luck is lacking and talent insufficient, being a secretary might offer her a more comfortable life." I replied coolly. Shen Yixiao appeared indifferent, but debating this with him was futile. Seizing the moment to visit the restroom, I sent a message to Liang's phone, informing him of the situation. He replied swiftly, revealing that last night, Lu Xiaoyan had indulged in some drinks and had a quarrel with Shen Yixiao. Shen Yixiao promised to provide her with resources and elevate her into the entertainment industry. This alleviated my suspicions, allowing them to continue their clandestine romance. To placate me, he agreed to help me open a store, and to appease Lu Xiaoyan, he committed to supporting her entry into showbiz. Shen Yixiao was indeed busy, maneuvering between us, unwilling to relinquish either side, desiring to have it all. I put away my phone and splashed some water on my face, yearning to open a store, to hold an art exhibition, to carve out my own path. Yet Shen Yixiao had consistently refused until recently, when the incident of us kissing outside the hotel compelled him to acquiesce. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyun's aspiration to become an actress seemed to meet with his swift agreement. Was it that I lacked the ability to be coy, or was it that my suffering paled in comparison to Lu Xiaoyun's? After a moment of contemplation, I gathered my emotions and returned to the private room. Liwa. Suddenly, Su Ying's voice rang out, filled with fury. I turned to see her storming towards me. Why did you block me? I went to your house, but your ridiculous servants Wu Ti let me in. Are you trying to sever our friendship? She accused. Chapter 72. Who wants a divorced woman? I glanced around, relieved that there weren't many people. I felt we were ill-suited to be friends. I resolved to clarify things with Su Ying. She resembled the ghostly friends of legend, unknowingly bringing me harm. Su Ying widened her eyes. Are you serious? I'm your only friend, and you want to cut ties? Amusing, Li Iwa. Besides revolving around Shen Yixiao, do you have any other friends? No matter how she protested, I remained indifferent. Shen Yixiao and the others were still waiting for me, so I brushed past Su Ying and departed. She followed closely behind, incessantly pestering me. At my wit's end, I pushed her away, determined to maintain some dignity. Su Ying, you know exactly how you've treated me. She recoiled slightly, her gaze filled with resentment as I entered the private room. Shen Yixiao and the others were engaged in lively conversation. Lu Xiaoyun had already exchanged contact information with Director Li, and upon my return, she beamed at me. Madam, it seemed our discussion was going well. So, Director Li, do you think Secretary Lu is suited for the entertainment industry? I took a seat, wearing a smile. Director Li praised her profusely, stating that Secretary Lu was indeed impressive and should give it a try, as her appearance and professionalism were fitting. Lu Xiaoyun modestly deflected. Director Li, you flatter me, but I truly aspire to become an actress. I chuckled softly, choosing not to engage further in their conversation. Though it appeared that Shen Yixiao and I were the focal points of this dinner, in reality, it was Lu Xiaoyun who stole the limelight. Even after Director Li and the others departed, she lingered, still savoring the moment. She then expressed her gratitude to Shen Yixiao. Thank you, Mr. Shen, for this opportunity. I will work hard. She gazed up at Shen Yixiao, her eyes radiant with hope for the future, reminiscent of my own aspirations in the past. Shen Yixiao's gaze softened imperceptibly, though he remained unaware, instinctively gripping my hand tightly, while his attention had long been fixated on Lu Xiaoyun. It must be difficult for you being my secretary. If you become famous, the company will benefit from your success. Madam, do you agree? Lu Xiaoyun suddenly looked at me, as if my opinion held great weight. Yes, do your best, I replied casually, offering her encouragement. Lu Xiaoyun sweetly affirmed. Okay, I promise I won't let you down. After leaving the restaurant, Shen Yixiao instructed Lu Xiaoyun to take a cab back to the office, as he had matters to discuss with me. Lu Xiaoyun gazed longingly at Shen Yixiao, though there was no choice in the matter. Once in the car, Shen Yixiao informed me that the doctor he had scheduled an appointment with was available today, so we needed to go promptly. At that moment, I felt no desire to have a child with him. In fact, I believed that not having a child might be preferable. When the day came for us to part ways, it would be easier to sever all ties, allowing us to live separate lives without any entanglements. Throughout the journey, I kept my eyes closed, resting. The music playlist in the car featured several unfamiliar songs, not to my liking. Shen Yixiao noticed and quickly changed the track. I recognized these songs, as they were ones Lu Xiaoyun would occasionally listen to at home to pass the time. I had grown accustomed to them, and whenever I commanded her to stop listening, my non-biological son would defend her with a childish voice, insisting, I like it. I want to listen. She was fortunate. Having Shen Yixiao to protect her, even a small child stood up for her. I felt like a mere invisible entity, merely the figurehead of the household. Upon arriving at the doctor's private clinic, Shen Yixiao escorted me to an office. After a thorough examination, the doctor sighed, this is indeed quite challenging. Your uterus and ovaries have suffered damage. That injury was severe. I clenched my fists, and Shen Yixiao's hand on my shoulder tightened unconsciously. His gaze filled with concern and guilt. There is a chance, albeit slim. In addition to medication, you'll need to come here regularly for treatment, the doctor continued. All right, please prescribe the medication and set up a treatment schedule for us. Shen Yixiao agreed without hesitation. Before long, we received the medication and treatment plan. I would need to visit weekly, which was manageable. As we left the clinic, we encountered Su Zhengnan and Aunt Yang at the entrance. Our eyes met, and we both halted. Upon seeing Su Zhengnan, Shen Yixiao immediately tightened his grip on my hand, his expression turning hostile. Xiaoyu, what are you doing here? Is this your husband? Aunt Yang greeted me warmly before turning to Shen Yixiao with curiosity. The last time they met was during my senior year of high school, when Shen Yixiao would often sneak over to see me, and Aunt Yang had caught him. Shen Yixiao wore a forced smile. Hello, Aunt. Hello, hello. It's been so many years since we last saw each other, Aunt Yang said cheerfully. Shen Yixiao maintained a lukewarm smile. Su Zhengnan had always regarded Shen Yixiao and me with disdain. He grasped Aunt Yang's hand and said sternly, "Let us go." Aunt Yang, what happened to you? I couldn't help but express my concern. After the last illness, my health has been quite fragile. Zhengnan said there's a remarkable doctor here. So I came for some medication to strengthen my immunity, Aunt Yang replied. Su Zhengnan frowned openly, as if he were annoyed by Aunt Yang's conversation with us. I quickly concluded the discussion. Aunt Yang, please take care of your health. All right. Aunt Yang waved goodbye as she and Su Zhengnan entered the clinic. The moment their presence faded, Shen Yixiao's smile vanished, his face darkening. She's the one who told your parents that I had visited you back then, right? My heart sank at the mention of this topic. I had no desire to discuss it. Shen Yixiao harbored grudges and had a strong sense of revenge. Never considering others' perspectives, only his own comfort mattered. I got into the car, and he followed, still ranting about Aunt Yang. The relative you mentioned encountering last time, it's her. Isn't it? Why did you lie to me about her being a relative? Were you afraid I wouldn't let you contact her? Were you wary of me? Shen Yixiao, I am an individual with my own social circle. It's perfectly normal. As long as I haven't done anything to betray you, isn't that sufficient? I retorted, exasperated, my tone sharper than intended. Shen Yixiao's expression hardened, and he pressed down on the accelerator, startling me. Instead of heading to the office, he took me directly home. The atmosphere was tense, and I found it difficult to breathe. Upon reaching home, several servants were cleaning the living room. Shen Yixiao, taking out his frustrations on them, shouted, "Get out!" Witnessing his inability to control his emotions left me drained. My thoughts involuntarily drifted to Su Zhengnan, who seemed to be the person I knew with the best emotional control. Except for that one time when I insisted on dropping out of school to be with Shen Yixiao, which caused him to lose his temper and clash physically with Shen Yixiao. He rarely displayed such emotional volatility. I had once thought him rather dull. Even during my infatuation, I would often hesitate, unable to decipher his thoughts, feeling as though I could never reach his lofty heights. In hindsight, such a stable core is rare, and those around him are spared from internal strife. Shen Yixiao, are you about to lose your mind again? I questioned him with exasperation. He pointed at me, demanding to know whether my connection with Yang Ming was merely a chance encounter or if it was because she was Su Zhengnan's mother, compelling me to reach out to her. I retorted angrily, proclaiming her to be an elder, and admonished him to exhibit some decorum. Was it appropriate to address someone so directly by their full name? Huh. Shen Yixiao suddenly sneered coldly, dismissing the notion of elders. Did we share any blood ties? If you were to marry Su Zhengnan, then she could indeed become your mother-in-law, an elder in your eyes. But do you truly believe Su Zhengnan and his mother would accept a woman who has been married before? Tell me, who would want a divorced woman like you? In a fit of rage, I seized the cup from the table and hurled it at Shen Yixiao. If it were to strike him fatally, I would willingly accept imprisonment as retribution. Chapter 73. He longed to return to the past. The cup grazed the corner of Shen Yixiao's forehead before shattering on the floor, the soft blanket offering little solace against the impact. Shen Yixiao clutched his injured forehead, his eyes bloodshot and fixated on me with a fierce glare. It was the first time I had witnessed such ferocity directed at me. Previously, even during our most tumultuous conflicts, when he confined, intimidated, and threatened me, he had never looked at me with such wrath. In that moment, I felt as though I were his sworn enemy, as though we were bound by an unbridgeable chasm of enmity. Liwa, he bellowed, yet he remained stationary, refraining from physically confronting me. I trembled, emotions swirling within me, and I too did not advance. We were less than 2 meters apart, yet it felt as if an insurmountable abyss lay between us, making it impossible for either to bridge the divide and embrace the other's heart. Shen Yixiao, Su Zhongnan and I have never wronged you. You're not only overly suspicious, but continuously belittle my feelings, which is your interpretation of our relationship. After speaking, I felt my body tremble uncontrollably due to the intensity of my emotions, compounded by my inherent tendency towards somatization. Shen Yixiao pointed at me, seemingly about to speak, but ultimately clenched his teeth and turned to ascend the stairs. Didn't he storm out to seek out Lu Xiaoyan? I sank onto the sofa, calling for the maid to come in and clean up. With the thought of tomorrow's filming for the promotional video, I couldn't help but chuckle coldly, pondering whether Shen Yixiao would postpone the shoot after our severe quarrel tonight. If we failed to cooperate, it would be painfully apparent to others. It was nearly midnight when I slowly made my way upstairs to wash up, only to find Shen Yixiao already waiting for me. I deliberately averted my gaze from him, ignoring his presence. He extended his arm to block my path, his voice low. I was wrong. Let us not argue anymore, shall we? Just after our quarrel. He was already conceding. I suspected he wished to avoid impacting tomorrow's shoot, as his public persona was crucial for him, bringing both traffic and psychological satisfaction. Shen Yixiao, let us forego the filming tomorrow. What is the penalty for breach of contract? You can cover it, I coldly replied, pushing his hand aside. No. Shen Yixiao rejected without hesitation, his expression grave. It is normal for couples to argue, but to forfeit an opportunity for money due to a disagreement would be foolish. Don't you wish to open a store? I've purchased a shop in your name. It requires renovations and supplies, all of which cost money. Do you think that money simply falls from the sky? Was he intentionally provoking me? I intended to open a store, utilizing his funds, yet I wasn't considering how to collaborate with him to generate income, which displeased him. I remained silent, retreating into the bathroom of the bedroom. Shen Yixiao stood outside, smoking one cigarette after another. Despite the open windows, the stench filled the room. I resolved to quit smoking, finding the smell increasingly intolerable. Noticing me fanning the air, Shen Yixiao extinguished his cigarette and approached to negotiate about tomorrow's shoot. We will proceed as scheduled. I have arranged everything for your temporary work in the secretary department over the next few days, and all crew members will be present tomorrow. If you suddenly refuse to film, we will breach our contract and incur financial penalties, not to mention the people we would offend. I understand, I replied, choosing not to be obstinate, as I had no genuine intention of abandoning the filming. Perhaps it would be a fine choice to allow others to perceive the reality behind this man's facade of a loving husband. I easily acquiesced, which instantly eased Shen Yixiao's mood. I have always been this way, regardless of how fiercely we quarreled, as long as he provided me with a way out. Offering some comfort, I would forgive him. Before sleeping, Shen Yixiao fetched the medicine kit to treat his wound and unexpectedly handed me a cotton swab, smiling. Please apply the medicine for me. I hesitated before sitting up to take the swab, dipping it in the ointment and gently applying it to the wound on Shen Yixiao's forehead. His complexion was not pale, but rather a healthy, sun-kissed hue, with tousled hair that appeared effortlessly styled. His ruggedly handsome face effortlessly captivated women's attention. It had been a long time since I had treated his wounds. Previously, he would return home from fights, injured, and I would panic as I tended to him. Over time, I became proficient, and as long as the injuries were not severe, he would allow me to address them upon returning home. I urged him to abandon his life as a delinquent so we could live a more conventional existence. Each time, he would agree with resignation, but ultimately fail to change. Eventually, I not only failed to persuade him, but also found myself ensnared in a similar path, becoming an outcast in others' eyes. I always worry you will regret it. I fear you will hate me, Shen Yixiao confessed, grasping my wrist, his eyes filled with sorrow. I have provided you with a life of comfort, yet I know I can never offer you emotional fulfillment. The more I realize this, the more I feel as if a wall divides us. I long to break it down but have failed time and again. I gazed at him, listening to his half-truths, unable to stir any emotion within me. My first reaction was to speculate whether he was 3 parts genuine and 7 parts false, or vice versa, or perhaps an even split. Can we ever return to how we once were? He asked, his eyes reddening. No. But I couldn't voice such a blunt rejection, so I replied, I don't know. Perhaps we can. Such an answer felt more genuine. Shen Yixiao released my hand, assuring me, rest assured, once Secretary Liu resigns, we will no longer have so many misunderstandings. We will certainly return to how we were. I nodded. The following day, when Shen Yixiao and I arrived at the company, the filming crew was already prepared. Shen Yixiao held my hand as we appeared before the camera. We adhered strictly to the script, and Shen Yixiao excelled in every small interaction and detail requested by the director, often conveying a more nuanced and tender side without uttering a word. I was assigned to work in the secretary department for 3 days, stationed next to Lu Xiaoyan. She, along with other employees, appeared to watch us with envy, yet I caught glimpses of jealousy and resentment in her eyes several times. Mr. Shen, Miss Li, for the next segment, we will be interviewing your employees regarding their impressions of you both and some well wishes. Please recommend 2 individuals for us to arrange. Director Li instructed during a break. After some consideration, Shen Yixiao provided him with 2 names. Chapter 74. Please have Secretary Lu bless us. When the time came for the employee interviews, Director Li sought out those 2 individuals from Shen Yixiao's list. They naturally followed the script, expressing envy for Shen Yixiao and me, along with their blessings. Mr. Shen is truly the best man in the world, handsome, wealthy, and devoted. It was their love story that compelled me to join this company. Our lady is also beautiful and gentle, a supportive partner to Mr. Shen, the woman behind a successful man. I have never witnessed them argue, and I find myself envious. I wish Mr. Shen and his wife a long and happy life together. Their relationship nourishes our spirits. As I listened to the words of admiration and blessing, a deeper smile spread across Shen Yixiao's face. In the lens, he appeared handsome and gentle, embodying the dream lover of countless women. This segment was nearing its conclusion, and Director Li signaled with an okay gesture to prepare for the next part. Suddenly, I grasped Lu Xiaoyan's arm. Assistant Lu, you are Yixiao's most capable aide, having spent more time with him than I have. I wonder, in your eyes, what kind of person is he in matters of the heart? Is it akin to his work persona? Lu Xiaoyan had originally been arranged to fill space. Shen Yixiao would surely not have permitted her participation in this segment. Upon witnessing my unilateral decision, Shen Yixiao's expression darkened, yet he could not call for a halt, as it would appear too odd and raise suspicions. Lu Xiaoyan was equally taken aback by my sudden action. Momentarily dazed before the camera, her demeanor unnatural. After several seconds, she managed to muster a smile and said, Madam, I am not well acquainted with Mr. Shen's romantic life, but I have heard that you share a wonderful relationship, which I envy. How could it merely be hearsay? Shen Yixiao's affection for me is widely known. It seems Assistant Lu is rather indifferent regarding her superior's personal life. I feigned surprise. Lu Xiaoyan's smile was nearly frozen. Indeed, I believe it is sufficient to understand one another on a professional level. I appreciated such people as Lu Xiaoyan, who maintained a respectful distance and did not impose on others. With a gentle smile, I continued, could you perhaps offer us a blessing? Yixiao values you greatly, and I too hold you in high regard, so I would love for you to wish us well. Lu Xiaoyan secretly hoped for my prompt divorce from Shen Yixiao, desiring to ascend in her position. Witnessing Shen Yixiao's kindness toward me tormented her, making it impossible for her to extend her blessings, especially in front of so many witnesses, knowing that her words would later surface in the media, a torment in itself. Shen Yixiao's expression grew grim, on the verge of breaking character, unable to maintain the facade before the camera. However, Director Li and the crew remained oblivious to our underlying tensions, dutifully pointing the camera at us, awaiting Lu Xiaoyan's blessing. Her face paled, and with reluctance, she faced the lens, muttering in a barely audible voice, I wish Mr. Shen and his wife happiness. Such a feeble and simplistic blessing escaped her lips. Director Li, surprised, recalled her eloquence during our dinner the previous night. How could she now appear so timid and at a loss for words before the camera? He motioned for the cameraman to redirect the lens, sensing the awkwardness in the atmosphere, and furrowed his brow. I smiled gently at Lu Xiaoyan, asking, Assistant Lu, what troubles you today? You aspire to be an actress in the entertainment industry. Such a lackluster performance before the camera would surely disappoint Director Li. Startled, Lu Xiaoyan's complexion turned even paler as she anxiously glanced at Shen Yixiao. At that moment, the camera returned to him, and he would not allow his feelings to surface openly. Thus, he feigned ignorance to Lu Xiaoyan's pleading gaze, instead approaching me with an affectionate embrace, kissing my forehead. All right, let's focus on our work today, my dear. I reciprocated with a bright smile, acknowledging him. Once the first half of filming concluded, Director Li and the crew were preoccupied with numerous tasks, leaving me to sit idly at my workstation, browsing artistic merchandise online in anticipation of my forthcoming role as a business owner. As I perused the web, Lu Xiaoyun had silently positioned herself behind me, her demeanor resembling a specter. In the reflection of a dark interface, I caught sight of her figure. If Director Li were to cast her in a horror film, her occasional aura of resentment would suit the role of a vengeful spirit perfectly. Assistant Lu, do you require something? I closed the page and turned to face her. Upon closer inspection, I noticed her outfit seemed to mirror mine, though I had not worn that particular garment in ages. A detailed look confirmed it was likely the same brand, a gift from Shen Yixiao. A cold smile crept upon my lips, and my eyes sparkled with mockery as I considered how amusing it was that a mistress would need to imitate the original. The absurdity of the situation was not lost on me. Both the mistress and the unfaithful man were laughable figures. Madam, why must you humiliate me? Lu Xiaoyun's voice trembled as tears streamed down her face. Instantly, the attention of those around us was drawn to her, their expressions a mix of confusion and discomfort. As they witnessed the unfolding drama, I curiously inquired, how have I embarrassed you, Assistant Lu? What is the matter? You are well aware that I have just lost a child and injured my foot. These wounds are barely healing, and my spirits are low. I am ill-suited for the camera, particularly since I was not included in the original script. Being thrust into the spotlight without preparation is overwhelming. Why would you do this to me? She accused me, as though I had committed a grievous offense. I stood, asserting, is it your physical condition that has led to your foul mood, or was it your unwillingness to bless my union with Shen Yixiao that prompted your reaction? My words were too direct, transforming her grievance into shock. The fear and tension in her eyes were palpable, as she feared I had uncovered her relationship with Shen Yixiao. Others sensed the discord, craning their necks to listen but hesitant to intervene. Lu Xiaoyun, caught off guard by my bold confrontation, struggled to formulate a response. Just then, the office door swung open, and Shen Yixiao emerged. Coincidentally, Lu Xiaoyun, still tearful, spoke up, if you suspect me of being involved with Mr. Shen, I might as well resign. I am innocent. With that declaration, she produced her phone, revealing a photo of herself with her boyfriend. I mentioned that I have someone I care for, yet you persist in your doubts. Remaining here is pointless. She then removed her name tag, embodying a resolute demeanor. Chapter 75. The revelation of infertility. Shen Yixiao strode forward. Though his expression remained composed, years of familiarity allowed me to discern his simmering anger. Yet, in the presence of others, he had to maintain his poise. Lu Xiaoyun dropped her name tag and made her bold proclamation, yet she did not leave immediately. Instead, she stood there, projecting the image of a victim seeking vindication from Shen Yixiao. Today, however, she would face disappointment. In this situation, he would not tarnish his carefully crafted persona. I was his wife, the one everyone believed to be the sole recipient of his love. Even if I were to suddenly lose my composure and strike Lu Xiaoyun, he would undoubtedly defend me. As anticipated, upon grasping the situation, Shen Yixiao regarded Lu Xiaoyun sternly. Assistant Lu, while I appreciate your work ethic, if you harbor such small-mindedness, suspicion, and slander my wife, you should indeed resign. I will not retain you. Please proceed to Human Resources to complete your exit formalities. There are others in the secretarial department who can fulfill your role. What a beautifully articulated response. It preserved his image while expressing unwavering trust and protection for me, perfectly aligning with their plan to have Lu Xiaoyun resign. Otherwise, her abrupt decision would require justification to others. Even so, Lu Xiaoyun appeared wounded, gazing at Shen Yixiao with a mournful expression reminiscent of Lin Daiyu. Her eyes filled with sorrow. I imagined that Shen Yixiao was also troubled. He often advised Lu Xiaoyun not to aspire to replace me, yet deep down, he knew she had already usurped that position. At that moment, someone beside me handed Lu Xiaoyun's phone to her. I instinctively took it first, gazing at the screen, displaying a photo of her with a man. I was certain that the body below the neck belonged to Shen Yixiao, though the face had been altered. It was quite a feat for her to have replaced all of Shen Yixiao's photos in her album with different heads for this moment. Now do you believe me? My boyfriend and I share a profound love. He cherishes me deeply, and I feel the same for him. My regard for Mr. Shen is purely one of admiration. Mr. Shen, I will expedite the process at the HR department. After Lu Xiaoyun spoke, she took the phone from my hands and turned to leave. I thought it was just a minor incident, but Shen Yixiao had no idea that I had recorded everything. After a day's shooting, only a third of the trailer was completed, yet the conflict between Lu Xiaoyun and me had already begun trending. The first casualty was Shen Yixiao's image as a devoted husband. Regardless of the circumstances, our conversation fell off. Upon reflection, it was evident that something was amiss, prompting my suspicions. Upon seeing the news, Shen Yixiao immediately became furious, dispatching someone to suppress the trending topic and investigate who leaked the information. Naturally, it was I who had disseminated it, anonymously forwarding it to the reporters. The following day, during filming, it was clear that the gazes of those around us had shifted, filled with curiosity about whether our love was genuine or merely a fade. Shen Yixiao remained in a foul mood throughout the day, only managing a smile when in front of the camera. Director Li approached us to discuss the gossip circulating. "Of course it's false," Shen Yixiao replied, furrowing his brow and uttering words that struck me as utterly shameless. Even if there were misunderstandings, it could only be a unilateral misunderstanding from Secretary Liu. I stared at him in astonishment, his insinuation being that Lu Xiaoyun harbored unreciprocated feelings for him, leading to actions that caused my misinterpretation. He sought to cleanse himself of any culpability before the media. Director Li and the others swiftly chose to believe Shen Yixiao, as his consistent demeanor reflected that he was indeed a good man. Moreover, their promotional angle hinged on his portrayal as a loving husband, regardless of their private relationship. On screen, he had to embody this image, capable of generating conflict to garner attention. Yet the essence must remain a happy ending. After deliberation, they resolved to share our previous romantic anecdotes to further quell the rumors. Throughout this process, I observed that Shen Yixiao had not once solicited my opinion. He relished making decisions unilaterally. 3 days swiftly passed, and our segment was completed. The production team was set to continue filming with the next couple. And once everything was wrapped, they could commence recording the second season. Shen Yixiao and I had consistently been the most talked about couple, and the production team heavily promoted how dearly he adored me, branding me as the happiest woman in the world in an effort to overshadow the Lu Xiaoyun affair. However, the online community was not easily deceived. Some unearthed the incident from the company's annual meeting where Lu Xiaoyun had been mistaken for me. Additionally, her fashion sense and appearance bore a striking resemblance to mine. The comments were a mix of truth and falsehood, ultimately casting Shen Yixiao in an unfavorable light. Just as I was bracing myself to observe how Shen Yixiao would handle the public relations crisis, a shocking news report erupted online, instantly altering the landscape. Someone had exposed my infertility, along with my medical report. Upon seeing this news, I sprang to my feet, feeling as though a weight had pressed down on my chest, rendering me breathless and pale. This was the scar I most dreaded revealing to others, now laid bare for all to see. "Liu, are you all right?" Manager he passed by my desk, noticing my ashen complexion and expressing concern. They had yet to see the news, thus unaware of my distress. I tucked my phone away, my fingertips trembling uncontrollably. After a moment of regaining my composure, I grabbed my bag and forced a smile at Manager he, saying, "Manager he, I'm not feeling well. I would like to take the afternoon off to rest." Of course, Manager he assumed I was genuinely unwell and immediately agreed, even suggesting, "Why don't you rest at Mr. Shen's office? He could take you home." I forced a smile in response, departing the company quickly. On my way home, Shen Yixiao called, "Wife, where are you?" "I took the day off. I'm not feeling well and wish to rest," I replied, my voice hoarse. "Wait for me. I'll be right there," he said before hanging up. His tone indicated he had seen the news regarding my infertility. Upon returning home, I summoned all the servants. As they were aware of my situation, I feared that someone in the household had leaked the information. However, after thorough questioning, I could confidently ascertain that none of them were responsible. I sank into the sofa, my head pounding, my spirits plummeting. I was not only concerned about the strange glances from outsiders, but even more so about the potential impact on my parents or Su Zhengnian should they see the report. The mere thought sent me into a spiral of anxiety, leaving me feeling nauseous until I was able to calm myself. When I returned to the living room, Shen Yixiao had already arrived. Upon seeing my pale face, he was filled with compassion. After removing his coat, he rushed to embrace me tightly. "Wife, I'm sorry. I failed to protect you. I have already dispatched people to suppress those chaotic rumors. Not many will see them." My mind was a whirlwind as I contemplated who could have leaked this information. "Sujin?" Meng Zicheng? Liang Feng? Or perhaps one of the doctors who treated me? Those unfamiliar faces I met in the hospital? The reporters stalking me? After much deliberation, I suspected Su Ying the most, as she had done something similar in my past life. Given our recent fallout, it would be entirely typical for her to retaliate in anger. It must be Su Ying, I suddenly exclaimed, my voice laced with fury. Su Ying? Why do you say that? Shen Yixiao questioned, momentarily pushing me away to scrutinize my expression. I recounted my falling out with Su Ying, which only fueled his anger as his eyes flared with rage, almost wishing to confront her at that very moment. I did not deter him. Instead, I chose to accompany him to find Su Ying. I was well aware of her address. Upon reaching her doorstep, she was just about to leave, glancing at her phone with a smug smile as she opened the door. Upon seeing us, her expression shifted dramatically, and feigning calm, she asked, "What brings you two here?" Quite the surprise. Shen Yixiao's face darkened, while I seized her phone before she could react, catching her off guard. In a previous life, she had leaked various private matters between Shen Yixiao and me to the media under the pretense of looking out for me. When she confessed, she revealed how she had disseminated that information. Drawing upon my memories, I soon discovered a private album on her phone. Quickly spotting a copy of my medical report and a recent post on Weibo from a pseudonymous account discussing my infertility. Su Ying was horrified and desperately attempted to reclaim her phone, but Shen Yixiao blocked her efforts entirely. "Su Ying, why did you do this?" I demanded, holding up the phone. "Give me back my phone," she shouted, red in the face and agitated, refusing to provide an explanation. In the next moment, Shen Yixiao slapped her, causing her to tumble to the ground, her face instantly marked by 5 distinct fingerprints, reflecting an expression of guilt akin to that of a child caught in wrongdoing. I had the foresight from my previous life, mentally preparing myself for this confrontation, knowing she would eventually reveal her true colors. Once I had opened my heart to her, eager to share every aspect of my life, save for Shen Yixiao. Regardless of how she had wronged me behind my back, I would have believed her if she had merely explained. Yet, my kindness and patience had only paved the way for repeated betrayals. "You will pay the price for everything you are currently doing." Shen Yixiao crouched down and gripped Su Ying's neck, his fingers tightening until her face turned a ghastly shade of purple. I immediately intervened, knowing that Su Ying's actions would undoubtedly come at a cost, but not at the expense of her life. Otherwise, both Shen Yixiao and I would be embroiled in this mess, which was hardly worthwhile. Shen Yixiao released his grip, and Su Ying gasped for air, her face contorted with deep hatred towards me. "You fool Liu! I considered you a friend, but what do you think of me? Since you wish to sever ties, I see no reason to help you conceal those secrets any longer. If it weren't for me, could you and Shen Yixiao even be together? This is how you repay me? Huh." Shen Yixiao's expression was cold as he stood, casting a frosty gaze upon her. "Even without you, Liu would still be with me. You overestimate your own importance, you trash." The color drained from Su Ying's face, and her eyes flickered with outrage and resentment. To be treated with such disdain and loathing by the person she had secretly adored for years was undoubtedly a bitter pill to swallow. Yet, this was all of her own making. I had been too kind to her, allowing her to forget that she, too, had many secrets in my possession. I chose not to engage further with Su Ying. I merely needed to confirm her guilt. As I turned to leave, Su Ying suddenly shouted from behind, "Liu, you truly are a fool." "Huh." I eagerly await the spectacle. Her tone dripped with sarcasm and triumph, utterly incongruous with someone who had just been slapped and nearly suffocated. I glanced back at her. She stood with a sinister smile, but a flicker of fear crossed her face as her gaze fell upon Shen Yixiao. She then retreated into her home, slamming the door shut behind her. Shen Yixiao took my hand and led me away, but my heart felt hollow, unable to discern the emotions swirling within. That evening, I disseminated some of Su Ying's secrets, returning her malice in kind. Su Ying had a rather dark personality, vain and envious, deriving satisfaction from bullying the weak. I had once caught her mistreating kittens and puppies. She claimed it was due to stress, but I found it repulsive. Out of years of friendship, I merely took a few photos as evidence to ensure she would never act so cruelly again. To atone for her sins, I even donated a considerable sum to organizations rescuing stray animals, hoping to bring peace to those innocent lives she had harmed. I was uncertain if she continued her wicked ways thereafter. Reflecting on it now, some actions, once committed, are heinous enough to warrant no forgiveness. Moreover, I had collected evidence of her involvement in selling counterfeit paintings and other assorted misdeeds. While her identity differed from mine and might not garner significant public attention, it was enough to leave her cornered within her circle. Once everything was in place, I felt utterly drained, lying alone in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling light. Shen Yixiao received a call from Director Li, inviting him out to discuss matters over dinner. I opted to stay home, not wishing to face the onlookers. As I sat in a stupor, my phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, my heart, which had felt nearly lifeless, suddenly surged with a heavy thud. A wave of nervous energy washed over me, as if I had been revived by this emotion. On WeChat, Su Jingnan's avatar lit up, indicating a voice call from him. Hesitating, I watched it turn into a missed call. The next moment, a message arrived. Answer the call, or I will contact Shen Yixiao directly. I tightened my grip on the phone, took a deep breath, and redialed. Chapter 77. Do you like me? As soon as the call connected, I greeted him. Su Jingnan, what brings you to call me? I had not had my phone on me earlier. His voice was notably cold, suggesting he was in a foul mood. I'm at Yinshang. You should come over. Yinshang? The name struck a familiar chord, but I could not place it. Noticing my confusion, he prompted. Next to the high school. At his reminder, I suddenly recalled a pottery painting studio near our high school that was quite popular among students. I had visited it a few times, crafting small clay figures and painting them. Shen Yixiao and I had even planned to create our own little clay figurines there. But we both hesitated to encounter classmates or teachers, ultimately deciding against it. Checking the time, I agreed, all right. I dressed incognito, fearful of being recognized, for I wished to avoid the prying eyes of spectators. Upon arriving at Yinshang, the shop was nearly empty, save for the owner engrossed in her phone. Su Jingnan sat at a table, intently examining a white ceramic model. Under the light, his thick, unruly black hair shimmered like scattered stars, and the shadows played across his face, highlighting his prominent nose. Clad in a gray hooded sweatshirt, he appeared lean and youthful. The owner acknowledged me and briefly outlined the shop's prices. I nodded in acknowledgement and made my way to Su Jingnan. Upon noticing my arrival, he looked up but remained silent, his expression somewhat somber. What was it that you wanted to discuss? I asked softly as I took a seat across from him. Is it true what the news says about your inability to conceive? He asked bluntly, as if he had sought me out specifically to address this issue. I felt a pang of guilt and averted my gaze. Yes, it's true. As my words hung in the air, a chill radiated from Su Jingnan. He scrutinized me, his gaze complex. What caused it? Did Shen Yixiao know about this before? If I divulged that it stemmed from my efforts to shield Shen Yixiao from harm, it would likely deepen his disappointment in me, and I could not bear his scrutiny. Su Ying would probably not disclose the reasons behind my infertility, lest I be perceived as a lovesick woman. She would not want that kind of praise directed at me. He has always known and has been there for my treatment. You needn't worry about me, I replied, sidestepping the issue. Then another thought struck me, and I hastily asked, did my parents see it too? The last thing I wished was for them to encounter negative news about me. Even though they had long ceased to recognize me as their daughter and likely had no interest in my life, my existence mattered little to them. It was merely a pang of guilt in my heart. What do you think? Su Jingnan tightened his grip on the model. Liwa. Haven't you regretted it at all over the years? Your life seems far from the blissful portrayal in the media. Shen Yixiao constantly claims he will care for you and shield you from any grievances. Has he truly succeeded? After his return, we had only crossed paths a few times. His perception of my true feelings was astonishingly accurate. I felt both surprised and embarrassed. At times, I, too, was overly concerned with appearances, not wanting old friends and family to witness my less-than-ideal circumstances. Are you worried about me? I swiftly changed the subject, fearing that continuing would lead to me divulging everything. Su Jingnan scoffed, clearly displeased. Huh, you think too highly of yourself. My mother sent me to find you. I could not suppress a flicker of disappointment at that revelation. I absent-mindedly picked up a small sculpture and began painting it with a nearby brush. Su Jingnan patiently awaited my response. Midway through, I suddenly found the courage to meet Su Jingnan's gaze directly and asked, last time you said we could never be friends again. Was that true? Caught off guard by my sudden inquiry, he studied my eyes, gradually becoming more indifferent as he met my gaze. Yes, we can never be friends again. In that case, I had prepared for an alternative path. I intended to move abroad after parting ways with Shen Yixiao, but if I could find a reason to remain in the country, then I would choose to stay. For instance, if my parents were to forgive me and Su Zhengnan were willing to grant me an opportunity to mend our relationship. Then if both of these prospects seem bleak, it would be wiser to abandon such aspirations entirely. I rose to my feet, my gaze frigid. If that is the case, why did you reach out to me? Even if Aunt Yang prompted you to do so, you could have easily declined, especially since she possesses my contact information. Su Zhengang, I have never regretted the decisions I have made. Currently, Shen Yixiao and I are public figures, surrounded by an array of rumors, both true and false. What gives you the right to claim that I am not faring well? Do you perhaps harbor feelings for me? Are you that concerned? I am acutely aware that my words would undoubtedly push Su Zhengnan further away. During the time I was his shadow, he never acknowledged any affection for me. It was all one-sided on my part. Now that I am married, uttering such nonsense would only elicit deeper disdain and aversion from him. As I expected, the moment my words left my lips, Su Zhengnan's expression darkened abruptly. He looked at me, his lips devoid of even the slightest curve, exuding an air of indifference. Like me, he too stood, his height suddenly towering over mine, exuding an oppressive presence. The bond we shared since childhood had dissipated completely when you foolishly chose to drop out with Shen Yixiao and sever ties with your family. Let alone any talk of affection. I had prepared myself to articulate these words, yet they still stung when spoken aloud. My spirits were already low, and in a fit of venting my grievances, I began to speak recklessly. Before I was with Shen Yixiao, I pursued you relentlessly, and everyone said I had feelings for you. Surely, you must have noticed. If you had responded sooner, perhaps Shen Yixiao and I would never have ended up together. Such thoughts occasionally flicker through my mind. In moments of profound regret and helplessness, one tends to revisit the past, crafting hypothetical scenarios to shift the blame onto others, seeking solace in the process. It is shameless, yet it is a facet of human nature to be inherently self-serving. Su Zhengnan's demeanor suddenly stiffened, as if taken aback by my words. He parted his lips, yet remained rational and distant, asserting that everyone must take responsibility for their choices. Indeed, I have been accountable for my decisions. I no longer wish to fantasize about a day when I could return to my parents and reclaim the significance of my friendship with Su Zhengnan. I shall sever any retreat, awaiting the day of departure without hesitation. Chapter 78. An unexpected fallout, I took a deep breath, striving to adopt a more abrasive attitude, embodying a spirit of resentment towards fate. Have I not been responsible? Over the past few years, regardless of my circumstances, I have not contacted my family nor sought solace from you. Now, it is you who has taken the initiative to inquire about my affairs, is it not? Look at me. Have I ever asked about you? In truth, I am part of the DINK, dual income, no kids community. Whether or not I have children is of no concern to you, for I have cultivated my own life. Ultimately, I sought a pretext to ensure that Su Zhengnan would completely dismiss the notion of my inability to bear children. Perhaps one day he might reveal my words to my parents, and upon discovering I remain in this foolish state, their worry would transform into disdain. Su Zhengnan resumed his seat, his expression shrouded in ambiguity, his lashes casting shadows over his eyes, concealing the emotions swirling within. I resisted the urge to apologize, turning my back on the establishment as I departed. Once in my car, I realized I was in tears. After hastily wiping my eyes, I drove home. While waiting at a red light, I took the opportunity to text Liang Feng. Do you know where Shen Yixiao is? I heard he went out to dinner with Director Li, but I am unaware of the specifics. Curiously, Liang Feng did not respond this time. By the time I arrived home, there was still no reply. Mr. Shen Yu, suddenly, the voice of the housekeeper, filled with surprise and concern, broke through. I turned to see Shen Yixiao had returned, accompanied by Meng Zicheng. Shen Yixiao bore visible injuries, his clothing stained with blood, suggesting he had been involved in a confrontation. I approached, my gaze drifting to Meng Zicheng, who promptly clarified, sister-in-law, today, brother Yixiao had a misunderstanding with Liang Feng. They had both been drinking, which led to a scuffle. This revelation astonished me. Shen Yixiao and Liang Feng had fought? Two men, akin to brothers. How could they come to blows? Meng Zicheng hesitated, ultimately saying little more, citing a need to check on Liang Feng's condition before hastily departing. Shen Yixiao, his expression dark, collapsed onto the sofa, tightly gripping his jacket, with abrasions and blood visible on his knuckles, evidence of a fierce blow. What happened? Weren't you dining with Director Li? I inquired, perplexed, as I retrieved the first aid kit. I finished dinner with Director Li, and Liang Feng invited me out for drinks. We had some unresolved matters, which escalated into a fight. I'm fine, Shen Yixiao replied dismissively. No matter how I probed, he offered no further details. As I tended to his wounds, he suddenly fixed his gaze on me, asking, no matter what happens, will you always stand by me? Before I could respond, he grasped my hand as if fearing something. My intuition suggested that the discord between him and Liang Feng likely stemmed from me. Could it be that Liang Feng, unable to bear the pressure, divulged the evidence of Shen Yixiao's infidelity that he had provided me? No, that would elicit a more intense reaction from Shen Yixiao. I grappled with this conundrum, ultimately offering a vague reassurance. Yes, I won't. Shen Yixiao visibly relaxed, planting a kiss on the corner of my mouth before ascending the stairs. I'll wash up and then tend to my injuries. I remained silent, watching his silhouette disappear into the staircase. When Shen Yixiao emerged post-shower, I ascended to treat his wounds. Perhaps due to his foul mood, he spoke little, emanating a heavy, oppressive aura. That night, regardless of how I nudged him, he held me tightly, refusing to let go. Shen Yixiao, having sustained injuries, planned to refrain from returning to the office for a few days to avoid suspicion. He attempted to persuade me to stay home as well, but I declined. Upon arriving at the office, I clocked in and made my way directly to the CEO's office. The array of secretaries greeted my presence with varied expressions. Lu Xiaoyun had resigned, though her paperwork was yet to be finalized, necessitating her continued presence at work. When she spotted me, her gaze immediately darted behind me, clearly searching for Shen Yixiao. Mr. Shen will not be coming to the office today. If you have anything urgent, feel free to call him. Otherwise, direct any documents to me, I stated before entering the office. I had no intention of handling company affairs. Rather, I sought an opportunity to ascertain whether I could access the safe hidden within Shen Yixiao's office. He was a cautious individual, and logically, the office would be equipped with surveillance. However, he had a guilty secret that prevented him from installing cameras, lest the affair with Lu Xiaoyun be exposed. Approaching the safe, I recalled having taken photos prior, researching its manufacturer and unlocking methods. In my previous life, Shen Yixiao had never divulged the password. Thus, I had to attempt various techniques I had learned online. I steadied my nerves and proceeded step by step, following the video tutorial, yet met with failure. Sweat trickled down my back as I felt an acute tension. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. I swiftly returned to my desk and sat down. Come in. Lu Xiaoyun entered, a document in hand, her expression serene as she approached and placed the file before me. I assumed she would leave immediately, but to my surprise, she remained rooted in place. Secretary Lu, do you require anything else? I arched an eyebrow and inquired. Miss Li, I believe you owe me an explanation and an apology. Lu Xiaoyun, for reasons unknown, demanded that I clarify my alleged mistreatment of her during the filming process, which ultimately led to her resignation. She seemed fixated on salvaging her dignity before me, fearful of conceding to my presence. You have seen the photos of my boyfriend and me. I have not lied. Thus your doubts are an affront. In light of this, I seized the opportunity to pose a few questions. Rising to meet her gaze, I coldly retorted, is that so? Secretary Lu, when Mr. Shen is present, he refers to me as my lady. In his absence, you may address me as Miss Li, which is rather amusing. Lu Xiaoyun chuckled dismissively, her eyes brimming with arrogance. I shall soon resign. I may well surpass you in the future. Every individual is equal, is it not? I nodded in agreement. Returning to the topic at hand, what is your boyfriend's name? What industry does he work in? How old is he? Given the strength of your relationship, why was it Mr. Shen who sent Meng Ziqing to sign the consent for your abortion? Where was your boyfriend? Lu Xiaoyun's expression darkened. She sought to confront me, believing that Mr. Shen supported her resignation and was eager to elevate her to stardom, paving her path to success while winning his favor, thus diminishing her need for humility towards me. However, she neglected to realize that a lie is often riddled with flaws, necessitating countless other lies to cover it. Why not introduce your boyfriend to me? The photograph displays him as quite handsome. You two seem well matched. I smiled slightly, continuing, those edited images bear no resemblance to Mr. Shen's true features. Where could she possibly find a man who looks exactly like him? Chapter 79. I had long desired to strike her. My boyfriend is rather busy. I have attempted to arrange a meeting, but he claimed he had no time. Lu Xiaoyun regained her composure, offering an excuse to deflect my inquiries. I curiously asked, Can you not even disclose your boyfriend's name? According to your claims, he is remarkably exceptional. If you share his name, I could easily find information to vet him for you. Lu Xiaoyan was unprepared for my aggressive questioning. She faltered, caught off guard. She could only blame her impatience. Ever eager to play the fool before me. In the previous life, she had paraded about, but I had been too trusting of Mr. Shen. By the time I discovered their connection, she was already with child, and there was no turning back. That child was her leverage over Mr. Shen, a tool she utilized to gradually erode my standing. Unable to answer, she hastily changed the subject, claiming that since I intended to resign, we would likely not cross paths again. So what need was there to introduce my boyfriend to her? Why, then, must you present your boyfriend's photograph as proof? A direct introduction would serve as the most compelling evidence. Secretary Lu, you compel me to question your motives. I scrutinized her with suspicion. Those who feel their thoughts exposed often react with fury, and Lu Xiaoyan was no exception. She glared at me, her tone sharpening. Miss Li, how I choose to substantiate my claims is my own affair. You have no right to interfere or dictate my actions. You constantly suspect me of having an affair with Mr. Shen. May I ask if you possess any evidence? However, I understand your perspective. If my husband were so remarkable while I was a barren hen, I would undoubtedly feel anxious, questioning every woman in his vicinity. Upon uttering these words, she appeared to relish her moment of venting, her eyes sparkling with triumph, likely imagining that she could bear Mr. Shen's child and ultimately trample me underfoot. I had maintained a slight smile until Lu Xiaoyan's words compelled me to rise and approach her. She held her head high, her gaze fearless. With a swift motion, I struck her across the face with all my strength, my palm tingling from the impact. Lu Xiaoyan was taken by surprise, losing her balance and collapsing awkwardly to the ground, staring at me in disbelief that I had dared to strike her. Truth be told, I had longed to do so in my previous life, but each time Mr. Shen had intervened, and later, their child had been a barrier. I had been weak, foolish, never once laying a hand upon her, merely venting my fury and resentment verbally. This slap brought me immense relief, brightening my spirits considerably. You hit me? On what grounds do you strike me? Lu Xiaoyan asked, tears streaming down her face, her anger directed at me. I allowed a cold laugh. Simply because you have a sharp tongue. Lu Xiaoyan rose, covering her face, looking at me begrudgingly. Am I not speaking the truth? If you were not incapable of bearing children, would you be so concerned about Mr. Shen's fidelity? It seems she truly fails to learn her lesson, to reinforce her memory. I delivered another slap. Lu Xiaoyan was stunned, unable to fathom that I would strike her again, leaving her in a daze, devoid of reaction. I twisted my wrist. Striking someone is indeed quite taxing. I remained silent, granting Lu Xiaoyan ample time to collect herself. After a few minutes, she finally regained her composure, her tears flowing more fiercely, her lips trembling. I will inform Mr. Shen. You have no right to strike me. With that, she turned and fled. Oblivious to the reactions of those outside, I felt quite exhilarated. An hour later, Mr. Shen arrived at the company. He wore sunglasses and a mask, concealing the bruises on his face, yet his voice was unmistakable. I had refrained from approaching the safe, for the video had cautioned that ineffective methods should not be repeated, as they could easily trigger an alarm. Upon hearing Mr. Shen's voice, I looked up in astonishment. He removed his sunglasses and mask, his brow furrowed, appearing quite troubled. Lu Xiaoyan trailed behind him, her eyes swollen like walnuts, evidently having cried profusely. Watching her cower behind Mr. Shen, I felt only disdain. Did you not claim you would not return to the office? Why are you here? I inquired. Mr. Shen approached, letting out a soft sigh. I had not intended to come, but upon hearing that you had a disagreement with Secretary Lu, I decided to check on you. He then glanced back at Lu Xiaoyan. Lu Xiaoyan dabbed at her tears, her voice trembling as she whimpered. Mr. Shen, I am unsure how I have offended your wife. I have offered to resign to prove my innocence. She may doubt me and make me appear foolish, but she cannot resort to violence. I possess dignity too. What dignity? To be a mistress is to cast aside dignity. To intrude upon another's family is to forfeit dignity. Yet to be struck and demand dignity is a farce. Her dignity was like a rubber band, capable of bending and stretching. A flicker of sympathy crossed Mr. Shen's eyes, mingled with discontent towards me. After all, Lu Xiaoyan had shared countless nights with him and had even suffered a miscarriage for him. The allure of novelty clouded his judgment, leading him to retain a small space for her in his heart. Moreover, Lu Xiaoyun's pitiful, tear-streaked visage reminded him of me when we first began our relationship. How could he not be drawn to her? Dear, what exactly is happening? Do you still harbor doubts about us? Mr. Shen asked gravely. I shook my head. I did not say anything. She barged in, demanding an apology, even calling me a barren hen. Do you believe such a person deserves not to be struck? Upon hearing my words, Mr. Shen's expression darkened. Had I instigated the confrontation with Lu Xiaoyun, he might have leaned towards her, but as she had brought this upon herself and uttered such egregious remarks, it was indeed self-inflicted. Lu Xiaoyun shook her head vigorously, her tears splattering, her pale face reflecting panic. I never said such a thing, Mr. Shen. You know my character. How would I dare speak to your wife in such a manner? Everyone knows you cherish her above all. You would not allow anyone to disrespect her. I am not that foolish. I unlocked my phone and promptly sent Mr. Shen an audio recording from an hour prior. Mr. Shen, perplexed, accepted the message, and upon listening, he heard Lu Xiaoyun's voice, starkly contrasting her current demeanor, declaring that I was jealous because I could not bear children, fearing Mr. Shen would be taken from me. Mr. Shen's gaze darkened ominously, his expression towards Lu Xiaoyun shifting to one of severity. Chapter 80. An Unconcealed Affection. Lu Xiaoyun had not anticipated I would hold a trump card, leaving her stunned. In truth, I had learned these tactics from her. In my previous life, I took pleasure in verbally mocking her, venting my discontent and anguish. She always wore a facade of submission, yet behind my back, she recorded my words to share with Shen Yixiao. Although Shen Yixiao would not confront me over this, he certainly felt a shift in his perception, believing me to be increasingly excessive and cruel. Now, I have returned these tactics to her. Secretary Lu. Shen Yixiao's anger flared. He understood that my inability to conceive was my deepest sorrow, a source of much suffering for us, and thus, he would not allow anyone to use this matter to wound me. Following the news that broke yesterday, he hurried home to comfort me, driven by this very reason. President Shen, Lu Xiaoyun began to cry again, her tears a sight to behold, the kind that would soften a man's heart. Reminiscent of the beautiful heroines in Qiong Yao dramas, with tears cascading in a tragically beautiful manner. Though she had not known Shen Yixiao as long as I had, she possessed a greater understanding of his character. Shen Yixiao was the type of man easily stirred by a woman's vulnerability. Perhaps it was my innocence and gentleness that initially attracted him. As expected, Lu Xiaoyun wept silently, and Shen Yixiao's fury subsided considerably, though he feigned continued anger. I have said that no one should disrespect her. How dare you use that matter to hurt her? Do you think you can act out because you're about to resign? I'm sorry, it is all my fault. I should not have contradicted the lady. I lacked the identity and qualifications. After wiping her tears, Lu Xiaoyun approached me. Her gaze steady, her red-rimmed eyes filled with humility and pity. Then, she knelt before me, a gesture that left both Shen Yixiao and me momentarily stunned. Madam, please forgive me. I acted irrationally out of frustration from being laughed at during filming, forgetting my place as merely a secretary. I seek your forgiveness. If you remain unsatisfied, I shall kneel here until you do. Her head bowed like a servant in ancient times, humbly pleading for her master's pardon. The more she displayed her weakness, the easier it was for Shen Yixiao to forgive her, even if she had erred. Shen Yixiao reached out, wishing to assist Lu Xiaoyun, but restrained himself, his heart nearly overflowing with compassion. To love someone is an undeniable sentiment. My own heart ached each time I witnessed the care, affection, and restraint he once bestowed upon me, now directed at Lu Xiaoyun. I could not genuinely ignore it. The memories were too profound to be easily erased. Secretary Lu, you may return to your work. I harbor no intention of holding this against you. My earlier outburst was merely a moment of anger. If you require compensation, name your price. I recognize my defeat, unwilling to engage in a contest of wills with Lu Xiaoyun before Shen Yixiao. The desire to win and be right belonged to Lu Xiaoyun, not to me. She sought Shen Yixiao's heart, while I longed to distance myself from him and release my affections. Lu Xiaoyun looked up at me, her tear-soaked lashes trembling slightly, her brows gentle, the baby hair on her forehead damp with perspiration, sticking to her fair skin in a slightly disheveled yet endearing manner, still retaining a youthful charm. This scene undoubtedly must have appeared exquisite to Shen Yixiao. Since you're here, I shall head to the HR department. The documents from this morning are on my desk. After uttering these two sentences to Shen Yixiao, I took my bag and departed without delay. Shen Yixiao had no time to retain me, and I did not linger. In the elevator, I realized my palm bore several red imprints from my nails, a consequence of my tight grip. I blew on my palm, loathing swelling within me. Yet I resisted fiercely. I lacked the power to make Shen Yixiao pay the most severe price. Evidence of his infidelity could only lead to his public downfall. But society is remarkably lenient towards men in such matters. The most he would face was public condemnation, losing some of the benefits derived from his affectionate persona. With little else to follow. By the time afternoon rolled around, I did not wait for Shen Yixiao, but hastened to the parking lot and drove to the hospital. I had already discovered where Liang Feng was being treated. He was now my informant, and I had to see him. Upon locating Liang Feng's room, I found him alone, asleep, appearing more severely injured than Shen Yixiao, likely having held back to avoid confrontation. What brings you here? Liang Feng's eyes widened with surprise upon seeing me. I heard you fought with Shen Yixiao and ended up hospitalized, so I came to check on you. I placed the fruit I had brought aside, observing the bandage on his left hand. Is your hand broken? Just a minor fracture, nothing serious, Liang Feng replied, shaking his head. Previously, I had asked Shen Yixiao about the conflict with Liang Feng, but he refused to divulge anything, and Meng Zicheng remained silent. Today, I sought answers from Liang Feng. I poured him a glass of water and placed it on the bedside table. You and Shen Yixiao have been close for years. I've never seen you two at odds. What could be so severe that it involves me? I probed directly, as Liang Feng was already aware of my situation, leaving no need for subtlety. His brows furrowed, and he averted his gaze towards the window, presenting me with a stubborn and indifferent profile. His strong features, viewed from this angle, exuded a certain gallantry. Are you not willing to speak? That only confirms it is related to me. You once promised to inform me of everything. Are you having second thoughts now? I pressed. Have you been honest with Shen Yixiao? Liang Feng quickly met my gaze, vehemently denying, absolutely not. After a brief pause, he fixed his stare on me, declaring, I would never do that. I sighed in relief, forcing a smile. Good. I hope you keep your word. Now tell me, what caused the conflict between you and Shen Yixiao? What role did I play in this? Once I broached this topic, Liang Feng became uncooperative, staring at me with pale lips. Telling you this won't be of any use, so I prefer not to discuss it. Please don't ask, he added. If it were about Shen Yixiao and Lu Xiaoyun, I would tell you. I did not shy away from his gaze, instead meeting it with a confrontational intensity, determined to extract clarity from him. Chapter 81. The deepest wound. Liang Feng averted his gaze, silently scrutinizing the greenery beside him. He was resolute in his decision to withhold information, and no amount of questioning would yield answers. After a moment of silence, I rose to leave. Liang Feng would not stop me, merely watching my retreating figure, words unspoken. Upon exiting the elevator, I caught a glimpse of Meng Zicheng entering a nearby elevator, engrossed in a phone call, oblivious to my presence. He must have come to visit Liang Feng. I reconsidered my decision and chose to retrace my steps. When I returned to the corridor outside the hospital room, Meng Zicheng was indeed within, the door tightly shut, leaving me unable to hear anything, which left me somewhat disheartened. Fortunately, fate intervened. Just as I prepared to give up, a nurse entered, pushing a medical cart. I stepped aside, feigning a phone call. And when the nurse exited and casually closed the door, I swiftly wedged my hand in to leave a narrow gap, allowing sound to filter through. Xiao Gu says we should have dinner together when you're discharged. Meng Zicheng's voice resonated. Liang Feng remained silent. Our brotherhood has always been one of loyalty. Seeing you and Xiao go at odds, do you think it sits well with me? For goodness sake, reconcile quickly. I am caught in the middle, and it's unbearable. Meng Zicheng complained, unable to contain his feelings. Liang Feng finally spoke. Do you truly believe he is in the right? At this point, Meng Zicheng fell silent. After approximately a minute, his voice re-emerged, tinged with a hint of resentment. What does right or wrong matter among brothers? I only recognize you as my closest friends. Even if you are utterly reprehensible, I will accept it. I tightened my grip on the bag in my hands, lowering my gaze to listen intently. I sensed that the truth behind the conflict between Shen Yixiao and Liang Feng was on the verge of revealing itself. Indeed, Liang Feng's tone shifted to one of anger. And what about Xiao Yu? Has she treated us poorly? She has been a good friend to us, offering care in the past. Do you have no awareness of that? She regards you as her own brother. Do you not feel a pang of discomfort as you watch Xiao Gu betray her? Of course I feel discomfort. Meng Ziqing responded, growing somewhat agitated. But Xiao Ge has claimed that his feelings for his sister-in-law are genuine, and that those women outside are merely distractions. Am I to inform his sister-in-law and risk a confrontation leading to divorce? What do you believe we should do instead? This was the first time I had heard Meng Ziqing express remorse regarding Shen Yixiao's infidelity. He was the most flirtatious among the three. Shen Yixiao possessed an innate charm. While he actively courted trouble, he usually took a rather relaxed view of matters between men and women, so he genuinely believed Shen Yixiao's words about merely playing around with other women. I wished to burst through the door and chastise the two of them, but doing so would interrupt their conversation, leaving me even more in the dark about the reasons behind Shen Yixiao and Liang Feng's altercation. With a long sigh, Liang Feng spoke heavily. Genuine feelings? Do you truly think that someone who loves another sincerely would hurt them? I have been unable to sleep well during this time. I owe Li Yu an apology. Meng Ziqing remained silent for a while longer before speaking again, his tone now laced with anxiety. Damn it, Liang Feng. This sudden guilt of yours. You wouldn't betray Xiao Ge, would you? Have you divulged everything to his sister-in-law? My heart dropped, hanging in my throat, making it difficult to breathe. Would Liang Feng buckle under the pressure and reveal everything to Shen Yixiao and Meng Ziqing? If that were to happen, Shen Yixiao and I would inevitably fall apart prematurely, making it even more challenging for me to leave him, as he would undoubtedly prepare to prevent my departure. As I pondered these thoughts, my emotions spiraled into further tension. No, Liang Feng replied without hesitation, his words flowing forth effortlessly. The speed of his response surprised me. Did he truly not feel guilty towards Shen Yixiao for helping me? Hearing this, Meng Ziqing exhaled a sigh of relief. That's good, regardless of the circumstances. You mustn't mention such matters to his sister-in-law. However, Liang Feng replied coldly, if one day she discovers what Xiao Ge has done, she will undoubtedly seek a divorce. He has been too ruthless, exploiting her most painful experiences. The topic had now reached its core, and I held my breath, fearing that I might miss a single word. Meng Ziqing sighed, adopting an expression of helplessness. Indeed, I also believe that Xiao Ge has gone too far in this matter. It is inappropriate. Yet, with the conversations that surfaced between his sister-in-law and Lu Xiaoyun, there are suspicions of an ambiguous relationship. Xiao Ge finds himself in a position where he must prove his love for her. Liang Feng's voice suddenly rose, clearly agitated. Do you remember the circumstances at that time? We were all present. Li Yu was injured while shielding him from a knife. She suffered lasting consequences. A man should never behave that way. Calm down, take a breath, Meng Ziqing urged Liang Feng. If this incident were to be leaked to the media, it would portray him as genuinely devoted to Li Yu, and even if she could not bear children, he would stand by her side. I can no longer bear to witness this. Liang Feng took a deep breath, his voice lowering. Yet I could still hear him clearly. My grip on the bag tightened until I felt drained of strength, and the small bag slipped from my fingers, clattering to the ground. Fortunately, the bustling hospital corridor masked the sound, and after hastily retrieving it, I darted toward the elevator. That brief distance felt interminable, as my mind was in turmoil, yearning for a place to find solace. To avoid drawing attention from Meng Ziqing and Liang Feng, I could not afford to compose myself here. I needed to leave swiftly in search of a safe haven. It was only when I returned to my car that I exhaled heavily, clutching the steering wheel tightly, my heart pounding violently against my chest, as if it might burst forth. My thoughts were consumed by Liang Feng's words. I had assumed that the news was leaked by Su Ying, as she had done in my previous life, where I later discovered evidence on her phone. I never imagined that Shen Yixiao would be behind this, thinking that even if his love for me had waned, he would at least refrain from exposing my deepest anguish to the world, reducing me to a pitiful figure. The most absurd part was that I had struck Lu Xiaoyan for mocking me, recording her words to show Shen Yixiao, wondering if he found it ludicrous when he heard those recordings. I wanted to refrain from tears, but the overwhelming fury ignited a heat in my eyes. I pulled out a tissue, wiping away the tears that flowed unabated, tilting my head in a futile attempt to retain them. As I cried, Su Ying's mocking words echoed in my mind. Li Yu, you truly are a fool. Did she know that the news circulating online did not originate from her? I placed the blame squarely on her, leading her to deem me a fool. Once my emotions had settled somewhat, I took out my phone, revisiting the reports about my infertility. I meticulously examined the photograph of the medical record, recalling the image seen on Su Ying's phone. only to realize they were taken from different angles, definitely not the same picture. Furthermore, the online version contained clearer details, while Su Ying's was vague. I felt an urge to slap myself for being so careless. Yet, even if I recognized the discrepancies, what difference did it make? Shen Yixiao was willing to divulge even this matter, using it as a means to quell public concern and sculpt a persona of deep devotion. In his eyes, profit reigned supreme. I continued to scour my phone for existing evidence, hoping to find something useful, but after repeated searches, aside from recordings and photographs between Shen Yixiao and Lu Xiaoyun, I uncovered nothing else. I had never contemplated the illegal acts Shen Yixiao had committed or any internal company flaws. Had I not been reborn, I would have never sought revenge against Shen Yixiao in my lifetime. I spent the entire night in my car parked by the roadside, unable to sleep. My eyes ached fiercely and my body grew stiff. As dawn broke, a cleaner passing by my car caught sight of my numb state and was taken aback. My phone beside me vibrated incessantly, with calls, messages, and WeChat notifications bombarding me one after another. Yet I did not answer or respond to any of them. As the time approached for work, I drove to the office like a ghost. Shen Yixiao was already waiting for me in the HR department, frantic from his inability to locate me, ultimately resorting to waiting at my workstation. Others appeared somewhat awkward upon his arrival, casting furtive glances at us. "Wife!" Shen Yixiao exclaimed as he spotted me, springing to his feet and striding toward me. We both bore the marks of sleeplessness from the night, our faces reflecting fatigue and weariness. Unlike him, whose expression was filled with anxiety and concern, I felt nothing but numbness and weakness. This was not an appropriate place for conversation, as our issues would be easily discerned, so Shen Yixiao took my hand and led me to his office. Lu Xiaoyun gazed intently at us, her eyes fixated on our intertwined hands, biting her lip in a moment of silent resentment and unwillingness. Her greed truly knows no bounds. Shen Yixiao has made numerous concessions for her, yet she remains unsatisfied. "Were you last night? Why did you not answer your phone or reply to my messages?" Shen Yixiao inquired anxiously after closing the door. He took my hand and turned me around, inspecting for any injuries. I felt like a marionette, allowing him to manipulate my body without resistance. Observing my expression carefully, he finally discerned that my distress stemmed from emotions rather than physical harm. "Is it because Secretary Lu confronted you yesterday, causing you to feel upset? I've already reprimanded her, and she has acknowledged her mistake. Please, don't remain angry," he probed gently. "If you wish for me to remain calm, then ensure she departs from here and never reappears before us again. You should be capable of that," I replied, surprisingly calm. Our eyes met, and Shen Yixiao averted his gaze momentarily. Furrowing his brow in hesitation, he remarked, "My dear, weren't you the one who often advised me to leave room for others? Secretary Lu is quite young and immature. Let us forgive her this once. I've heard her family situation is dire. Her parents are absent, and she lives with her uncle and aunt, who do not treat her well. She has only managed to graduate from university through the kindness of others and hard work. We've already had her resign. Asking her to leave the city seems a bit excessive." His lengthy explanation was solely to defend Lu Xiaoyun. If he were to acquiesce to my request, his clandestine relationship with her would become increasingly complicated, making even feigned normalcy impossible. Moreover, Lu Xiaoyun would undoubtedly cause a scene, unwilling to depart. I extended my hand, shifting the topic. "Shen Yixiao, I wish to check your phone." His expression shifted slightly, yet he quickly composed himself and handed me his phone. "Go ahead. Check as you please, as long as it brings you peace of mind. I cannot endure another episode like last night. I was terrified. If I could not find you, I would have had to report it to the authorities." He concluded with an air of confidence, smiling. "You check. I have work to attend to. Just return the phone to me when you're done." I nodded and observed him take a seat at the desk. His phone was entirely devoid of anything incriminating, rendering my search futile. However, drawing from the lessons of my previous life, I knew of the two systems and interfaces on his phone and how to access them, as he had once unlocked it for me. Shen Yixiao buried himself in work, while I effortlessly accessed his second system. I refrained from delving into his WeChat, knowing it likely synced with his computer. Instead, I opened his photo album, finding an array of images featuring him and Lu Xiaoyun, candlelit dinners, moments on the rooftop, and intimate scenes of them together, along with gifts he had bestowed upon her and numerous transaction records, totaling over 1,000 photos. Scrolling through, I eventually found the image I sought, an identical medical record to the one circulating online. In that instant, my heart shattered once more, my hand holding the phone trembling slightly, requiring great effort to conceal my turmoil. My parched eyes began to ache again as I closed the system and returned to the standard interface. Standing before Shen Yixiao and placing the phone in front of him, he regarded me with a half-smile, his lips slightly parted. "What do you think? Are you satisfied, Mrs. Shen? There's nothing in there." I shook my head. I did not find what I was looking for. Shen Yixiao's smile froze. "What do you mean?" "Earlier, when we confronted Su Ying, I had discovered the medical record on her phone. Suddenly recalling last night, it seemed the angle was incorrect. The medical record online was not the one she had released. Across the desk, I gazed at Shen Yixiao. "That medical record was sent by you." Shen Yixiao abruptly stood, his complexion pale, his eyes flickering with shock and panic. "How could you think that? I would never do such a thing." After a moment of astonishment, he quickly regained his composure, circumventing the desk to grasp my hands. "Who said this? Tell me, and I shall confront them." "No one told me. It is merely my own conclusion," I retorted, shaking off his grasp, fury evident in my expression. "That medical record was taken by you. I only remembered last night. The one on Su Ying's phone is not the same as the one online." Upon hearing my words, Shen Yixiao exhaled deeply, not angered by my rejection of his touch, but rather smiling. "So it was just your imagination, my dear. Are you certain you're not mistaken? When did I ever take that photo? Your suspicions of me are so profound that they have led to delusions." With that, he produced his phone, opening his album before my eyes, displaying photos one by one. "See, where's that photo?" His confidence was almost unbearable, tempting me to access his second system again. "So many selfies with Lu Xiaoyan. How would he explain those?" "But I remember you taking it," I insisted. Shen Yixiao looked at me with exasperation. "My dear, you cannot suspect me without evidence. How could I possibly do such a thing? You endured injuries to save me. Being unable to have children means I cannot become a father. Would I want to disclose such wounds to others?" His words, grandiloquent yet empty, revealed that the man before me was beyond redemption. Reason urged me to endure a little longer. He had promised to secure a venue for my store, which was nearing the acquisition of its business license. Since it was for my enterprise, it would naturally require my identification. At that moment, he would retrieve my ID from the safe, allowing me to devise a plan to retain it. I glanced at the safe, yearning to uncover not just my ID, but any other items that could lead to Shen Yixiao's ruin. "My dear," seeing my lack of response, Shen Yixiao placed his hands on my shoulders, solemnly promising, "Trust me, will you?" As I regained focus, memories of an upcoming recording for the second season of a variety show flooded my mind, tempering my anger. Given Shen Yixiao's ruthlessness, distancing myself from him seemed the wisest choice. Perhaps my emotions were running high, and I was overthinking. The recent pressures weighed heavily on me. I softened my tone, forcing a strained smile. Shen Yixiao tenderly stroked my hair, saying, "It's all right. No matter what, I will be with you." We embraced, yet our thoughts diverged. At that moment, a knock resonated from outside the office. Before Shen Yixiao could respond, the door swung open, and Lu Xiaoyan strode in, urgency etched upon her face. "Mr. Shen, we have a meeting with Ronwei at 10 o'clock. Time is running short." Shen Yixiao pushed me aside, glancing at his watch. I almost forgot. Lu Xiaoyan cast a glance at me, her eyes reflecting resentment and disdain, as if blaming me for Shen Yixiao's tardiness. "Darling, stop overthinking. You don't need to go to work these next few days. The store's business license is being processed, right? Handle that first." Shen Yixiao kissed my forehead, instructing. I nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Xiaoyan awaited him nearby, and Shen Yixiao donned his coat and approached her. As he reached her, she instinctively rose on her toes to adjust his tie. This gesture, reserved for lovers and spouses, felt entirely inappropriate. Shen Yixiao seemed to sense the awkwardness. Having just reassured me, he could not allow Lu Xiaoyan to disrupt the moment. He pushed her aside, admonishing, "Just focus on your responsibilities. Do not meddle in matters that do not concern you." "Secretary Lu, you are about to leave the company. Do not let me down at the final hour." Lu Xiaoyan withdrew her hand, casting a timid glance at Shen Yixiao, obediently nodding as she said, "I understand, Mr. Shen." After the two departed, I left the company as well, heading straight home. Following Shen Yixiao's maneuver, the external doubts surrounding him and Lu Xiaoyan dissipated rapidly. Everyone praised him as a quintessential gentleman, a paragon of success who remained true to his roots, treating me with unwavering affection. He was assured that I would never disclose to the media the reasons behind my infertility, for my love for him was profound. After resting at home for a few days, the shop was finally ready. I specifically requested Shen Yixiao to rent a pre-established store, saving us the trouble of renovations. We merely needed to apply for a new business license. Aware of my eagerness to open a shop and feeling guilty, Shen Yixiao took this matter to heart. "Darling, I have a gathering tonight and may return late. Please rest early," he informed me. Once again, I glanced at his message and, with a familiar sense of resignation, set my phone aside to continue painting. I had disposed of all the artworks related to Shen Yixiao in my studio. Some had been reduced to ashes, while others were shredded and discarded. He adored the sight of me wielding a paintbrush, finding it artistic and beautiful, as though I inhabited a different realm. He preferred the versions of himself that I depicted, filtered through my lens of admiration, handsome and gentle. He once mentioned that on our 10th wedding anniversary, he would host an exhibition featuring my paintings, prominently showcasing his portrait to let the world know just how blissful he was. I couldn't help but wonder how he would feel upon entering the now barren studio. Moments later, my phone rang. Assuming it was Shen Yixiao, concerned over my silence, I delayed in answering, only to discover an unfamiliar number. Puzzled, I answered the call. "Hello, who is this?" After a few seconds of silence on the other end, a voice I recognized trembled through the receiver. Upon hearing that voice, my paintbrush slipped from my fingers and tears welled in my eyes, my heart racing as though it might leap from my throat. "Mom?" I exclaimed in disbelief, tears streaming down my cheeks. "Xiaoya, it's your mother. Can we meet?" Her voice was choked with emotion, mirroring my own turmoil. Frantically wiping my tears, I replied, "Yes, where shall we meet?" "I'm on my way." My mother provided an address, and without a moment to change clothes, I hurried out the door. My emotions surged and ebbed as I traveled, filled with excitement and joy, yet tinged with guilt and unease. I wondered how she had managed to contact me and what prompted her to reach out. Chapter 84. Let us get divorced. My mother had chosen to meet at an amusement park, a place that held cherished memories from my childhood when my parents took me there every weekend. Years had passed, and the once vibrant park now appeared dilapidated. Its attractions outdated and hardly frequented, permitting free entry. I found her waiting by the carousel, and, as I rushed to locate her, I spotted her on a bench, holding a cotton candy. "Xiaoya," she called out, recognizing me instantly despite my mask. She approached, her face etched with concern. I had seen her and my father several times from a distance, but had never mustered the courage to greet them. "Mom." I ran into her warm embrace. She held me tightly, patting my back. "Xiaoya, you've lost so much weight." Her words pierced my heart, reminding me of my past misdeeds towards them, filling me with regret. I had betrayed the two people who loved me most. I wanted to speak, but the moment I opened my mouth, I was overcome with tears, unable to articulate my feelings. My mother, too, succumbed to her emotions, holding my hand and offering me the cotton candy. "Here, eat this. You loved it in high school. I wonder if you still do as an adult." I took the cotton candy, savoring its sweetness, which momentarily dulled my inner turmoil. "Let us have a meal together," my mother suggested gently. "All right," I nodded. We chose a quiet corner in a restaurant, and I was struck by how much older she appeared up close. The years had taken a toll on her, especially after giving birth to Li Qingming when she was nearly 40. My mother had learned of my infertility through the news, prompting her to inquire about my life with Shen Yixiao and whether he would resent me for it. I wished to alleviate her worries, embellishing my past experiences to spare her heartache. "Xiaoya, if Shen Yixiao ever looks down on you because of this, you must divorce him and come home. All right?" She grasped my hand tightly, her eyes pleading. "Rest assured, as long as you leave Shen Yixiao and sincerely apologize to your father, we will welcome you back." Her words almost escaped my lips, revealing my plans to leave Shen Yixiao, but I hesitated, wary of the potential repercussions. I would wait until I had truly distanced myself from him before confiding in my parents. "Mom, how are you and Dad doing? I heard from Aunt Yang that you had another child abroad. Aren't you exhausted?" I diverted the conversation. When Li Qingming was mentioned, my mother averted her gaze, guilt washing over her. I comforted her. "Mom, I have no right to be angry. I was in the wrong first, and you were let down because of me. I even visited you secretly and saw my little brother. He is adorable, and knowing he is with you gives me peace of mind. Xiaoya, come home. If you return, we will be a family of 4 again, and I will persuade your father, she implored, longing for my return. I yearned to go back, yet I could not ascertain Shen Yixiao's intentions. If things did not unfold as planned, my parents might become collateral damage in his retribution. Mom, please don't worry about me. How can I not worry? She gazed intently at me. You're a piece of my heart. I dream of you getting hurt. Yet your father forbids me from contacting you, insisting you must endure hardship before you return to admit your mistakes. I smiled bitterly at my father's prophetic nature. As a naive teenager, I had believed that love could conquer all. Just then, our food arrived, filled with my favorite dishes. I intentionally shifted the subject, focusing on a meal and serving my mother. She sensed my evasion and ceased her probing, allowing us to enjoy a harmonious meal together. With each bite, my heart began to mend. After finishing, I drove my mother close to her home, promising to meet again soon. And bye. Just as my mother opened the car door, I heard Su Jingnan's voice. My mother greeted him warmly. Zhengnan, have you just returned? Xiaoya, come down and say hello to Zhengnan. If it weren't for him, how would Tia found you? Though reluctant, I unbuckled my seatbelt and stepped out to greet Su Zhengnan. Good evening, Zhengnan. Having spoken so harshly during our last encounter, I had thought I would never see him again, yet here we were, not long after. I felt uneasy meeting his gaze. Su Zhengnan appeared to have just returned from basketball, dressed in a black jersey, holding an orange basketball. His toned physique was accentuated in this attire, a stark contrast to his usual long sleeves and pants. It is likely that out of regard for my mother, he refrained from showing me a sour face and instead smiled gently, greeting me with a good evening. Zhengnan, please do not mention my meeting with Xiaoya to Uncle Li. I fear it may anger him, my mother implored helplessly. Su Zhengnan nodded. All right, I understand it, bye. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Yes, you may go, my mother replied. As I watched Su Zhengnan's figure fade into the distance, my mother sighed. Xia, how wonderful it would have been if you had chosen Zhengnan back then. I remained silent, for at this point, further words would only deepen my mother's regrets. She continued, however, I truly did not expect Shen Yixiao to reach such heights. I saw news how well he treats you. You seem so happy, and that reassures me. If he ever mistreats you, remember you can always divorce him and return. Mom, please go rest, I said, steering away from that topic. After my mother bid me farewell, she walked home, and only after her figure had completely disappeared did I drive back. Upon arriving home, I first sent my mother a message to assure her of my safety, then opened Su Jingnan's profile. After much hesitation, I finally sent a message. Thank you. Su Zhengnan replied. Thank for what? I responded, I was able to meet my mother, thanks to you, so I'm grateful. He replied, it was she who asked me for your contact information. I countered, but it was your assistance that made it possible. In any case, thank you. Su Zhengnan retorted. Stop with the repetition. I was taken aback by his sudden, sarcastic reply, and it took me a while to realize that my every word was an expression of gratitude. Chapter 85. Almost discovered the issue was that apart from saying thank you, I truly did not know how else to convey my feelings. I responded with an awkward emoji, but Su Zhengnan did not reply further. Ever since I re-established contact with my mother, my spirits had lifted considerably. Life suddenly seemed full of promise. If I could leave Shen Yixiao and return to my parents, I would do so without hesitation. Wife, you seem to be in good spirits these past few days. Shen Yixiao remarked, noticing my uplifted mood, a broad smile gracing his face. I took a bite of the delicious fried egg on my plate. Indeed, joy invigorates the spirit, even enhancing one's appetite. Isn't the store about to open soon? I've never ventured into entrepreneurship before, so I'm quite looking forward to it. I replied with a bright smile and a light tone. Shen Yixiao sighed, a hint of guilt in his voice. If I had known it was this simple to make you happy, I would have agreed to it sooner. I used to think I was protecting you by not letting you endure hardship, but now I realize I was mistaken. I smiled silently, my thoughts already planning to buy clothes and bags for my mother once Shen Yixiao went to the office. I sold all the jewelry, clothing, and bags in my home, and then purchased a batch of identical replicas at a low price, keeping only a few essential items that were genuine. It would be difficult to take these things with me in the future. Converting everything into cash and storing it safely in my card was the wisest choice. Now that I wished to buy gifts for my mother, I could use the funds freely, as Shen Yixiao had no grasp of my financial situation. He feared my independence and avoided giving me control over finances. Any gifts on holidays were never in cash or through transfers, as he dreaded the day I might gain the strength to leave him. Wife, there is something I must report to you and seek your consent on. Shen Yixiao began cautiously as he noticed my good mood. What is it? I inquired. Regarding Secretary Lu's resignation, I originally intended for her to leave swiftly, but I've realized the capabilities of others are concerning, and they cannot replace her. Many tasks require her oversight, hence she may need to remain longer. His words were purely from a work perspective. It seemed innocuous, yet I sensed a significant issue. Over the past few days, I had been in touch with Sun Xiaoling, who had just finished filming a promotional video. Director Li had mentioned Lu Xiaoyun, expressing initial optimism, but after observing her poor performance during the interview segment, he was now hesitant. With Director Li's indecision, Lu Xiaoyun could not enter the industry quickly, so she would have to find a way to stay at the company for now. I understood the situation, but chose not to expose Shen Yixiao. While he was preoccupied with his secret affair with Lu Xiaoyun, I could spend time with my mother. All right, you can arrange it as you see fit. I have no objections. Shen Yixiao was delighted. Wife, I adore your understanding nature. If it weren't for your support of all my decisions, I wouldn't be where I am today. Listening to his sweet words, I forced a smile, and soon he left for the office. No sooner had he departed than I set out to meet my mother. We had planned to go shopping together, ensuring she returned before Li Qingming finished school. Feeling a sense of guilt for not having compensated her over the years, I was eager to indulge her. However, my mother declined most of the items, accepting only a pair of reasonably priced shoes. Xiaoya, you need not do this. Save your money for yourself, she gently chided while patting my hand. But I have nothing. I felt guilt gnawing at me. After all these years, I had given them nothing. My mother smiled. Didn't you gift us a painting? Zhengnan brought it to us, claiming you had chosen it. Surprised, I recalled that encounter at the art exhibition. I had merely mentioned it casually, never expecting Su Zhengnan to actually purchase the sunflower painting as a gift for my parents. A wave of warmth washed over me, despite his cold demeanor towards me. He had chosen to help mend my regrets behind my back. Su Zhengnan and Shen Yixiao were like two extremes. One was cold yet warm-hearted, always silently supporting me, while the other spoke sweetly but inflicted wounds from behind. As my mother reminisced about my childhood with Su Zhengnan, her enthusiasm was palpable. Do you remember when you fell into a ditch at 6 years old? Zhengnan ran back to call us. Thankfully, he did so in time. The water was quite deep, and you nearly drowned. He is indeed your savior. Aunt Yang adored you and often joked about arranging a marriage between you two. Your father and I never agreed. Although we thought Zhengnan was a fine boy, ultimately, it was your choice that mattered. Who would have thought you would end up with Shen Yixiao? Such is fate. As she spoke, the conversation shifted back to Shen Yixiao. I despised hearing his name from my mother's lips, feeling as though it sullied her speech. Thus, I quickly interjected, Mom, shall I buy Qingming a basketball? He seems to enjoy playing. My mother, realizing I did not wish to discuss that topic, nodded resignedly. All right, he will surely be delighted. After purchasing the basketball, I glanced at the time. It was nearly noon. I chose a nearby restaurant for lunch. To ensure peace and convenience for our conversation, I selected a private room for just the two of us. The myriad of topics we shared felt as if we were attempting to make up for years of lost communication. Just then, a server entered to bring our dishes. And as I faced the door, I caught sight of Shen Yixiao, Meng Zicheng, and Liang Feng approaching. In that moment, my heart raced. If Shen Yixiao spotted my mother, he would surely suspect our communication and might harbor resentment toward my parents for past grievances. The trio appeared engrossed in conversation, unaware of us. But suddenly Liang Feng glanced over and, upon seeing me, his face registered surprise before his gaze shifted to my mother-esque profile. I clenched my fists, my palms sweating. Shen Yixiao retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, placing one between his lips while inadvertently turning his head in our direction. Just as he was about to catch sight of us, Liang Feng pulled him and Meng Zicheng aside to step out for a smoke. Watching them disappear, I exhaled a long breath, though the goosebumps on my skin had yet to fade. 5 minutes later, Liang Feng texted, "Is that your mother?" I replied, "Yes." "Are you going to tell Shen Yixiao?" Liang Feng responded, "You know he fears you re-establishing contact with your family." I added, "I also know he was the one who spread the news about my infertility to prove his deep affection for me and to show his innocence regarding Lu Xiaoyan." Liang Feng, he must be quite astonished, wondering how I came to know about this matter. The last time I visited him at the hospital, he never mentioned any of this. Chapter 86. Lu Xiaoyan complains I. If you're going to help me, then commit to it fully, until the day I completely sever ties with him. Liang Feng, are you certain that you wish to leave him? Yes, otherwise I would prefer death. My extreme words were filled with disdain and disappointment towards this marriage. I wonder what Liang Feng felt upon reading my response. I am 80% confident that he would choose to assist me, not only because he harbors feelings for me, having hurt me numerous times, but also due to the growing rift he feels towards Shen Yixiao. He must have gone back to consult with his two younger brothers and ascertain the truth of my words, which is why he has begun to heed my requests. Xiaoya, who are you chatting with? My mother inquired. Noticing my incessant typing on the phone, her curiosity piqued. It's nothing, Mom, just a friend. I replied nonchalantly as I set my phone down. My mother's expression shifted slightly. It wouldn't be that Su Ying again, would it? She came to our house in high school to relay messages from Shen Yixiao. My parents still remember these events. They disapprove of Su Ying, perceiving her as a delinquent, dressed inappropriately and lacking decorum. Most importantly, she had stolen my mother's jewelry. However, my mother lacked evidence, and since I had been at odds with them over Shen Yixiao, I felt they were targeting me, leading to my friends being slandered and attacked as well. Now, I firmly believe that Su Ying did indeed take my mother's jewelry. Yet too much time has elapsed for it to matter. No, I've already severed ties with her, I replied. Upon hearing this, my mother's face brightened. Well, she is certainly not a suitable friend for you. Trust your mother's judgment. I nodded. Yes, I trust you. Seeing my compliance, my mother's mood visibly improved, and she began recounting amusing anecdotes about Li Qingming, prompting us both to laugh and fostering a relaxed atmosphere. As we neared the end of our meal, I concocted an excuse to step outside, hoping to see if Shen Yixiao and the others were still around. Just then, Liang Feng sent a message. We have already left. He truly seems to know me inside and out. I sighed in relief as I returned to the private room and left the restaurant with my mother. I had intended to drive her home, but she declined, stating that Zheng Nin was nearby and had offered to give her a ride. Isn't he working? I was somewhat surprised. His job allows for flexibility. The boy is quite capable, having purchased several properties abroad through his own efforts. Now back in the country, he intends to rely on his own merits rather than his family connections. My mother spoke highly of Su Zhengnan. I was somewhat unaware of Su Jingnan's circumstances, though I was not surprised by his accomplishments. However, I was taken aback by how considerate he was toward my mother. In my memory, he was polite, but not overly friendly. Perhaps he was simply being kind out of respect for my mother's close relationship with Aunt Yang, showing concern for my parents. Let him take you home, I conceded. My mother urged me to return first, promising to wait for Su Zhengnan, but I felt uneasy and reluctant to leave. So I stayed with her. 10 minutes later, Su Jingnan's car appeared, a discreet business vehicle, valued around 2 million, perfectly matching his demeanor. He was dressed in a tailored black suit, evidently just returning from the office, his tie impeccably arranged. His entire presence exuded an air of aloof sophistication. Zhengnan, I truly appreciate your help, my mother said, a bit sheepishly. Aunt Bai, there's no need for such formality. I often have a busy work schedule and may need to travel for business or social engagements. When I'm not home, I would appreciate it if you could check in on my mother. Her health isn't great, and she refuses to hire help, which worries me. Su Zhengnan replied with a polite smile, exhibiting a sense of propriety. I felt somewhat inadequate in comparison. It seemed that in terms of character, I could not measure up to him. You needn't worry. I often visit your mother. Over the years, I've looked forward to returning to cook and share stories with her. My mother responded cheerfully. My mother is skilled in various crafts, save for driving. She has never learned to drive. Once my mother entered the car, Su Zhengnan glanced at me, acknowledging my presence. As he prepared to enter the vehicle, I called out, "Thank you for your help." His expression turned somewhat complex, as if at a loss for words. Is that all you have to say to me besides thanks? Nothing more, I shook my head. His demeanor cooled as he opened the door and got in, swiftly turning the car around to leave. I felt a twinge of embarrassment, and after watching Su Zhengnan's vehicle depart, I found my own car, ready to head home. Halfway there, Shen Yixiao's call came through. Upon answering, he spoke with palpable anger. Where are you? Who were you just with? What is it? I responded, my heart sinking as I countered his inquiry. Did you not see the photo I sent? Don't you think you owe me an explanation? You claim I don't trust you, yet you met with Su Zhengnan behind my back. How am I supposed to trust you? Shen Yixiao was blunt, his voice filled with fury, clearly incensed. Had he witnessed my conversation with Su Zhengnan? Since he and Liang Feng were dining nearby, it was entirely plausible that they could have seen us interact. But did he see my mother? A sense of anxiety crept in, yet I maintained my composure verbally, insisting that I merely encountered him by chance and exchanged pleasantries. Simultaneously, I opened WeChat, where Shen Yixiao had sent a photo just a minute ago. It depicted me and Su Zhengnan locking eyes, while my mother had likely already settled into the car, thus omitted from a shot. But who took this photograph? If it was Shen Yixiao, he would have rushed over to confront me from the start. I quickly typed and sent the photo to Liang Feng. Liang Feng. It was taken by Lu Xiaoyan. She probably didn't TC your mother. So, Lu Xiaoyan was also present. How amusing. Shen Yixiao, dining out with his mistress, saw me conversing with Su Zhengnan and was triggered. How dare he question me? A newfound confidence surged within me, and my voice steadied. Who took that photo? Have her confront me and ask what she saw, and how long Su Zhengnan and I spoke. Shen Yixiao faltered, as he had acted impulsively, neglecting to devise an explanation for the photograph's origin. Was it Meng Zicheng, Liang Feng, or perhaps Secretary Lu? A heavy sigh escaped from Shen Yixiao's end, as if he were both shocked and incensed. Could it be that Lu Xiaoyan was beside him at that moment? Would she feel jealous listening to Shen Yixiao's accusations? The thought processes of mistresses are often perplexing to the average person. It was Meng Zicheng. Shen Yixiao ultimately decided to throw him under the bus. Deep down, he understood that Meng Zicheng was more loyal than Liang Feng, which is why he first considered blaming him rather than Liang Feng. Chapter 87. Are you truly innocent? Before I could speak, Meng Zicheng had already taken Shen Yixiao's phone, gallantly covering for his friend. Sister-in-law, I was just taking a photo for fun. When I reviewed the pictures, I noticed you and Su Zhengnan conversing, so I interrupted Meng Zicheng, my tone colder than ever. Do you take me for a fool? Meng Zicheng was momentarily speechless, unable to respond. This tactic had failed, and Shen Yixiao had to reclaim his phone and continue explaining. Honey, that photo was actually sent to me by Secretary Lu. She mentioned she bought some bread and saw you talking to a stranger, concerned that our relationship might be in jeopardy. So she asked me. Such a clumsy explanation rolled off his tongue with unnerving ease. I did not wish to hear more. I directly asked, Is Secretary Lu beside you? Have her answer the phone. I want to ask her personally. Shen Yixiao would undoubtedly never acknowledge Lu Xiaoyan's presence, nor would he permit her to answer my call. He employed every possible means to evade my inquiries, neglecting the matter of my meeting with Su Zhengnan. Ultimately, he was the one to hang up the phone first. Staring at the concluded screen, I was engulfed by a chilling resentment. I sent another message to Liang Feng. Are you certain that Lu Xiaoyan did not see my mother? Liang Feng replied, Yes. Lu Xiaoyan went out alone to purchase something and later informed Shen Yixiao. Fortunately, my mother was seated in the back, and the photograph indeed does not capture her. It seems Lu Xiaoyan happened to see me with Su Zhengnan and swiftly took a picture to show Shen Yixiao. Only then did I feel a sense of relief and drove home. Shen Yixiao was already waiting for me at home, wearing an expression that demanded an explanation. Aren't you going to clarify why it was so coincidental that you met Su Zhengnan? I retorted coldly. Then you should also explain why Secretary Lu fortuitously captured my photograph and sent it to you. I tossed my bag aside. Shen Yixiao, visibly embarrassed and angry, asked, Have you had enough of this? Lu Xiaoyan is my secretary. It is entirely normal for me to take her out for a meal. Hence, it is equally normal for her to inform me about this matter. And you? How long has it been since you last saw Su Zhengnan? Now that he has returned to the country, encountering him occasionally is completely abnormal. Observing his furious demeanor, I silently prayed that he would grow increasingly agitated and eventually propose a divorce, to which I would readily agree and promptly sign my name. However, Shen Yixiao hesitated to utter the words I longed to hear, stubbornly refusing to bring it up, which left me profoundly disappointed. Not wishing to engage further, I ascended the stairs to take a shower. Shen Yixiao followed me upstairs, his discomfort evident as he struggled to comprehend my indifference. He attributed my change in demeanor to Su Jingnan's appearance. You still have feelings for him, don't you? He blocked my path, his eyes ablaze with suppressed fury. Those unaware might mistakenly assume that I was the one who had strayed in this marriage. I have no idea what you're talking about, Shen Yixiao. If you truly suspect me, you could investigate my interactions with Su Zhengnan to ascertain whether they are as ambiguous as you claim. Conversely, what about you? Are you truly innocent with Lu Xiaoyan? I raised my voice, my gaze piercing into Shen Yixiao's. His eyes reflected emotions I could no longer decipher after so many years together. Under my pressing inquiries, Shen Yixiao quelled his anger, knowing that prolonging the confrontation would only heighten the chances of revealing his own missteps. Wife, Let us cease this quarrel, shall we? I do not wish to argue on behalf of anyone. His eyes brimmed with exhaustion. We have worked hard to arrive at this point. Why has it escalated to this? He inquired. Who am I to question? In response to his heartfelt plea, I felt no resonance, not even a lingering regret for our past affection, which was gradually dissipating. I remained silent, merely gazing at him as though he were a fool. Sensing my unusual reaction, he became agitated. Wife, please do not act this way. I would prefer if you shouted at me. Your silence is disconcerting. Shen Yixiao, even if I trust that you and Secretary Liu are innocent, what about the others? I cannot endure being the subject of gossip and speculation repeatedly. Once my emotions had calmed, I spoke earnestly to Shen Yixiao. You are aware of my depression. Do you care at all? You know I must attend therapy and take medication weekly. I cannot afford to be in a poor mood. How can you provoke me so? My words etched deep guilt upon Shen Yixiao's face. He reached out to take my hand, but I withdrew. This small gesture left him utterly astonished. Disappointment shone in my eyes. Shen Yixiao, you once vowed to care for me for a lifetime, to remain devoted regardless of the circumstances. Yet now it seems you have forgotten those promises. Having said this, I turned and ascended the stairs, and this time Shen Yixiao did not follow. After my shower, I fell straight into bed, lacking the desire to go downstairs for dinner. Shen Yixiao had not entered to sleep, and I presumed he had gone out again. However, when I went down to pour myself a drink, I discovered him sitting alone on the sofa, the ashtray on the coffee table overflowing with cigarette butts. The living room was shrouded in smoke, the air thick with its acrid scent. Upon noticing me, he rose in silence to open the windows and doors. I ignored him and went to pour a glass of water, preparing to head back upstairs. Can we talk? Shen Yixiao called out, his voice unusually hoarse. What do you wish to say? I inquired. He approached me, anxiety flickering in his eyes. Can you come with me to a place? I was reluctant to go, yet curiosity about where he intended to take me nagged at me. What place could possibly hold significance for us now? Noticing my silence, he grasped my hand and led me outside. Thankfully, my pajamas were modest enough that I would not feel embarrassed in public. Once in the car, Shen Yixiao fastened my seatbelt, and we both remained silent, listening to the music. He had removed the songs that Liu Xiaoyan had left behind, and every song currently playing was one I had once cherished. Yet I found myself devoid of the emotions they used to evoke. The car sped through the night until we arrived at an unexpected location, outside the high school we had once attended. It was just after evening study hall, and students were pouring out of the gates, their youthful exuberance palpable as they laughed and played, a scene so beautiful. Gazing at the familiar school uniforms stirred a sense of nostalgia within me. If I had not chosen to be with Shen Yixiao, I would have graduated in that uniform, entered my dream university, and embarked on a completely different life. Shen Yixiao was observing the students as well, and he spoke self-deprecatingly. Honestly, I was quite surprised that I got into the first high school. Indeed, considering his lackluster academic performance in middle school, his admission was quite unexpected, though his sharp intellect shone through during exams. Meng Ziqing had been fortunate enough to gain admission through family connections. Among the three of them, only Liang Feng had entered through sheer merit. What did you bring me here for? I asked, my tone indifferent. I haven't been back in a long time. I wanted to return with you, he smiled. You could go home every night, but I couldn't, so I would climb over the wall to find you, following you to the bus stop, watching you board the bus before I would return. I frequently received warnings for being out late. I listened in silence as vivid memories flooded my mind. Back then, the area outside First High School was rather chaotic. My father used to pick me up every evening, but during a certain period, he was occupied with a school seminar, and my mother, unable to drive, insisted I return home with Su Zhongnan. Initially, I followed Su Zhongnan closely until Shen Yixiao made his appearance, always lingering at a distance, like a devoted bodyguard. Had Su Zhongnan always been by my side, perhaps the ensuing complications would never have arisen. Yet fate intervened one day when Su Zhongnan had to take a leave of absence, and I found myself walking home alone. A few ruffians emerged from nowhere, deliberately blocking my path. Having never encountered such a situation before, I attempted to call my parents, only to have my phone snatched away. Shen Yixiao's arrival was like a ray of light illuminating my dark circumstances. He shouted at the ruffians, who quickly dispersed, clearly intimidated by him. Do not fear. If anyone bullies you, tell me, and I will ensure they regret it. Once the ruffians had departed, Shen Yixiao stood before me, his youthful face radiant with a brilliant smile. Little moon, now that I have saved you, you must give me a chance. Let's be friends. Prior to this, he had approached me numerous times, yet I consistently rebuffed him, deliberately maintaining a distance. Even the teachers at school would caution me against associating with someone like him. My sole focus was on studying diligently and honing my artistic skills, envisioning a bright future ahead. However, fate has a peculiar way of intervening. That evening, as I stood beneath the street lamp, the boy extending his hand towards me wore a dazzling smile that stirred my resolve. In contrast to Su Zhongnan, who had never been this fervently forward, Shen Yixiao exuded a sense of authenticity and novelty that captivated me. From that night onward, my demeanor towards Shen Yixiao transformed. I endeavored to befriend him, no longer rejecting his invitations to dine together in the cafeteria or his request to borrow my notes. Gradually, I found myself drawn into his utterly different world. Reflecting on those memories now fills my heart with regret. Let's return, I implored. I no longer wish to linger here. I'm not like Shen Yixiao. He may be here to reminisce about cherished memories, but all I feel is aversion and disgust. This is where my tragedy began. Are you still blaming me? Shen Yixiao persisted, unwilling to depart, accusing me of lacking boundaries with Secretary Liu, his anger palpable. I'm not angry. I'm simply overwhelmed with nausea. He remained oblivious to my inner turmoil as he began to make promises, declaring, "The only person I have ever loved is you, Liu. My heart has never betrayed you." Yet, while his heart remained steadfast, his body had faltered many times. The separation of heart and body often leads many astray, using such theories to deceive both their partner and themselves. The intensity of my revulsion made me feel ill. I pushed open the car door and rushed to a nearby ditch, hoping to expel the contents of my stomach. Yet, having eaten nothing that evening, I found myself unable to vomit, my stomach cramping painfully. Shen Yixiao supported me, anxiously inquiring if my stomach ache was due to my empty stomach. "Wait in the car. I will fetch you something to eat." After assisting me back into the car, he hurried toward a nearby food stall. The vicinity of the school was teeming with snack vendors and late-night eateries, bustling with students. After waiting for a while with no sign of him, I stepped out for some fresh air. Suddenly, I heard someone call out, "Liu?" I turned in surprise to see Teacher Bai, seated in a wheelchair, looking slightly better than when I last saw her at the class reunion. Pushing her was Su Zhongnan. "Teacher Bai," I exclaimed, rushing over to take her hand, feeling guilty. "I'm so sorry I haven't visited you." She smiled warmly. "Silly child, it's all right. You may not have come to see me, but I know you secretly paid for my hospital fees, didn't you?" I nodded. I had felt too ashamed to face her directly, understanding that Shen Yixiao's remarks about arranging treatment were sarcastic. Thus, I had discreetly inquired about her hospital and paid for her treatment as a gesture of goodwill. Su Zhongnan raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile gracing his features, as if my small act had brought him some solace. He had always been like a mentor to me, offering guidance despite being my peer. I recalled how in childhood, he would chastise me for my mistakes and smile proudly whenever I received praise. Some things never change. Su Zhongnan had arranged for my hospital and treatment plan, suggesting I travel abroad for care. I was unwilling. I saw no need to waste time and money. "I appreciate your intentions, but I will decline." Teacher Bai was visibly touched. As we conversed, several girls passed by. One blushingly approached Su Zhongnan, asking, "Senior, are you Su Zhongnan? May I have your contact information?" "No. Focus on your studies," he replied, embodying the role of a diligent scholar. The girls exchanged disappointed glances before departing. Curiosity piqued. I wondered how they recognized him. Teacher Bai explained, "Zhongnan is an esteemed alumnus of our school. His profile is displayed on the honor wall. In my tenure here, he was a role model for many students." I felt a mix of admiration and envy. "By the way, Liu, what brings you here?" Teacher Bai inquired. Her question reminded me of Shen Yixiao. I quickly glanced in the direction he had left, my heart racing at the thought of him returning to witness this scene, which would surely ignite his fury. I needed to steer the conversation away and part ways with Teacher Bai and Su Zhongnan. "I just came for a breath of fresh air. I have to go now," I said hastily, making my way back to the car. They looked surprised by my abruptness, but did not attempt to detain me. As I climbed into the car, I saw Su Zhongnan pushing Teacher Bai's wheelchair away. I exhaled heavily, feeling a moment of relief, only for Shen Yixiao to return with a box of takoyaki and shrimp dumplings. Seeing me in the driver's seat, he asked in confusion, "Wife, are you driving?" "Yes, I'll drive us home," I replied, providing an explanation. He did not question further, handing me the food, urging me to eat something to settle my stomach before we departed. I took the food, its familiar taste reminding me of the past, yet it felt less enticing now, perhaps due to my altered state of mind. Nonetheless, I consumed everything, and seeing me eat heartily, Shen Yixiao smiled, perhaps believing that my appetite signified a reconciliation between us. "Is your stomach feeling better?" he asked gently. I nodded, "Much better. Let us head back." I was anxious that Su Zhengnan might return, hoping fervently to avoid any encounter between him and Shen Yixiao, even by mere coincidence. Shen Yixiao had no objections, and I promptly drove away, feeling a sense of relief wash over me once we were far from the school. Upon arriving home, it was already quite late. Shen Yixiao had work the next day, so after a quick shower, he hurried to bed. I had considered going to the company, but he insisted I simply retain my nominal position and continue receiving my salary without needing to be present, allowing me to focus on managing the store. I understood he wished to keep me away from the company to avoid close proximity with him and Secretary Liu, as well as the potential for hearing gossip from others. "Then please return my ID card. I will handle the paperwork myself," I casually remarked. Shen Yixiao hesitated, an awkward expression crossing his face. I had previously mentioned wanting to travel, and while he promised to arrange it, nothing had come of it, and my ID card remained with him. "If you handle it all, it will be rather dull. I might as well work at the company," I added. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. "I'll bring your ID card back tonight. I'm just worried you might misplace it." "What's the trouble? It's just a matter of replacing an ID card," I countered, sensing his underlying fear of my potential departure. I smiled, satisfied with the outcome. "Don't worry, I will prove I can earn money too." "Silly wife, we are not lacking in funds. Just find something to occupy your time," Shen Yixiao said, gazing at me with a mix of exasperation and affection. I nodded, acknowledging his words. "All right, you should head to the company now." After he left, I tidied up my belongings and stepped outside. An hour later, I met Qiu Xinlian and presented her with 2 cherished paintings I had brought from home. "Sister Qiu, you may authenticate them on the spot." Qiu Xinlian possessed a discerning eye. After a brief examination and a delicate touch, she reached her conclusion. They were genuine. "Name your price." Prior to my arrival, I had researched the market value of these pieces and offered a sum below that. These artworks were acquired by Shen Yixiao as a gift to me, and while I cherished them, my immediate desire was for cash. Money could reside in my small card, but the paintings would be a burden to carry away later. "This price is significantly lower than the market rate." "Are you certain?" Qiu Xinlian gazed at me in astonishment. Without hesitation, I affirmed, "Yes, that is the price." My urgency to sell was not only driven by necessity, but also by a desire to deepen my collaborative relationship with Qiu Xinlian, as I would require her assistance in many future endeavors. Qiu Xinlian smiled. "All right, I accept. Do you have any other requests?" "Yes. I would like replicas of these 2 paintings, ones that are convincingly authentic." I gestured toward the artworks. "Otherwise, it would be troublesome if Shen Yixiao discovers they are missing." Qiu Xinlian readily agreed. "Very well. I shall not charge you for this. Consider it a complimentary service." "Thank you." After departing from Qiu Xinlian, I swiftly received a transfer into my card, and I sighed in relief. The more money I had, the more secure I felt. It was my capital for a future independent of Shen Yixiao. I was aware that if it came to divorce, I would not be entitled to his assets, and the notion of an equitable division seemed implausible. He might even leverage his wealth to thwart my desire for separation, making it evident that life without him would be exceedingly difficult. The joy of receiving the money lifted my spirits, and I found myself compelled to purchase gifts for my mother. Although she would typically refuse to accompany me, I resolved to buy them myself, including presents for my father and Li Qingming, which I would then pass to them via my mother. I wandered through shopping malls and streets, feeling a renewed sense of hope and an insatiable urge to indulge in retail therapy. After making my purchases, I texted my mother and drove to a nearby location, awaiting her arrival to collect the gifts. Just as I was enjoying my anticipation, a knock on my car window startled me. I turned to find my father standing outside, his expression stern. I exited the vehicle, feeling utterly disoriented. I feared him far more than my mother. Our family dynamic had always been that of a nurturing mother and a strict father. My father's upbringing had been rigorous, and prior to my involvement with Shen Yixiao, I had been his pride. "Dad," I called out softly, my voice trembling. "Do not call me that," he barked. "We severed our father-daughter relationship long ago. Why are you here? Who invited you?" His tone was filled with rejection and severity. There was no hint of the surprise or regret that typically accompanies a long absence. Instead, there remained only the unresolved tensions of years gone by. The smile I had struggled to maintain faltered, and my heart sank. "I brought you some gifts," I stammered, forcing a smile as I opened the trunk to reveal the items I had purchased, hoping to demonstrate my goodwill. I believed such an overture might soften his stance. After all these years, surely some of his anger must have dissipated. Instead, he picked up the items and flung them to the ground in a fit of rage. "We have no need for your gifts. They were purchased with Shen Yixiao's money, weren't they? Do you believe you have risen above us? You think we were wrong to oppose your relationship with him? Are you here to flaunt your supposed success?" I was taken aback by his assumptions, momentarily at a loss for words. "Darling, Xiaoya." My mother's figure appeared, and upon seeing us together, her voice tightened with anxiety as she hurried over. My father glared at her. "Did you contact her? How else would she know we had returned?" My mother's eyes flickered with distress, but I quickly took responsibility. "It was my mother who informed me. I came here previously for a drive and noticed the lights on at home, so I guess you were back. I visited several times and saw you, along with a little boy. Since you have seen him, let me clarify. That boy is the only child of my wife and me. Do not disrupt our lives. Our father-daughter bond has long been severed," my father declared resolutely, leaving no room for negotiation. My mother, standing by, looked anxious yet helpless, her gaze shifting between me and my father, filled with anguish. At that moment, Li Qingming approached, running towards us and stopping by my mother's side. He took her hand and, upon recognizing my face, exclaimed with delight, "Big sister, what are you doing here? Are you looking for Brother Zhongnan?" My father's brow furrowed. "Mingming, you know her?" Li Qingming nodded, innocently replying, "Yes, Daddy. I got lost before, and she and Brother Zhongnan found me. But she got hurt while looking for me, and we took her to the hospital." "Big sister, is your injury better now?" the little boy inquired, concern etched on his round face. My throat tightened as I fought back tears. "I'm fine now. You needn't worry." It dawned on me that I had been so close to them all along. "Let me tell you this. Do not engage in such behavior again. As we discussed previously, you chose Shen Yixiao, and that means you have no parents. Please keep your distance from us, and Shen Yixiao should not appear before us." My father seized Li Qingming's hand, pulling him away from me as he issued a warning. Li Qingming looked bewildered by the adult conflict, confused about what was transpiring. "Daddy, Mommy, what's wrong? Don't you like this big sister?" She is very kind and gentle. "Mingming, from now on, stay away from her. Do not emulate her behavior," my father instructed as he led Li Qingming home, casting a scornful glance at my mother. "Why are you still standing there? Our family has no place for her." My mother's eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at me, torn. She understood that if she clashed with my father for my sake, it would only diminish my chances of returning home in the future, so she had no choice but to follow him. Once they left, I looked at the scattered gifts on the ground, and tears finally spilled forth uncontrollably. The moisture blurred my vision, rendering the path ahead unclear, and I found myself unable to move. After a long moment, I regained my composure, wiped my tears, and bent down to carefully collect the gifts, placing them back into the trunk. Just as I prepared to drive away, I caught a glimpse of Su Zhongnan standing across the street, observing me. His brow was furrowed, his expression inscrutable, as though he had witnessed my recent humiliation, tinged with an icy detachment. "If you choose to be with him, you will lose Uncle Li and Aunt Bai and the rest of them. Are you willing to sacrifice that?" Su Zhongnan had posed a similar question years ago, his brow knitted in concern. At that time, I was wholly devoted to Shen Yixiao. The more opposition I faced, the more I believed in our unconventional love. Stubbornly, I had told him that I was merely temporarily estranged from my parents, and that once I found happiness, they would understand my choices and forgive me. He had looked at me as if I were a fool, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Now, it was clear that he had been right. I had been as naive as a 3-year-old child, believing that anything lost could be reclaimed with a little effort. I hurriedly got into my car, avoiding Su Jingnan's gaze, feeling utterly humiliated. The recent events have dealt me a severe blow, leaving me in a state of despondency. Upon returning home, I immediately lay down, devoid of any desire to engage in activities. The mere thought of my father's demeanor filled me with despair. In my moment of utmost distress, the servant approached me, announcing that Su Ying had arrived and insisted on seeing me. I asked, somewhat exasperated, what the property management and security were doing. The servant quietly replied, "Madam, you have given her a key card. She is permitted to enter our community freely, though she cannot enter your home." I had forgotten about that. I had merely instructed the servant to deny Su Ying entry, neglecting to recall that I had previously handed her a key card and had not retrieved it. I waved my hand dismissively, allowing her to come in. Descending the stairs, I found Su Ying in the living room, her face marred by an expression of resentment, as though the entire world owed her something. "Liu," she declared, seating herself beside me with a look of indignation. "I admit I once mentioned online that you could not bear children, but it hardly caused a stir, so it hardly counts as gossip. Your confrontation with me the other day was utterly uncalled for." Thus began her peculiar logic. "Oh, so once you have spoken, it is your fault." I could scarcely muster the energy to glance at her. She scrutinized me, asserting, "This simply cannot stand. There is a distinction between murder and attempted murder. And does this not imply that others are conspiring against you? You ought to investigate." Was she aware that the news had originated from Shen Yixiao? The question lingered in my mind. How did Su Ying possess such insight into the intricacies of Shen Yixiao and Lu Xiaoyan's affairs? Now she was urging me to delve deeper, seemingly eager for me to uncover the truth. "Su Ying, what a key card I gave you?" I queried directly, wishing to curtail the conversation. She appeared momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. "It's with you. In this community, residents typically entered through facial recognition or vehicle identification. The key card was merely one mode of access. Initially, I had provided Su Ying with a card so she could visit me freely. I extended my hand, insisting, "Return it to me." Chapter 91. She is naive, and timid Su Ying stared at me, disbelief etched in her features. "What did you say?" "I request that you return the key card. This is my home, and your unrestricted access is inappropriate," I reiterated. "Liu, do not go too far. I came here today to offer you a way out. Those rumors were not instigated by me. Why do you treat me this way? Moreover, you promised to buy me a house nearby. Are you now reneging on that?" Su Ying's complexion darkened with anger as she shamelessly invoked the matter of the house. "I did promise, but that is no longer feasible," I replied with a serene demeanor, observing her flustered state. "I believe you are right. I should be cautious with the money Shen Yixiao earns rather than lavishly spending it on others. Thus, I cannot purchase that property." Su Ying blurted out, "Isn't that a shared asset between you and your husband? Why can't you utilize it? You simply do not wish to buy it from me." Her desperation was palpable. Upon realizing that I had no intention of purchasing a house for her, she quickly discarded her earlier admonitions about being considerate of Shen Yixiao. I regarded her with a cold smile, my sarcasm evident. When she recognized her own audacity, she faltered, "Liu, do not presume that a few paltry sums can humiliate me. It is merely a house. If you choose not to buy it, so be it. I am not relying on a man like you." "Suit yourself," I replied, unmoved. At this point, Su Ying was genuinely infuriated. She stood, pointing a finger at me. "I had come here with good intentions, to remind you to investigate the source of the allegations. Yet you not only fail to appreciate my efforts, but also respond with such hostility. Do not expect my forgiveness in the future." With that, she stormed out. "Where's the card?" I called after her. She halted, then turned back, tossing the key card to the ground. "I do not care. Do not expect my forgiveness in the future." Having uttered those words, she remained stationary, seemingly waiting for me to plead for her to stay. I approached her, picked up the card before her, and discarded it into the trash bin, for I had no use for it. "Why are you still here?" I inquired, raising my brow in irritation. Her face flushed with rage as she shot me a fierce glare before hastily departing. Once she left, I discovered her phone abandoned on the coffee table, likely forgotten in her haste to argue with me. I picked up her phone and attempted to unlock it with the previous password, but it failed. A WeChat notification popped up from an avatar I recognized. "Did you tell her?" The avatar belonged to Lu Xiaoyan. "Madam, Su Ying has returned. She claims her phone was left here," the servant informed me. I handed the phone back to her. After the servant departed, I sat on the sofa, contemplating the connection between Su Ying and Lu Xiaoyan, my mind racing back to events of the past. Su Ying had often visited me. Even after I began living with Lu Xiaoyan, she would come to see me, and on several occasions, I had observed them sharing laughter and appearing quite harmonious together. At the time, I thought little of it. As Su Ying had claimed, she was merely testing Lu Xiaoyan's stance. In hindsight, this seemed quite peculiar. If their relationship were indeed amicable, certain behaviors would make sense. For instance, Su Ying appeared to know intimate details about Shen Yixiao and Lu Xiaoyan, frequently hinting at them. Perhaps she was not merely seeking amusement. Lu Xiaoyan might have intended to confront me, but lacked the courage to do so directly, thus using Su Ying to subtly signal me, anticipating that I would uncover Shen Yixiao's infidelity and escalate matters to divorce. The message from Lu Xiaoyan was her inquiry to Su Ying about whether she had disclosed the online allegations. I struggled to connect the dots, my head nearly spinning with the implications. Despite Su Ying's veiled hopes for my marriage with Shen Yixiao to falter, she was adamantly opposed to divorce, as it would not benefit her. This contradiction puzzled me. I dialed Liang Feng's number. Is it convenient to talk? A cacophony of noise echoed on his end. One moment. I waited patiently, and a minute later, silence enveloped the line. His voice returned. What is it? What is the nature of the relationship between Lu Xiaoyan and Su Ying? I queried directly. During the last 2 dinners that Meng Ziqing attended with Su Ying, she and Lu Xiaoyan likely exchanged contact information, Liang Feng replied. My expression shifted drastically. How is this possible? Shen Yixiao is aware of my connection with Su Ying. Does he not fear that she would inform me? There was a brief pause on Liang Feng's end before he continued. You have severed ties with Su Ying, have you not? Thus, Shen Yixiao has no reason to worry about her revealing Lu Xiaoyan's affairs to you. With Meng Ziqing involved, he would certainly not permit Su Ying to discuss Lu Xiaoyan with you. I began to understand. However, they were unaware that Lu Xiaoyan was exceedingly eager for me to learn that she had become Shen Yixiao's new favorite. She even encouraged Su Ying to escalate matters. I remained silent, prompting Liang Feng to express concern. What is wrong? Why the sudden inquiry? Liang Feng, what is your opinion of Lu Xiaoyan? What does Shen Yixiao find appealing about her? I pivoted the conversation. Perhaps she resembles you. She is quite innocent and timid. Initially, Shen Yixiao was simply drawn to her because he felt pity for how she was treated by others in the company, and he began to take care of her. And then, Liang Feng trailed off. Innocent and timid, traits that had led to my own demise at the hands of Lu Xiaoyan. Even Liang Feng perceived her as harmless, merely a young girl favored by Shen Yixiao. I scoffed coldly, realizing she had sent Su Ying to incite my investigation into the online allegations, driven by her urgency to ascend. Are you aware of this? What? Liang Feng sounded incredulous. That's impossible. Shen Yixiao has warned her not to let you know about their relationship. Thus, she would not directly inform me, but would use Su Ying to imply the truth. I perceive that Liang Feng can be quite naive at times. She and Su Ying have known each other for quite some time. Do you believe it? Previously, Su Ying was privy to much information, all of which was disclosed by Lu Xiaoyan. Nevertheless, Liang Feng remains skeptical. Her voice drops slightly as she asserts that Lu Xiaoyan is neither so astute nor so daring. Do not overthink it. Is that so? Then I shall reveal to you the depths of Secretary Lu's cunning. After I finished speaking, I hung up the phone. That evening, Shen Yixiao returned home and provided me with the information I requested. I gazed at the small ID card and discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief. Should anything arise, contact me directly. Once all the formalities are complete, return these items to me, and I shall continue to safeguard them. He emphasized this point, saying, Wife, if you wish to go anywhere for leisure, please inform me, and I shall accompany you. Do not venture out alone, as it would cause me concern. I nodded obediently in response. I would undoubtedly keep the ID card safe for him, though its authenticity remained uncertain. Chapter 92. Using a feather as an order the following day, Shen Yixiao proceeded to the company while I ventured alone to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. These were trivial matters. The primary concern was that my ID had returned to my possession. Once everything was settled, I returned the ID to Shen Yixiao for safekeeping as agreed. To that end, I made a special trip to the company. Madam, Lu Xiaoyan called out to me, dressed in a white blazer over a black and white floral dress, her flesh-toned stockings exuding a fine texture that obscured any semblance of artificiality, making her appear even more elongated and graceful. I glanced down at my own attire, realizing it mirrored hers precisely. This dress had been a gift from a brand we previously collaborated with, a custom piece that was not exorbitantly priced. Yet Shen Yixiao claimed it was one of a kind. Given his prior act of secretly gifting Lu Xiaoyan a gown, I easily surmised that this dress was similarly an added bonus from brand. Others noticed our matching outfits and couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Madam, Mr. Shen has gone to Rome Way, Lu Xiaoyan interjected, preventing me from entering the office. Her demeanor was neither subservient nor arrogant. embodying an air of equality. She has always regarded me as no more noble than herself, believing she possesses no shortcomings. I awaited his return in his office. I continued to push the door open. "Apologies, madam, but Mr. Shen has instructed me that no one is to enter the office in his absence," she reiterated, blocking my path once more. I was taken aback. "Secretary Liu, do you truly consider anyone to include me?" At that moment, Secretary Li approached quietly, whispering to Liu Xiaoyun, "Xiaoyun, Mr. Shen would never forbid the madam from entering." Liu Xiaoyun shook her head resolutely. "No, I am merely fulfilling Mr. Shen's orders. Had he specified an exception for the madam, I would certainly accommodate her. But he did not." With that, she cast me a wary glance, her tone imbued with innocent grievance. "Madam, I apologize, but Mr. Shen wishes to avoid any issues with lost documents. He fears further misunderstandings, so no one is permitted inside." Secretary Li retreated to her seat, avoiding my gaze, while Liu Xiaoyun was adamant about her refusal to let me pass. She fully embodied the notion of wielding a feather as a command. "Secretary Liu, I am weary and wish to rest in the lounge. If you insist on obstructing me, feel free to call him for confirmation." My tone had turned icy. Liu Xiaoyun, like a mechanical automaton, repeated, "It is not permissible, madam. Mr. Shen has instructed that no one is allowed." I had no intention of engaging her further. This was an office, not her domain. I pushed past her and opened the door, causing her to stumble and fall, her head striking the floor with a resounding thud, resembling a broken doll in a pitiful state. Secretary Li rushed over to assist her, asking Xiaoyun, "Are you all right?" I remained motionless, watching as Liu Xiaoyun struggled to regain her footing, her face flushed and eyes brimming with tears. "Madam, I know you have long harbored disdain for me, but this is a matter of duty. You cannot resort to violence." I had merely brushed her hand aside, a force insufficient to topple even a child. Liu Xiaoyun's demeanor suggested I had intentionally pushed her, causing her injury. "Secretary Liu, I did not push you. Should you have any issues with your legs? Perhaps a visit to the hospital is in order." I remained indifferent. Did I truly cause such a severe fall? Although I was merely a hired secretary, I too was human. "Madam, this is not the first time you have made things difficult for me. Had it not been for Mr. Shen's remarks concerning an incomplete handover, I would have left the company immediately to prove my innocence." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, resembling a weeping willow, while the other secretaries rushed to offer her tissues and comfort, yet none dared to place blame on me. Ironically, just as her tears flowed most profusely, Shen Yixiao returned. Witnessing the chaotic scene, he erupted in anger. "What is going on? Are you all not working?" Upon his arrival, the others hastily returned to their respective tasks, leaving Liu Xiaoyun and me locked in a standoff. "What is happening?" Shen Yixiao glanced at the sobbing Liu Xiaoyun, a flicker of concern in his eyes. He then turned to me, adopting a more caring expression, his stance naturally shifting to my side as he took my hand. "Did I not instruct you to rest at home? Why have you come to the company?" I passed by the company on my way back from the bureau and thought I would check on you, only to find I could not even enter your office. I replied with a smile, noting that Secretary Liu was dutifully enforcing the rules against my entry. Hearing these words, Shen Yixiao's expression darkened. "Secretary Liu, what is the meaning of this?" Liu Xiaoyun, overwhelmed with indignation, exclaimed, "Mr. Shen, it was you who instructed me to deny anyone entry to the office in your absence. I am simply fulfilling your orders. She is my wife. She possesses half of this company. She shares the same status and authority as I do. Do you not grasp this fundamental truth?" Shen Yixiao spoke directly, his tone laced with reproach. Liu Xiaoyun, already feeling wronged, became even more distressed by Shen Yixiao's public admonishment, tears welling up in her eyes as her face turned pale. She cast a resentful glance in my direction. I, she stammered, unable to articulate a complete thought. "This month's bonus will be deducted. Reflect on your actions," Shen Yixiao stated coldly, before taking my hand and leading me into the office. Disregarding Liu Xiaoyun's reaction, once the door closed, Shen Yixiao softened his expression and apologized to me. "Wife, I am sorry. Secretary Liu may be having a difficult time and lacks flexibility at work, which has upset you." I paid no heed to his apologies and presented the ID card to him. "I came to return the ID. Did you not express concern over my losing it?" Upon receiving the ID I offered, Shen Yixiao smiled broadly, accepting it effortlessly and placing it in his pocket. "Ah, you are such a scatterbrain. Allow me to handle these trivial matters." Such sweet words. I refrained from engaging in superficial pleasantries and shifted the conversation back to Lu Xiaoyan. Secretary Lu is no longer invested in her work. Yixiao, perhaps it would be best to let her go early. My previous casual demeanor shifted. I sensed Shen Yixiao's displeasure at my sudden suggestion to dismiss Lu Xiaoyan. Wife, have I not explained this to you? I still require her assistance for work. Once the handover is complete, she will depart, he patiently clarified. I, however, adopted a stubborn stance, questioning, is the company so reliant on her? Are there not numerous secretaries capable of performing her duties? After her previous false accusation against me, who knows what further slander she may concoct? Shen Yixiao's demeanor grew increasingly agitated, his brow furrowing as he regarded me. Wife, please do not act irrationally. Without Secretary Lu, my work would indeed become exceedingly troublesome. Please endure a little longer. I promise she will be let go. Shen Yixiao patiently reassured me once more. I gazed at him with displeasure, disappointment etched across my face. Shen Yixiao, you truly disappoint me. Is it so difficult for you to dismiss someone? Before he could respond, I rose and left the office without a backward glance. Lu Xiaoyan had returned to her workstation, and the others were comforting her. Upon seeing me emerge, everyone hurried back to their respective places. She looked at me with resentment, silently conveying her disdain. I shot her a fierce glare, surprising her momentarily, and then quickly made my way toward the elevator, leaving her with a hasty silhouette. After exiting the company, I drove to the bar that Su Ying had previously taken me to. It was already open, but the hour was early, so there weren't many patrons. Only a boy resembling Shen Yixiao, Qin Yi, sat on stage, cradling a guitar and strumming folk tunes. I sent him a text, then called a waiter to deliver a bouquet to Qin Yi. Upon receiving the flowers, he turned his gaze toward me, and I raised my glass, offering him a faint smile. I then began to drink incessantly, feigning a troubled mood. When Qin Yi finished his performance and approached me, his eyes gleamed with interest. Sister, thank you for the flowers. Are you feeling down? Indeed, I had taken the bait. Su Ying had undoubtedly informed him about me, concocting a scheme with ulterior motives. Although I had previously evaded their trap, this time I willingly played along, knowing Qin Yi would seize the opportunity. I managed a bitter smile, remaining silent, my gaze heavy with sorrow. Qin Yi sat beside me, expressing concern. Sister, if something's bothering you, just tell me. I can help you feel better. You resemble my husband, I blurted out, leaving Qin Yi momentarily stunned, only to have a flicker of delight cross his features. So, you already have a husband. That's fine. I can be your best friend. You can share anything that's troubling you with me. He reached out to touch my hand, but I artfully evaded him, watching him warily. We aren't familiar. I don't trust you. I met you last time when my friend brought me here. She said you sang beautifully. I feigned a slight headache, pretending to be tipsy. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi quickly mentioned Su Ying. Are you talking about Sister Su Ying? I know her. We're quite close. So you needn't fear me. I shook my head in disbelief. He then pulled out his phone, calling Su Ying in my presence, glancing at me as he spoke. Sister Su Ying, it's Qin Yi. Your friend has had too much to drink. You should come over. He turned to me. Sister, what's your name? Liwa. Imumblat. After he received my answer, he promptly hung up. Half an hour later, Su Ying burst in, exchanging knowing glances with Qin Yi, accompanied by a sinister smirk. I lay on the sofa, feigning drunkenness. When Su Ying called my name a couple of times, I opened my eyes, pretending to be upset. Su Ying. Shen Yixiao refuses to dismiss Lu Xiaoyan. This provided me with a perfect excuse for my drinking. Su Ying seated beside me, wrapping her arm around mine. Is this really such a trivial matter? He is simply acting out of professional necessity. As his wife, you ought to understand. He is providing for you. I took another sip of my drink. Su Ying continued, You're intoxicated. Qin Yi and I will help you to a room to rest. With that, they both assisted me up, leading me outside. I did not resist, following them to the car, which soon arrived at a shabby motel. The atmosphere was permeated with cheap perfume, transporting me back to the days I spent in budget lodgings with Shen Yixiao. Qin Yi effortlessly procured a room, and once inside, he turned to Su Ying, asking, Sister Su Ying, do our previous agreements still hold? Of course, Su Ying replied, nudging me to ensure I was still out of it. She has plenty of money. If you sleep with her, you'll have leverage. You can have as much as you desire. Listening to her words sent a chill down my spine. It was indeed the same scheme as in my past life. Is that so? And should I proceed? Qin Yi asked eagerly. Wait. Su Ying abruptly halted him. I had already anticipated her intentions. Having known her for so many years, even after our falling out. I understood her methods well. If she had indeed formed a clandestine alliance with Lu Xiaoyan, she would seize this moment to contact her for credit. Xiaoyan, come here. I have a splendid show to show you. As expected, Suing dialed Lu Xiaoyan's number. I exhaled, unable to suppress a smirk. If Suing did not reach out to Lu Xiaoyan, her plan would be foiled. If she did, then my objective would be achieved. After finishing her call, Suing fixed her gaze on me with malice. Liu, once Qin Yi is done with you, we'll see if Shen Yixiao still wants you. How pathetic. Still spreading my dark history online. Your comeuppance has arrived. I remained motionless, completely unperturbed. During my charade of drunkenness, Su Ying and Qin Yi had embraced each other, nearly exposing their ruse. After approximately half an hour, I heard Lu Xiaoyan arrive. Her first words were, "Are you sure she is drunk?" "Of course. Just wait until you witness the live performance. With these videos, Shen Yixiao will surely reject her, and then you can." Su Ying's tone was almost flattering. "By the way, Xiaoyan, do you remember the promise you made last time?" Lu Xiaoyan responded gently. "I remember. I will transfer the money to you." I lay on the bed like a lifeless fish until I felt someone tugging at my clothes. I opened my eyes to find Qin Yi leaning over me, his face, though decent, now twisted with vile desire. Upon seeing my eyes open, he froze. Before he could react, I swiftly slapped him across the face. The sound shocking Su Ying and Lu Xiaoyan into silence. "You," Qin Yi stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. Su Ying, visibly flustered, exclaimed, "Liu, weren't you drunk?" I glanced around the small room and realized Lu Xiaoyan had vanished, leaving only the ajar door. Chapter 94. Protecting her unscathed, I did not pursue her, but stood to face Su Ying and Qin Yi, both in a state of panic, unsure of their next move. Qin Yi was the first to regain his wits, turning to flee. However, upon reaching the door, he was blocked. Then came Lu Xiaoyan's sobbing voice, "I didn't know. I really didn't." Su Ying suddenly called me over, and when I saw the madam, I wanted to leave. Wasn't Liang Feng outside? I found it puzzling. Having already messaged him to await Su Ying's contact with Lu Xiaoyan, he believed Lu Xiaoyan to be an innocent girl, newly acquainted with Su Ying, who would never conspire to orchestrate my divorce from Shen Yixiao. He would not believe it until he witnessed it for himself. Liang Feng stood at the door, while Qin Yi cowered before him like a frightened chick, too intimidated to push past. Then, I saw Shen Yixiao and Lu Xiaoyan enter. Shocked, I cast a bewildered glance at Liang Feng, who merely shook his head slightly. Did he inform Shen Yixiao of my suspicions regarding Lu Xiaoyan and Su Ying's collusion to expose me? My heart sank. This would undoubtedly confirm to Shen Yixiao my firm belief that he was entangled with Lu Xiaoyan. "Su Ying, why do you wish to harm me?" Lu Xiaoyan preemptively accused, tears streaming down her face. "You said you had a splendid show for me to watch. Is this the situation you meant?" Shen Yixiao stood beside her, his countenance as dark as ink, his eyes filled with inscrutable emotions, fixed intently upon me. I compelled myself to regain my composure, feigning ignorance. "Yixiao, what brings you here?" I began, but before I could finish my sentence, Shen Yixiao had already stormed in and delivered a swift kick to Qin Yi's abdomen. A pained groan escaped Qin Yi as he collapsed to the ground, followed by a relentless assault. Liang Feng merely watched with cold indifference. Su Ying, terrified, took a couple of steps back, fumbling for her phone to call Meng Zicheng, but Liang Feng snatched it away first. "Li, you once said you were her best friend," Liang Feng said coldly. Su Ying was on the verge of tears, glancing between Lu Xiaoyan and me. I had done nothing. It was Qin Yi who professed his affection for her. She had gone to deliver flowers to Qin Yi tonight, and I had come to clarify matters. It was Liu who had strayed from her commitments. Even at this juncture, she sought to cast aspersions upon me. "Enough!" Shen Yixiao bellowed, directing a menacing glare at Su Ying. "Liang Feng, take her and that scoundrel to Brother Xiong." I was unaware of who Brother Xiong was, but Su Ying's face paled, as if her soul had been drained. Once she regained her senses, she screamed for help, only to have Liang Feng cover her mouth. The violent scene sent chills down my spine. Having been with Shen Yixiao, I had faced countless such situations, yet my psyche remained unsettled. Lu Xiaoyan was evidently shaken as well, trembling slightly, her face devoid of color, her large, teary eyes pleading at Shen Yixiao in helpless fear. He cast a glance in her direction. She shrank back, murmuring, "I'm sorry, Mr. Shen. Upon noticing something amiss with Madam, I intended to seek help. You may return," Shen Yixiao instructed, leaving me incredulous. Given the circumstances, anyone would question whether Lu Xiaoyun and Su Ying had conspired against me. Without even posing a question, he allowed Lu Xiaoyun to leave unscathed. She looked overjoyed, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she nodded and departed without a scratch before me. Shen Yixiao, do you not suspect Secretary Lu of wishing to harm me? I opened my mouth, my voice heavy with disappointment. Shen Yixiao embraced me, saying, "Wife, Secretary Lu would never do such a thing. Why must you be so naive? Su Ying clings to you, yet you confide in Liang Feng without telling me?" My body stiffened against his embrace. He dismissed my concerns with a mere remark about Secretary Lu. Su Ying and Shen Yi faced starkly different fates in his eyes. He chose to protect Lu Xiaoyun, even if it meant she might bear ill will toward me. I remained silent. Shen Yixiao assumed my silence stemmed from fear and guided me outside. Let us return home. Liang Feng had already dealt with Su Ying and Shen Yi. As Shen Yixiao drove me home, he incessantly inquired why I had gone out drinking alone, as if it were due to his refusal to allow Lu Xiaoyun to leave immediately. He even concocted a flimsy excuse, suggesting that I was imagining a conspiracy between Lu Xiaoyun and Su Ying to harm me. If Su Ying were truly in cahoots with Secretary Lu, she would certainly divulge that, rather than assuming full responsibility. His reasoning was sound. My phone buzzed. I opened it to see a message from Liang Feng. I merely indicated that Su Ying posed a threat to you and suggested he join me to address it. I refrained from replying, uncertain of Liang Feng's motives for informing Shen Yixiao. He was well aware that tonight I intended to reveal the truth about Lu Xiaoyun and Su Ying's prior acquaintance and their private scheming to drive a wedge between Shen Yixiao and me. Liang Feng seemed to believe that if Shen Yixiao could discern Lu Xiaoyun's true nature, it would be for the best. Perhaps he could reconsider. Gripping my fingers tightly, I remembered I had told him my goal was to part ways with Shen Yixiao. Ultimately, Liang Feng was still considering Shen Yixiao's interests, hoping to prompt a change of heart, potentially affording him another chance. Whose message? Shen Yixiao asked abruptly when he noticed my lack of response. An advertisement, I replied, placing my phone back in my bag and closing my eyes to rest. Sensing my unwillingness to converse, Shen Yixiao fell silent, accelerating the car towards home. Shortly after our return, he received a call from Liang Feng. It seemed something had arisen with Brother Xiong, and after informing me, he hurriedly departed. Once I confirmed he was gone, I immediately dialed Liang Feng's number. Liang Feng, what do you mean by this? I cannot restrain my fury. Who authorized you to take Shen Yixiao to the hotel? I plan to publicly disclose evidence of Shen Yixiao's infidelity on the program. If he discovered I was already aware beforehand, he would undoubtedly guard against me. Liang Feng's voice was laced with regret. I apologize. I intended to use this opportunity to sever his ties with Lu Xiaoyun. I don't need that. I trembled with rage. I merely wanted you to see Lu Xiaoyun's true colors, not for Shen Yixiao to see. Furthermore, as you witnessed, Lu Xiaoyun appeared there, and Shen Yixiao harbored no suspicions. He trusts her unconditionally. Do you not find that absurd? Liang Feng fell silent, as he assumed there was still hope for reconciliation between Shen Yixiao and me. My anger induced a slight dizziness, and my hands trembled uncontrollably. I ended the call and took anti-anxiety medication, which eventually alleviated my distress. Chapter 95, Preemptive Strike. When Shen Yixiao returned, I had yet to sleep, having consumed 2 or 3 cups of coffee in the living room. Why are you still awake? He inquired, noticing the remnants of coffee in my cup. Are you still shaken by today's events? I never anticipated Su Ying would act this way towards you, considering how close you once were. I looked at him. Shen Yixiao, where did you go earlier? Were you addressing matters concerning Su Ying? Did she divulge anything to you, such as the identity of the conspirator, Lu Xiaoyun? Shen Yixiao sat beside me, replying with exasperation, Wife, you are far too anxious. I indeed went to handle the situation with Su Ying. She confessed that her actions were motivated by jealousy and that she had conspired with someone named Qin Yi. I regarded him with skepticism. Shen Yixiao continued, this is not as you perceive it. I even called Secretary Lu, who stated that she had only recently met Su Ying. Su Ying inexplicably contacted her, requesting her presence, and she was entirely unaware of the circumstances. Did you mention that you intended to dismiss Secretary Lu, and that I did not consent? I nodded. Shen Yixiao exhaled in relief, a smile gracing his face. Because of this, Su Ying presumed Secretary Lu would harbor resentment towards you, prompting her to summon her. Little did she know that Secretary Lu wished to distance herself from Su Ying's schemes and sought to rescue you. As I listened to his words, it felt as though I was hearing an entirely new narrative. Su Ying wished to harm me, while Lu Xiaoyan aimed to save me. So that was the case. I absorbed this ludicrous and illogical fabrication, mustering a faint smile. I had never expected Su Ying, whom I had treated so well, would wish to harm me. Shen Yixiao had never particularly favored Su Ying. He remarked dismissively, "I have long advised you to limit your interactions with her. She has taken advantage of you, and you, my dear fool, have yet to comprehend that." I pressed my lips together, feigning a look of melancholy, and then asked, "By the way, weren't we supposed to begin filming for the endorsement? Why hasn't that started yet? The program is about to launch its second season. Will we have enough time? I nearly forgot to inform you about that. We were set to film on Daylight Island in 3 days. Initially, they planned to send someone to escort us, but I thought it had been far too long since we traveled together. I propose we depart tomorrow, enjoy the journey for 2 days, and then arrive at the filming location. What do you think?" Shen Yixiao sought my opinion. I was somewhat taken aback. "Just the two of us?" He pondered for a moment, adding, "Perhaps Meng Ziqing and Liang Feng will join us. They just happen to have some matters to attend on Daylight Island." Daylight Island is a secluded paradise, approximately an 8-hour drive away. However, if one wishes to explore along the way, a journey of 2 days would be more fitting. I am uncertain why Meng Ziqing and Liang Feng have chosen a venture there, but since Shen Yixiao has decided to include them, so be it. Over the years, my time with Shen Yixiao has seldom been devoid of these two. Brotherhood holds for him an importance that rivals romantic love. Once, I regarded them as younger brothers. Thus I could accept their presence. With a resigned nod, I agreed. The following day, Meng Ziqing and Liang Feng arrived early. As they conversed downstairs, upon spotting Shen Yixiao and me, they exchanged a peculiar glance, a strange emotion flickering across their faces. I took note, but refrained from inquiry. "Sister-in-law, are you all right? That woman Su Ying has gone too far, actually plotting against you. If I had known sooner, I would have dealt with her myself," Meng Ziqing exclaimed. Their recent flirtation was evident to all, despite no official declaration of their relationship. Yet, Meng Ziqing displayed no sympathy for her current plight, vehemently condemning her in my presence. Shen Yixiao cast a glance in my direction, but I remained silent. "All right, let us get in the car and set off," Liang Feng interjected, breaking the tension. Meng Ziqing scratched his head in acquiescence. There were 4 of us in total. Shen Yixiao opted against hiring a driver. Instead, the 3 of them would take turns behind the wheel. While a 5-seater would suffice, he ultimately chose a 6-seater with the back 4 seats arranged face-to-face, which I found curious as such a vehicle is typically reserved for business, conducive to conversation. When we were halfway through the journey, Shen Yixiao finally spoke. "Darling, we need to pick up Secretary Lu on the way." My expression shifted upon hearing Lu Xiaoyan's name, partly due to professional obligations, and partly because her hometown is not far from Daylight Island. He explained she mentioned needing to return home, and since it aligns with our route, I thought we could bring her along. Please don't be upset. His hand reached for mine, his eyes laden with trepidation. He was acutely aware of my potential displeasure, yet proceeded without prior discussion regarding Lu Xiaoyan. Liang Feng, seated across from us, wore a solemn expression, a flicker of a complex emotion crossing his gaze as it darted between Shen Yixiao and me. Meng Ziqing chimed in supportively. "Let us bring her along. It's a good opportunity for me to get to know Secretary Lu better." Fresh from his passionate entanglement with Su Ying, he seemed to use this as a distraction to shield Shen Yixiao. "Focus on driving and don't get distracted," Shen Yixiao admonished Meng Ziqing, then turned to me. "Darling, regarding Secretary Lu's resignation, it was indeed due to pressure from us. She incurred losses, and I thought it prudent to offer her some minor conveniences before she departs from the company to avoid giving others ammunition against us." It felt as if I had forced Secretary Lu to resign. Contemplating the impending broadcast of our program, my anger subsided slightly. I hoped he would continue to regard Lu Xiaoyan with such concern and not hastily sever ties with her. Director Li had mentioned that the second season would adopt a live format, with scripted elements, yet significantly more room for improvisation. This style suited my intentions to unmask Shen Yixiao as Fade as the ideal partner. I responded with nonchalance, offering no further commentary. Shen Yixiao visibly relaxed and raised an eyebrow at Liang Feng. "Aren't you on a blind date? How is that going?" He advised, "If you're seeking a wife, choose someone like your sister-in-law. Behind every successful man stands a supportive woman. I arched an eyebrow, a hint of sarcasm gracing my lips as I regarded Liang Feng. Would he find it awkward, recalling our previous conversations? Liang Feng averted his gaze, slightly uneasy. I understand, but I'm no longer in contact with that woman. What is the matter? You're not secretly interested in men, are you? Shen Yixiao jested, his spirits evidently high, as he seemed pleased that I had not objected to including Lu Xiaoyan. No, it's just that I'm not considering marriage at the moment. Let my family pressure me as they will, Liang Feng replied with a smile, though his gaze returned to me. I casually advised him that marrying sooner rather than later would be wise, for one must eventually settle down, lest they remain alone forever. Liang Feng shook his head. Until I can be certain that I can wholeheartedly love one woman for a lifetime, I will set aside matters of the heart. I fear I may lose my way. This sentiment extinguished the smile on Shen Yixiao's face, his gaze turning cold and displeased towards Liang Feng. Had he struck a nerve? I inwardly scoffed, uncertain whether Liang Feng was intentionally provoking Shen Yixiao or genuinely speaking from the heart. As our conversation continued, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt, not at the expected Emerald Garden, but at a luxurious apartment complex. It appeared Shen Yixiao had arranged a new residence for Lu Xiaoyan, deeming the previous location unsafe after I had voiced my concerns. Mr. Shen, Lu Xiaoyan stood at the entrance, a petite suitcase in hand, greeting Shen Yixiao politely before turning to me, her expression filled with guilt. Madam. She climbed into the car, settling beside Liang Feng, her small suitcase nestled at her feet. Her exquisite silver stilettos highlighted her delicate ankles, marred by a faint mark, as if someone had held on to her for too long. I diverted my gaze, nausea rising within me. I surmised it to be a remnant of Shen Yixiao's roughness during their intimate moments. Their rapport in bed was harmonious, a fact Shen Yixiao had admitted in a past life. It was precisely this that hindered him from completely severing ties with Lu Xiaoyan. The seemingly innocent facade she presented masked a seductive allure. What man could resist? Shen Yixiao, despite his lofty status, harbored a profound emptiness within, rendering him susceptible to the lures of material and carnal desires, incapable of mastering his own urges. Once seated, Liang Feng subtly shifted away from Lu Xiaoyan, increasing the distance between them. Shen Yixiao observed this with a glint of satisfaction, even as Lu Xiaoyan remained his mistress. He could not tolerate any other man encroaching upon what he considered his. At that moment, Meng Zicheng glanced at his phone, nearly losing control of the vehicle. With a sudden brake, we all swayed from the inertia, Lu Xiaoyan particularly unstable, toppling into Shen Yixiao's embrace. He quickly steadied her, their eyes locking, her cheeks flushed. I'm sorry, I didn't fasten my seatbelt. She feigned panic, pushing away his hand and speaking softly. It's all right, he replied, shaking his head before scolding Meng Zicheng. How many times have I told you to drive carefully? Meng Zicheng repeatedly apologized. My fault, my fault, my fault. As his words faded, Shen Yixiao finally realized his concern had been misplaced, turning to me. Darling, are you all right? Me fine, he replied calmly, then directed my gaze towards Lu Xiaoyan. Secretary Lu, please fasten your seatbelt. She nodded, hastily complying. Throughout the journey, I spoke little, while Lu Xiaoyan engaged in lively conversation with Shen Yixiao, Meng Zicheng, and Liang Feng, discussing the scenery surrounding us and the upcoming advertisement we were to film together. The topics seemed innocuous, merely the chatter of a casual excursion. In the following 2 days, neither Shen Yixiao nor Lu Xiaoyan revealed any telltale signs, maintaining the facade of a typical superior-subordinate relationship. After arriving at Daylight Island, Liang Feng and Meng Zicheng parted ways with us due to other commitments. Lu Xiaoyan intended to return to her hometown only after we completed the advertisement shoot. During the filming, she assumed the roles of both manager and assistant, a testament to Shen Yixiao's evident trust in her. Mr. Shen, Mrs. Shen, you two are truly a perfect match. This advertisement shoot has been remarkably successful. May your beautiful love impart a unique significance to this ring, which many will surely cherish, praised the brand representatives after the shoot. Shen Yixiao held my hand, and we wore matching rings on our ring fingers, symbolizing our love. His bright smile did not conceal his deep affection for me, and we wished for every couple or spouse purchasing this ring to experience happiness akin to ours. Standing beside us, Lu Xiaoyan wore a somewhat strained smile, particularly during moments when Shen Yixiao and I expressed our affection. All right, we have a dinner gathering at the beachfront restaurant tonight. See you at 7, I said. Sure, he replied. Once the brand representatives departed, I released Shen Yixiao's hand, causing him to look at me in surprise. My palms are sweaty, I explained. Let's head back to the hotel for a shower. By the way, Secretary Liu, he said casually, turning to Liu Xiaoyan. You can take your leave and head home now that our work here is done. Liu Xiaoyan nodded. All right, Mr. Shen, I'll grab my luggage from the hotel. The three of us returned to the hotel, and the scenery of Daylight Island was enchanting. It was already afternoon, with the sunset casting a golden hue upon the azure sea. Shen Yixiao took several photos for keepsakes, some of which included Liu Xiaoyan, thinking I was unaware. Upon reaching our hotel room, Shen Yixiao instructed me to shower first while he attended to some work documents. Just as I was about to step into the shower, I heard the faint sound of a door opening and closing outside. I called out, Shen Yixiao, but received no response. I refrained from continuing, opting instead to emerge from the bathroom and search the room. As I suspected, Shen Yixiao was not there. My intuition told me he had gone to find Liu Xiaoyan. I opened the door and ventured out. Liu Xiaoyan's room was not next door, but upstairs. I was uncertain whether Shen Yixiao had intentionally avoided suspicion or if the 2 floors provided them with privacy. I chose to take the stairs, and upon locating Liu Xiaoyan's room, I found the door firmly shut, preventing me from seeing whether Shen Yixiao was inside. Just as I contemplated whether to knock, Su Jingnan's voice suddenly pierced the silence, startling me. I turned to find him, and before I could collect my thoughts, Aunt Yang emerged from the room, her face lighting up upon seeing me. Xiaoyu, what a surprise to see you here. Are you with Zhongnan? I hadn't anticipated encountering them here, and I felt a wave of awkwardness as I had come to confirm my suspicions about Shen Yixiao's whereabouts. The memory of my father's disapproval during my last visit loomed large, making me feel exposed in front of Su Zhongnan. No, Aunt Yang. I must have taken a wrong turn. I fabricated an excuse, forcing a strained smile at Su Zhongnan before hastily retreating toward stairs. Just as I entered the stairwell, Su Zhongnan caught my wrist. Liu. His tone was stern, laced with anger. I looked up at him in bewilderment. What's wrong? Is there an issue? I arrived at this hotel on the same day as you, he stated, his gaze piercing into my eyes, reflecting my own tumultuous emotions. The room you were just standing outside belongs to Shen Yixiao's secretary. He just went in before you arrived. His words struck me like a thunderbolt, unveiling my most vulnerable moments. I had been striving to project an image of happiness, especially after severing ties with Su Zhongnan for Shen Yixiao, not wanting him to revel in my misfortune. Yet, the very truth I sought to conceal was now laid bare before him. It was work-related. I began, but Su Zhongnan interjected. Does his secretary really need to wear intimate apparel to discuss work? His beautifully shaped lips uttered words that ruthlessly exposed my lies. Chapter 97. No need to defend me. They genuinely needed to meet for work-related matters. Su Zhongnan, are you deliberately trying to sow discord between him and me? Under the weight of my intense humiliation, I began to babble, attempting to salvage my dignity. Even if Su Zhongnan and the others had seen the rumors online, I could still dismiss them as fabrications, since they had not witnessed the reality. However, now that Su Zhongnan had seen that distasteful scene with his own eyes, my explanations fell hollow and absurd. Su Zhongnan rarely displayed emotional outbursts. Anger was far beneath him. Yet, whenever it involved Shen Yixiao and me, he struggled to contain his frustration and disappointment. Standing on a higher step, he exuded a palpable sense of pressure, his face cold and his elongated eyes ablaze with fury. Is it so difficult to admit you chose the wrong person, Liu? I shook off his hand, forcing myself to regain composure. I did not want Su Zhongnan or my parents to meddle in my affairs. Shen Yixiao would undoubtedly retaliate against them if he found out. Su Zhengang, why are you saying all this? Are you still trying to get back at me? I never regretted not listening to you back then. You don't need to interfere in my relationship with Shen Yixiao, nor do you need to defend me. An icy aura radiated from Su Zhongnan, filling the warm stairwell with an unsettling chill. He looked down at me, the fire in his eyes dissipating, replaced by mockery. In that case, why are you seeking reconciliation with your parents? You know that as long as you're with Shen Yixiao, they will never forgive you. I understood his underlying bitterness, and he recognized my emotional wounds. We resembled 2 hedgehogs, yearning for embrace, yet only capable of inflicting pain upon one another. The memory of my father discarding my gifts resurfaced, reigniting feelings of disappointment and distress, prompting tears to well in my eyes. Falling into an abyss is not terrifying. What is truly dreadful is being pushed back down after clawing your way back up. If you enter that room now and tell Shen Yixiao you want a divorce, I will help you. Whatever you desire, I will do everything in my power to assist you. Liu, for the sake of our shared childhood. Su Zhongnan softened his tone, his voice dropping in intensity as if offering me an escape. Having someone willing to help me felt comforting. Su Zhongnan possessed a remarkable background, an impressive identity, and a sharp intellect. With his assistance, perhaps I could more easily extricate myself from Shen Yixiao and seek retribution. However, Shen Yixiao was no longer the penniless rogue he once was. He had the means to retaliate. He understood the darker tactics far better than Su Zhongnan. Accepting Su Jingnan's help would mean dragging him into turmoil. He had been living comfortably, and I could not bear to disrupt his peace. Previously, I had contemplated using him to exact revenge on Shen Yixiao, but even the thought of it filled me with guilt. I didn't need it. I was doing just fine. I met Su Jingnan's gaze directly, replying slowly and deliberately, "Please do not spread any false information to my parents." The glimmer in Su Jingnan's eyes extinguished, as if a droplet of ink had dissolved into the night, silent and serene. My father's attitude left me in despair. I no longer harbored dreams of returning to the family. Leaving Shen Yixiao and settling abroad has become my ultimate goal. He remained silent and motionless. In a panic, I escaped his gaze and rushed back to my room. To prevent Shen Yixiao from discovering that I had been out, I hurriedly drenched myself and changed into a fresh outfit, pretending I had just bathed. As I emerged from the bathroom, Shen Yixiao entered from outside. He spoke casually, "Darling, the sunset outside is beautiful. I even went to the beach to take a look. You should check it out too." I noticed the slightly askew bow tie and the stiff smile on his lips. You should shower first." He casually removed his jacket, tossed his tie aside, and approached me, wrapping his arms around me. "Is it fun here? If it is, let us take a couple of extra days to return. Let's head back early. I'm not comfortable sleeping here." I found an excuse. "All right, I'll listen to my wife. I'll go shower first," he replied cheerfully. Once he released me and stepped into the bathroom, I took a deep breath. His embrace still carried the scent of Lu Xiaoyun's perfume, detectable beneath the smoke. I grabbed my phone and went outside, not wishing to wait in the room for Shen Yixiao to emerge. The beach restaurant was located just below the hotel, and I decided to head there early to wait. The sea breeze carried a salty scent as I stood there for a moment before entering the restaurant. Have you noticed how Shen Yixiao's secretary bears a striking resemblance to his wife? One woman remarked. I thought the long-haired secretary was his wife at first. I almost made the same mistake. His wife is quite generous to allow such a woman to be around her husband. If I had such an impressive husband, I'd be willing to, as long as the money is right. Well, a materialistic woman. 2 staff members from a brand arrived, chatting away, completely unaware of my presence behind them. Why is it never peaceful anywhere? I turned and stepped outside, opting to sit on the beach for a while. The setting sun painted the sea crimson, and I found a beach chair to rest and quietly admire the breathtaking view. "Xiao Yu," Aunt Yang greeted me enthusiastically, startling me. I quickly stood and replied, "Aunt Yang, why did you leave so quickly in the hotel? Was Shen Yixiao waiting for you?" She inquired, unsure how to respond. I simply nodded. "It's best when a couple has a good relationship," Aunt Yang sighed. After Jingnan's father passed, I often think back to our youth, lamenting the brevity of time bestowed upon us. I listened silently, recalling how Su Jingnan's father treated Aunt Yang well, as I had heard from my parents. Although Aunt Yang had a respectable background and education, it paled in comparison to the Su family. They had quarreled over Su uncle marrying Aunt Yang, leading them to move out and buy a villa, distancing themselves from the Su family. Fortunately, Su uncle was quite successful in business, which, along with Su Jingnan's birth, eased some tensions with the family. Nonetheless, after Su uncle's passing, Aunt Yang preferred solitude in an empty house rather than returning to the Su family. Su Zhongnan had never been fond of visiting his grandparents. I remembered that well. "Aunt Yang, don't overthink it. Now that my parents are back, you can visit them and pass the time," I reassured her. Aunt Yang smiled. "I will definitely go chat with your mother often to keep myself occupied. Your father, however, has no time." "What happened?" I asked. "He hasn't retired yet. He returned to being a professor, and your mother mentioned he is quite busy," Aunt Yang replied. I was unaware of this, as my mother had never told me. That's good. My father has never been one to sit idle. After chatting with Aunt Yang for a while, she received a call from Su Zhongnan. After a brief conversation, She told me, Xiaoyu, I must leave now. Zhengnan is on a business trip for the next few days, and I'm accompanying him to unwind. They're about to eat, so I must go. I nodded, watching her depart, and sighed in relief that it wasn't tea at the beach restaurant. Otherwise, if Shen Yixiao saw them, it would only incite further suspicion. As the hour approached 7, I returned to the restaurant and encountered Shen Yixiao at the entrance. Darling, why haven't you answered your phone? He asked, a hint of exasperation in his tone. I checked my phone and noticed several missed calls from him. I had it on silent during filming and forgot to switch it back, I explained. He naturally took my hand, patiently advising, next time, don't do that. I thought you were lost, and almost asked the brand staff to look for you. Once we entered the restaurant, most of the guests had arrived. After exchanging pleasantries, we began dinner, which was quite lavish, predominantly seafood. Shen Yixiao meticulously prepared a bowl of crab roe for me and peeled several pieces of shellfish, barely eating anything himself, focusing solely on my needs. Others observed this with smiles, praising me for marrying such a wonderful man and declaring my good fortune. Suddenly, someone inquired, Mrs. Shen, I've heard your story. You were high school classmates. Back then, Shen was just not so studious boy, while you excelled academically. How did you choose him? Not so studious boy? How tactful. Isn't that just a delinquent? Upon hearing this, Shen Yixiao answered for me. I was indeed a bit of a delinquent back then. I acknowledge that. Youthful folly led me astray. Had it not been for my wife, I wouldn't be who I am today. To provide her with a beautiful future. I had to succeed. I smiled at his words. Yes, he is right. He always enjoyed showcasing his affection for me in front of others, using it as a means to garner praise. Did you pursue your wife first, Mr. Shen? Another person asked. Yes, indeed. At first, she rejected me, but I persistently pursued her until she finally agreed. Shen Yixiao spoke of those days with warmth. As I ate my food, I didn't engage much, listening to the compliments from others, feeling as tranquil as a still pond. The dinner lacked substance, merely a platform for Shen Yixiao to construct his persona. After dinner, there were supposed to be more activities, but I suddenly experienced stomach pain, prompting Shen Yixiao to escort me back to the hotel room for medicine. I wasn't too keen on being alone with him, so I suggested he attend the post-dinner activities without worrying about me. Really? Shen Yixiao expressed concern. I don't want to go. I'll just accompany you. It would be right for both of us to skip. You should go, I insisted. Eventually, he relented and left, allowing me to breathe a sigh of relief. Just as I was preparing to rest, the doorbell rang. It was the hotel room service staff, holding a familiar silver suitcase. Politely, she inquired, ma'am, Ms. Lu Xiaoyan from room 707 left behind a suitcase after checking out. Since you checked in together, we have no way of contacting her. Would you mind returning this to her? Of course, I replied, accepting the suitcase. After she departed, I placed the suitcase on the table. The lock was not secured. I pulled the zipper and opened it, revealing contents that struck me profoundly. A set of tattered white lingerie, lace stockings, various intimate items, even a whip. These items hinted at the intense and provocative encounters Shen Yixiao and Lu Xiaoyan shared. I pondered why Lu Xiaoyan had left it behind. Perhaps it was used and no longer needed. I closed the suitcase, scrambled the combination, rendering it locked once more, placing it conspicuously on the table facing the door. Then, I prepared to rest. At that moment, Liang Feng's message arrived. Are you asleep? Eruplia? No. Liang Feng continued. There's something I want to discuss with you. I asked, what is it? Shen Yixiao isn't beside me. Liang Feng responded, I'm at Zhoshi Reef Beach. Can we talk face to face? What could be so grave that it necessitated an in-person conversation? I checked the location he mentioned, found it not far from where I was, and without hesitation, I took a taxi to meet him. Liang Feng sat on a stone chair, his silhouette shrouded in the night, exuding an air of gloom. Upon my arrival, he gestured for me to sit down. What is it? I inquired. Where's Meng Zicheng? When did you discover his relationship with Lu Xiaoyan? Liang Feng evaded my question and instead brought up a topic I had not anticipated. I smiled faintly, my gaze distant as I stared at the inky black sea, recalling that I had stumbled upon this revelation shortly after completing the first season of The Heart's Other Half. Liang Feng pressed on, Are you resolute about the divorce? Why not confront him now? I had gathered ample evidence of his infidelity, certainly enough to confront him. Liang Feng, when did you start to like me? I countered, my voice soft yet unwavering as I regarded this man, who appeared somewhat reticent. He averted his gaze, offering no reply. I intend to reveal Shen Yixiao's affair with Lu Xiaoyun on the second season of the show. This plan is known only to you. If you choose to inform Shen Yixiao now, I will fail. He will refuse the divorce and will take precautions against my exposure. If you truly care for me and feel remorse for shielding his betrayal, then help me to the end. The choice is yours. I made a perilous decision. Confided my plan to Liang Feng. Unlike Su Zhengnan, he owed me this much. I gambled on the remnants of his conscience. Liang Feng's gaze flickered with conflict. To compel him to choose me entirely, I boldly grasped his hand and gently leaned against his shoulder. I had endured enough of this life laced with betrayal. Liang Feng, if you waver, it would be akin to pushing me into hell. I have said before, I would rather die. Liang Feng stiffened slightly, and we stood in silence on the stone chair, each pondering the other's thoughts. Time flowed slowly. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks filled the air, while a few stars flickered in the sky, yet neither of us felt inclined to appreciate their beauty. Finally, he spoke. I will pay the price for my past actions. Liu, I only hope you will agree to one condition. I straightened, hope igniting within me. What is it? If you successfully leave him, never look back. Liang Feng seemed apprehensive that I might relent, for I had often been swayed by Shen Yixiao's fleeting words in the past. After all, we had shared so much together. But he did not know that I had already died once. I was not killed by Lu Xiaoyun's schemes, but rather by Shen Yixiao's betrayal. How could I ever look back? Not only would I not turn back, but I also intended for him to pay for his betrayal. I promise you, I will never look back, I replied decisively. In that moment, we became true allies, our trust in each other significantly deepening. I had assumed he had come to discuss this matter, yet he had another revelation to share, ensuring I was truly resolute in my decision. For only then would the burden be bearable. Go ahead, I can handle it, I said calmly. He paused, seemingly letting out a soft sigh. Su Ying has informed Shen Yixiao that she has known Lu Xiaoyun for quite some time, and that regarding the incident at the hotel, while Lu Xiaoyun did not plan it with her, she had been encouraging Su Ying to test you, hoping you would divorce Shen Yixiao. I had mentally prepared myself. Yet at that moment, I felt as though my breath had been snatched away. A heavy weight pressed upon my chest, suffocating me. As Liang Feng's words hung in the air, silence enveloped us, save for the whisper of the wind. Are you all right? He asked cautiously. So, Shen Yixiao is aware of all this, yet chooses to shield Lu Xiaoyun, prioritizing his own infidelity over my being harmed by their schemes? I voiced, my tone dripping with disdain and hatred, betraying my emotional turmoil. He informed me that Lu Xiaoyun was unaware, that it was Su Ying's jealousy that orchestrated everything. Shen Yixiao did not wish to divorce me, but began to tolerate Lu Xiaoyun's provocations, attempting to coerce me into a divorce. How could a person be so shameless? I cannot comprehend. The sacrifices I made for him far surpassed those for Lu Xiaoyun, my youth, my future, my family, my friendships. As tears streamed down my face, I remained oblivious, for one becomes numb in such moments. Only when I felt the warmth of a tear on my hand did I raise it to wipe my eyes. Don't cry, I'm sorry. Liang Feng stumbled awkwardly. Offer me a tissue, which I accepted, dabbing my face in a haphazard manner. Where is Su Ying? I inquired. With Xionggu? Liang Feng answered. I cannot divulge who Xionggu is or where he is. All I can say is that it is a gray area, and Su Ying will not emerge unscathed. Was Shen Yixiao so ruthless toward Su Ying because he was angry about my being framed? Or was he simply afraid that Su Ying might reveal something I should not know? I inhaled deeply, a sharp pain piercing my chest. Liang Feng had undoubtedly wrestled with his thoughts to relay this information to me. After expressing my gratitude, I parted ways with him. Instead of taking a taxi back, I chose to walk alone, seeking solace amidst my emotions. Unfamiliar with the roads here, I found myself checking the navigation frequently, wandering aimlessly for quite some time. Feeling hollow inside, Liang Feng's words echoed incessantly in my mind, refusing to fade away. On my way back, Shen Yixiao had neither called nor messaged. He must still be at the hotel, unaware of my outing. As I approached the hotel, an unsettling sensation crept upon me, as if someone were following. I surveyed my surroundings, realizing that the path was rather secluded, the streetlights dim, with hardly anyone around, not even passing vehicles. Though I had encountered such situations before, I remained composed. I took out my phone to send a location to Shen Yixiao, asking him to come get me, and I composed a text to alert the police, ready to send it at the slightest hint of trouble. Just as I completed my tasks, a figure lunged towards me from behind, a glint of a blade flashing in the air. "Give me your phone and bag." A man, around 30, brandished a dagger, glaring at me menacingly. I had already alerted the authorities. Whether Shen Yixiao or the police arrived, I felt assured of my safety. I tossed my bag to the assailant, but refused to part with my phone, for it contained irrefutable evidence of Shen Yixiao's infidelity. There was no way I would relinquish it. "That phone is worth over 10,000. Hand it over." The robber's greed escalated as he pointed the dagger at me. "Otherwise, I'll kill you. I've already contacted the police. If you take the bag and leave, they might not catch you. But if you linger here with me, you won't escape." I replied with calm assurance. Upon hearing my words, the robber seemed to falter, glancing around as if unsure of my claims. I directly displayed the text I had sent to the police. Upon seeing it, the robber turned and fled, fear evident in his demeanor as he muttered something indistinct. I remained in place, awaiting the police, yet the eerie surroundings heightened my anxiety, prompting me to decide to return instead. "All right, we will discuss this another time. Farewell." Once outside the hotel, I spotted Su Zhengnan bidding farewell to two men, a subtle smile gracing his features. But upon catching sight of me, his expression instantly turned cold. After the two men departed, he turned and walked away. I feigned ignorance of him, for he likely wished to distance himself from someone like me. As I was about to step into the hotel lobby, a sudden torrent of curses erupted behind me. I turned around to find the very robber who had snatched my bag charging towards me, brandishing a gleaming dagger. "You seek to harm me. The malevolent spirit lies within that bag, and I shall take your life," he shouted in a tongue I could not comprehend as the dagger glinted ominously in the air. Caught off guard, I instinctively attempted to evade, but before I could react, a hand seized me, yanking me aside just in time to avoid the blade's deadly arc. The hotel security swiftly intervened, realizing the commotion. A call was made to the police, who promptly confirmed my location, arriving shortly thereafter to apprehend the assailant. He suffers from mental illness, convinced that others wish him harm. This marks his third escape from a psychiatric facility, the officer informed me. Understanding this, I realized his erratic behavior stemmed from his affliction, rendering any charges against him difficult. He would ultimately be returned to the asylum. After the situation was resolved, relief washed over me as I reclaimed my stolen bag. A police officer cautioned, "Miss, was it not your friend who saved you? It appears he has sustained an injury. His arm is bleeding. You should accompany him to the hospital for safety." It dawned on me that it was Su Zhengnan who had pulled me away amidst the chaos. Yet I hadn't had the opportunity to express my gratitude. As the officers departed, Su Zhengnan silently made his way towards the elevator. "Su Zhengang," I hastily called after him. "Is something the matter?" He replied coolly, halting in his tracks. "Are you injured?" "Let me take a look," I said, concern lacing my voice as I glanced at his arm. He wore a black turtleneck, and the blood was not readily visible. He stepped back, evading my attempt to inspect his injury. "No, you needn't concern yourself with me." Anxiety surged within me. "You were hurt while saving me. How could I possibly ignore your well-being? Even if it weren't for you, I would have acted," he replied, deliberately maintaining distance. "I advise you to keep away. Should your husband find out, it might complicate your relationship." His words felt like a deliberate provocation. Before I could retort, Su Zhengnan had already entered the elevator, and as I attempted to follow, the doors closed with a finality that left me stranded. Resigned, I took the adjacent elevator, knowing the room where Su Zhengnan and Aunt Yang were staying, yet I lacked the courage to knock. Upon returning to my room, an unsettling silence greeted me. Shen Yixiao had yet to return. I glanced at the clock, nearly midnight. Had he not seen the messages I sent in distress? I dialed the brand representative. "Hello, has your event concluded?" "Madam Shen, the event ended over an hour ago." "Has Mr. Shen not returned?" She replied, a hint of surprise in her voice. "I see. Thank you." I hung up without addressing her inquiry. Over an hour had passed since the brand's event ceased. Where could Shen Yixiao be? Why had he not responded to my messages? My gaze fell upon the silver suitcase. It seemed he had not returned and thus failed to notice it. I attempted to call Shen Yixiao again. "The number you dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later." After 3 unsuccessful attempts, intuition told me that Shen Yixiao would not return tonight, nor would he answer my calls. In the past, such thoughts would have sent me into a frenzy. Yet now all I desired was a good night's sleep, lest I disturb my rest. I lay down and slept soundly until morning, the filming having concluded. According to the schedule, Shen Yixiao and I were to return home today. With no sign of him, I could only wait. As noon approached, the door swung open, revealing Shen Yixiao standing at the threshold, alongside Lu Xiaoyun, whose eyes were swollen like walnuts, evidently having cried. Memories of Liang Feng's words resurfaced. Shen Yixiao's internal scales were slowly tipping in Lu Xiaoyun's favor, even as she schemed to provoke my divorce. Shen Yixiao chose to endure rather than uphold his claims of a boundary that, once crossed, would lead to separation. Wife. Shen Yixiao's expression was pained, his eyes shimmering with helplessness. Madam. Lu Xiaoyun sniffled. This scene resembled an ancient drama where a master favored a maid, both fearful of inciting the rightful wife's wrath, thus conspiring to approach her for her understanding. I found myself musing over such trivialities. My attention shifted to Lu Xiaoyun's abdomen. The tableau mirrored a past event, only the location differed. Previously, I had been at home. Shen Yixiao had returned with a pregnant Lu Xiaoyun, their expressions indistinguishable from this moment. Did not Secretary Lu return home? Why is she here again? And you? Were you last night? I inquired, my tone surprisingly calm. Before Shen Yixiao could respond, Lu Xiaoyun burst into tears. Madam, I am sorry. It was my fault that Mr. Shen did not return last night. I encountered some issues at home and, not knowing whom to turn to, called Mr. Shen for help. Her performance was theatrical, glancing between me and Shen Yixiao as she wept. Shen Yixiao frowned, seemingly displeased with her interruption. Wife, there was an unexpected situation last night, which delayed my return. Secretary Lu had emergency at home, and I was nearby, so I went to assist. He explained. Lu Xiaoyun continued to sob, her demeanor resembling that of someone who had just returned from mourning. The urgency with which Shen Yixiao rushed to her aid was evident, as he disregarded my calls and failed to read my messages. Had that lunatic attacked me a moment sooner, disregarding my warnings, I might not have survived. Did you see the message I sent you? I asked. Shen Yixiao froze momentarily before retrieving his phone to check WeChat. Upon reading my message, his expression turned grave. Wife, are you all right? Were you injured? Lu Xiaoyun wiped her tears, adopting a concerned facade. Shen Yixiao, had my luck been any worse, you would be gazing upon my lifeless body today. I did not answer directly, but spoke with a solemnity that filled the air with tension. Shen Yixiao's face shifted to one of anxiety and regret as he grasped my arm. Wife, I am sorry. Had I known you were in danger last night, I would have remained by your side. At his words, Lu Xiaoyun's expression flickered with resentment. It is nothing, I replied, shaking off Shen Yixiao's hand, regaining my composure. Now that Secretary Lu has returned, let her take what she left behind. Shen Yixiao appeared perplexed by my words as I turned to enter the room, both he and Lu Xiaoyun following closely behind. The silver suitcase lay conspicuously on the table, an unwelcome reminder of the previous night's events. The moment they both laid eyes on it, their expressions shifted dramatically, particularly Shen Yixiao's. His demeanor tightened, and he turned to Lu Xiaoyun, his gaze filled with accusation and reproach, as if questioning how she could leave such a perilous item behind. Lu Xiaoyun, though visibly anxious, maintained a facade of composure as she approached the suitcase. I accidentally left it in the room, madam. How did you know? The cleaning staff found it and, knowing we were together, returned it for me to pass on to you, I replied coolly. Madam, have you opened it? She inquired, feigning curiosity as she touched the combination lock. Shen Yixiao's face darkened, his irritation boiling over. Secretary Lu, what significance does a mere suitcase hold? Your issues have already cost me a night's peace, and now my wife must deal with your forgotten belongings. What do you think you are? Lu Xiaoyun, taken aback by Shen Yixiao's outburst, stood frozen, tears welling in her eyes. I am sorry for causing trouble. I will leave now, she stammered, hastily clutching the suitcase as she dashed towards the door. As Lu Xiaoyun exited, Shen Yixiao remained rooted in place, caught in a dilemma. If he pursued her now, the situation would spiral beyond control. I approached the sofa and quietly poured myself a glass of water. Shen Yixiao followed and sat beside me, inquiring, wife, weren't you resting in the room last night? Why did you go out? You never returned. I replied, I went out for a breath of fresh air. I apologize for leaving you alone here last night. There were indeed some complications with Secretary Lu. It wouldn't have been appropriate to refuse her. He continued to explain the situation. My curiosity piqued. What had transpired in her family? After a moment's hesitation, Shen Yixiao finally disclosed, when she returned home yesterday, her uncle and aunt made things difficult for her. Her cousin, Jiang Fong, was arranged to work in our HR department, But her aunt was dissatisfied and insisted on getting Jiang Fong a higher-paying position, which Lu couldn't manage, leading to her being physically assaulted. Is that all? I waited for him to elaborate, but his expression indicated he had finished. In the past, I had strained my relationship with my parents to be with Shen Yixiao. I had been struck once, yet I never told him, fearing it would cause him concern. Reality has shown that when you care for a man, he may redirect that concern towards another woman. And then, I pressed further. Then I want to help her. Her situation is quite similar to mine. We both lack parental support. Her uncle and aunt bully her, but what can she do? They are her only family. If she completely severed ties with them, she might regret it later. I hope she can find a peaceful resolution to mend her relationship with them. Shen Yixiao seemed quite introspective, sharing a multitude of thoughts. Listening to him felt like a needle piercing my heart. He understood the significance of family and was concerned for Lu Xiaoyan, fearing she might lose her only connection. But what about me? After all this time without contact with my parents, he had never expressed concern about my potential regrets. He even wished for me not to have regrets, insisting I choose him over my family. Throughout the years, he had never once suggested I reconcile with my parents or shown any desire to help restore my familial bonds. Wife, what's wrong? Noticing my silence, Shen Yixiao seemed puzzled, not connecting my mood to my parents' situation. Are you still angry with me? But you always claimed to admire my helpful nature. I thought. My previous narrow-mindedness had led me to believe he was genuinely altruistic, occasionally standing up for the downtrodden, even if it led to fights. In retrospect, he sought admiration and attention, offering help not out of kindness, but for accolades. It's nothing. When shall we return? I wanted to steer the conversation away to avoid further distress. Shen Yixiao, sensing my change of topic, visibly relaxed. He glanced at the time and suggested, let's return tomorrow. For today, we can stay and enjoy ourselves, perhaps see if Meng Ziqing and Liang Feng would like to join us. I nodded, but his expression shifted, and his voice lowered slightly. Wife, have you opened Secretary Lu's suitcase? I had always been curious about what such a small suitcase could contain. When I traveled, I required a larger one to accommodate my belongings. He seemed concerned that I might uncover something that would lead to doubts about him. How subtly he probes, I mused. I shook my head. No, when the attendant handed it to me, the lock was secured, and I couldn't open it. The tension in Shen Yixiao's eyes eased, replaced by a hint of amusement. A locked suitcase that small. Could it contain a fortune? I smirked. There's no money inside, only their playthings. You must not have slept well last night. Rest for a while. I'll go enjoy the breeze on the beach. I've been cooped up in a room, waiting for you all morning, feeling quite stifled. I concocted an excuse to step outside. Shen Yixiao, clearly exhausted, with dark circles under his eyes from the previous night's efforts in the drive, readily agreed and collapsed onto the bed, quickly drifting off to sleep. After leaving the hotel, I ventured alone to the beach. There I spotted Lu Xiaoyan seated on the sand, hugging her knees and silently weeping. A bystander approached her with tissues, attempting to console her, but she merely shook her head, rejecting their kindness. I was at a loss as to what was troubling her. If anyone should feel wronged, it should be me, the rightful wife. Secretary Lu, I called as I approached her. She turned in surprise, standing up with her small suitcase, a look of irritation on her face. Madam, I've already given you and President Shun space and even apologized. Why are you pursuing me? Do you wish to interrogate me further? I merely asked President Shun for a favor. Have I committed some unforgivable sin? It seemed I had become the villain for not wanting Shen Yixiao to assist her. I'm just curious. Where's your boyfriend? I continued, not rising but gazing out at the tranquil sea. Why is it that you always rely on Shen Yixiao to resolve your problems? Your boyfriend, with whom you share a close bond, is conspicuously absent. Is he not jealous when you seek another man as assistance? Lu Xiaoyan visibly faltered, likely forgetting her fabricated boyfriend. Well, he is quite busy, and I don't want to trouble him. Her excuse was laughable. More busy than Shen Yixiao? I inquired, feigning innocence. Unable to find a retort, she glared at me. I know President Shun is busy, but surely there are others in the world who are busier than him? I chuckled, my gaze falling on her small suitcase. Shen Yixiao had asked me what it contained, and I was equally curious. Lu Xiaoyan attempted to conceal her suitcase behind her, then ostentatiously placed it before me. Just some personal items for me and my boyfriend. Haven't you and President Shun ever used such things? As she spoke, a glimmer of pride flashed in her eyes, as if reveling in Shen Yixiao's affection for her body, perhaps mocking me in her mind while lying beside him. In truth, Shen Yixiao and I were quite conservative in our private life, never indulging in the extravagant antics that Lu Xiaoyan seemed to relish. Perhaps that was why he was so captivated by her. I remained unfazed by her subtle humiliation, perceiving her as nothing more than a jester. I merely find your boyfriend peculiar. He sleeps with you, yet remains indifferent to your affairs. Were I in your position, I would have ended things long ago. I rose, brushing sand from my clothes. Enraged, Lu Xiaoyan retorted, my relationship with my boyfriend is none of your concern. Don't you think you're overstepping? She was already irritated by her lack of legitimacy. She could not approach Shen Yixiao as a girlfriend to seek assistance. My probing only deepened her discomfort. I'm just looking out for you. Typically, men who only share a bed but remain uninvolved in your life may well be married. Engaging in an affair can lead to dire consequences. The moment the words left my lips, Lu Xiaoyan's expression darkened. Miss Li, have you ever heard that it is the unloved who are the real mistresses? Her denial of being a mistress was absurd, revealing a complete lack of remorse. Compared to her previous submissive demeanor, this incarnation of Lu Xiaoyan seemed markedly different, occasionally showing signs of instability. She had intended to use her pregnancy to ruin Shen Yixiao, but the child was lost. Unbeknownst to her, I had obtained her emergency room records from Liang Feng that night, and the revelations about her current situation with Shen Yixiao would be explosive when disclosed. At that moment, her phone chimed, and upon reading a message, her expression soured instantly. Without a backward glance, she departed. Watching her retreating figure, my smile faded gradually, despite my familiarity with Lu Xiaoyan. Each encounter seemed to reveal a new low in her behavior. I sat alone on the beach for over an hour until Shen Yixiao's call brought me back to reality. Dear, Liang Feng will be returning with us, while Meng Zicheng will remain for a couple more days. Shen Yixiao, dressed and ready, suggested, let us depart tonight, as I have an important meeting tomorrow. I expressed no objection. Half an hour later, Liang Feng texted to inform us that he had arrived at the parking lot. Upon our descent, he was waiting by the car. When our eyes met, Liang Feng's gaze lingered for a moment, and we exchanged a complex look. Before we left, Liang Feng inquired about Lu Xiaoyan. Isn't Secretary Lu coming back with us? No, Shen Yixiao replied wearily, leaning back to rest his eyes. Drive. Liang Feng took the wheel while Shen Yixiao occupied the passenger seat, leaving me alone in the back. This arrangement suited me well, providing a sense of comfort. Not long after we set off, a sudden loud bang jolted us, followed by a violent jolt that startled me and roused Shen Yixiao. What happened? He asked, still trying to comprehend the situation. Liang Feng, sounding apologetic, explained, I didn't rest well last night and was distracted. I rear-ended another vehicle. Shen Yixiao did not chastise Liang Feng, but instead exited the car to assess the situation, and I followed suit. To my dismay, we had collided with a black Mercedes. As we stepped out, the driver also emerged. My heart sank when I recognized the owner, Su Zhongnan. Aunt Yang exited from the passenger side, and upon spotting Shen Yixiao and me, she immediately advised Su Zhongnan, if the situation isn't serious, let's not pursue any claims. Look, it's Xiaoya and her husband. We're all acquaintances here. However, the familiar face that Aunt Yang referred to, Shen Yixiao, had already darkened upon seeing her with Su Zhongnan. Name your price. I can afford it, he stated bluntly, dismissing Aunt Yang's good intentions. Surprised, Aunt Yang glanced at Shen Yixiao, then at me, her eyes filled with confusion. I felt a surge of anger. This was not the first instance of Shen Yixiao's disrespect towards Aunt Yang, as if he were utterly oblivious to the concept of courtesy. Just as I opened my mouth to speak, Su Zhongnan interjected, Mom, you go back to the car. I'll handle this. Aunt Yang seemed to sense the tension, but did not insist, retreating reluctantly while glancing back. How much? Shen Yixiao pressed impatiently. Su Jingnan's demeanor turned frosty, revealing little emotion, but a hint of disdain surfaced as he regarded Shen Yixiao. Their mere presence together filled the air with palpable tension. Forget about compensation. A simple apology will suffice, Su Zhongnan provocatively suggested, a smirk playing on his lips. Shen Yixiao, fiercely proud and financially secure, found it easier to part with money than to offer an apology, especially to a former adversary. I worriedly glanced at Shen Yixiao's arm. If he were injured and a conflict erupted, he would be at a disadvantage. Apologize? Shen Yixiao scoffed. Su Zhengang, the only reason I am conversing with you calmly is to spare my wife from distress. Otherwise, given our past grievances, I would ensure your suffering would be most severe. He bore a grudge against Su Zhengnan for obstructing our relationship and for my past infatuation with him. Every slight he endured was etched into his memory, and he would seek retribution whenever the opportunity arose. This was also one reason I wished to keep my parents' return a secret from him. Do you know about Guangying Media? Su Zhengnan asked, not visibly angered. Guangying Media? I knew it well. It was Shen Yixiao's most formidable competitor. Though he had begun diversifying his ventures, the online media sector remained his primary focus. However, Guangying Media had been struggling and ultimately faced bankruptcy in my previous life. A sense of unease washed over me as Shen Yixiao fixed his gaze on Su Zhengnan, demanding, "What do you mean? We will soon be rivals. Weren't you hoping to see my downfall?" Su Zhengnan replied nonchalantly. The implication was clear. He had invested in Guangying Media. My heart raced with anxiety. This development could be connected to me, whereas in my past life, Su Zhengnan had little interaction with me and faded from my life altogether.